This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. A sudden transmigration. Before he could even show off his skills, Bai Xiao was bitten. Looking at the teeth marks on his arm and the writhing figure on the ground, he felt a chill run down his spine. A throbbing pain spread through his arm, throbbing, and a little numb. Before he knew it, there was only desolation. The city was quiet. When the zombie pounced, he was still cautiously observing his surroundings. Suddenly attacked, his instinctive reaction was to kick it. The crisp cracking sound of breaking bones startled him. He seemed not to have expected such a casual kick to cause such serious damage. In that moment of hesitation, pain shot through him. The person's broken leg gave way, causing them to stumble forward. Even as they fell, they stubbornly bit his arm, clinging tightly to his sleeve, hanging there in a bizarre posture. That had happened just minutes before. Now, staring at the figure still crawling towards him from the ground, its appearance and behavior equally terrifying. Sparse, dry hair revealing large patches of scalp, skin and bones like a dried corpse, large festering sores beneath tattered clothes, and meaningless low growls. It resembled the zombies he'd seen in movies and TV shows. Bai Zhao's heart sank. He looked at the wound on his arm. The good news was zombies don't have strong teeth, so the injury wasn't serious. The bad news was, even a small wound was still a bite. His first day after transmigrating, bitten by a zombie. He didn't have time to ponder why the world had changed so drastically upon waking. Was it a biohazard outbreak or something else? He felt the most urgent thing was to find a water source and clean his wounds as quickly as possible. Nothing else mattered. The horrifying appearance of the zombie on the ground made it impossible to be optimistic. Could he be infected? Bai Zhao's eyes were wary yet somewhat bewildered. The pain in his arm reminded him that this was probably not a dream, but real. The most optimistic guess was that it was just a mutated rabies patient. But everything before him was equally unsettling. Looking around, the empty streets were cold and deserted, devoid of any life. The sidewalks on both sides of the road were overgrown with weeds, which were withered and swaying in the wind. Several cars parked at the end of the road were badly damaged, their windows missing glass, with weeds sticking out. He wondered how the seeds of these weeds had drifted into the cars and sprouted. The high-rise buildings had been abandoned for a long time without maintenance. Only a few panes of glass remained. A putrid smell permeated the air, as if the street had been dead for a long time, with only the sunlight still shining brightly. His heart sank. Bai Xiao picked up a stick and moved away from the zombie, heading in the opposite direction while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. What if another 1, 2, or 3 appeared? If it really was a zombie, these things always came in packs. Becoming infected and one of them was probably better than being pounced on and devoured. A storefront that looked like a fast food restaurant was open nearby. The pain in his arm gradually turned into numbness. Bai Xiao slowly approached and peered inside. It was a mess. Tables and chairs were scattered and overturned, and the walls were covered in suspicious stains. It was far from clean. He listened intently, but heard no sound. Holding the stick, he stepped inside, cautiously moving forward while keeping an eye on the corners. Fast food restaurants are all laid out much the same way. A front-of-house area and a back-of-house kitchen, most without even a toilet. The back-of-house was equally chaotic. Bai Xiao, on a whim, turned on the faucet. It appeared to have been running, but not a drop of water came out. Turning it on and off only produced a creaking sound. He gave up, looked around, picked up a kitchen knife from a corner, then glanced at the stick he found outside. The knife was certainly more useful than the stick, but if the target was the thing that had bitten him, probably no one would want to engage in close combat with such a short knife. Even so, he didn't throw it away. Both the stick and the knife offered a comforting sense of security in the current environment, albeit a small one. Looking down at the wound on his arm, the bite site was already swollen. Bai Xiao tightened his grip on the knife. Poisoning can often be treated with bloodletting or by cutting a wound to let the venomous blood flow out. But those are only for snakes and the like. Wounds from zombies or rabid dogs aren't treated this way. Leaning against the wall, he thought seriously for a moment, then used his knife to cut open the hem of his clothes, tore off strips, and, holding one end in his mouth, tightly bound his upper arm, hoping it would have some effect. No water, no medicine, in such an unfamiliar environment, suddenly bitten by something that looked like a zombie. Everyone else who transmigrates is chosen by fate, the only one, so why is he so unlucky? Bai Xiao closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. Based on his extensive experience watching movies, being bitten by a zombie would cause fever, weakness, and a feeling of cold. The infection process could take anywhere from a few seconds to several days, depending on the screenwriter's arrangement. It's all over. After the initial shock, confusion, and wariness, he walked a distance to the kitchen of this rundown shop and finally relaxed. He suddenly became acutely aware of his current predicament. Those illusory, unreal dreams shattered like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Perhaps soon, he would become like that thing, drooling and wandering this desolate street until he pounced on another unfortunate soul. And he didn't even know where he was. He sat against the wall for a while. Bai Xiao suddenly stood up. Damn it! Either he smashed that thing before it was completely infected, or he wouldn't be infected and mutated, and he could smash it to get revenge for the bite. Anyway, it's already like this. Bai Xiao went out, glanced at the sunlight, and slowly walked back the way he came. He could already feel himself starting to heat up. Even with the sunlight on his skin, there was still a chill. The terrifying zombie, dragging its injured leg, writhed aimlessly on the ground. Seeing him approach, it let out a low growl. Its withered face made it impossible to discern its gender. Thump! A blow. The growl was abruptly interrupted by the blow as it opened its mouth. It seemed stimulated by the attack, its movements becoming more frenzied. After striking it several times, Bai Xiao stepped back, using the stick for support. He didn't intend to stop, but he was exhausted too quickly. He glanced at the wound on his arm. It was red and swollen, the infection spreading faster than he had anticipated. A wave of despair rose within him. Looking at the zombie again, he slowly retreated, changing his mind, and using the stick to move further away. If he was about to be infected and mutated, he didn't want to become a zombie, and then gnaw on this disgusting thing. He was still young, while this thing was already rotting. He walked along the empty street, his body growing increasingly weary. Finally, at a corner, he sat down against the wall, slightly raising his head to squint at the sunlight. His arm no longer hurt, only felt swollen and numb. Just the night before, he had been full of vigor, having just been promoted and indulging in a celebratory feast. He woke up drunk to find himself transported to this wretched place. All that overtime and all-nighters working on the project, all for nothing. At this moment, Bai Xiao thought of all that overtime work. The hard work had finally paid off, but before he could even savor it, he was about to mutate. I still have over 800,000 yuan in the bank. Bai Xiao vaguely remembered a saying, a person dies, but the money isn't spent. The next moment, he remembered the half-finished project. His memories grew increasingly chaotic, like many thoughts being cut into fragments and then pieced back together. He raised his uninjured left hand to his forehead. It was burning hot. He was turning into a zombie. Chapter 2. What's it like to become a zombie? Bai Xiao felt like he had a fever, and was delirious from the heat, vaguely feeling like he was dreaming. The sunlight wasn't so glaring anymore. He heard a faint sound, thinking it was that rotting zombie crawling towards him. He gripped the stick in his hand, reacting slowly for a moment before realizing it wasn't the sound of crawling, but rather some kind of subtle mechanical noise. Bai Xiao struggled to open his eyes, pausing for a moment. His brain seemed to be processing the images his eyes were seeing, but the processing speed was too slow and somewhat overloaded. It took a while for it to catch up. The sound came from a bicycle coming from another street. Bai Xiao stared blankly at the bicycle. In this post-apocalyptic world, with zombies, in this setting, it should have been a motorcycle roaring towards him and speeding away. Perhaps due to the fever, or perhaps as a symptom of infection, his thoughts jumbled. When he finally confirmed it was a bicycle, it had already stopped in front of him. A figure stood backlit, revealing a pair of dark barrels, a crude, imposing double-barreled rifle. Bai Xiao heard the person in front of him speak, but his brain was overloaded, and he didn't quite understand. I need to bring down my fever, Bai Xiao said. But he found his tongue stiff, and his words came out unclearly. To someone else, it would probably sound like the howling of that rotten zombie. Realizing this, Bai Xiao's lips moved, but he didn't utter a sound, swallowing back what he wanted to say. I need to bring down my fever, Bai Xiao repeated, trying to pronounce the words clearly. The other person seemed to be observing him. Take off the fever, Bai Xiao said. Fine, just give me a shot. Bai Xiao's back relaxed, his body, which had just managed to sit up straight, leaned back against the wall. He strained to open his eyes, trying to make out the person in front of him, then closed them again. Perhaps this was the least painful way to die? He didn't know what it would be like to become a zombie, but he worried that he would remain in this state indefinitely, his thoughts muddled, stuck, and confused, then briefly regaining his senses in a moment, only to find himself gnawing on an arm. This was terrible. Bai Xiao's mind was a blur. He sat against the wall, gently shaking his head, humming a song softly, waiting for the gunshot. Zombies, after all, were meant to be shot. It was better than all sorts of. He vaguely remembered a zombie in a movie being held by the penis until it died. That guy was too pitiful. They were both zombies, so calling them brothers might not be wrong, something like that. After waiting a while without hearing a gunshot, Bai Xiao struggled to open his eyes, and saw the bicycle disappearing into the distance. After watching for a while, until the bicycle was completely out of sight, Bai Xiao frowned. He wanted to raise his hand to touch his forehead again. He suspected that the zombie's lack of consciousness was due to a fever that had made it stupid, and then it was acting on instinct. Would it be better if the fever subsided? But he didn't raise his hand, nor did he move his body. Looking down, he found that his hands and feet were bound. Bai Xiao murmured. The zombie cursed. Whether he was shot dead or turned into a zombie and wreaked havoc on the streets, what was the point of being bound? What if that piece of trash crawled over and started eating people again, facing zombies without firing a gun, and even resorting to binding them? What a beast. Bai Xiao leaned against the wall, motionless. He was truly turning into a zombie, bound without even realizing it, which meant his feedback was dulling. He suddenly wondered, were zombie bodies cold or hot? Would their body temperature drop after complete mutation? His thoughts were chaotic and hazy. The sun seemed to have shifted, no longer as bright as before. Bai Xiao didn't know how long he had been sitting, or if he had experienced a momentary lapse in consciousness. Perhaps when he regained consciousness next time, he would see himself drooling and pouncing on someone. No, being bound, it should be being pounced on. Zombies generally don't pounce on their own kind, so that's alright. Suddenly, Bai Xiao felt himself move. He tilted his head, opened his eyes a crack, and tried to make out what was happening. He saw that the person had returned, stuffed something into his mouth, and then dragged him away. The swaying continued, making him somewhat irritated. He tried to shift his position, and the cool sensation against his face brought a slight relief. He pressed himself against the cold, unidentified metal. He didn't know how long the swaying lasted, but he thought he heard 2 gunshots. Bai Xiao squinted at the sky. The sun had completely set, and darkness was falling. He felt like he was lying on a pedal tricycle. The feeling was familiar, as if he had experienced it before. A long, long time ago, when he was a child in the countryside, his uncle would take him to work in the fields on a tricycle. On the way back, they would sway like this, lying on the back. It was so pleasant and comfortable back then. When the tricycle stopped, it was completely dark. Bai Xiao didn't know where the tricycle was. He only heard rustling sounds, then a light appeared. The person who had brought him back held a candle a short distance away, then took a stick and gently poked him twice. Bai Xiao opened his mouth as if to speak, but it was stuffed with something. He thought for a moment. Tethered, and then gagged, Bai Xiao remained expressionless. This beast. The other person poked him twice more with a wooden stick, then stopped as if pondering something. After a moment, a rustling sound rang out again, and something cold pressed against his wrist. Bai Xiao felt a surge of pleasure, and wanted to groan. He moved his arm forcefully, and heard a rattling sound. He looked closely, and saw an iron chain on his arm. The other person was still working on it. Bai Xiao had a very bad feeling. Captured alive? Had he encountered a mad scientist? If he could be used as a test subject to develop an antidote, that would be quite noble, but Bai Xiao didn't want to be that noble. He felt he could still be saved, as long as his body cooled down. Well, becoming a zombie seemed inevitable. Bai Xiao was very sad. After finishing, the other person clapped his hands, took a candle, and stepped back to observe him. Bai Xiao struggled to muster his strength. The other person spoke. You, hand over. Bai Xiao remained silent and motionless, trying to decipher what the other person was saying. He recognized that the other person wanted to communicate, and listened intently. Seeing his focused attention, the other person paused and tried to repeat themselves. Bai Xiao felt anxious and a little impatient. His eyes were bloodshot, but he controlled himself to remain still. Say it again. He thought to himself. He should understand. It was something he was familiar with. The other person continued to slow their speech, carefully observing his reaction while holding the candle. Bai Xiao felt his condition worsening, and suddenly let out a groan. The other person immediately stopped speaking. This time, Bai Xiao made 2 sounds. The other person blinked, and stood there holding the candle. Bai Xiao made 3 more sounds. A pause, then 4. The other person suddenly raised their hand in a stop gesture. Bai Xiao remained motionless, then raised his face, and made another sound, indicating the gag. Lower the fever. After the gag was removed, Bai Xiao felt He couldn't hold on any longer, his mind was foggy, but lowering the fever had been his obsession since the infection. Lower the fever, he repeated. Lower the fever. Chapter 3. A persistent fever. He briefly regained consciousness twice, but the environment was too dark, the candles had gone out, and he couldn't see anything. He vaguely felt a dampness on his forehead, like a cold compress, which eased Bai Zhao's mind a little. When he regained consciousness, he was shaken awake. Bai Zhao stared blankly at the sunlight overhead. The tricycle creaked and groaned along, just like yesterday. He remembered being kidnapped, and having his hands and feet bound with chains. Trying to struggle, Bai Zhao realized he wasn't mistaken. But hadn't he already been transported by the tricycle yesterday? Why was he lying on it again? Curled up in the back of the tricycle, Bai Zhao tried to think with his remaining rationality. Did they realize he was beyond saving and wanted to take him back? Beasts. He vaguely remembered turning into a zombie. He tried to turn his head to look. Good, his arm was swollen and already oozing pus. Lying dazed and confused in the back of the tricycle, Bai Zhao didn't know if he had mutated, he only felt hungry and thirsty. His vision was a little blurry. Bound, he couldn't rub his eyes. Bai Zhao closed them, his eyelids were unexpectedly hot. He should have a pen and a notebook now. If he could record his experience of becoming a zombie, it would be an unprecedented and groundbreaking research project. He just wasn't sure if he still had the ability to write. Bai Zhao vaguely remembered last night. It might have been last night. If his sense of time hadn't been disrupted, the other person had tried to communicate, but it was difficult. Perhaps the infection meant he knew the other person was speaking, but struggled to understand their meaning. Or maybe his language nerves had been damaged by the fever? It's important to understand that the human brain is incredibly complex. Brain damage can lead to loss of language function, resulting in fragmented speech and incoherent speech, aphasia. Another type is the inability to understand what others are saying, a break in the connection between sound and meaning, and even the inability to distinguish speech sounds. Does a viral infection damage various brain functions, leaving only instinct and turning one into a wild beast? His sense of his current situation gradually blurred, while strange things from the corners of his memory surfaced, making Bai Zhao's experience terrible. Like a small boat rocking in an ocean of memories, he had little control over what he thought or remembered, only the drifting current, watching where his small boat, which could sink at any moment, would end up. When he tried to bring his thoughts back, he realized he was no longer on the tricycle. This was terrifying. Bai Zhao realized he had blacked out, wondering if he had screamed and lunged at someone while unconscious. He was currently bound hand and foot with chains, the other end of which was locked to an iron frame. It seemed to be a courtyard. A dilapidated pedal tricycle sat nearby. Bai Zhao guessed that was his mode of transportation. Further away, a figure was bent over, seemingly doing something. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a basin of water on the ground, and the person was humming softly while rubbing their hair. Good news, he hadn't been taken back. Bad news. Well, becoming a zombie was bad enough. There couldn't be any worse news. He had established communication last night, or rather, he had demonstrated the ability to communicate. Bai Zhao hoped that his blackout hadn't revealed his violent tendencies and ruined this communication. The speed of the infection was unexpected. Bai Zhao roughly understood what it was like to become a zombie. Even though the other party clearly wanted to communicate, he was delirious with fever, only seeing the other party's mouth open and close. He needed to establish communication again. Bai Zhao looked at the other party for a while, making a few sounds, but his tongue was very clumsy. He thought for a moment, then tried to imitate the other party's rhythm, humming incoherently. The other party paused, turning to look at him. Bai Zhao nodded vigorously, continuing to hum. The other party walked over and examined him carefully, looking him up and down, then picked up a stick and poked his arm. Bai Zhao noticed that his bitten arm had been washed sometime during the day, and a damp piece of clothing was covering his forehead. I, a human. Bai Zhao tried to speak clearly and concisely. The other party didn't speak, only looked him over with a slightly surprised expression. A human, I am a human. After being infected, Bai Zhao hated being poked with a stick. He felt an inexplicable annoyance. He was still running a fever. The other person looked at him for a moment, then turned and retrieved a notebook and pen from somewhere. These were the things Bai Zhao had hoped to use on his way here, to record his experience of becoming a zombie in hopes of winning a Nobel Prize for zombies. Although he didn't know if such a prize existed, the paper was now in the other person's hands. The other person held the notebook, observing and writing something down. It seemed they were making some kind of record. Bai Zhao looked at the paper and pen in the other person's hand and tilted his head slightly. Okay, he was wrong. There was worse news than becoming a zombie. On his second day after transmigrating, he was tied up and experimented on by a mad scientist. Very good. Could things get any worse? Bai Xiao sat on the ground, his fingers digging into the soil, suddenly realizing it wasn't cement, but yellow earth. He thought for a moment, then tried to write on the ground, wanting to write, "I haven't become a zombie yet." But his handwriting was a mess. Bai Xiao steadied himself, and seeing the other person stop writing and look at him, he thought for a moment and wrote the character for person on the ground. Then he wrote another one. A person, I am a person. Bai Xiao tried his best to write the character person neatly and correctly, not just scribbling. Even if they couldn't understand each other's language, these neat, regular, and recognizable symbols could still convey information. A zombie that can write. Isn't that amazing? Bai Xiao suddenly felt he could still be saved. Theoretically speaking, fever is the process of the immune system fighting the virus, and this battle was still ongoing. Bai Xiao could almost hear the battle horns coming from inside his body. His immune system was stubbornly resisting the zombie virus's attack. He wrote a row of person characters, then looked up at the other person. Is there a vaccine? I can still be saved. Quickly, help me get 20 or 30 shots to boost my immune system. The other person's expression was subtle, lost in thought. They glanced at the graffiti on the ground, then at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was drowsy, barely able to lift his head. He lowered his head and hummed softly, following the rhythm the other person had been using while washing up. A zombie humming a song with its head down. This scene must be very eerie. Bai Xiao thought. The other person turned and left. Bai Xiao didn't know if his writing had any effect. His head was throbbing. The other person returned, poured a glass of water, and pushed it towards him with a stick. After thinking for a moment, the other person took a piece of meat and pushed it towards him with the same stick. Hunger drove Bai Xiao to look at the meat. He had a feeling that eating it would cure him, but he tried hard to control himself. Sadly, he felt himself drooling. It was purely a physiological reaction, which terrified Bai Xiao. Chapter 4. It was like a customer meeting a prostitute, a dung beetle encountering a ball of dung, a cat seeing a red dot on a laser pointer. The impulse was so intense, so strong that even though Bai Xiao was trying to control himself, his eyes were fixed on it, unable to look away. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiao moved. He raised his injured hand, placed it flat on his chest, and then gently moved his other hand, mimicking the motion of picking up chopsticks to eat. Bai Xiao didn't want to become a zombie. He felt he should restrain himself, at least, even if he became a zombie, he wanted to be one with dignity. The moment the meat was taken away, Bai Xiao found himself letting out a low growl. He covered his mouth tightly. Fortunately, after the meat disappeared from sight, the feeling subsided considerably. The meat was replaced with a bowl of flour paste. There were no chopsticks, only a spoon, but Bai Xiao didn't use it. He picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Only after finishing did he realize it was a little hot and tasteless. He was still very hungry. It was completely useless. After drinking 3 bowls, Bai Xiao suddenly felt nauseous, but he held it back, gripping his neck tightly to suppress the urge. He needed nutrition, enough food to fuel his immune system's fight against the virus. His immune system hadn't given up yet. He couldn't cut off his warrior supplies. He picked up a nearby water glass and drank a little, then struggled to press the glass to his forehead, hoping to cool it down slightly. Although it was a drop in the ocean, the cool sensation brought him a small measure of comfort. This series of actions was more effective than writing. The other person had been observing, then lowered their head to jot something down in a small notebook. Bai Xiao guessed that they were probably noting that the infected person had a strong will to survive. Was this zombie's behavior a bit strange? He thought she smelled delicious and couldn't help but sniff, but quickly suppressed this highly suspicious action. He tried to see her face clearly, and even he was surprised that he was only now paying attention. So she was a female mad scientist. That made sense. Bai Xiao suddenly realized that the reason she smelled so good wasn't because his immune cells had been killed, and he had turned into a zombie, but because girls smelled good. As for why he was drooling, probably because he had drunk too much water. After a while, she put away her paper and pen, looked at him again, and turned back to washing her hair. Bai Xiao was in a daze, struggling with his throbbing head, while trying to stay conscious. Now he also had some manic impulses to control. The sun gradually shifted, and around dusk, she cooked some more porridge and pushed it over. Bai Xiao didn't want to eat it, but he forced himself to eat it to recharge. The other person left the yard carrying the double-barreled homemade gun, returning some time later without taking anything with them, as if they had just gone out for a stroll. They went inside, then came out again a moment later, tossing something to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao examined it carefully, recognizing it as a brace. He looked at the other person, thought for a moment, then put the brace in his mouth, trying to open and close it. It felt a little awkward, but not as bad as he had imagined. Perhaps his senses were gradually dulling. This was something Bai Xiao didn't want to see, but he had no good solution. Seeing that he had put on the brace, the other person said something, slowly approached, removed the chain from one end of the iron frame, and slowly walked to the other side of the wall. Once seated, Bai Xiao realized that the other person had moved him from the yard to the makeshift shed. Underneath the shed were chopped firewood, tools, and various odds and ends. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about rain that night. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if his appearance had changed much, but judging from the other person's wary gaze, things weren't looking good. He remained quiet, trying to resist the urge to sniff her, but saliva was suspicious and annoying, especially with braces, making it even harder to control. "Thank you," Bai Xiao said. Even after being infected, she had given him some kind of kanji to help him fight the virus. Even if she had some research purpose, food was likely scarce in this environment. Although he was tied up, he still felt a touch of kindness. She could have shot the infected person at that corner and ridden away on her bicycle. His tongue was still stiff. He wasn't sure if what he uttered was speech or some kind of mumbled scream. He didn't think about it further, just watched her go inside, thought for a moment, wiped his saliva, and adjusted his braces. Fighting against various physical discomforts, Bai Xiao was also sensing the changes within himself. He worried that zombification would cause all his nerves to rot away, leaving only eternal hunger. For now, things seemed alright. Alright, but only relatively speaking. His current condition couldn't be worse, but at least he hadn't started attacking anyone yet. The next day, the high fever persisted. The other person cooked some porridge and sat some distance away, sifting some grains with a winnowing basket. Because of the distance, Bai Xiao didn't recognize what it was, nor did he care to look. By evening, his condition had deteriorated to the extreme. He even vomited some of the gruel he had drunk. Having no experience fighting infection, and not even knowing if it could be considered an illness, he could only drink water, lots of water. He did the opposite of what zombies needed, relying on sheer grit to fight his increasingly severe instincts. He guessed his eyes must be bloodshot, bright red. His consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. Bai Xiao vaguely felt as if he were in the very center of an ocean, his small boat tossed about in a storm, about to capsize at any moment. Then it felt like walking through a desert, his body parched and on the verge of withering. Yet his heart pounded powerfully, the whole world transforming into a giant heart, drumming in his ears with each beat. He could easily feel the blood being pumped out. Having endured a difficult night, he was completely exhausted. He leaned lazily against the wall, unable to see his own reflection, but the look in his eyes told him his condition was terrible. Unexpectedly, by noon, Bai Xiao felt somewhat recovered. The porridge he'd eaten earlier hadn't shown any signs of improvement or absorption. All he felt was intense hunger. Now, however, he felt a return to strength, and his fever seemed to be subsiding. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if this was just his imagination. He simply sat cross-legged, like a highly enlightened, absolutist zombie monk. The other person was clearly surprised to see him like this. "I think I can still be saved, right?" Bai Xiao asked. His tongue was still stiff, communication failed. His sluggish thoughts slowly processed the words, trying to practice appropriate vocalizations and techniques, his tongue making restless ah-ah-oo sounds. The other person took a piece of paper, wrote some words, and pushed it towards him. Bai Xiao stared blankly at the paper, at the words on it. He recognized them, but they were difficult to understand. It required a great deal of effort to piece them together into coherent, meaningful sentences and analyze their meaning. "You infected." Bai Xiao felt his temples throbbing. He thought his face must be very red right now. "A few days." Bai Xiao looked up, then down again. He stared at the words on the paper. He recognized them. He understood what the other person wanted to express. "How many days have you been infected?" These were the words on the paper. He wanted to shout with excitement. He picked up a pen, about to write, then paused, as if thinking for a moment, and wrote, 3. Chapter 5. Bai Xiao was once a member of the +3 party, replying with 3 to a post meant gaining 3 experience points. That was before he came to this damned world, and got bitten by that rotten zombie. But he never imagined that the number 3 could feel so beautiful. He couldn't believe he had written this divinely crafted number. "I'm amazing," Bai Xiao thought. The other person also saw the number 3. Her eyes changed, as if she too was marveling at the ingenuity and beauty of the number, unable to believe that a human could write a number with such wondrous rhythm. But Bai Xiao was overthinking it. She was simply surprised that after so much time, this thing could still retain consciousness and communicate. She took out a notebook and started writing something, her expression focused, like a professional attending physician recording a patient's condition. 3 days. This was an unbelievable amount of time. People infected with the virus typically mutate within half an hour, losing their minds and becoming roaming, flesh-eating predators. She flipped through a tattered notebook, confirming this again. No one had ever survived more than half an hour, yet this was a fresh zombie. And a zombie with stable emotions. It could even sing. She looked at Bai Xiao with surprise, observing him intently, as if trying to discern something from him. Bai Xiao simply sat cross-legged, like an old zombie in deep meditation. He was unaware of her definition of him as a fresh zombie. The term seemed utterly incongruous, as if he were about to be deep-fried. If anything, it should be a zombie's assessment of a fresh human. But zombies can't speak, so they can't offer any assessment. Bai Xiao was carefully searching for evidence that he had recovered somewhat. At the very least, after a grueling night, he had regained some energy, even having the strength to sit cross-legged instead of lying listlessly against the wall. He felt that his organs had regained some basic function, like his stomach. For the past 2 days, he hadn't wanted to eat anything but meat. Even when he poured gruel in, he felt like vomiting. But now, it seemed to have reached some kind of reconciliation with the gruel. This was just his feeling at the moment, and he couldn't verify it yet. She smelled so good. Bai Xiao was drawn in as he sat there, his heart skipped a beat, and saliva unconsciously began to trickle down his throat. Feeling nauseous, he quickly looked away. So, braces were still necessary. Bai Xiao touched his mouth to make sure they were on properly. He finally had someone to talk to. He didn't want to end up like 2 zombies biting each other. The rotting flesh on his arm was still worsening. Bai Xiao looked down at the suspicious spots around the wound. Could this be lividity? His heart sank again. Although he felt himself improving, the changes in his body were still worrying. He stared at his arm for a moment, then turned to the other person, pointed to the wound with his finger, drew a circle, made some sprinkling motions, and then clasped his hands together in gratitude. Bai Xiao was worried about their communication, but he didn't expect her to understand so quickly. She immediately turned and went back to her room, then took out some herbs, chewed them, and tossed them to him. He had originally planned for some anti-inflammatory medicine or antiseptic solution, or even just some mercurochrome, a capsule squeezed open and sprinkled on, but it was so crude and primitive. Bai Xiao stared at the chewed herbs for a moment, hesitated, then took them, and applied them to the wound on his arm. This was probably how she treated external injuries. He didn't know if it would work on a zombie, but he could only try it as a last resort. It made sense. In this environment, even a minor injury or illness could be fatal. Medicine was extremely precious. Even if she had it, she would use it to save her own life, not just casually. The herbs didn't provide a cooling sensation or a burning pain. The wound was already numb. Bai Xiao pinched the edge with his fingers, painfully finding no sensation. His movements were all slow and deliberate. She observed him carefully, then took out a small notebook and pen to take notes. After finishing, seeing Bai Xiao close his eyes and sit calmly again, she put the pen away in the notebook, turned, and walked away. A zombie with a stable temperament. She glanced back at him, mentally assessing him, then went to brush her teeth and wash up under the eaves. The toothbrush bristles were almost all gone, but she couldn't bear to throw it away. In the apocalypse, protecting her teeth was even more crucial, since there were no dentists. After washing up, she dried her face and chin with a towel, then glanced back discreetly. She saw Bai Xiao pick up his pen again. He hadn't taken back the paper and pen she just tossed him. He seemed to be planning to write something, but after holding the pen for a long time, he gave up after a few attempts. For a zombie, writing a 3 was already quite difficult. Bai Xiao also felt it was incredibly difficult. His head was throbbing. He couldn't understand why recognizing characters had become so difficult. Was there really no hope? He sat cross-legged, constantly making low noises, trying to regain his language ability. He felt he was speaking quite well, yet occasionally he realized he was just hissing. Ah oh oh. Bai Xiao tried various pronunciations, then tried saying bo si da. He kept trying until sunset. The woman had been busy all day, sifting grain, washing clothes, and hammering away. Finally, she cooked a large bowl of porridge and pushed it towards him with a stick. Bai Xiao wanted to say he wouldn't bite, but as she got closer, his saliva involuntarily dripped out, and his eyes uncontrollably turned red. Forget it, he better be careful with his braces. He downed the porridge in one gulp, suppressing the urge to vomit, and turned his head away to hide his drool. Today's porridge was a little different. It contained some. He frowned, swallowed hard, and spat out something. Upon closer inspection, it was some kind of wild root mixed in with the porridge. He thought she might be trying to give him vitamins. Looking up, he saw her sitting on the steps, holding a bowl in her left hand, and a whole wild root in her right, crunching a bite like a sweet potato. It seemed his guess was right. Zombies really should take some vitamins. Maybe it'd speed up their recovery? Bai Xiao was still thinking, glancing at the lividity around his arm wound. After finishing her meal, the other person washed the dishes, picked up her gun, and went out again. Every day at this time, she would take her homemade gun out for a stroll, perhaps as a post-meal exercise, because Bai Xiao hadn't seen her bring back any prey. This was his most peaceful time, because without that faint, alluring aroma, he sat there, motionless as if dead, until the person returned with her gun, and he began to suppress that vague urge and drooling. A diligent human. The diligent human waved to him, then went inside. Bai Xiao reacted for a moment. That was probably saying good night. Good night. The chains rattled, and Bai Xiao waved back. But all he heard was a low hissing. The night sky was bright. This was the first time he noticed it in days. He had probably really turned into a zombie. Bai Xiao felt a deep sadness in this strange world. Chapter 6. Candlelight shone inside the house, and a zombie sat under the awning outside. The evening breeze was a bit chilly, and the occasional chirping of insects echoed from outside. Bai Xiao stared at the light streaming through the window for a long time, watching the shadows flicker on the glass. Only then could he drool without worrying about being discovered. This was wrong. Bai Xiao berated himself, turning his body to face the wall and practicing pronunciation. Transforming thoughts into words, then stringing those words together into meaningful sentences. He had never imagined it would be so difficult. But it was definitely getting better. At least for the past 2 days, he hadn't been able to pay attention to whether the stars were shining, whether the wind was cool, or whether insects were chirping. Everything was getting better. Bai Xiao's resolve strengthened. Then someone inside knocked on the window. Bai Xiao turned to look, thought for a moment, and then realized they must have disturbed someone's rest. After all, nobody wants a zombie howling outside in the middle of the night, not a frenzy kind, but a low, persistent, and irritating one. Bai Xiao stopped talking and continued sitting cross-legged. The candlelight in the room quickly went out, and the night brought him some peace, unlike the restlessness of the day. Light, sound, and new people can make zombies somewhat agitated, but the nighttime environment allows them to remain silent and motionless in one place, or slowly wander around in an open space, chasing the moonlight. Bai Xiao felt that being able to sit quietly for an entire night was something only certain high-ranking monks or Taoist priests could do. He clasped his hands together. May Buddha bless the zombie virus to regress. At dawn, when the other person pushed open the door, he paused for a moment, his expression indescribable, and glanced at them with a probing look. Bai Xiao took a deep breath, trying not to look at her. The morning air was so fresh, so refreshing it made him feel hungry. Now that he no longer had to worry about disturbing anyone's sleep, he would continue practicing his speech. Bai Xiao felt the biggest difference between humans and zombies was twofold. First, the preservation of consciousness, and second, the ability to communicate. The most effective way to prove the former was through the second, the most direct and simple form of communication. He practiced speaking, calling out to her, but she ignored him, busy with her own tools. Bai Xiao occasionally glanced at her, just in case she suddenly pulled out a scalpel or some other terrifying object and began conducting scientific research on him. Communication, of course, requires at least 2 people to be considered true communication, otherwise, it's just self-entertainment. He felt that as she talked more, it might help him regain his language ability, but he didn't know how to make her understand. Today's breakfast porridge contained some chopped cabbage. The variety of food pleased Bai Xiao. He glanced at her bowl. She was eating the same thing. Seeing Bai Xiao looking at her bowl, the other person smiled and said something they didn't understand. Bai Xiao put down his bowl and pointed to his mouth, then to his ear. The other person looked at him strangely and tried to say something again. Bai Xiao tried hard to understand what she was saying. He was now almost certain that there was something wrong with his speech nerves, because he could roughly understand what she was saying, but it was very difficult to comprehend. It was a very frustrating feeling. His eyes became more bloodshot, and then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, wondering if there was any chance of recovery. Seeing him lost in thought, the other person continued eating after a moment. Bai Xiao came to his senses, picked up the paper and pen that she had thrown at him yesterday from the ground, and pointed at them with his finger. Watching his actions, The other person pondered for a moment, then took out a pen, wrote a few words, and handed it to him. Bai Xiao shook his head, continuing to point to the small notebook in her hand. The other person thought for a moment, then held up the notebook with some surprise. Bai Xiao nodded. She hesitated for a second, then tossed the notebook to him. Bai Xiao received the notebook, overjoyed, almost wanting to shout. He remembered reading a report before that one way to improve the communication abilities of some aphasic patients was to have them read newspapers and interact with others. Although there were no newspapers available, the notebook filled with words was probably similar. It could help rebuild their logical thinking abilities through a large amount of text. The other person took a new notebook, carefully observing his actions, occasionally tapping her forehead with the pen tip, then thinking for a moment. After a day of observation, she actually understood what Bai Xiao was doing. She went back into the house, brought out several books, and threw them at him. Seeing Bai Xiao's joyful shouts, she became even more certain of her guess. She excitedly returned to the house, this time taking a little longer, and then brought out a radio. Bai Xiao stood up happily. But after fiddling with it for a long time, the radio still wouldn't turn on. Bai Xiao looked at it for a long time, then became disappointed. The batteries were almost dead. Without power, the radio was just a shell, and couldn't possibly produce sound. How could it possibly have power? Bai Xiao sat back down and carefully opened the book. The other person stopped fiddling with it, giving up on the idea of getting the radio to work. She glanced at Bai Xiao flipping through the book, suddenly smiled, picked up the radio and put it back, then picked up a hammer and saw and went about her own business. It wasn't until evening that Bai Xiao realized she was making a trap. She had sawed one end of steel pipes and rods to a sharp point, dug a hole along the courtyard wall, placed the pipes vertically inside, and then loosely covered the hole. It was unclear whether she was protecting herself from roaming zombies or animals. To her, this visitor seemed like a normal occurrence, not interfering with her daily life, or at least having a minor impact. Bai Xiao liked kind and hard-working humans. The two, one inside the house, one in the yard, lived harmoniously for several days. Although Bai Xiao was occasionally manic and looked frightening, the protective measures were in place, and the other party didn't show any signs of distress. Until a few days later, one morning, Bai Xiao picked up her bowl and suddenly said, "Eat." The other party looked up in surprise, glanced at Bai Xiao, then at the bowl, and gestured with her hand, "Eat. Eat." Bai Xiao was overjoyed, as if it were the first time his child had spoken, uttering their first words of communication. It was just sad that this person was himself. Although the words were still a little unclear, the other party clearly understood the word. She also shouted, "Eat. Eat. Eat up." Seeing that Bai Xiao only said this one word, she said, then lowered her head to eat. "I eat you," Bai Xiao said. "Huh?" She opened her eyes wide and looked up. "I eat you," Bai Xiao said. "You eat me," Bai Xiao said slowly, sighing as he looked at her. He raised his bowl and said, "Eat. I deep fry you." She grinned, shook her head with a smile, and lowered her head to eat. After finishing her meal, she didn't rush to clean up. Instead, she sat there, resting her chin on her hands, staring at Bai Xiao. Actually, she had long known that this zombie retained some kind of communication ability, such as singing like a human, drawing on the ground, communicating through gestures, and even reading. She just wasn't sure if he retained the consciousness he had before the infection, or if he had come back to life after becoming a zombie. She blinked, staring at the zombie. Chapter 7. The zombies had not only learned to speak, but they could also see more. Bai Xiao saw that the other person was wearing a dark coat and rough, but very sturdy, grayish-brown cloth trousers, the kind people used to wear for farm work, durable and protected from cuts by leaves and such. Her shoes were work boots. He guessed they had impact-resistant steel plates on the uppers, but he couldn't be sure. Her hair was neither long nor short, but uneven, probably cut herself with scissors, very perfunctory. Her complexion was healthy and full of energy. A very healthy, strong, and young human. Before this, he could only smell her fragrance. She was just a walking. Well, anyway, not as clearly as he could see now. This meant the situation had stabilized, hadn't worsened, and was even slowly improving. Definitely good news. Bai Xiao wiped away his drool. He always felt embarrassed drooling in front of people. The flowers outside were probably in bloom. She returned home that day carrying a gun, holding a small flower, and tossed it to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao liked the flower. Although he didn't know its name, it possessed a vibrant life force. Bai Xiao also noticed that not only was he trying to return to normal, but the other person was also observing the effects of various things on him. The books, the flower, For example, "Flower," Bai Xiao said. "Wildflower," the other person responded. Bai Xiao wanted to tell the other person that he had a name, while zombies didn't. Perhaps this would help them continue to coexist harmoniously. "Bye." The other person waved and went inside. Bai Xiao stared at the door for a moment, then sighed. He was trying to recover. That morning, he gestured to ask for a mirror to see his current complexion, but the communication failed. Bai Xiao felt that the other party hadn't misunderstood him, but rather was politely refusing. This made him a little worried. In many strange tales, the protagonist doesn't know they're dead and continues to live like a normal person until someone reveals the truth, at which point the protagonist suddenly realizes and truly dies. The most famous example is probably Bai Gon from the time of King Zhou. Even after his heart was removed, he could still wander around and talk to people. But that one conversation was the end of him. Realizing that without his heart he would die, he died instantly. Could it be that the other party was afraid he would be traumatized and go insane? Realizing the truth that he was actually a zombie? Zombies shouldn't be able to talk? It wasn't impossible. Bai Xiao thought about it and suppressed his thoughts. It was better this way. Otherwise, he was really worried that if he saw himself in the mirror and truly became a zombie, all his hard work in recovering would shatter instantly. Becoming a zombie would be the end of him. Self-suggestion is incredibly powerful. He poked around the wound on his arm. The lividity seemed neither to have spread nor to have expanded. On the bright side, it hadn't changed much and seemed quite stable. The next day, she appeared out of nowhere with a bundle of bamboo, tossed it next to Bai Xiao, and then took 2 stalks, a small knife in her hand, and began whittling at the bamboo. She then looked up at him. Bai Xiao understood. She wanted him to help with chores. He was reluctant. He was currently focused on regaining his communication skills, trying to read and practice speaking. It was a matter of life and death. He had no time to whittle this worthless bamboo. But considering he'd been eating and drinking for free for so long without helping much, and that she hadn't treated him unfairly, he picked up the knife and, mimicking her example, whittled the bamboo to the same length, sharpening one end. The other person seemed satisfied and turned to sift some beans with a winnowing basket. Bai Xiao, after whittling bamboo, wanted to offer to do the other task, but then considered that it was food, and given his infection, it was best not to touch it. The thought of drooling would be disgusting and dangerous, so he didn't proceed. The sky was overcast all day, threatening rain. In the afternoon, it indeed started to rain, large raindrops pattering down. Bai Xiao sat quietly under the awning, which provided shade and prevented leaks. The other person tidied the yard, covering things that might get wet with waterproof cloths, then ran back to the eaves to dry her hair with a towel. She looked at the zombie through the rain. The rain didn't seem to affect him much. He remained calm and composed. She thought for a while, then went inside and rummaged around, finding an old basin. Bai Xiao saw it but didn't think it had anything to do with him. She felt that zombies should also have the right to wash their faces, and this would also show that he wasn't just an ordinary, newly born zombie. It was just that it was raining now, so she couldn't deliver the basin to him. She had to wait for the rain to stop. The rain drizzled, quickly gathering in the yard, then flowing down the low-lying areas outside. She was surprised to find that before she even gave the basin to the seemingly agile zombie, he had dragged his chain to the shed, caught some rainwater with his hands, and then washed his hands, then his face and neck, carefully avoiding the wound on his arm. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had been negligent. Zombies might indeed have a need for hygiene. At least this one did. A zombie that could help with chores, and was also hygienic. Besides being able to sing and being new, she now had 2 more labels for him. She propped her chin on her hand, watching Bai Xiao meticulously clean himself. He even tugged at his hair, seemingly testing its stability. No hair came out, and he seemed quite pleased. A distant rumble of thunder sounded, and a clean cloth in a plastic bag was tossed over. Bai Xiao glanced at it, said thank you, unsure if she could hear him. He tore a strip of the clean cloth, and first wrapped it around the infected wound on his arm. The sound of rain could soothe the soul, bringing a sense of tranquility, but for zombies, it could easily trigger agitation. Fortunately, the rain blocked out the unsettling fragrance emanating from her, allowing Bai Xiao to remain calm as they sat. Rain brought early darkness, and she left the eaves and went back inside, without lighting a candle, seemingly asleep. Bai Xiao listened to the rain, sitting under the awning, gazing at the dark night sky. In a society inhabited by zombies, this place was as quiet as an ordinary farmhouse, as if no danger had ever existed. The greatest danger, however, was him, the zombie. He scratched his head, a little puzzled. The apocalypse, he remembered, wasn't this peaceful. Of course, His so-called impressions came from various works of art. Wherever there were living people, whether it was a courtyard wall or anywhere else, swarms of zombies would surround them, baring their teeth, throbbing with excitement, drooling, trying to rush in. Just like the zombie he encountered at the beginning. If zombies were allowed to live so peacefully, it wouldn't have come to this apocalypse. They would have been wiped out by humans long ago. The empty city and silent streets, he saw that day were enough to prove the danger of zombies. He had only been bitten a little, yet he was quickly infected. Perhaps this is a safe zone? Bai Xiao thought. A safe zone with only one person. How strange. If she were the only human left in the world, she might as well become a zombie. Bai Xiao pondered for a moment, then tilted his head to look towards the courtyard wall. All right. Judging from her daily habit of taking the homemade gun out for a stroll, he knew there were unknown dangers beyond the wall. It wasn't as simple as he thought. Chapter 8. Regardless of the dangers outside the wall, the danger he brought was quite terrifying. He didn't know why the other party had brought him back. It couldn't be because he could sing, because he was an infected person who could hum songs. On the 8th day, still conscious, that was good. Before sunrise, after breakfast, the other person carried a bamboo basket on their back and held a gun in their hand, seemingly preparing to go out. Before leaving, they glanced back at the zombie reading a book, pointed to the unfinished pile of firewood under the shed, their meaning clear. Bai Xiao put down his book. Making a zombie chop firewood. How outrageous. It rained heavily yesterday, but stopped last night. Today looked like good weather. The chopped firewood needed to be dried in the sun. And Bai Xiao said. The other person tightened their cuffs, squatted down, and tied their trouser legs as well. They looked very efficient. Hearing the zombie's voice, they looked up while tying their trouser legs. Quan. Bai Xiao nodded. The zombie was struggling to regain her ability to speak. She raised her eyelids, smiled, stood up, waved, and opened the gate, carrying her bamboo basket. If it weren't for the gun she carried, she would have looked like a young herbalist going out to gather herbs. Bai Xiao straightened his back, looking towards the gate, somewhat curious about what lay outside the courtyard. The gate opened, revealing what appeared to be a fence, made of 2 rows of wooden stakes extending about 10 meters. One could see through the gaps in the fence. This effectively prevented a kill upon opening the gate, in case any zombie happened to be lying outside and lunged at the sound. With this buffer, it was easy to observe whether there was any danger outside after opening the gate. Bai Xiao immediately recognized its purpose, but he probably wouldn't have thought of it if he hadn't seen it. It looked simple, yet it was incredibly practical. A clever human. Bai Xiao watched her leave with the bamboo basket on her back, then turned back and closed the door with a soft clang, after which the yard fell silent. He wiped his drool, sat for a moment, then got up and went to the pile of wood. He picked up an axe and began chopping firewood, noticing the wire wrapped around the shed pillars. He stared at the wire for a while, then glanced at the doorway before lowering his head to concentrate on chopping wood. The morning passed in a flash. When she returned, a lot of firewood had been chopped. It was just past noon, and compared to when she left in the morning, she was covered in mud, looking dirty, with stray hairs sticking to her cheeks and traces of sweat. The basket was quite heavy, and it made a dull thud when she put it down. She had also dug up a lot of wild roots. It seemed like there were plenty of these this season. They tasted like sweet potatoes. It can be eaten raw or cooked in porridge or stew. The bamboo shoots were still very fresh, freshly dug. She washed them and ate one directly, the sound crisp and clear. Yesterday's rain had softened the soil, making it easier to dig up these kinds of underground foods. Bai Xiao recalled her hometown, where people in the mountains often had a bountiful bamboo shoot harvest after rain. The soil was soft and easy to dig, and bamboo shoots would sprout overnight. Unexpectedly yet logically, the other person took out several more large bamboo shoots from their basket. Bai Xiao was a little happy. There would probably be bamboo shoots to eat tonight. She sat down to catch her breath, chewing on wild roots, while fetching a basin of water. She placed it beside the well, poured a bowl of water into it, and then, holding onto a wooden pole, pressed down hard. After pumping the pump about 10 times, water started flowing from the pipe. Bai Xiao stared at the source of the water. He vaguely remembered it as an ancient hand pump well, using physical methods to draw water up. He hadn't expected such ancient things to still exist. He thought of the tricycle, the bicycle, the homemade gun, and this indescribable well. Could this be the late 1970s or 80s? Bai Xiao couldn't help but wonder. If so, without the steel jungles and cities of later generations, and with most areas still rural rather than apartment buildings with security doors, zombies were indeed terrifying. While he was pondering this, A slightly familiar yet unfamiliar voice interrupted his thoughts. Bai Xiao paused, listened carefully, and then his expression immediately turned serious. It was slightly familiar because he had heard it before. He had heard his own screams. It was unfamiliar because the voice wasn't his. Zombies were attacking from outside the courtyard wall. The fresh-faced human was still washing the food in her basket, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The zombies were foraging. Bai Xiao was a little anxious. He shook the chain, the sound attracting her attention. She didn't stop what she was doing, but her eyes swept over. Danger, Bai Xiao said, pointing in that direction. There was one, or even more, zombies outside the wall. He pointed to the wall, then to her gun. The warning should have been obvious. She glanced at it, then lowered her head to continue washing the wild root. Bai Xiao was anxious. Are you deaf? There are zombies. Shh. Perhaps Bai Xiao was making too much noise. She put her index finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, and didn't forget to take another bite of the wild root. It'll leave on its own in a little while, she said. Seeing Bai Xiao seemed a bit anxious, she sighed, broke off half of a wild root, and tossed him the uneaten half. Her casual demeanor was both dashing and cool. It just wasn't safe. Bai Xiao was terrified. Why was she so calm? Zombies were attacking outside the wall. Why was he, a zombie, so afraid, while she, a human, was completely unfazed? This didn't make sense. Could this courtyard be some kind of incredibly sturdy, high-tech fortress, completely safe, and he hadn't noticed? Bai Xiao was momentarily confused. The zombies outside were still howling, and somewhat agitated. She couldn't possibly have missed them. The sounds continued for over an hour, gradually weakening. She had already washed the basket and the food she had dug up, filled a basin with water, removed her protective gear, and was cleaning the mud and dust off her body. She quietly went about her business, the zombies calling out to each other, Bai Xiao anxiously waiting. It was as if the three existed in three different worlds, undisturbed by each other. What the hell are you looking at? She wiped her neck with a cloth, and seeing Bai Xiao staring in their direction, raised an eyebrow. You're a zombie. The zombie outside the wall hissed hoarsely, and she hummed a little tune softly as she wiped the water droplets from her hair. Bai Xiao stared at this absurd and unreal scene, silently sitting back down. He thought. At this time, he should be making a cup of coffee, sitting at his desk, enjoying the afternoon sun, doing some work on his computer, reading colleagues' anecdotes, and occasionally slacking off. Instead of becoming a zombie, listening to the cries of another zombie outside the wall, watching a human work in this dangerous world. Bai Xiao missed his old life. Now, even the constantly changing client and the demanding colleague seemed endearing in his memory. At least more endearing than zombies. Chapter 9. The zombies' howl subsided without anyone noticing. To avoid provoking it, Bai Xiao hadn't practiced speaking all afternoon. The zombie outside the wall was really getting in the way. Dinner was also delayed. The other person only started cooking after the zombie's movements disappeared. Bai Xiao was even more certain that she wasn't deaf, nor was she unaware of the zombie. She was simply waiting for it to leave before preparing food. Perhaps that zombie had followed her back when she went out to dig bamboo shoots. But had the zombie really left? Bai Xiao had some doubts. After all, it was possible it was lurking outside the wall, waiting for an opportunity. That diligent human seemed more mysterious to Bai Xiao. She was too calm, too accustomed to it. Eat. The other person prepared some diced meat for dinner, showing the bowl to Bai Xiao. I don't want to eat. Bai Xiao shook her head. Oh, you even learned to say a couple of words now. She smiled, not insisting, and tossed a piece of meat into her mouth. Meat is certainly delicious. Bai Xiao restrained himself. Zombies eat meat out of instinct, driven by the virus. He didn't know if he might starve the virus if he became vegetarian. Avoiding zombie habits was always better. What if he went berserk eating meat and couldn't resist biting people? After all, it always smelled so good, he had to try very hard to resist. A vegetarian zombie. The other person lowered their head, and he added another label. Untie me. Bai Xiao shook the chain. No. She shook her head. If you suddenly become agitated, you might be able to calm down now. If I untie you, and you get triggered and start biting someone, I have to kill you. She thought for a moment, then continued, even though you're vegetarian, we still need to be prepared. I don't want you to die. Seeing Bai Xiao's stunned expression, she chuckled. Don't understand, huh? When you can tell a comedy routine. She was also stunned. After all, she had only done this because Bai Xiao had shown a tendency to communicate, seemingly retaining human consciousness. She hadn't thought about what to do next, she was just helping temporarily. Letting go? That was dangerous. Not only for herself but also for Bai Xiao. If anything happened to Bai Xiao, if she lost consciousness or couldn't control her predatory instincts, one of them would definitely die, either her or the zombie. It was best to avoid it if possible. Currently, Bai Xiao was recovering. From screaming uncontrollably in the middle of the night, disturbing everyone's rest, to now being able to utter 2 words at a time, it was simply unbelievable. Bai Xiao? Bai Xiao suddenly pointed to himself. Huh? She looked at the zombie, confused. Bai Xiao continued pointing to himself. Bai Xiao? Bai Xiao? Xiao Bai. She looked at the zombie and asked, "Is that your name?" Zombies sometimes spell in reverse order, so she wasn't sure if it was Bai Xiao or Xiao Bai. The latter sounded more normal. You? Bai Xiao pointed at her. Me? My name is Lin Duo Duo. She smiled, coughed lightly, and slowly said, Duo Duo? Duo Duo? Bai Xiao said. Yes, that's my name. She smiled sweetly. It was truly amazing. Friend. Bai Xiao added. Lin Duo Duo laughed heartily. Yes, friend, we're friends now. Friends, what a wonderful thing. Lin Duo Duo thought. After finishing her meal and cleaning up, she took out her notebook and pen, looked at the quiet zombie in the distance, and began to write. On the 8th day, it, or perhaps I should call him now, was recovering at a noticeably faster pace. He remembered his name. I'm not sure if it was Bai Xiao or Xiao Bai, which meant he had retained some, at least, consciousness and memory after the infection, whereas the possibility of developing new intelligence after becoming a zombie was relatively small. He uttered the word friend. It was truly. I don't know how to describe that feeling, it was magical. Perhaps Grandpa's initial guess was correct, just a little too late. He didn't eat meat. I don't know if it was an instinctive aversion or deliberate restraint, but I suspect the latter, because his gaze towards meat was fixed intently. Theoretically, this is better news than simply disliking meat. Restraining desires is a fundamental difference between humans and beasts. Lin Duo Duo paused her writing, glanced at the shed in the distance, sat on the threshold for a moment, and continued writing. When I came back from digging for vegetables at noon, Uncle Kai followed me. He lingered outside the yard for a long time. Bai Xiao warned me of the danger outside and showed some anxiety. It seems he doesn't consider himself to be one of the zombies. Speaking of which, I remembered something. The day before yesterday, after discovering his need for hygiene, I prepared a wash basin for him. But the way he washed his face was a bit strange. Now I think, his movements while washing his face were to avoid his reflection in the water. Did he not want to see his own image? But a few days ago, he clearly expressed his desire for a mirror. Okay, maybe he wanted a comb then, and I just misunderstood. After a while, she put the pen back in the notebook, closed it, looked up at the darkening sky, and sighed. Grandpa. If Grandpa were still here, he would be very happy, and would be willing to be friends with him. Thinking of the quiet old man, befriending a zombie with stable emotions, she couldn't help but smile, then sighed after a moment. She stood up, and went back to her room. The door clicked softly, then silence returned. The bright moonlight spilled into the courtyard. A cricket hopped out from a corner. Bai Xiao reached out and caught it, gently pinching it between 2 fingers, feeling its abdomen rise and fall, a fresh life. He savored it for a moment, then, instead of devouring it in a mad rush, he gently released his grip. The cricket hopped away, fleeing frantically into the darkness. Bai Xiao shifted against the wall, the chains rustling. He stopped again. He closed his eyes, and gently sniffed. He discovered that the scent of humans was very effective at strengthening the willpower of infected individuals. After getting used to restraint, this self-disciplined act became beautiful, like persisting in exercise, fitness, or physical activity. It was painful at first, but gradually one could experience the joy within it. Friends are not to be eaten. No, not anyone. Bai Xiao opened his eyes, gazing at the hazy white expanse. It was probably mid-month. The moon was full. This discovery delighted Bai Xiao. He was becoming aware of more and more things, not just language. Listening carefully to the sounds outside the courtyard, he heard only sparse chirping of insects. The zombie from the daytime had probably indeed left. He hadn't heard any more noise. After all, zombies only act on instinct, and they're both stupid and clumsy. They might have forgotten why they were chirping in the first place, and started wandering again. Duo Duo, Bai Xiao murmured. The new human was named Lin Duo Duo. Friend. Chapter 10. Friends are good. At least if food becomes scarce one day, Lin Duo Duo shouldn't shoot him dead. At least, he could be released to fend for himself. Friends, after all, how could one shoot a friend? Bai Xiao felt that the ideal relationship between the two or rather, between humans and zombies, was, I won't eat you, and you won't shoot me. After all, they can communicate and have reason, not much different from humans. Besides, she was a zombie who could work and chop wood. Linduo woke up very early in the morning, always getting up before sunrise. Her healthy routine was outrageous. At her age, in Bai Zhao's original world, many people were still asleep in the early morning. After all, there were no entertainment activities in the apocalypse. Everyone rested as soon as it got dark. Bai Xiao Bai, good morning. Linduo greeted him energetically, while pressing the well that Bai Xiao considered very ancient. The morning air was fresh, and the surroundings were quiet, save for the creaking of the well pump and the soft clanking of chains. Since the arrival of this conscious zombie, the courtyard wasn't as oppressive and quiet anymore. Before, it was deathly still. Nothing happened except for eating and working. Linduo was very glad she had brought the creature back that day. Its ability to work was a pleasant surprise. Last winter, she was alone, without any sense of peace or quiet. Every day she watched the withered leaves fall, ate alone, worked alone, lived alone. She couldn't even quite remember how she had spent the year. They filled Bai Zhao's wash basin with water, and both the zombie and the person squatted on the ground, one under the eaves and the other under the shed to the south, scooping up water to wash their faces. Linduo buried her head in the basin, held her breath, and after about a minute, bubbles started to rise. Then, her hair, still wet with water droplets, she lifted her head. She wiped her face, and turned to see Bai Xiao also buried his head in the basin, motionless as if dead. Her wiping slowed, and almost 3 minutes later, he lifted his head to wipe his face. Linduo laughed. Yesterday I saw the locust tree outside is almost in bloom. We can pick some, and eat locust blossoms then, Linduo said, while wiping her face, not caring whether Bai Xiao understood her long explanation or if his brain would overload. That big locust tree is huge. It grew a lot last year, but we didn't finish eating them all. As she spoke, she started pumping water from the wooden handle next to the well, taking out a toothbrush that was almost completely worn out. Duo? I brush. Bai Xiao tried to brush his teeth. Huh? You brush your teeth too? Linduo tilted her head, seemingly finding it hard to understand. Seeing Bai Xiao nod, she hesitated, looking at the toothbrush, then at Bai Xiao. Okay. She washed the toothbrush. It was supposed to be retired anyway, but she was frugal and couldn't bear to throw it away. After washing it, she gave it to Bai Xiao. However, Bai Xiao didn't seem very happy. His eyes held a somewhat indescribable expression. It's okay, use it. Linduo said generously, I have another one. She went back to her room and took out another somewhat worn toothbrush. Bai Xiao still didn't touch it. Linduo thought for a moment, then said incredulously, Are you disgusted by me? This was too funny. A zombie was actually disgusted by her, a human. Give it back if you don't need it. Linduo was still unhappy. A zombie being so fussy, why bother brushing it? Bai Xiao looked at the toothbrush, which was almost completely worn out, then at Linduo. Industry had shut down. These were non-renewable resources. It seemed he had to make do if he could, and if he couldn't, he had to. He hesitated for a long time. Between refusing and making do, Bai Xiao chose to make do. Even if he was a zombie, he wanted to be the one with the best teeth. Bai Xiao pointed to the toothpaste. Linduo looked distressed. How about I get you some salt to rinse your mouth? She repeated slowly, salt, rinse your mouth? Bai Xiao sighed. Here. Linduo tossed him the last bit of toothpaste. She still had some toothpaste left, but she still had many years to live. Linduo observed the zombie brushing his teeth with an inquisitive gaze. Zombies were always bloody and filthy, reeking from afar. While it was good that Bai Xiao washed his face, it seemed a bit too fussy. To be honest, you drool every day, which is practically rinsing your mouth. I don't think you need to be so particular, Linduo said. The zombie ignored her. After brushing his teeth for the first time in so long, Bai Xiao felt like his entire corpse had been elevated. He rediscovered the feeling of being human. Other zombies reeked. I'm recovered. Bai Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Yes, recovered. Linduo replied, taking out her notebook to write down his obsession with brushing his teeth. You smell so good. He wanted to say something to thank Linduo, but she wasn't far away, and the morning air was fresh and filled with a strong scent of humans, causing him to speak in this manner. Bai Xiao steadied himself, closed his eyes, and thankfully his tongue was still stiff, so the other person hadn't heard him clearly, otherwise he might have been shot dead. What did you say? Lin Duo looked back at the uncooked food. What did she say smelled good? Thank you. Bai Xiao clasped his hands together. Lin Duo asked suspiciously, you're drooling. Bai Xiao said, sick? Lin Duo gave him a deep look, and Bai Xiao lowered his head, picked up a book, and opened it. I won't let you go, Lin Duo said. Okay. Bai Xiao nodded. His body was a little stiff, and the chains made movement difficult, which was why he had asked the other person to unlock them yesterday. He thought about it carefully. Unlocking them would indeed be dangerous. Being with an infected person without any protection was unimaginable. He understood and supported her decision. If Lin Duo hadn't pulled him back from outside, he might already be cuddling and kissing that rotten zombie, or perhaps they would already be good buddies. Friend, Bai Xiao said. Yes. Lin Duo paused. A friend wouldn't drool over a friend. It's an illness. Bai Xiao picked up his braces, washed them in a basin of water, and put them on. Lin Duo sighed. Don't worry. Bai Xiao smiled. Get better? Yeah, I get better. Drooling over a friend is indeed an embarrassing and dangerous thing, especially with zombies. While Bai Xiao was looking down at his book, Lin Duo went out with her gun. He hadn't heard any noise, so it seemed the zombie that had come back yesterday had indeed left. Every time Lin Duo went out, he worried she wouldn't come back. He didn't know what the outside world was like. However, being able to survive in the apocalypse was a symbol of strength. Unlike him, a complete noob, who had been bitten by a zombie and was still having trouble speaking. Bai Xiao carefully unbandaged the wound to examine it. Nothing much had changed, the lividity was still there, and the good news was that it hadn't spread. He moved his arm, it was stiff. After thinking for a moment, he stood up, wanting to stretch. He stood there quietly for a moment, then began doing calisthenics. He was convinced that moving around randomly wouldn't be as effective as the widespread use of calisthenics. He had to trust in human ingenuity. It was just a little strange that a zombie was doing calisthenics. Chapter 11. The chains rattled, like weighted calisthenics. Bai Xiao found it very helpful, his stiff body relaxed a bit, and with brushing his teeth today, everything felt different. Bai Xiao, he took a deep breath, a human. No one wants to be a smelly, irrational zombie. Seeing the pile of unchopped timber beside him, he felt a little itchy, but he restrained himself well. The work was never ending. It had to be done little by little. If he chopped all the timber today, what would he do tomorrow? Even as a zombie, the instinct to slack off was still ingrained in his genes. He needed to appear useful, whether as a human office worker or a zombie, it was all the same. Giving Lin Duo the impression that he worked was better than being kicked out and left to fend for himself with his zombie brethren. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if he'd still be attacked by zombies in his current state. The worst-case scenario was that he was neither a zombie nor a human. Humans wouldn't accept him, and zombies would bite him. That would be the end of him. A lone infected person adrift in this damned apocalypse. Getting bitten by zombies wasn't enough. Even humans would shoot him if they saw him. Bai Xiao suddenly felt depressed. But thinking too far ahead was useless. Recovering was the priority. He composed himself. At least he was alright now. Getting bitten by a zombie was like doing calisthenics. How much worse could it get? He picked up a book, opened it, and continued to be a zombie immersed in knowledge. The books were old. Lin Duo had given him a mix of introductory books and professional reference books. These books had many writings on them, some in youthful handwriting, some mature, not like they were written by the same person. There were even doodles. Bai Xiao wasn't absorbing knowledge, nor did he need to. He was simply recovering his basic logical understanding of text. He was just looking around, and his mind drifted away unintentionally. Locust blossoms. It had been so long since he'd eaten them. Lin Duo had mentioned them that morning, and suddenly he remembered the taste, a buried memory quietly resurfacing. Estimating when Lin Duo would likely return, he heard the clanging of firewood being chopped in the yard before she even came in. She returned carrying a snakeskin bag, glanced approvingly at the hard-working zombie, put the bag down, and carried a small bag in her right hand. I found you some clothes. I never seen such a clean zombie. You can change into them. Although I never thought a zombie could wash clothes, just in case, especially since you brushed your teeth. It was a convenient thing for Lin Duo. She was always thoughtful towards her friend. While unfolding the old clothes she picked up from who knows where, she muttered to herself that the idea of a zombie washing clothes was ridiculous. But she figured this guy really could, even if not now, sooner or later. And elm seeds. Lin Duo opened the snakeskin bag. Bai Xiao didn't react much to the clothes she found, but he was very interested in the elm seed she gathered. Elm seeds are the winged fruits of the elm tree, not the tender shoots. They're round and plump like coins, hanging in clusters like emerald green. When people were rich, they were considered a delicacy, a spring delicacy. Their iron content is 11 times that of spinach and 50 times that of tomatoes. When he was a child, every spring in the village, old ladies would go in groups to pick some elm trees from the riverbank to taste. It was a tree that had saved lives during difficult times. Later, when the village was renovated, the villagers refused to let anyone touch the tree, so it has been preserved ever since. He hadn't expected to see it again in the apocalypse, and it was still a delicacy. Watching Lin Duoduo soak and wash it in a basin, he wondered how she had found it from all sorts of places. Half was eaten that very day, and Bai Xiao seemed quite satisfied, as did the human. The other half was left outside to dry in the sun by Lin Duoduo. Bai Xiao didn't know what it was for, but he vaguely remembered that elm seeds could be stored after being dried in the sun, then soaked in water, and eaten directly if one was really hungry. Although he didn't know what a healthy diet was for zombies, getting more iron and fiber was always a good idea. He was always worried that eating meat would trigger their frenzy and worsen their infection. The weather was gradually getting warmer. Lin Duoduo finished tidying up, and it was already slightly dark. She filled a large basin with water. Her clothes were dirty, and she was sweating a lot during the day. Too lazy to boil water, she drew water directly from the well. She pulled off her clothes and picked up the ladle when she suddenly heard the sound of a zombie coughing as if it had suddenly developed a serious illness. Lin Duoduo turned around. "What are you doing?" "I'm here," Bai Xiao said. "What are you doing?" Lin Duoduo frowned, then realized something. "You're a zombie." She scratched her nose, thinking about it, and realized it did feel a bit awkward. This zombie could brush its teeth and wash its face. It couldn't be treated like a smelly, perpetually hungry beast. Lin Duoduo glanced around. With a zombie present, she couldn't be as carefree as before. She went back inside, found a large bed sheet, propped up 2 sticks, forcefully shoved them into the ground, then stretched the sheet open and tied it up. A makeshift barrier was erected. Before, she would simply stand in the yard to wash, and no one was around. Aside from the chirping of insects outside and the occasional howl of a zombie, she had long been accustomed to this quiet. Something was definitely different. For some reason, Lin Duoduo suddenly felt a sense of liveliness. Even though it was just one more zombie, it had already affected some of her habits. The cool well water washed over her, carrying away the sweat and dust accumulated throughout the day, then pooling on the ground and flowing away in a small stream. Emerging from behind the barrier, Lin Duoduo dried her hair and looked down at the shed. Night had fallen, and Bai Xiao sat in the shadows, only a blurry outline visible. "Bai Xiao Bai," Lin Duoduo called out. "Here. Are you going too?" "Thank you." Sure enough. Lin Duoduo knew it. This clever imitator, even after being infected as a zombie, still tried to act like a human. She had originally planned to have Bai Xiao stand there, and she would simply fill 2 basins with water and splash it over. Zombies weren't so particular. But seeing the basins Bai Xiao pushed towards her, Lin Duoduo sighed and filled them with water. Should I also avoid them? Lin Duoduo felt something was off. Bai Xiao hesitated, unsure what to say. "Are you going to observe a zombie taking a bath?" "I'm a human," Bai Xiao said. "Oh, all right." Lin Duoduo filled the tub with water, then took an old basin to fill another one for him before going inside. Lying in bed, the occasional clanging of chains and the sound of water echoed from the yard. Since his mother left, the yard had been quiet for a long time, except in winter when the wind howled and rustled, stirring up debris. Chapter 12. When did her mother leave? Lin Duoduo closed her eyes. She found her memories inexplicably blurry, as if a long time had passed, yet also as if it had only happened a few days ago. Day after day of life was unchanging, dulling her sense of time. She could clearly remember the last time she ate locust blossoms. It was last spring, but what happened between last spring and this spring was mostly vague. It was as if those months had been missing, or compressed. Every day was similar, so her brain merged them. She remembered the winter was cold, but she couldn't remember how she survived it. Before she knew it, dawn broke. Early in the morning, the zombie was restless. "Bai Xiao, what are you doing?" Lin Duoduo came out and found him not restless, but jumping around. Confused, she asked. She had initially thought there was danger, like Bai Xiao's anxious reaction when the zombie was outside the wall that day. He had assumed his infection had worsened, that he had suddenly lost consciousness and become frantic like a wild beast, but now he didn't seem like that at all. Exercise. Bai Xiao stopped his calisthenics and glanced at Lin Duoduo, who had just come out wearing a coat. The gun in her hand had just been lowered. Safety, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo looked at him. Calibratory calisthenics. Bai Xiao was a little surprised. You don't know how? Lin Duoduo shook her head. Never seen it. Bai Xiao was even more puzzled. If his previous guess was correct, that it was the late 1970s or 80s, calisthenics should have been popular then. As a mass sport, it didn't require equipment and could be done in a limited space. It's a very important form of exercise among the masses. There was even a time when millions did calisthenics together. Now what time? Bai Xiao asked after thinking for a moment, his expression becoming much more serious. 6 o'clock, I guess. Lin Duoduo looked at the horizon. The sun hadn't risen yet, so it was probably not 6 o'clock yet. Bai Xiao paused. Which year? Who knows? Lin Duoduo casually went back inside, put down her gun, changed her clothes, and paused when she saw the family photos on the table. She suddenly remembered that a long time ago, her family did use an animal-based method to mark the years. They said she was a dog, but no, it seemed like she was born in the year of the dog. But those memories were long and fragmented. She didn't know anything about dogs or sheep. If she encountered a mutated dog outside, she would only shoot it. After getting dressed, Bai Xiao didn't exercise anymore, but sat on the floor flipping through a book. Bai Xiao realized that he had overlooked the year printed in the corner of the book. Perhaps the infection had made him anxious about becoming normal, causing him to ignore such details. The first edition of the Encyclopedia of Knowledge was published in February 2012, and the sixth printing was in January 2014. The printing date does not represent the current time. This book is very old, the pages are yellowed. Bai Xiao stared blankly for a long time, looking at the dilapidated tricycle in the yard, and the indescribable hand pump. He remembered something else. When he was bitten by the zombie, there were wrecked cars parked haphazardly on that street, covered in thick dust, with weeds peeking out of the windows. Lin Duoduo pressed down on the wooden handle, and water gushed out. She watched her face, wondering what Bai Xiao was staring at. Amazing, Bai Xiao said. This world is so strange. Yes, you're amazing. Lin Duoduo squeezed toothpaste, carefully, just a little bit. Bai Xiao fell silent. He still couldn't speak fluently, and when he got anxious, he became even more incoherent, which made him more irritable. Anyway, he knew once he recovered. Does exercise help? Lin Duoduo asked after brushing her teeth, seeing Bai Xiao still sitting there motionless. It helps. Bai Xiao snapped out of his daze, took off his braces, and picked up his toothbrush. He was still undergoing treatment. His limbs were stiff, his pain sensation was dulled, his speech was incoherent, and his aggression had increased. And he had an urge to drool over Lin Duoduo. Lin Duoduo didn't take the gun out. She wanted to rest today, but even resting wouldn't mean being idle. Instead, she sat on the doorstep, carefully wiping the homemade gun with a cloth and checking the parts. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Bai Xiao with his head down, sniffing his arm haphazardly. Bai Xiao had changed out of his old, tattered clothes and into the ones Lin Duoduo had brought back yesterday, which fit him fairly well. No smell, clean, Lin Duoduo said without looking up. It's me, Bai Xiao said. He wasn't sniffing the clothes, but rather himself, wondering if he would have that rotten smell of other zombies after changing clothes. The result was optimistic. He didn't smell anything. He didn't know if that stench was from infection or from the zombies naturally becoming unclean over time. Having showered and changed, Bai Xiao didn't smell any unusual odor on himself. This also indirectly confirmed that his infection was under control. Bai Xiao stared at the basin, conflicted about whether to look at his current appearance. He was terrified that his face had become zombie-like, just like in the movies he'd seen in his past life, horrifying and grotesque. His vision was blurry, his eyes had probably changed. After much deliberation, Bai Xiao went over, covering his face and lowering his head. He slowly moved his hands away, revealing his chin little by little. His chin was relatively intact, but his lips were a bit pale, probably due to his weakness. Looking upwards, Bai Xiao grew increasingly uneasy. Are you sure you want to see? Lin Duoduo noticed his squatting position. This question chilled Bai Xiao's heart. He didn't think Lin Duoduo would be so malicious, or even have such a malicious intent. It was just a simple question, and it contained good intentions. I have to. He had to face it eventually. Bai Xiao sighed, revealing his eyes. His heart sank, but he also felt a sense of relief. His emotions were complex. He didn't know whether to feel sad or happy. It wasn't as serious as he imagined. In his mind, Zombies would become all whites of their eyes, bulging out, terrifying even in daylight. Thankfully, he hadn't become like that. But it still had an effect. Bai Xiao stared at his reflection in the basin of water, the water shimmering. His eyes were dull, lifeless, devoid of any human liveliness, like the eyes of a dead person. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, making them appear completely red. Even the pupils were faintly red. It's much better now. A few days ago, you kept rolling your eyes at me, unable to even speak, but now. Lin Duo, sitting on the doorstep, paused mid-sentence, tilting her head. To be able to speak even after being infected was already miraculous. Expecting more was unrealistic. Bai Xiao didn't speak, looking down at the basin of water. Good. Time for eye exercises. Chapter 13. Lin Duo looked at Bai Xiao, who was squatting motionless in front of the basin of water, with a strange expression. This zombie not only drooled at her, but also at its reflection. She saw a thin, transparent thread hanging down. It was disgusting. So strange. Do you want to eat yourself? Lin Duo asked suspiciously. Bai Xiao wiped his drool, shook his head, and lifted the bandage on his arm. The lividity hadn't spread, the wound was still the same. He retained some zombie characteristics and habits, but he could control them. Lin Duo looked away, assembled a gun, held it in her hand, closed her left eye, and aimed at the door. Then she went back inside, and didn't come out for a long time. Bai Xiao lay on the edge of the shed, squinting at the sky. The sun had just risen, and wasn't too hot yet. He didn't want to think too much, nor did he want to ponder too much. He just wanted to lie there like this. The sky was a vast expanse of white, without the blue sky and white clouds people usually talked about. He lay there for a long time, motionless. Suddenly found in this apocalyptic world, and bitten by a zombie, what could he do? He lay there for an unknown amount of time when someone knocked on the door. 2 knocks, then 3. Bai Xiao turned his head, momentarily stunned. Lin Duo came out of the house, gun in hand, and cautiously approached the wall. She crouched down, gestured for Bai Xiao to be quiet, and whispered, "Who is it?" "Girl, it's me." A voice rang out from outside. Lin Duo relaxed slightly, opened a small hole in the door, peeked out, and was about to open the door when she paused, remembering something. She looked around halfway, quickly walked back, took down the sheet screen she had set up in the yard while bathing the night before, threw it to Bai Xiao, and gestured. Bai Xiao thought for a moment, then took a sheet, leaned against the wall, and laid down to cover himself, concealing himself completely motionless like a corpse. "Coming." Lin Duo responded and opened the door. Bai Xiao lay down, peeking through the crack. 2 people were talking in the doorway. It was hard to hear clearly, but from the voice, he could vaguely make out it was a woman. After a while, Lin Duo went back inside, then came out to the door again, exchanged a few words with the person outside, locked the door, and returned carrying a large, bloody piece of meat. "Come out," Lin Duo said to Bai Xiao, placing the meat on the stone slab, pressing down the wooden handle of the well, and letting the water creak and groan as it rinsed. Bai Xiao was restless, staring at the large piece of meat. "Want a piece?" Lin Duo asked, turning around. Bai Xiao shook his head and asked, "Who?" "Aunt Qian. She lives on that mountain over there, not far." Lin Duo felt a little guilty, washing the meat as she said, "Last time I went to the city to scavenge, she asked me to find something. I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I got there, and I came back without finding anything. Next time, she's a bit too old to go that far. Usually, I bring her whatever I see when I go." Bai Xiao stared blankly at the large piece of meat, a little taken aback by Lin Duo's long explanation. "Luckily, a deer bumped into her yard, and she brought me a piece." "You really won't eat it?" She turned around at the last sentence. Zombies generally aren't interested in infected animals, but if it's a bloody corpse, they still be drawn to it by the smell. Bai Xiao restrained his impulse. Impulse is the devil. Unsure if the meat would worsen the virus, he preferred to eat vegetarian. Mutant animals are fine to eat even when thoroughly cooked, so I think you should too. If you don't want to eat it, then don't. Lin Duo picked up a brush and scrubbed the piece of meat vigorously. Actually, the meat of these wild animals isn't very tasty. Only the smaller pieces are barely chewable. This piece is quite tough. Even if cooked until very soft, it can only be eaten as jerky, chopped up and mixed into porridge, or scraped off with a knife. But it's still better than eating vegetables every day. Aunt Qian. Bai Xiao thought she was the only one living alone. He hadn't expected there to be other survivors. And they were helping each other. Lin Duo set up a large pot, chopped the meat into chunks, and started simmering it, looking quite experienced. "And Chien is a very good person. When Uncle Kai was still alive, every time my dad went to the city." She paused, staring intently at the flames, then smiled after a moment, resting her chin on one hand and using a fire poker in the other to stir the firewood occasionally. The fire was blazing, and steam was billowing from the pot. The meat would take a long time to cook. She glanced at Bai Xiao out of the corner of her eye and suddenly said, "Let me find you some glasses." Bai Xiao looked up. Lin Duo had already put down the fire poker and returned to the house. She searched frantically. They were only occasionally useful in the summer heat, but now they weren't so easy to find. She rummaged through the drawers for a while before finally finding them in a nearby box. She went out and tossed the sunglasses to Bai Xiao. He put them on and turned his head, and Lin Duo gave him a thumbs up. "That looks much better now." It wasn't that she was afraid Aunt Chien would see that she had turned into a zombie. She just preferred to avoid trouble. Bai Xiao was very satisfied with the equipment. He concealed the wound and lividity on his arm, put on the sunglasses, and disguised himself as a normal human. At least now, if he walked outside, he wouldn't have to worry about being shot. Judging from Lin Duo and the person who could deliver such a large piece of meat, the people here possess abundant martial virtue. Those lacking martial virtue would likely have died at the start of the apocalypse. Survival would be difficult. Lin Duo glanced at his bespectacled appearance, then grabbed a large spoon and stirred the pot. After a few stirs, she ran back to her room and retrieved a bag of salt. Bai Xiao, wearing sunglasses, looked around. He noticed a vegetable patch on the west side of the yard, one he hadn't paid attention to before, as it was overgrown with weeds. He could only discern from the shape of the edges that it had once been a vegetable garden, abandoned for who knows how long. Bai Xiao looked at Lin Duo, then at the vegetable patch. This yard probably wasn't just home to her before. He sat there motionless, watching Lin Duo bustling about. Disaster struck, but the survivors continued to strive for a better life. Some things suddenly felt incredibly distant: coffee, colleagues, proposals, takeout. Even the hustle and bustle of the city, the lively streets and shopping malls, they all seemed to vanish in an instant, as if from a past life. Bai Xiao's fingers twitched slightly, trying to grasp the feeling of working overtime in front of the computer, like waking from a dream. He only dozed off at work. But that was ultimately just a fantasy, a pipe dream. Lin Duo was right there before him, busily cooking meat in a pot, a black mark on her face from being smeared. She wiped it with her sleeve, but the mark only grew larger. The fire was burning hot, sweat pouring down her face. Lin Duo wiped it again with her sleeve, poking the ground with the fire poker, humming softly as she watched the meat cooking. "Don't drool if you're not going to eat," Lin Duo said. She got up to find a fan. The weather was getting hotter. Chapter 14. The courtyard reeked of blood, a smell that would linger for days. Lin Duo was alright. She could smell it after a day. Bai Xiao, however, was very sensitive to this odor, especially since Lin Duo had meat hanging in the yard. It felt like someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days was faced with a fragrant, crispy, and dripping roast duck hanging before them. A truly difficult ordeal. "If I go out for 7 or 8 days, 10 days or so, you shouldn't starve, right?" Lin Duo, having eaten the meat, still had to consider going to the city. Last time she went to the city and met Bai Xiao, she hadn't accomplished anything. "Where to?" Bai Xiao asked. "Never mind, you don't seem like someone who can withstand hunger." Lin Duo covered the tricycle with a tarpaulin. There was no rush. Logically, zombies should be very resistant to hunger. Even wandering in deserted cities year-round, they still bite. But Bai Xiao wasn't an ordinary zombie. Furthermore, even a starving person can transform into a wild beast. She didn't want to return to find Bai Xiao, whose situation had been improving, transformed into a monster indistinguishable from those outside. The weather grew increasingly hot, and amidst the clanking of chains, Bai Xiao exercised daily in a way Lin Duo couldn't comprehend. 10 minutes of eye exercises. To be honest, Bai Xiao had forgotten the exact steps, only remembering the part about rubbing his eyes. However, his purpose was clear: to rotate his eyes 20 times left and right, 20 times up and down, then clockwise and counterclockwise, to prevent his eyes from appearing too dull and stiff. Each set of calisthenics exercised the joints, muscles, and ligaments of his body. It increased oxygen demand, accelerated breathing, pulse, and blood circulation, thereby promoting metabolism and improving the function of various organs. A simple method, but effective. It was a last resort. After all, he knew nothing about the zombie virus, only some memories from movies and TV shows. Zombies wearing sunglasses hopped and skipped under the shed, while Lin Duo sat on the doorstep enjoying the cool air. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. I think, Bai Zhao's language skills were gradually improving as his condition progressed, that after I was infected, I became less intelligent. That day, Lin Duo was recording his recovery progress when Bai Zhao suddenly said, "What?" Lin Duo was surprised, pointing to the doorway. "If you're not intelligent, then what are those zombies outside?" Bai Zhao opened his mouth. Okay, Lin Duo's reference point was those zombies that only knew how to hunt. Lin Duo held her notebook, realizing that Bai Zhao was becoming more and more like a human, especially after putting on sunglasses. "Is there any hope for me?" Bai Zhao asked. This was a question he had been holding back for a long time, and now he had finally regained much of his communication ability. Huh? Lin Duo was confused. Are you feeling unwell? I mean, I want to turn back into a normal person. Bai Zhao lifted the bandage, revealing lividity. The zombie bite showed no signs of scabbing or healing, as if it had stalled. Lin Duo said, "It's probably hopeless." Bai Zhao asked, "Had there been any cases of recovery before?" Lin Duo shook her head, thought carefully for a while, and shook her head again. "Even if someone retains consciousness like you, this is the first time I've seen it. I never heard of it before. If you're bitten by a zombie, you go berserk within half an hour at most. I never heard of anyone recovering." Bai Zhao said, "Then Lin Duo said, "That's why it's so amazing." It was an incredible thing. Bai Zhao surprised her every day. Bai Zhao looked at his arm. "My right hand is twitching." Lin Duo flipped through her notebook and replied, "That's normal. Becoming a zombie causes neurological disorders, leading to limb twitching." Bai Zhao disagreed with her zombie explanation. "I can still communicate with you, so strictly speaking, I'm not a zombie. Even a person in a vegetative state has a chance to wake up, so why can't he recover his health? Being infected with the zombie virus makes you a zombie," Lin Duo pointed out mercilessly. "You were drooling over me this morning. Then why can I retain consciousness?" Probably because the mutated strain of the virus is less virulent, so the infection period is longer, and during this time your body will produce antibodies. The slower it develops, the more antibodies you have. The direction of viral mutation is unpredictable. This complex explanation took Bai Zhao a while to understand, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "You know so much." "This is a conjecture my grandfather once made," Lin Duo said. "It was originally a very complicated matter, and she couldn't remember much, only able to summarize it like this, and wasn't even sure if she remembered it correctly. She remembered her grandfather and father sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the cool air and speaking incomprehensible language. She thought she had forgotten all of this, but when Bai Zhao brought it up, she inexplicably remembered many things again. Your grandfather. Bai Zhao paused, not continuing. He subconsciously wanted to ask his grandfather to treat him, but seeing that Lin Duo had been alone for so many days, keeping company with zombies in this empty courtyard, he kept quiet. Bai Zhao thought for a moment, scratching his head, the chains rattling. So, the virus isn't deadly anymore. Maybe in the future, there'll be a chance to develop a cure? In the future? Research? Lin Duo asked. There will always be surviving scientists researching it. I don't know, maybe it's too late. Too late for what? Too late for everything. Lin Duo didn't know where Bai Zhao got so many questions from. Like her from over a decade ago, he was always asking questions, curious about everything. Being infected by a zombie, and then waiting to die, such a simple thing. He still retains consciousness. This is already indescribable luck. Or perhaps, this is a kind of after effect? A zombie with many questions. Maybe you can let me go, after all, I'm quite stable now. Bai Zhao considered for a moment and said. Lin Duo paused, looking him over. Do you want to leave? No, I can help you with some work, and... Bai Zhao explained. Lin Duo said, if you want to leave, I can let you go. She pondered for a moment, then added, you still have your senses. Perhaps you can indeed live like a human. Letting me go doesn't necessarily mean leaving, right? Bai Zhao said. Lin Duo looked at him without speaking. I understand, Bai Zhao said. One drooled over his friend. The other locked his friend up. Very good, a very solid revolutionary friendship. The locust blossoms can be picked now. Okay. Lin Duo picked up 2 snakeskin bags, prepared herself, and, holding her gun, prepared to leave. She brought 2 bags because she wanted to pick more to give to Aunt Qian as well. She didn't have much contact with Aunt Qian, or rather, not much contact now. Before, when there were more people around, although the environment was more dangerous, They were closer. When her family was still alive, they often visited. But after those people left, they saw each other less, and she never thought of moving in together. Perhaps people gradually get used to quiet. As fewer and fewer people remained, everyone became less active, living their lives quietly in this place that was as quiet as a tomb, waiting to decay. Chapter 15. Long ago, she loved excitement and couldn't stand being cooped up. Even when confined to the yard, she liked to climb ladders and onto the roof, gazing at the distant white sky. But that was many years ago. Now, she could sit on the doorstep all day doing nothing. Wait, there's a zombie doing strange exercises all day, disturbing the peace. There were many locust blossoms. Even before getting close, the fragrance was intoxicating. The blossoms hung in clusters, beautiful and edible, and could also be dried for tea. She carried 2 sticks, one bare, the other with a hook. With her gun tucked into her waistband, she could use the hooked stick to pull the branches and pick the flowers. Linduoduo adjusted her hat, remaining vigilant for any potential dangers. In less than half an hour, a snakeskin bag was filled to the brim. She tied the opening tightly, and in the distance, a zombie, seemingly attracted by the commotion, staggered towards them. Linduoduo watched it as she continued to hook branches. After picking some more, the zombie slowly approached. Its hair, like withered grass, was disheveled, and its face was terrifying. Linduoduo then picked up another bare stick and stabbed it in the zombie's chest, saying, "Go." It was pushed back a few steps, falling to the ground like a fragile child. The fall seemed to break a bone. Linduoduo heard a cracking sound, unsure if it was the sound of a branch breaking. She was puzzled as to why Bai Xiao had been bitten. She hadn't seen a fresh zombie in a long time, and these creatures were so old that even without being touched, they might trip and fall, breaking their legs and never getting up again, eventually returning to dust. Fresh zombies are dangerous, but these old ones have long lost their former danger. They linger like ghosts, like vengeful spirits unwilling to leave, wandering aimlessly all day. Linduoduo picked a lot more locust flowers, and only then did the zombie laboriously crawl closer, trying to stand up, relentlessly attempting to approach humans. Then she poked it with a stick, thwarting its efforts. That thing had been wandering outside the yard that day, frightening Bai Xiao into a state of anxiety that lasted all afternoon. She simply couldn't understand it. Even after the bag was full, as Linduoduo carried it away, the zombie was still struggling on the ground, crawling towards the direction Linduoduo had left. But after a long time, when it finally stood up unsteadily, it was completely lost, not knowing where it came from or where it was going, like a homeless traveler, exuding a decaying aura, wandering the empty street. And Qian's house also exuded a sense of decay. When Linduoduo arrived, she opened the door. Her once kind face was now withered, but her movements were still relatively nimble. She was delighted and accepted the locust blossoms Linduoduo brought. "What a good girl, Sai." She looked at Linduoduo, who looked remarkably like her mother. "Wait a moment." And Qian told Linduoduo to wait. Linduoduo stood at the doorway. This place was the same as where she lived. There was a small buffer zone extending out from the main gate, surrounded by a fence. This was back when zombies were still very dangerous, fast, with a keen sense of smell. They would sneak outside, and if you weren't careful, you'd be pounced on. So people installed this to ensure the safety of this area at the entrance. A trail of blood stretched from the gate to the wall of another courtyard in the distance. It must have been the deer Aunt Qian had mentioned a few days ago, the one that had wandered into the gate and been shot dead by Aunt Qian and dragged back. "Here, take some to eat." Aunt Qian brought out 2 cabbages and some yellow vegetables from the yard. Linduoduo didn't know what they were called. Aunt Qian had grown them herself. "I'm an old woman, I can't eat all of this. Good food shouldn't be thrown away. Take it." Aunt Qian stood at the gate, waving and watching Linduoduo leave. "Be careful." Watching Linduoduo's figure, she hesitated, then sighed almost imperceptibly. "What a good girl." Linduoduo carried a bag of locust blossoms and 2 cabbages, slowly walking back the way she came. Fortunately, even a large bag of locust blossoms wasn't too heavy. Many houses in the village were empty. Because no one maintained them, some had collapsed, and those that hadn't collapsed were overgrown with weeds and moss, long since ruins. Houses with inhabitants and houses without inhabitants are completely different. But Aunt Qian's house wasn't an exception. Although it wasn't yet a ruin, it was beginning to show signs of being uninhabited. Aunt Qian was probably dying soon. Linduoduo thought. This wasn't a curse, or anything like that, but a sign. She had seen people living alone, slowly ceasing to maintain their houses, no longer enjoying life, just getting by, seemingly uninterested in everything, and then one day, the house would fall silent until it became ruins, collapsing in a downpour. Footsteps echoed clearly in the street, the deathly silent street devoid of any other sound. The empty houses were like empty tombs, burying many who had long since died. Years ago, 7 or 8 families lived here. Later, they either moved away, died, or became tireless, mindless wild beasts roaming the wilderness. A little further on the village's flagstone path, Lin Duo suddenly heard a faint noise. She jerked her head, her eyes sharp. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A clatter. Bai Xiao jumped to his feet, looking through the wall into the distance. He had heard the gunshot. It was very clear in the quiet environment. He couldn't help but worry about Lin Duo. He held a thin wire he had bent from a pillar in his hand, looked at the chain, hesitated, and finally decided to wait another 10 minutes. Fortunately, about 10 minutes later, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. The lock on the gate clicked twice, and someone pushed the door open and came in. Lin Duo put down the snakeskin bag she was carrying. Bai Xiao sniffed, looking at the gray, furry animal she was holding in her right hand, blood still dripping from it. It seemed she had shot that thing. Did you run into a dog? Bai Xiao asked. Lin Duo had already come in, dropped everything, and shook her head, saying, it wasn't a dog. Bai Xiao then noticed what she had thrown on the ground, and his eyelids twitched. It wasn't a dog, but a huge gray rat, about the size of a small dog. Its gray fur was filthy, and what was exposed weren't the usual rat's incisors, but sharp, pointed teeth. Lin Duo carefully gathered the things: locust blossoms, Aunt Qian's vegetables, and the rat they had encountered on the way back. Luckily, you weren't bitten by it, Lin Duo said. Seeing Bai Xiao and his chains rattling around, her mood inexplicably improved a little. Otherwise, the training would be useless. Some mutated animals, if they bite someone and they are unfortunately infected, won't turn them into a zombie, but their entire body will rot. The person starts to rot while still alive, dying a very painful death. Many people would rather be infected by a zombie than be bitten by this thing. After being infected by a zombie, one will quickly go mad, while the mutated animal will keep one's consciousness intact, watching oneself rot away, unable to change anything. Chapter 16. It can't be worse than being bitten by a zombie, can it? Bai Xiao looked at the giant gray rat. He'd rather be bitten by a rat than by a zombie, provided that being bitten by a rat wouldn't turn him into a zombie. Then he saw Lin Duo looking at him like he was an idiot. Bai Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Was this something even more dangerous than a zombie? No wonder Lin Duo shot it dead. You should be secretly happy if you get bitten by a zombie, Lin Duo said. Why should I be secretly happy? If possible, he'd rather make a cup of coffee and enjoy a leisurely afternoon than be bitten by something. Becoming a zombie does make you less intelligent, compared to your human days. Lin Duo attributed his symptoms to the aftereffects of the infection. He was brave, yet he showed anxiety and fear towards the nearly rotting zombies. He was cowardly yet. This was a stubborn zombie. Bai Xiao turned his gaze and saw the cabbage. He was curious where Lin Duo had gotten it. Picking a locust flower looked like she'd gone on a raid. Aunt Qian gave it to me. She grows these, Lin Duo said. What a kind person, Bai Xiao sighed. In the apocalypse, sharing food with others, if that didn't make her a good person, Bai Xiao didn't know what was. Lin Duo was a good person too. She said she couldn't finish it all, Lin Duo said. Lin Duo knew Aunt Qian wouldn't actually have too much, but it was true that there was a surplus of vegetables this season. Initially, Aunt Qian grew enough for 3 people, enough to barely feed them, but it was enough for 2. Now that she was alone, there was definitely a surplus. Are you sure you want to eat it? Seeing Lin Duo already using a knife to deal with a giant gray rat, about the size of a dog, Bai Xiao couldn't help but ask. Or should I eat you? Lin Duo asked. I don't taste good, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo glanced at him, then used the knife to cut open the skin, peel it, and wash it clean, processing it skillfully. Bai Xiao disliked the smell of blood. It made him uncontrollably hungry. How did zombies come to be? Bai Xiao changed the subject. They turn into zombies after being bitten, Lin Duo said matter-of-factly. I mean, the very first zombies. Who knows? You don't know? This was quite unexpected for Bai Xiao. It was the apocalypse. There were many zombies, but she didn't know where they came from. Even if there was a plague, it should have taken time. Of course I don't know. Lin Duo frowned. This zombie was at it again, always asking strange questions. It's been so long, how would I know? Bai Xiao paused for a moment, then asked, so long. How long is that? Lin Duo casually replied, my family said zombies started appearing the year I was born. She paused, wanting to ask Bai Xiao if he hadn't heard his family mention it, but after considering it, she didn't speak. In this world, many people don't have families. Thinking for a moment, she continued, I heard that before that, there were no zombies. Back then, there were people everywhere, and it wasn't dangerous outside. If you wanted to see rats, you had to go to a place called a zoo. Those tall buildings were all built by them. If it weren't for those buildings and houses, I wouldn't believe it either. What do you think? I doubt anyone would go to a zoo to see rats. Really? Lin Duo said casually. Bai Xiao didn't speak. Judging from Lin Duo's appearance, she seemed to be in her early 20s. He hadn't expected. 20 years was enough for a newborn baby to grow into an adult. He suddenly understood why Aunt Qian had so much to give Lin Duo. The fact that Lin Duo was raising a zombie suggested she wasn't lacking in food. While she couldn't afford to overeat, she wasn't starving either. This wasn't the famine-stricken period immediately following the disaster. This 20-year-long catastrophe was less of an apocalypse and more of a wasteland. Those who needed to experience it had already experienced it, and those who needed to adapt had adapted. The survivors had their own way of life. By the way, it seems someone has developed a cure for cancer. Lin Duo's memories were stirred. She had asked her family similar questions, and it was something they always mentioned when they gathered together. She looked up to think for a moment, then lowered her head again to continue washing the meat. I think so. I can't remember exactly. So many years have passed. That's terrifying, Bai Xiao said. It's all right, Lin Duo said. Want some? No, Bai Xiao refused. You can't really help, Lin Duo said, stretching her arms. Actually, it's okay, Bai Xiao said. What if you drool on your flesh? Lin Duo asked. Bai Xiao was speechless. My mom used to be a teacher, and she loved to talk to me a lot. A lot, Lin Duo said. She really liked it when you rambled on and on like this. What did she say to you? Bai Xiao asked. She said. Lin Duo hesitated for a moment. She clearly knew a lot, but when she tried to recall it, she couldn't remember anything, as if it were playing hide-and-seek, lurking in her memory. They say rain is water evaporated from the ground, and then falls back down from the sky, Lin Duo said, shaking her head and laughing. Thunder is caused by electrical charges in the clouds. A potential difference between the upper and lower parts creates a discharge, Bai Xiao said. Wind is a natural phenomenon of air movement. No deity is there to make it happen. Lin Duo's eyes widened slightly, as she stared at Bai Xiao. I know a lot too, Bai Xiao said. Did your mother tell you that? Lin Duo asked. My teacher told me. Then why are you asking me? Lin Duo said. You have parents who love you very much, Bai Xiao wanted to say. Surviving a disaster with an infant, hiding from zombies, living for over 20 years, the hardships they endured were unimaginable to him. After processing the fresh meat, it was already afternoon. Lunchtime was irregular, and Lin Duo had just started preparing to cook when Bai Xiao was already very hungry. He was always hungry. Even after eating, he still felt hungry, though the two types of hunger were slightly different. If you get really hungry, will you want to bite me? I don't bite my friends, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo poked the fire with a stick. Since Bai Xiao didn't ask any strange questions, she remained silent. She didn't understand why a zombie was so talkative. He even asked questions like, when did zombies even exist? Lin Duo stared at the leaping flames. Many years ago, zombies didn't exist. Now, they were like tigers and wild boars, dangerous animals existing in nature, capable of making normal people just as dangerous. This was all hearsay. Zombies had existed since she could remember. They were as natural as breathing. Habit is a terrible thing. From the zombie outbreak to her escape, the apocalypse was her childhood, her youth. Chapter 17. Lin Duo found it hard to imagine what a world without zombies would be like. Only some old photos left by her family offered glimpses of what it would be like. Her family had described it to her many times before, but she struggled to visualize it. If there were no danger in the world, what would people do all day? No wonder so many tall buildings were built. They were just bored. Where did you come from? Lin Duo suddenly asked Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao always asked seemingly random questions, while hers was quite serious. I came from. Bai Xiao hesitated. How could he explain? Had he just gotten drunk and crashed here? He didn't even know why this drinking session had been so expensive, costing him half his life. If possible, Bai Xiao wanted to switch places with his boss. If his boss got bitten by a zombie, There wouldn't be so many speeches and meetings to attend. You're about to lie, Lin Duo said confidently. No, I got infected. It's like a dream. Oh, I feel like I came from a place without zombies, Bai Xiao said. How could there be such a place? Lin Duo laughed. It really was a dream. However, she had never even dreamt of such a place. The world without zombies that her family talked about. How did you get bitten by a zombie? Are there new zombies in the city? Lin Duo asked again. New zombies. Bai Xiao felt the word was awkward, as if he himself was a new one. He never imagined he would discuss such a strange topic with someone, or hear such strange words. If it were zombies bearing their fangs and claws, surrounding her, a scene of civilization collapsing, that would be more plausible. It's an old zombie. Bai Xiao thought of that rotten thing. It was indeed very old. You don't have some terminal illness, do you? Is it trying to cure you? Lindwood's expression turned a little strange. How could that be? What are you thinking? Bai Xiao really wanted to crack open her skull and see. Lin Duo shrugged. Being bitten by an old zombie was quite an achievement. She could even ride a bicycle with a hoe wrapped in her coat and escape from a group of old zombies. Like her grandfather's stories, 7 in, 7 out, lose something or other, unstoppable by 10,000 armies. Lin Duo tried to recall, but couldn't remember the general's name, only that he was very powerful. What's it like in your dreams where there are no zombies? Do you just build buildings when you're bored? Well, not really, I still have a lot to do. Bai Xiao thought about his unfinished projects, and all the overtime he worked over the years. Strangely, being infected was actually the most leisurely time of his life. Like what? Lin Duo asked. Holding a meeting when I have nothing to do, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo lost interest. What nonsense! The food was ready. She stood up, paused for a moment, a little low blood sugar, and then scooped a large spoonful for Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao pretended to blow on it. Actually, he wasn't afraid of burning himself anymore, but he was a little resistant to this change. He still blew on it to cool it down, like a normal person before eating. Eat more, Lin Duo said. Haven't you noticed how you're different from those zombies outside? I can eat. I'm vegetarian. Yes, maybe that's one of the reasons you're getting better. They seemed constantly hungry, yet refused to eat. I'm always hungry too, Bai Xiao said. But you can eat, Lin Duo said. That makes sense. Bai Xiao somewhat agreed. When he was first infected, he couldn't digest his food and constantly felt like vomiting. When he started to digest, he also started to get better. He wondered if there was any connection between the two. Besides, since you're vegetarian, you should eat more, Lin Duo said, filling the pot with the leftover rice and going to eat it. She knew what it felt like to only eat vegetables and no meat. You didn't have much energy. You still needed to eat meat. After eating, the sun was still strong, and the afternoon was still hot. She put on gloves, took a knife, and started splitting bamboo strips to make a basket. The basket she made last year was almost ruined, otherwise, she wouldn't be using a snakeskin bag. The bamboo basket could be carried on her back, freeing her hands and sometimes making her safer, unlike today when she had to carry a bag and cabbage. When she encountered that rat, the basket was much more convenient. The rat wasn't afraid of people and charged straight at her. She had to drop the cabbage before shooting it dead. I can do this, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo thought for a moment, then went inside to find a pair of gloves for him and made him put them on. Bai Xiao took over Lin Duo's work. Lin Duo scratched her ear, pulled up the makeshift screen, and took a shower, washing away the blood and stench from the rat. In Bai Xiao's eyes, Lin Duo had seemed somewhat fierce. That girl, carrying a bag and a dog-like corpse in her right hand, skinning and dismembering it without the slightest hesitation, she looked like an old butcher. Actually, carrying a gun around all day is pretty intimidating. After Lin Duo finished showering, changed into loose clothes, and sat on the doorstep fanning herself, she looked much more normal. What about those locust flowers? Bai Xiao asked, seeing the large bag of locust flowers. She had only eaten a little, she had brought back a lot. Save some for tomorrow, and dry the rest to make tea, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao noticed she had a habit of storing various things. Not only did she dry elm seeds, but she also stored locust flowers. It was probably a long-standing habit. She always kept some, even if not for tea, so she could eat them in an emergency. Aren't there any survivor settlements? Bai Xiao suddenly asked. Lin Duo paused. It's where the remaining survivors unite to fight the disaster. There's strength in numbers. Even if there are, they're human, Lin Duo said. A zombie, if encountered by someone else, will most likely be killed instantly with a single shot. Really? Probably. I heard someone mention a similar place in Baiyuan a few years ago. Lin Duo thought carefully for a moment. I don't know if it's still there. Why don't you go? Bai Xiao asked, puzzled. Why should I go? Lin Duo asked, even more puzzled. Bai Xiao wanted to say that life wouldn't be better, but judging from Lin Duo's expression, there was probably some hidden reason he didn't know. Why don't you go? Lin Duo countered. I'm a zombie. Bai Xiao thought for a moment and said. And what about before you were infected? Lin Duo asked. I don't remember. Bai Xiao was very sad. With the world collapsing at the start, even if he wanted to find an organization, they had to be willing to accept him. People who survived the disaster, gathered together, would find it easier than living alone. Probably. Chapter 18. Finding living people in such a vast area is quite difficult, and we haven't seen any fresh zombies in a long time, Lin Duo said, glancing at Bai Xiao. Some people band together, some go it alone, and some have formed survivor settlements. You're the lone wolf type. I guess so, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao finished splitting the bamboo strips, but was at a loss as to how to weave them into a basket, so he could only hand them back to Lin Duo. Why aren't you wearing sunglasses anymore? She asked, puzzled. Bai Xiao had been very happy when he first received the sunglasses, wearing them like a treasure, but now he had taken them off, revealing his bright red zombie eyes. Wearing them all the time will cause wear and tear, and there's no need to wear them here, Bai Xiao said. These are industrial products. If they break, who would you even know where to find them? Besides, who's he wearing them for? He's already drooled over Lin Duo so much. Whether he wears them or not doesn't really matter. So he carefully put it away. If he needed to go out or leave in the future, sunglasses would be essential for him, given his zombie-like features. Can you check if my eyes are more flexible now? Bai Xiao stared at Lin Duo, wanting to know the effects of the eye exercises. Lin Duo glanced at it, and turned her head away in disgust. I don't know, it's pretty scary. I think it's okay. Find me a mirror so I can check myself, Bai Xiao said. Okay, Lin Duo agreed, then said after a while, actually, it's not a bad thing. If you can maintain it, being a lone zombie might mean you don't have to worry about being bitten by zombies. Zombies don't bite other zombies. Bai Xiao thought it made sense. Then wouldn't he be the zombie king? Bai Xiao felt a small surge of excitement. Has anyone predicted that a zombie king would eventually appear on this land? I don't know. Lin Duo glanced at him, giving a perfunctory answer, not telling him that even if there really was a zombie king, his people would all be too old to stand on end, and a fall would break their bones. The zombie king that Bai Xiao mentioned, coupled with his anxious state that afternoon when he was frightened by the old zombie outside the wall, made Lin Duo chuckle, finding it strangely amusing. What are you laughing at? Bai Xiao asked, bewildered. Good luck, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao finally felt a sense of destiny, retaining his rationality and gradually recovering. Wasn't this the unfolding of the Zombie King story? The zombies roaming this land would eventually have their king, and then? What should they do then? Bai Xiao had no clue. Embracing glorious evolution? Bai Xiao rubbed his eyes. You mean? Lin Duo asked. Is it possible that what's infected isn't a virus, but a higher-level life form? Bai Xiao fantasized. Lin Duo stared at him without speaking. Is it hard to imagine? Bai Xiao asked. You should evolve yourself, Lin Duo said. If you want me to evolve too, I'd beat you up. That must be it. Bai Xiao stood up energetically and started doing calisthenics. Aren't you hot? She saw that Bai Xiao wasn't hiding under the shed, but instead standing on the edge exposed to the sun. I don't want to stink in the corner. Sunlight gives me energy. Bai Xiao said, the zombie king has to be different. Oh! Lin Duo was very skillful. She sat on the doorstep, carrying a large bundle of bamboo strips, weaving a bamboo basket. The zombie king was exercising in the shed. Occasionally, she looked up and saw a large expanse of clouds on the horizon, painted red by the sunlight. She looked at it for a moment, and inexplicably felt that the sun was shining brightly that day. Few people living in the apocalypse felt like Bai Xiao. It was an indescribable feeling. The chains rattled. As night fell, Lin Duo put down the basket she had just finished weaving, stretched, and felt like she had forgotten something. She went back inside and found a mirror for Bai Xiao, but she still felt she had overlooked something. With Bai Xiao's reminder, Lin Duo slapped her forehead. She had always forgotten that this zombie also needed a shower. Bai Xiao liked to jump around, and in this kind of weather, he would smell bad. It's normal for a zombie to smell bad, Lin Duoduo thought to herself as she pumped water from the well to fill his basin. Then she went back inside to rest, lay on the bed, and after a while, it became quiet outside. It seems the zombie king is resting. Do you need to sleep too? Lin Duoduo asked, opening the window. The stars weren't bright tonight, only faint outlines could be seen under the shed. In the darkness, the infected always exuded a dangerous aura. I didn't need to sleep all night before, but now, I feel like I can rest just by closing my eyes. Bai Xiao was a little uncertain. I'm not sure if I'm asleep. I can hear you when you move, but when you don't speak, it seems like I'm asleep. Lin Duoduo noticed that the dangerous aura disappeared as soon as he spoke. Someone you can communicate with is always safer than a mindless beast. Maybe my red eyes are partly from staying up late. Bai Xiao always managed to find a plausible reason for his zombie transformation, as if this would lower Lin Duoduo's guard. It's just your imagination. Look at more zombies, and you see your eyes are just like theirs. Lin Duoduo ruthlessly shattered his illusion. Bai Xiao didn't speak. Just as Lin Duoduo was about to close the window, he suddenly said, "You brought me back. Didn't you want to do research?" Lin Duoduo looked at the silhouette in the darkness. "No. Really? I just want to observe." Lin Duoduo paused, then asked, "You still remember your name is Bai Xiao, and you remember many things before the infection, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Nothing, everything's fine," Lin Duoduo said, and after a while, asked again, "How do you think you managed to retain your memories and rationality after the infection?" Bai Xiao considered for a moment, then said seriously, "I don't know. Maybe, like you said, the direction of viral mutation is unpredictable. The mutated strain weakens in virulence, achieving coexistence." "That's probably right." "I see," Lin Duoduo said softly. "You don't seem like a doctor," Bai Xiao said. "Yes, I'm not." "Then, what do you want to observe?" "My father is a doctor," Lin Duoduo said. "Your father." He turned into a zombie. Bai Xiao didn't speak, but Lin Duoduo heard the chains rattle. "Has it been a long time?" Bai Xiao asked. "A long time," Lin Duoduo said. "I'm sorry." "It's nothing." Lin Duoduo shook her head. "You became like this because you retained your senses while infected, right?" "Probably," Bai Xiao said. He thought for a moment, then added, "Not necessarily. I certainly don't know as much about the virus as you do, it's just, I accidentally retained my memories." Bai Xiao couldn't help but recall the most difficult days during his high fever, and said, "Thank you." Lin Duoduo responded. She stood by the window for a while, then closed it. Chapter 19. So she wasn't a mad scientist after all. The disaster that began 20 years ago had puzzled Bai Xiao. Even with her mother being a teacher, she probably wouldn't have received the kind of education needed to become a scientist in such an environment. But Lin Duoduo had indeed been subtly observing him. Now Bai Xiao felt much more at ease. At least he had an answer to why Lin Duoduo had brought him back to observe her. It had nothing to do with saving humanity, nothing to do with eliminating the disaster. It was simply because her father had also been infected and turned into a zombie. Unexpectedly encountering a zombie who could remain conscious represented many possibilities, opportunities, and hope. Bai Xiao gazed at the starlight. His previous vague confusion and wariness finally had an answer. Thinking back to Lin Duoduo's usual practice of taking notes in her notebook, he realized that although she was earnest, her movements were clumsy. He turned over and sighed almost imperceptibly. Dawn broke. Lin Duoduo seemed to have slept poorly, looking a little tired, but she still got up very early. Once a habit is formed, it's hard to break. "Good morning, Zombie King," she greeted her. "How are you feeling today?" "I feel good, no significant worsening." Bai Xiao was cooperative, as always. He glanced at the meat Lin Duoduo was hanging out to dry and continued, "You still feel restless in the face of meat, but your self-control has improved. Should I cover it up?" Lin Duoduo thought for a moment and asked. "No need, this is a good way to train my willpower." Bai Xiao didn't mention that there was another reason. With the meat hanging in the yard, his attention could be diverted from Lin Duoduo. Compared to the meat hanging out to dry, nothing was as awkward as being tempted by Lin Duoduo, a living, breathing human. "What's the matter with you carrying a gun every day?" Bai Xiao asked. "There's a lot to do. I check for large animal tracks, traces of strangers, otherwise I won't even know when danger comes knocking. I also need to keep an eye out for wild food, and keep track of the surrounding area." Lin Duoduo explained while completing her observations for the day, then tightened her trousers and cuffs, picked up her gun, and went out. Bai Xiao noticed she was also carrying a piece of wild root. He initially thought she was saving it for food to maintain her strength, but now, Bai Xiao guessed she was going to check on her father, who was somewhere now a zombie. Guessing is just guessing. When Lin Duoduo returned, she was calm, neither happy nor unhappy. She put down her homemade gun, cooked, ate, and then sat on the doorstep, watching the zombies under the shed. She often looked at Bai Xiao like this, but this time Bai Xiao didn't have so many wild guesses. You went to see him? Bai Xiao thought for a moment, then asked. Lin Duoduo nodded, then shook her head. How about I let you go? Lin Duoduo thought for a moment and said. Bai Xiao was a little surprised. What's wrong with you? I have to go to the city. Lin Duoduo didn't answer, but changed the subject, the place where I caught you. Not catch, I rescue. Bai Xiao corrected, what are you going to do? Aunt Qian asked me to go to her old house in the city while I was scavenging, but I got delayed because I caught you. You got delayed because you rescued me. Do you need help? How can you help? Help you pedal your tricycle? Look at my long legs, I'm sure I can pedal faster than you. Hearing Bai Xiao's words, Lin Duoduo pouted. Her legs weren't short either. Is it urgent? Aunt Qian is dying. I'm worried I won't make it in time. Lin Duoduo said, anyway, I have to go scavenging. How could that be? Bai Xiao remembered the name. It was the woman who had given Lin Duoduo a piece of meat that day. A feeling you wouldn't understand. Lin Duoduo said. Oh. Bai Xiao thought for a moment. You're afraid that if you leave, I go crazy from hunger here and turn back into a mindless zombie? That's part of it. Lin Duoduo lowered her eyes. That was only part of it. She couldn't keep Bai Xiao locked up forever. Apart from retaining some zombie characteristics, he was otherwise very similar to a normal person, retaining his sanity. Keeping him locked up all the time wasn't a solution. But letting him roam freely was also dangerous. Having this opportunity, Lin Duoduo convinced herself that further observation would only lead to two outcomes. Either Bai Xiao would continue to improve until he stabilized, or he would deteriorate into a pure beast like the other zombies. At least it proved that zombies could also possess reason. Do you have family? Lin Duoduo considered for a moment, hesitated, and then looked up, saying, I can take you back to the city, to the place where you were captured. The place that saved me. Bai Xiao said, no. Then, Lin Duoduo thought for a while, maybe you can find a house. Many villages are empty, you can live like before. Before? Bai Xiao wanted to say that he could never go back to the past. He looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of loss. Maybe you can observe me a little longer, then let me go. I can get used to the outside world, Bai Xiao said. Let you go, and then observe you? Lin Duoduo asked. Yes. What if you bite me? Lin Duoduo refused. I won't, Bai Xiao said. But you're drooling, Lin Duoduo said. The braces don't fit properly. Find one for yourself and you see. You drool too if you wear it, Bai Xiao said, removing his braces. Let's talk about going to the city. Will it take a long time? It takes several hours to get to the town. We rest there for the night, and then go into the city the next day, Lin Duoduo said. Lin Duoduo's words reminded Bai Xiao of the long, bumpy ride he endured lying in the back of the truck. Lin Duoduo continued, it's not entirely Aunt Qian's fault. Going to town means staying a few days to scavenge. She patted the tricycle. If we're lucky, it might take 5 or 6 days. Bai Xiao glanced at the tricycle. If he hadn't been lying in the back, she probably would have waited until the tricycle was full before pedaling back. If you don't want to be locked up, I take you back, and then... I wish you a speedy recovery, Lin Duoduo said. Maybe I can go with you, and come back together. That way, I won't have to worry about going crazy from hunger and losing my mind, and I can. Bai Xiao said, suddenly feeling a little ashamed. He felt like a freeloader, his only purpose being for Lin Duoduo to observe him. Looking at the post-apocalyptic world, so unfamiliar, he didn't even know what dangers existed outside besides zombies. 2 people are always better than 1. We can help each other out if anything happens on the road, Bai Xiao said. Going out would greatly help him familiarize himself with the outside world. He could think about the rest later. Whether in terms of physical strength or other aspects, once he's familiar with the environment, he always have a natural advantage over Lin Duoduo. At the very least, he could find an empty house and, like her, quietly live in the apocalypse. If anything happens, he can help in some way. Chapter 20. Lin Duoduo looked at him, calm and rational. I believe in you as you are now, but I won't trust an infected person. Bai Xiao understood. Infected people are unstable. Even he himself wasn't entirely confident. If he trusted them, he wouldn't be checking his condition daily. Therefore, he had no objections to being locked up. Compared to a possible deterioration leading to irreversible consequences, the current situation was the most beneficial and ideal for both parties. Not only was Lin Duo observing him, but he was also using Lin Duo's place to observe himself. Just like a hospital always has an observation room, in case of any unexpected events, they can receive the fastest treatment. Although the conditions here aren't great, it's still better than being alone in the wilderness. This place is like an observation room. Even if Lin Duo isn't a doctor and can't treat infections, if she could just give him a bowl of gruel when he had the worst fever, like on the day he first contracted the virus, it might be a life-saving act. This is in the apocalypse. Lin Duo is his friend. Even if Lin Duo doesn't acknowledge it, she has still saved his life. If I get grabbed by a zombie, I shouldn't get infected? Bai Xiao asked. As long as your hands aren't stained with zombie blood, Lin Duo said. Maybe. You can take whatever protective measures you think are appropriate, and then I go to the city with you, Bai Xiao said. He also wanted to know what the outside world was like. Lin Duo considered for a moment, then nodded and said okay. She hesitated for a moment, looking at Bai Xiao again, and said, Why do I feel like you're a little reluctant to leave the shed? This is my observation room. Bai Xiao patted the pillar, the chains rattling softly with the movement. It's my lucky spot too. Lin Duo thought for a moment and understood, shaking her head and smiling. He'd been bitten by a zombie, and although he retained some zombie characteristics, he was still alive. If she hadn't brought him back that day, no one really knew if he would have survived. He's always freeloading off me, Lin Duo said. I do chores, and we're friends. Having him do chores was also a form of observation. The work wouldn't take Lin Duo much time to do herself. Although she also had her own observational purpose, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Anyway, many hands make light work. I can genuinely help out, and maybe I can even save you sometime in the future. Okay, when you become the zombie king, you have to protect me, Lin Duo said. Having decided to go to the city, she didn't have to set off immediately. She still needed to prepare many things, such as food. She made dry rations from dark flour and elm seeds, along with dried meat and boiled wild roots. These were to ensure supplies for the journey. She also checked ammunition for her homemade gun, raincoat, and waterproof tarpaulin. All sorts of odds and ends had to be considered. Bai Xiao even noticed she carried a small air pump, tucked into a small pouch under the tricycle's cargo bed. He wondered if this was from a time she ran out of air halfway through the journey. If so, it was truly a distressing experience. The next day, Lin Duo returned, carrying a tattered helmet, covered in dust, looking like it had been salvaged from a scrap yard. Seeing her wash the helmet in a basin and hang it on a wooden post to dry, Bai Xiao couldn't help but marvel at Lin Duo's resourcefulness. This was clearly meant for him. Not only that, Lin Duo had drilled 2 holes in the helmet and tied it up with rope, making it look rather odd. Try it, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao put it on, and Lin Duo made him tie the rope up again. If you suddenly have an attack, but still retain some rationality, you might be able to take off the helmet, so I want you to be unable to take it off. That way, even if you can't control the urge to bite someone, you can't. That makes sense. Bai Xiao put on the helmet and looked in the mirror. It was good, fit perfectly, except for being too old. Lin Duo then found thick gloves that were clearly for winter. Fully armed, Bai Xiao looked at himself in the mirror. He felt that even if he stood in front of that damn zombie from that day, it couldn't bite him now. He could protect not only others, but also himself. Won't it be too hot? Lin Duo asked. No. Bai Xiao was telling the truth. He was still a bit numb to temperature changes, even pretending to blow on the food to cool it down. Looking at himself more closely, he felt like a knight, a heavily armored cavalryman at that, capable of fighting his way through the apocalypse 3 times over. I suggest you get one too. It makes you feel safe, Bai Xiao said. Take it off. Let's not leave now, Lin Duo said. We go tomorrow. Okay, Bai Xiao replied. Lin Duo checked the tricycle again, though there wasn't much to check, and then covered everything that needed to be covered with a waterproof sheet. In the late afternoon, Lin Duo went out to Aunt Qian's to tell her she was leaving, so Aunt Qian wouldn't mistakenly think something had happened to her if she couldn't find her. Bai Xiao hugged the helmet. He really liked this piece of equipment. It not only blocked those zombie-like eyes, but also provided protection. A cycling suit would be even better. Perhaps. Bai Xiao remembered a content creator on a website who made chainmail out of many tiny iron rings. That might be the best equipment in the apocalypse. Bai Xiao, who had been clueless about the future, suddenly found direction. Is it really that good? Lin Duo returned and saw Bai Xiao holding the helmet, a little confused. This zombie seemed to have a strange hobby. Glasses were treasures, and now helmets were too. I remember seeing a better helmet in the city once, but I didn't pick it up. Maybe I can find it this time, Lin Duoduo said. Don't you think it's very protective? Bai Xiao asked. No, it obstructs vision, makes it difficult to turn your head, and hinders hearing. A half-coverage helmet is okay, Lin Duoduo said experiencedly. But a half-coverage offers less protection. Bai Xiao thought about it, and realized that advantages and disadvantages are always relative. So this one suits you. The main purpose is to prevent Bai Zhao's infection from worsening, not to protect against anything else. Unexpectedly, the helmet suits Bai Xiao well, concealing his zombie features. Lin Duoduo looked at it, a pleasant surprise. After checking again to make sure nothing was missed, Lin Duoduo went to rest. Bai Xiao gazed at the sky outside the courtyard wall. Night was quickly falling. Don't you think it's too risky? Bai Xiao asked, looking out the window. What do you mean? Lin Duoduo was clearly still awake. Well, even if it doesn't worsen, but if I have other intentions. Do you know the name of the street where I captured you? Lin Duoduo asked. The street that saved me. Bai Xiao asked curiously, what's it called? I don't know, Lin Duoduo said. Chapter 21. Playing mind games with people in the apocalypse is a bit too much for a zombie. Bai Xiao suddenly sat up late at night. The name of the street didn't matter, his repeated objections to being caught were probably the real reason. The night was quiet. At dawn, Lin Duoduo came out of the house. Bai Xiao was already wearing his helmet, stretching his limbs, as if preparing for a battle with zombies. Good morning, Zombie King. Lin Duoduo greeted him. She didn't know the meaning of this, but her mother used to say to her every morning, Lin Duoduo, good morning, and she had learned it and kept the habit. When she lived alone, she would say Lin Duoduo, good morning to herself every day. Morning is the start of a whole day. If she said good morning, the rest of the day probably wouldn't be too bad. After checking the house and yard again, Lin Duoduo helped Bai Xiao fasten his helmet, unlock the chains, and push the tricycle out. Bai Xiao, fully equipped with a helmet and thick gloves, looked like a warrior. He turned and locked the gate. On this cool morning, Lin Duoduo continued pushing the tricycle out, pedaling it, leaving home, and setting off with the fully armed zombies. The village road was a bit bumpy. Bai Xiao looked into the distance. It was a small village at the foot of the mountains. He initially pushed from behind, following the village road. The weeds in the fields grew tall, and in the distance, zombies could be vaguely seen wandering. Why did you give me a stick? Bai Xiao became a little nervous, looking at the long stick in his hand with confusion. It seemed less useful than a knife when fully armed. When you see a zombie, you stab it. Bai Xiao was still a little worried. Was he about to fight a zombie? He wasn't sure if the zombie would bite him. While he was thinking, the figure by the roadside at the village entrance was already walking towards them. A zombie! Bai Xiao shouted. Poke it! Don't let it get closer! Lin Duoduo shouted. Can't I just poke it with a stick? It's coming! Never mind, you pedal, just keep going along the road. Lin Duoduo got off the tricycle, took the stick from Bai Xiao, and let him ride. The tricycle and the zombie were getting closer and closer. If I pedal forward, I just bump into it. Shouldn't I go deal with it first and then come back to ride? Bai Xiao suggested, seeing the zombie getting closer. Just riding the tricycle straight towards it didn't seem like a good idea. Ride your bike properly. Bai Xiao saw the zombie approaching, and Lin Duoduo poked it with a stick, sending it flying far away and knocking it over, making it fall flat on its backside. Bai Xiao was momentarily stunned. The old zombie, having fallen on its backside, lay sprawled in the ditch, struggling to get up and only able to crawl forward with difficulty. It was truly old, its dark, thin body was nothing but skin and bones, its eye sockets deeply sunken, and it wore dirty rags, emitting hoarse sounds. The tricycle creaked and groaned as it passed the zombie, Bai Xiao still tilting his head to look at it. Even after driving quite a distance, he kept looking back. The tricycle was almost in the ditch when Lin Duoduo tapped his helmet, making a loud thud. Pedal properly. Lin Duoduo didn't understand why Bai Xiao, a new zombie, was so afraid of other old zombies. Bai Xiao, somewhat bewildered, straightened the tricycle, guiding it onto the right road. Was he bitten by this thing? Bai Xiao suddenly felt depressed. It's so weak, Bai Xiao said. This was very different from what he had imagined. Old zombies are all like this, Lin Duoduo said. Exposed to wind, sun, and rain, those zombies aged quickly. Since they didn't eat like normal people, they became skin and bones in just a few years. 20 years have passed. The original batch of zombies, is almost entirely gone. Most of the zombies still roaming this land are people who were infected over the years, and they are all growing old. What about the fresh zombies? Bai Xiao suddenly understood what Lin Duo meant when she called them fresh zombies. They really were fresh in the literal sense. Fresh zombies are extremely dangerous. They're not only fast, but also incredibly strong and ferocious. Lin Duo paused, then said, "Except for you." "Luckily not me," Bai Xiao said. The zombies were old. He suddenly truly understood what it meant to live more than 20 years after the apocalypse. The disaster struck the year Lin Duo was born. Now she was an adult, while the zombies had grown old. Many years had passed since the disaster. So, that means this land isn't actually that dangerous anymore? Bai Xiao pedaled the tricycle. He felt Lin Duo get on the back, but riding it was still relatively easy. "Have you forgotten about that rat?" Lin Duo said, holding her stick. The sun gradually rose, the morning coolness quickly dissipated, and the temperature rose accordingly. A profound silence fell over the world. Bai Xiao bumped along the country road for almost an hour before reaching the main road. The tricycle became much smoother and easier to drive on. Thick dust covered the original road. Lin Duo, clutching her stick, moved like an emotionless war goddess. Any old zombies that approached were easily shoved away by her stick, and Bai Xiao took the opportunity to speed up, pedaling the tricycle frantically, leaving it behind. This was nothing like the zombie battle Bai Xiao had imagined before setting out. There was no sense of battle at all. He just watched Lin Duo shoving zombies with her stick. The villages and shops along the roadside were deserted, with only the occasional zombie emerging from its yard. A family used to live here, with a child. It was an old woman in her 40s. "I wonder if they left," Lin Duo said, looking towards a village called Baiyang as they passed. Bai Xiao glanced over. The village was quiet. Lin Duo didn't intend to investigate further. She simply recalled this incident. Actually, they didn't know each other. They had only bumped into each other twice before, from a distance. The first time, both were indifferent and wary. The second time, they didn't speak, exchanging a fleeting glance before moving on. Bai Xiao noticed that whenever they passed through the village, Lin Duo always carried a gun. In the apocalypse, unless people were acquainted, most people maintained a considerable distance. Even if they happened to meet, they would pass by from a distance, avoiding contact unless absolutely necessary. This was something her mother had taught her. Her mother had struggled through the immediate aftermath of the disaster, experiencing the most difficult years. Those early years after the disaster were chaotic. Many people, many things, her mother had seen, heard, and told her many stories, which left a deep impression on her. Later, as the population dwindled, the survivors gradually adapted to post-disaster life and settled down. Now, perhaps such incidents have decreased significantly, but those who experienced those initial years still maintain those habits. Lin Duo suddenly felt like laughing. Humans are wary of each other. But when faced with a zombie, they make a completely different choice. Lin Duo glanced at Bai Xiao, who was pedaling a tricycle. Perhaps it was because he wasn't very bright. Chapter 22. If Bai Xiao hadn't been infected, Lin Duo wouldn't have paid him any attention, not even a single word. Lin Duo thought about it seriously. There were many reasons, but it was normal for her attitude towards the infected to be different from that towards strangers. Like Bai Xiao, if he were a healthy, uninfected human, the two wouldn't have crossed paths, wouldn't know each other, and certainly wouldn't have one locked up by the other for safety. But with an infected person, it was surprisingly suitable and beneficial to both sides. The car passed through a village, and in the distance, a large patch of wildflowers bloomed across the fields. Lin Duo used a stick to nudge a zombie following behind, causing it to fall on its backside. "When you were alone, did you ride your bike like this too?" Bai Xiao couldn't help but ask. More than 20 days after transmigrating, she rode a tricycle with the surviving humans. Riding with one hand isn't very convenient. Sometimes when you encounter several zombies, it's troublesome. Lin Duo had to admit that two people were indeed much more convenient than one. Pedaling alone and dealing with the zombies by himself was much faster than traveling alone. Originally expected to reach town around noon, Bai Zhao's long legs helped them arrive much earlier. The bike entered town, guided by Lin Duo. The town was deathly silent, with dilapidated buildings standing there, their exteriors covered in old, mottled marks and climbing vines. A gust of wind blew, and an advertising billboard creaked from somewhere. "Turn left, stop in the alley," Lin Duo said, jumping down from the back of the bike to check for any danger in the alley. These corners are the easiest places to run into trouble. She used a stick to make sure it was safe before letting Bai Xiao ride in. It looked like a large warehouse. Linduoduo pulled open the heavy door. It was her temporary lodging when she went into town. After riding in on the tricycle, she found it wasn't empty. There were weapons, many tools, bicycles, and candles. I left you here for a while last time, Linduoduo said. I don't remember, Bai Xiao shook his head. He only remembered being jostled around for a long time while he had a high fever, and it seemed like they did change trains once. It's still early, maybe we can go straight into town? Bai Xiao didn't know where town was or how far it was, so he asked Linduoduo. Linduoduo considered it for a moment. When she was alone, it wasn't fast enough, and she also had to consider safety, worried about what might happen if they were still on the road after dark. Now that there were two of them, it seemed like they could consider going straight into town, saving an extra day. She had limited provisions, so saving an extra day was a significant advantage. Let's eat something, and then go, Linduoduo said. The necessary protective gear was still in place. Bai Xiao took his things to another small cubicle before taking off his helmet and starting to eat. In this environment, two people were better than one person. He didn't want any accidents to happen. After resting for less than 20 minutes, the tricycle left their temporary stop. Let me try next time, Bai Xiao said, looking at the stick Linduoduo was holding, eager to try it out. Aren't you afraid of them anymore? Linduoduo asked, a little suspicious. I was just not prepared when I came out. Bai Xiao felt embarrassed, or rather embarrassed. No wonder Linduoduo was so calm when the zombies were outside the wall. The tricycle was on the road again. It had to be said, though primitive, it was an incredibly useful tool in situations without electricity or fuel. They could carry everything they needed on the road, and it was also fully loaded for the return trip. Linduoduo's legs weren't short either, and she pedaled with great strength, clearly more skilled than Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao crouched in the back of the tricycle, getting off to push when they encountered difficult terrain. If there was a zombie ahead, he would jump off, jog ahead, and poke it with a stick so Linduoduo could ride past. If there was a zombie behind, he would simply strike it from the back of the tricycle. Bai Xiao held the stick, feeling increasingly sorrowful with each strike. He had been bitten by this very thing. These are all your people, Linduoduo said, adjusting her hat brim with her free hand. Bai Xiao became even more depressed. What's the point of being a zombie king, ruling over this bunch of old, weak, and disabled, and fighting against the surviving humans? A subject approached, and Bai Xiao shoved it aside with a stick. Many people should have survived, right? Maybe. A couple of years ago, I occasionally ran into people. I even met other scavengers in the city, but then it became rare. I don't know if they died or moved away, Linduoduo said. Many people are wary of strangers. Even when they get together, it's a small group, they find it hard to accept newcomers. Bai Xiao and Linduoduo chatted casually, but he didn't forget his duty, observing the surroundings. Maybe they moved together, to a survivors' settlement? Possibly. Linduoduo saw a zombie not far away and reminded him, this one isn't that old, use your strength. The wind whipped up dust from the road, and on the vast expanse of land, it seemed as if only the two of them were alive. All they encountered along the way were old, emaciated zombies, their clothes tattered and ragged, a scene of utter devastation. But he knew that perhaps hidden in those villages were people like Linduoduo, struggling to survive. It's just that the first few years after the disaster were so chaotic that even many years later, they still preferred to hide themselves. So that's why you live alone? Bai Xiao asked. I'm used to it, Linduoduo replied casually. Actually, that was part of it, there were many reasons, no single factor. Bai Xiao didn't ask any further, focusing on poking the zombies with his stick. The tricycle creaked and groaned along the road. If you get tired, I take over pedaling. Okay. Linduoduo didn't refuse, but after a moment's consideration, she gave up the driver's seat. Taking turns would make it faster. She sat in the back of the tricycle, holding her stick, resting, while a zombie wearing a helmet pedaled furiously in front of her. Surprisingly, it felt pretty good. Linduoduo squinted, gazing at the seemingly endless road ahead, her body swaying slightly with the movement of the tricycle. Scavenging in the city was an essential skill for survivors. They could find almost anything they had before the disaster. If they were lucky, they could even find plenty of food. She once found 4.5 boxes of salt in an ordinary-looking house. She wondered why the former owner of that house had hoarded so much salt. As the sun set, the outline of Linchuan City could already be seen in the distance, the tall and short buildings on the city's edge becoming increasingly clear. It resembled a colossal, long-dead, steel and concrete beast lying on the earth, exuding a putrid stench in the twilight. Chapter 23. A fully armed zombie on a tricycle, carrying a human, approached Linchuan City. The battles with the old zombies along the way left Bai Xiao with mixed feelings. Time hadn't buried them, but it had diminished their danger. It's a bit quiet. Bai Xiao cautiously drove into the city. He expected there to be far more zombies in the city than in remote villages. Still on the edge, but much better now. It used to be more lively. Lin Duo pulled out her gun. The scavengers who come to the city clear out the zombies, and sometimes they become zombies themselves. But generally speaking, zombies are getting easier to kill, so the city's edges are constantly being cleared out, making them relatively safer. Clearing out zombies used to be a necessary procedure because there were so many in the city back then, you could encounter them almost anywhere. To scavenge, you had to clear a safe path, clearing as you went, which wasted a lot of time. Is your helmet visor properly on? Lin Duo jumped off the tricycle, and went around to check before feeling relieved. She explained, make sure you're well hidden. Always hide any signs of infection, otherwise you might be eliminated before you even have a chance to explain to other scavengers. Bai Xiao adjusted his helmet, still concerned. Am I wearing it properly? Yes, very well. Lin Duo didn't stay on the back of the tricycle. As they approached the edge of the city, she got off and followed the tricycle on foot, constantly checking her surroundings for safety. Aside from the day he was bitten, Bai Xiao had never seen such quiet streets. Even when he worked overtime until the early hours, the streets were still brightly lit, bustling with cars and lively with people at the food stalls. The deserted city streets gave off an inexplicable chill. Where to first? Bai Xiao asked. Lin Duo pulled a piece of paper from her back pocket. Bai Xiao peeked at it. It was an address. Let's go see Aunt Qian first. I have the key. If her old place isn't easily broken into, we might not even need to go anywhere else. How much stuff could she have at home? Bai Xiao asked curiously. Not her house. Lin Duo jingled the key. In those old buildings, you could climb from the balcony to the next apartment. With this key, we could probably take an entire floor, and maybe even the lower floors. Bai Xiao was taken aback, once again acknowledging this human's intelligence, or rather, her extensive experience in scavenging. Lower floors are easier to raid, but higher floors aren't so easy. Most teams wouldn't touch them. The city is too big. Scavenging is a skill. Do you recognize that address? Bai Xiao asked, somewhat doubtfully. It's near the city center, next to the civic square, Lin Duo said. Sure enough, Bai Xiao knew his worries were justified. People who grew up after the apocalypse, living in remote mountain villages, couldn't possibly be very familiar with cities. We need to find a place to rest now, Lin Duo said, glancing at the sun already below the horizon. It would soon be dark. Do you have a temporary place to stay in the city? Bai Xiao asked. This way. Lin Duo led Bai Xiao forward. The further they went, the more tall buildings appeared, and the creaking of tricycles echoed through the quiet streets. The zombies here weren't as endearing as in the countryside. Unlike on the open street, where zombies are easily spotted, these were different. They might appear in small groups, or hide behind shop doors, suddenly bursting out to startle you. The traffic lights at the intersection were broken, hanging askew. The original blue sign was faded, and the words turn left on Xiang Road were blurred, leaving only an arrow. Bai Xiao noticed that Lin Duo, who had come out, was different from when she was in the courtyard. She was wearing a baseball cap, her eyes sharp and calm as she observed her surroundings. Why don't you attach a blade to the stick? A spike? Bai Xiao said. If there are several zombies, it'd be dangerous if you get stuck in their bones. Lin Duo didn't turn around. Besides, their bodily fluids will splatter. The stick is more useful when the zombies aren't that dangerous. You can easily break their necks. As darkness fell, Lin Duo finally stopped after Bai Xiao had broken the necks of two of her subjects, preventing them from chasing her. This used to be a furniture store. The advertising signs were long since battered by wind and rain, only half hanging there. Where the glass doors should have been, there was nothing but emptiness. I don't think this is a good place, Bai Xiao cautiously suggested, because he saw several zombies, attracted by the sound of the tricycle, staggering towards them from the shadows in the distance. The zombies were indeed old, but being surrounded would be troublesome. On the quiet street, the sound of the tricycle was quite noticeable. Put the tricycle here, Lin Duo said calmly. While she could still see somewhat, she picked up a short stick from the ground, took her gun in her other hand, went inside, knocked on the long-abandoned escalator, listened intently, and carefully and slowly went upstairs. The 7-story shopping mall hadn't encountered any zombies. Lin Duo had been here before and cleared it out. Aside from rare instances, the probability of the old zombies wandering upstairs again was low. However, she remained cautious until she reached the 7th floor leading to the rooftop. After observing the wire-bound door, she felt much more at ease, untied the wire, and stepped onto the roof. Okay, this is a good place. Bai Xiao quickly changed his mind. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and glanced at the street below. The view was open, and there weren't any particularly tall buildings nearby. As long as the iron door wasn't broken, it was safe. Those old zombies climbing to the 7th floor. Maybe a slightly newer zombie could manage, but the kind they encountered along the way. Forget it. There were many things on the rooftop. A bunch of bottles and jars, iron bars and steel bars, weapons like that. Lin Duo picked up a crowbar and wedged it against the iron door, then kicked a nearby cabinet, gesturing to Bai Xiao with her chin. Bai Xiao understood and helped her move the cabinet to block the iron door. This way, even if there are fresh zombies, we can still stay safe at night. Lin Duo also came to the edge. The rooftop was large, and she circled the edge, looking down at the dark street below. If other scavengers appear nearby, it'd be easier to spot them. Bai Xiao felt she was like a sniper, ready to pull out a sniper rifle at any moment, knock it on her shoulder, and aim at the street. He suddenly remembered a saying, set up 2 machine guns here, and I can control the entire street. It seemed this wasn't just a random spot. Bai Xiao suspected there was more than one. She used to find places like this when she needed to rest while scavenging. Is this the professionalism of a scavenger? Bai Xiao was filled with respect. No wonder she grew up in the apocalypse. A corner of the rooftop was piled with useless junk, such as empty beer bottles and cans, tires, and even bicycles. You really scavenge junk? Bai Xiao had assumed scavengers only looked for useful supplies. He genuinely didn't know what some junk was for, like the empty glass bottle Lin Duo was carrying. Lin Duo arranged the bottles in a circle around him. As long as you remain sane, it's best not to leave this circle. Bai Xiao now understood its purpose. If the bottles are knocked over, it means my infection has worsened and I lost my mind. It was a simple yet highly effective protective warning. Chapter 24. While remaining rational, Bai Xiao wouldn't touch the bottles beside him. But once he lost his senses, whether he walked or crawled, the bottles would inevitably fall. The rooftop was large. Lin Duo was in another corner, lying on a foam board, covered with a coat and resting. Bai Xiao sat against the wall. The wind on the rooftop was strong and refreshing. The night was pitch black. The desolate city lacked the light pollution of Bai Xiao's original world. Apart from sparse stars, only darkness remained. If there were no apocalypse, no zombies, this would be a very romantic thing, Bai Xiao suddenly sighed. Night, rooftop, starlight. A couple was looking at the stars on the rooftop, even arranging a circle of glass bottles as a gentleman's agreement. But the occasional howls of zombies from the distant street made things less pleasant. Are there any survivors living in the city? Bai Xiao asked. Even if there are, they're rare, Lin Duo said. Scavenging for a living in the city might be manageable for a short time, but it's very difficult to make a living year-round. It's possible some people have the skills to survive in the city, but I haven't seen any. Bai Xiao suddenly missed that little courtyard. The empty city was truly unbearable. Get some rest. Lindwood's voice came from a distant corner. Yeah, I shouldn't ignore any disturbances, Bai Xiao said. There was no further sound from Lin Duo. Exhausted from a day's journey, Bai Xiao hugged his helmet and closed his eyes. Living off the small courtyard was a completely different environment from riding a tricycle all day. He was also sensing whether he was changing in this different environment. He was still unsure if he was asleep, or if it was a very light sleep, similar to the habits of zombies. Even when motionless, he could hear sudden noises. As night deepened and dawn broke, Lin Duo woke up, her fatigue from the previous day largely relieved. She opened her eyes and saw Bai Xiao standing in a circle of glass bottles, stretching his limbs. Lin Duo sat down to drink some water, then stretched and stood up. Looks quite stable, she said. Like Bai Xiao, she was unsure whether the infection would change due to fatigue. Although Bai Xiao usually did his morning exercises with a spring in his step, compared to the exertion of traveling to the city, his mental and physical exhaustion was far less. I still need to observe him. Bai Xiao exhaled and stopped moving, looking even healthier than she, a human. Drink water, eat. Be careful in the city. If you happen to run into other scavengers, just put on your helmet and stand there. Lin Duo put on her coat and came over. She looked at Bai Xiao, and was surprised to find that Bai Xiao looked quite intimidating with his helmet on. As long as the zombie features were covered, His tall stature and helmet made him much more imposing than some of the thinner scavengers. If she encountered a strange scavenger wearing a helmet on the street, she would keep her distance. She couldn't glean any information from his eyes, whether he was crazy or calm, cowardly or fierce. It was all unknown. The best approach was to stay away. Lin Duoduo bent down and picked up a circle of bottles from the ground. Bai Xiao saw this and asked, "Are you going to put these away?" He looked at the circle of bottles, still unsure of her purpose in collecting this pile of junk. He couldn't possibly have known all along that the glass bottles were meant for him. But then Lin Duoduo took 2 bottles to the edge of the rooftop, swung her arm, and threw them far away into the distance. Soon, 2 crisp cracking sounds echoed from the street. "Let's go," Lin Duoduo said. They went downstairs from the mall, pushed their tricycles out, and headed out. Bai Xiao turned to look behind him. The old zombie, who had followed the sound of the tricycle the night before, lingering nearby, had just been lured away by the landing point of the 2 glass bottles. Hearing the tricycle, it tried to turn back, but was limited by speed and distance. Scooping is a skill in itself, Bai Xiao thought, trying to learn from the human's experience in scavenging. Although the 2 bottles had also alerted zombies, who weren't originally lingering nearby, the pushing of the tricycle inevitably made noise. In the end, at least the zombies at the mall entrance were diverted, and those who were alerted would be alerted anyway. In just one day, Bai Xiao realized that Lindwood's survival in the apocalypse was no fluke. "Here," Lin Duoduo said, taking a knife from the tricycle. Bai Xiao took it and looked at her. "Besides zombies, there are other dangers in the city," Lin Duoduo said. "Like what?" "Cats, dogs." Lin Duoduo casually uttered 2 words, which should have been the epitome of cuteness, but they made Bai Xiao pause for a moment. "By the way, I wonder if the zombies will bite you again. Why don't you try?" Lin Duoduo suddenly said, seeing Bai Xiao holding a stick, ready to hit a zombie approaching from a short distance away. Bai Xiao rejected such an unreliable suggestion. "That's not a good idea. What if you get bitten again? They're all old zombies. Just go behind it, and see if it turns around. We try it another time." Bai Xiao felt that even if they were to try, they should test it on an old zombie near the village. Lin Duoduo shrugged, checked her bearings, and headed towards the city center. The further she went, the more frequently she encountered zombies. If she were alone, she wouldn't go directly with her tricycle. Instead, she would first scout out a safe route, make sure she had something to gain, and then return to get her vehicle. The last time she met Bai Xiao was while she was searching for her way. "Look, that's where I grabbed you." Lin Duoduo pointed to a distant intersection. "It's to save me." Bai Xiao, wearing a helmet, was still cautiously looking around. He had long forgotten what that street looked like. The fever after being bitten had left him somewhat delirious. Grab. Save. Grab. Save. Isn't it the same? Grab is used for zombies. Save is used for humans. Obviously, I'm human. Saving a human sounds much better than catching a zombie. The once glorious building was now dilapidated, standing at the end of the street. Bai Xiao saw a bank. If he weren't worried about zombies hiding inside, he would have loved to experience robbing a bank. "The bank's vault should be absolutely secure," Bai Xiao said. "Yeah, if it's blocked off, it's hard to escape." Lin Duoduo didn't look at the bank, but at the scattered pieces of paper on the ground not far away. The papers looked very new. "Other scavengers have come here recently," Lin Duoduo said slowly. "Could it be a friend you lost contact with?" "I didn't have any friends before I was bitten, I'm pretty sure of that," Bai Xiao said. "Not betrayed and then bitten?" Lin Duoduo asked. "No, I know that concealing information can lead to many unpredictable dangers. You don't need to worry." "Okay." Lin Duoduo picked up a piece of paper, glanced at it, and prepared to throw it away. "What's written on it?" Bai Xiao saw the writing. "Here." Lin Duoduo handed over the paper. It was just a message. Chapter 25. Bai Xiao took the piece of paper. Lin Duoduo said, "This wasn't here when I took this road last time. It seems it happened in the half-month or so since I rescued you." "They were captured," Bai Xiao said, looking at the information on the paper. "Oh." Lin Duoduo nodded. Bai Xiao belatedly looked up, paused for 2 seconds, then looked down again, shaking the paper. "I knew it. How could there not be a survivor settlement? There's food, fortresses, and united companions here. If you see this message, please remember, there are many people like you struggling to survive. If survival is difficult, you can come here too. There's an address below." The information on the paper was clearly intended for survivors scattered across this land, whether they had come to the city by scavenging or were already living nearby. Bai Xiao flipped the paper over. It was a simple hand-drawn map, marking the locations. Is Chenjiabao far? Bai Xiao asked. I don't know, it seems. Lin Duoduo looked at the hand-drawn location, thought for a moment, and said, it's almost to the next city. That far? Bai Xiao was surprised. It's alright, if it were closer, I would have seen it already. Lin Duoduo said, if I hadn't taken you away that day, you might have run into them. It might not be a good thing. Bai Xiao flicked the paper. You don't seem interested? Lin Duoduo said, it says that if it's hard to survive, you can go. I'm not having a hard time surviving. You can just say you don't believe it. Bai Xiao could tell she wasn't interested in the cluster thing, and guessed, has it happened before? It happened a few times, and the address was different each time. There was one group very close to Linchuan City before, who also said they wanted to survive together, but after observing them from a distance a few times, I realized they only needed strong laborers and women. And then? Then they disappeared. Those kinds of groups are prone to problems. Lin Duoduo said, if you haven't been infected, you could go check this out. She glanced at the piece of paper and considered, the fact that they can come from so far away is a bit unusual. But I'm infected, Bai Xiao said. That's a pity, Lin Duoduo said. Actually, coming from so far away also has its problems, Bai Xiao said. If things really develop well, it will gradually attract survivors. Maybe they won't need to look for anyone. Many people will come on their own. That's possible. Lin Duoduo didn't refute. She was only concerned about encountering strangers. My mother told me that when you can survive, it's best never to gather in groups. Unless order emerges. For a young woman, rushing off after seeing a piece of information is tantamount to gambling with her life. Walking towards the city center, they occasionally saw broken, withered bones along the way. Lin Duoduo said these were from a long time ago, when things were more dangerous. They were people infected, or perhaps killed by animals. The closer they got to the city center, the more tall buildings appeared, and the streets widened, yet remained deathly silent. Bai Xiao noticed the difference between the zombies in the city and those in the wild. Although they were all old zombies, the city had more buildings, so even without any rationality, they could avoid much exposure to the elements while wandering. Moreover, some zombies were trapped inside buildings, making them look much more presentable than the old zombies in the wild. At least their clothes weren't tattered and hanging on their bodies. He even spotted a rather pale-looking zombie trapped inside a building. Are these trapped in the city more troublesome than those in the wild? Bai Xiao didn't release it, wanting to test its strength. A little? At least it decomposes more slowly than old zombies in the wild. Wild zombies, exposed to wind and rain, collapse and can't get up, but this one can hold on for a long time, Lin Duoduo said. Looks like even zombies need a house in the city. Bai Xiao glanced at the pale, thin zombie again. How many people are in a city? Bai Xiao didn't know, but even if only 10% were infected when the disaster struck, it would still be a huge number. Fortunately, they were all old, decaying in batches, and had been cleared away time and again by scavengers over the years. In the first few years after the disaster, the city was definitely a no-go zone. Even now, as they approached the city center, Lin Duoduo became increasingly vigilant, no longer as relaxed as when they first entered the city. Skeletons were a common sight on the streets, indistinguishable between human and zombie remains. Once rotted away and reduced to mere bones, they were indistinguishable. The city had ceased to function. Even if all the zombies disappeared, without a large population, it would be difficult to restart it. The dilapidated city was ultimately a desolate wasteland. Have I gone astray? Bai Xiao was starting to feel the strain. He used a stick to knock down approaching zombies, breaking their necks, but this slowed him down, making it difficult to pick up speed. The further he went, the more zombies he encountered, in small groups, occasionally emerging from houses along the street. On the silent streets, the noise of the tricycles easily attracted zombies. Fortunately, they moved slowly. These old creatures were merely maintaining the instincts they had developed after being infected years ago. She was moving at about the same speed as the elderly women in the nursing home. That means we're on the right track. Lin Duoduo glanced into the distance, then at the tricycle, considering whether to leave it nearby. On the empty streets, the movement of the vehicle would easily attract zombies. Let's hide the tricycle over there first, and scout ahead, she decided, taking a bundle of rope and some tools from the tricycle and handing them to Bai Xiao. She then temporarily left the tricycle and hid it in a shop on the street. The city center had only recently been frequented by scavengers, making it far less easy than the well-cleared outskirts. The city was overgrown with weeds, and the streets were littered with the corpses of emaciated zombies. The scavengers had cleared the roads a few days ago, and although zombies were still present, The journey was much simpler than Linduo had anticipated. Approaching the city square, the vast square looked very much like the one in the photos her family had left behind. She strained to make out the stone statue of a woman standing in the center. The stone statue of a woman holding a clay pot, in the photograph, surrounded by lights, with water flowing from the pot, and people all around, even at night, strolling, resting, and dancing in the square. This was Linduo's first time here. Now, compared to the photograph, it was identical in every way except for the woman statue. The square was overgrown with tall, lush weeds. Years of neglect and wind and sun had made it look old and dilapidated. It used to be beautiful. "I seen it in photographs," Linduo said. Those photographs represented all her fantasies about the city of the past. Bai Xiao pushed aside the zombies and looked up. In the setting sun, the statue was bathed in an orange glow. "Maybe it can stand for another 20 years, Linduo suddenly said. 2 20-year periods, who knows? Bai Xiao said. Provided no one destroys it. 20 years isn't long, but it's also very long. The zombies that once drove humans out of the city were now decaying and rotting. The tall building still stood. Chapter 26. Linduo pulled out a piece of paper to identify the residential areas surrounding the civic square. There were 3 residential areas nearby. While she was still hesitating, Bai Xiao pointed one out, over there. When it came to familiarity with the city, Bai Xiao felt he had more authority to speak, even though it was an unfamiliar city. The danger of zombies had only decreased in recent years. Linduo had never been to such a central location before. She used to wander around the houses on the outskirts of the city, looking for anything usable or edible. Over time, it had become increasingly difficult to find anything in the outskirts. Far from the statue fountain, the gate to the residential area was open. Shriveled zombies wandered inside. It looked like a once upscale neighborhood, now overgrown with weeds, ivy covering most of the walls, and trees growing wildly, a scene resembling a primeval jungle. The landscaping in upscale neighborhoods is really good, Bai Xiao remarked, glancing around. It wasn't a good season. He wondered if snakes or something similar might be lurking among the wildly growing greenery. That zombie had a little blade of grass growing on its head. Bai Xiao also noticed something strange. It was swaying and clinging to the retractable gate at the entrance of the residential area, doing something unknown. Linduo glanced at it as well. "Let's go," she said. "I don't think there's anything worth picking up in a place like this." Bai Xiao felt an instinctive fear, a fear that naturally arose when seeing the ruins of a former civilization. If it were a barren and desolate ruin, it would be better, but the closer it got to the city center, the more it resembled a botanical garden. Springtime vegetation grew wildly, high-rise buildings were covered in green, and it had rained a few days ago, a vibrant and thriving scene. This vibrant life built upon the ruins of buildings evoked an inexplicable sense of unease in him, a man from a civilized era. Wild and exuberant life force could coexist with ruins, only the absence of human presence was striking. When there were more people, the city was dangerous. We could only linger on the fringes. Now, the zombies in the city center aren't so dangerous, but there are fewer people. This place was a no-go zone about 10 years ago. Hardly anyone ever set foot here. Linduo hadn't experienced the pre-disaster era, so she didn't feel much for this scene, only slowing her pace considerably. Danger often lurked within the dense vegetation. Building 13904, Happiness Home. She looked up. The climbing vines made identifying the building difficult. "This is Building 3. Bai Xiao warily watched the zombie, with a small blade of grass on its head. It seemed to be the least intelligent of the zombies, clinging to the doorway without coming closer, the lush green grass swaying in the breeze. Cracks appeared in the once solid ground, revealing dark tree roots. Many decaying corpses lay on the ground. Some zombies had fallen long ago, unable to rise again. Linduo crouched down, examining a shriveled pile of feces. Bai Xiao thought she could tell what animal left it by tasting it, but Linduo stood up after a few glances, leaving Bai Xiao somewhat disappointed. "Be careful." Linduo became even more cautious, listening intently to any sounds, and slowly moved forward. Counting the buildings, Bai Xiao found building number 13. The electronic door to the building was unlocked. He didn't know how to open it if it were locked and malfunctioning. Linduo carefully observed the area, gun in hand. These stairwells were usually used as shelters from the rain by animals. Many pet cats and dogs, after the disaster, were no longer pets but dangerous predators. She didn't want to be picked over before she even started scavenging. "Safety first, walk slowly," she said. The elevators were long gone. The two found the stairs, and slowly climbed them step by step. There were brown stains on the walls. The ninth floor wasn't high. Perhaps some zombies were locked inside. Bai Xiao heard faint noises as he climbed the stairs. He was slightly lost in thought. Locked in his apartment for over a decade, trapped like this, perhaps death was preferable. The ruins were just ruins, devoid of their former danger. When Lin Duo finally managed to open the door, a lingering, decaying stench hit her. It wasn't unpleasant, just old and worn. No one had set foot here for a long time. The 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment had a layer of dust in the living room, a messy place with sofa cushions scattered on the floor, and some loose clothes. Bai Xiao looked around. The house wasn't too big or too small. After observing for a moment, he went into the kitchen. The refrigerator in the kitchen was long gone, only a thin layer of residue remained. It had probably stored food, but after the power failure, it had slowly rotted and decomposed over time, leaving only this residue. There were a few cartons of milk in the refrigerator, but they were only half empty. Closing the refrigerator, he saw some bottles and jars on the stove, all condiments. Bai Xiao opened them and glanced at them. They were all clumped together. He rubbed them with his hands. They were clearly inedible. There was also half a bucket of peanut oil, very cloudy. It was the first time Bai Xiao had seen what expired oil looked like. He shook it, and then opened the cupboard. There were some unopened MSG and salt in the cupboard, which looked normal, but he wasn't sure if salt from 20 years ago was still edible. Lin Duo should have experience. Lin Duo simply glanced around the rooms before sitting down on the sofa to rest, ignoring the layer of dust on it. Bai Xiao couldn't stay still. He left the kitchen and went to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror, pressed the toilet button twice. The long-stop water system obviously wouldn't supply water. The shampoo and shower gel on the shelf were clumped together. The toothbrush in the mouthwash cup was alright, at least better than his old, almost worn-out toothbrush that Lin Duo used. Bai Xiao was just starting to feel happy when he picked it up and rubbed it with his hand. A lot of the bristles fell out. It really had been too long. Bai Xiao stood there inside. He walked out and turned back into the bedroom. The master bedroom wasn't too messy. The blankets were neatly folded at the head of the bed, and a photo of a young couple hung on the wall, as if the owners were only temporarily away. Just then, Lin Duo called him from the living room. He answered and went out. "The rope," Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao then realized he hadn't put down the rope he was carrying. On a high enough floor, only a few apartments had security bars. Lin Duo had already opened the balcony window, looked left and right, and as she expected, she could climb over to the neighbor's apartment. Lin Duo took 2 cups and threw them next door with 2 loud thuds. After listening for a moment and finding no further movement, she tied the rope around her waist, climbed onto the edge, and prepared to climb over. "Be careful." Bai Xiao watched in horror. 9th floor. A fall would be fatal. "Hold on tight," Lin Duo said. She then nimbly vaulted over to the next house, entered the balcony, untied the rope, and went inside. After a moment, she said, "You can come in through the door now." Bai Xiao went out, and sure enough, the door next door had been opened from the inside. He suddenly had the illusion of robbing someone. Entering the house, Lin Duo was wandering around. This place was also covered in a thick layer of dust, but the decoration looked a bit better than the previous house. There was even a treadmill in the living room. "This floor, and the floors below, are all ours," Lin Duo said. Chapter 27. "Is there anything useful?" Bai Xiao asked. "It depends on luck." Lin Duo casually opened a cabinet in the living room. While Bai Xiao stared blankly at a few pieces of jewelry, she bent down from under another large cabinet and pulled out a box. She opened it with a knife, then paused. "Wow! What?" Bai Xiao glanced at it. "A whole case of liquor." Lin Duo took out a bottle, opened it, and sniffed it. "It shouldn't be spoiled." "Liquor won't spoil, right?" Bai Xiao had just thought she was an alcoholic so happy, but then he remembered that liquor has many uses, not just for drinking. "It depends on luck. Some liquor can spoil." Lin Duo had seen spoiled liquor, turning into water, not improving with age. "Keep looking. This is a wealthy family's home," she urged. The deserted ruin seemed like a treasure hunt. However, Bai Xiao's luck wasn't good. While Lin Duo easily found useful things, he found only junk after rummaging through boxes and cabinets. After moving to another apartment, Lin Duo frowned at him, cautiously saying, "Why don't you stop for now?" "I opened that cabinet." Bai Xiao hadn't expected that even as a zombie, he'd be criticized for his smelly hands. "Let's see what you can find." Bai Xiao was sure it wasn't his fault. Lin Duo opened the cabinet, glanced at Bai Xiao, and took out a can of coffee. This stuff is definitely expired, Bai Xiao said. Really? Lin Duo sniffed it. What a pity. How about you have some? I don't want it. Bai Xiao refused. Bai Xiao realized that she mainly judged whether something was spoiled by smell. Looking at the can of coffee, Bai Xiao remembered that the expiration date of many things is just the date the manufacturer is responsible for. It doesn't mean the food will immediately spoil after that time. Rather, after that time, regardless of whether it's spoiled or not, if you get sick from eating it, it's no longer the manufacturer's responsibility. Some things can indeed be stored for a very, very long time. It's best not to eat things that aren't necessities. What if you get sick and start drooling? Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo shrugged. Maybe next time it'd be a whole jar of honey. No, a whole box. Don't touch the cabinet. Move these to that room over there, and wait to load them onto the truck. Bai Xiao, still a little resentful that he'd been kicked out and forbidden from touching the cabinet, sneakily circled the kitchen, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. Where did you put the bottle of wine you opened? He asked, turning around. Do you want some? Just for a moment. Good, it's in that corner over there. Lin Duo pointed. Bai Xiao picked it up. It was quite strong. He looked at it, smelled it, and carefully unwrapped the bandage on his arm wound, hesitating. Theoretically, Baijiu, Chinese liquor, could disinfect, but the alcohol content was too low. Sometimes it wasn't very effective, especially aged liquor. It might be okay for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Given the current positive situation, he seriously considered it and decided to maintain the status quo for now. Why don't you use it? Lin Duo saw him pick up the bottle and then put it down again. Just in case the wound worsens someday, Bai Xiao said. Better safe, Lin Duo agreed. Bai Xiao put down the bottle and returned to the original room. Lin Duo didn't follow. She stayed in the next room. It was getting late. It had been over 20 days since he transmigrated, infected and turned into a zombie, scavenging for scraps alongside the surviving humans. Bai Xiao sat on the balcony, watching the darkening sky. Below, lush green plants thrived amidst the steel and concrete buildings left behind by humans. Lindwood's side was quiet. She gazed at the old zombie wandering among the grass below. Judging from the current situation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, in a few years, the monsters of this land would gradually turn to skeletons. Some would be cleared away by scavengers, others would die of old age naturally. After all, even zombies were still flesh and blood. They had wandered for far too long. Nothing is truly immortal. I suddenly feel like everything is meaningless, Bai Xiao said from across the balcony. What do you mean? Lin Duo rested on the other balcony. Becoming a zombie, and having to scavenge for scraps with humans, Bai Xiao said. Didn't you firmly believe you were human? Lin Duo asked. Bai Xiao paused for a moment, then said, let's start over. Becoming an infected person means having to scavenge for scraps with the survivors. We still have to live, Lin Duo said. At least we're alive, aren't we? Bai Xiao hugged his helmet without speaking. The night grew deeper. He gazed at the sparse stars in the distant sky and suddenly thought, if only I could go back. If there was a chance to go back, everyone could play Resident Evil. It would be so exciting. Across a balcony, the two remained silent. Oh right, I think I forgot to take your helmet off, Lin Duo suddenly said. Bai Xiao looked at the helmet in his hands and said, I took it off myself. You didn't fasten it very securely. I teach you how to fasten it tomorrow. Lin Duo remained silent. After a long while, just as Bai Xiao thought she had fallen asleep, Lin Duo said, my grandfather is a professor, my mother is a teacher, and my father is a doctor. They said I could have had a good life. But disaster struck. They taught me so much, hoping I can keep living. I can see you're trying very hard to live, and so am I, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao sat against the wall. Along the way, Lin Duo had been intentionally or unintentionally teaching him some scavenging skills. He hadn't slept in a bed in a long time. Instead of going to the master bedroom, he went to another room next door, pulled the sheets, dust and all off, and slept on the bare mattress. Outside was a city covered in green. Dawn always comes quickly. Not knowing if Lin Duo had gotten up, Bai Xiao stayed in his room, doing some eye exercises and then some calisthenics. He didn't intend to become a muscular zombie. He was just moving his body to avoid stiffness due to infection. Perhaps the radio calisthenics really did work. After so many years of vigorous promotion, not only students did it, but workers also had dedicated time to exercise. It's a full body workout, and it also improves balance. It's very comprehensive. Bai Xiao felt less stiff than when he first got infected, and his arm twitches were gradually decreasing. Duo, are you up yet? After finishing his workout, Bai Xiao stood on the balcony and called to his neighbor. You're done exercising? Lin Duo, her hair loose, yawned and appeared on the balcony, acting like a true neighbor. You should tie your hair up, put on a hat, and carry a gun. You look more like a wild, burgeoning force. Bai Xiao felt that Lin Duo, like that would inspire more reliability in the apocalypse, rather than her current lazy. Hard to describe, definitely not a reliable image. Lin Duo scratched her hair. I suddenly thought of something last night. What? Will you age as quickly as they do? Chapter 28. Bai Xiao, startled, wanted to find a mirror to examine himself. Zombies exposed to wind and rain in the wild are usually reduced to skin and bones after 10 years, decaying and rotting like skeletons, no longer a threat. City zombies are a little better, but they become like this after 10 years too. Lin Duo pointed downstairs to the zombie with a small blade of grass growing on its head, but they lack reason, unlike you who eats and drinks, maintaining normal human habits. Lin Duo thought seriously for a moment. Perhaps you can maintain your health very well, unlike them. Especially when they are first infected, they are fierce and powerful. The stronger they are, the shorter their shelf life. That's indeed true. Zombies wander all day, their bodies like embers after a fire has burned out, rootless and without source. Like garlic sprouting in the kitchen, without soil, the longer it sprouts, the faster it dries up. You gave me quite a fright. The more Bai Xiao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If he maintained his health well, he might even outlive this human. Lin Duo put on her hat and drank some water. The surviving humans were initially panicked, but gradually realized that as long as they persevered and survived the initial terrifying disaster, the tide would turn, and ultimately, humanity would prevail, just as their ancient ancestors faced nature. However, this realization came a little too late. Too many people had died in those 10+ years, and victory seemed a distant prospect. Disasters are never singular. They are not just about zombies, but also about order, food, water, medicine, and animals, all sorts of things. In her family's descriptions, especially the winter of the year the zombie outbreak occurred, that was another catastrophe. Fortunately, things have calmed down now. This is where Aunt Qian used to live in the city, Lin Duo said. Oh! Bai Xiao looked back at the bedroom. He remembered the photo hanging on the wall. A young couple, owning an apartment in such a good location, they must have been happy before the disaster. Now, only traces of life remained. Even the bathroom and kitchen were preserved exactly as they were. Lin Duo ate something to conserve her strength, then, with a rope around her waist, slowly descended to the 8th floor, opened the window, and climbed inside. A family of 3 used to live here. A framed photo still sat on the table. She didn't touch it, just wiped away the dust, glanced at the room's furnishings, and searched the kitchen and cabinets for anything still usable. She knew that the original residents of this building, and even this neighborhood, would probably never return. Only scavengers would come looking for supplies left over from before the disaster. But it was also possible that the owner of one of the empty apartments might return someday, like Aunt Qian had asked her to stop by while scavenging. To the returning survivors, these picture frames were more precious than a bag of salt, a can of coffee, or even a case of wine, because those things could be found in many buildings, while the former were unique to this place, in this very room. So she didn't destroy anything. She simply searched for useful supplies and moved them out. Before the disaster, many households would store things, especially in this type of neighborhood. Unlike apartment buildings with many tenants, it was common to find things that wouldn't easily spoil, like salt, wine, and honey. With luck, you could even find entire cases of canned goods. That was the best thing she ever eaten. She remembered it was canned beef. It wasn't as tough as the animal she caught herself, nor was it dry and tough. The aroma wafted out as soon as she opened the tin. Lin Duo secretly hoped she'd find another box. The location of the building affected the quality of the items found. Lower floor apartments tended to be damp, rendering most of the items unusable. Sometimes, even high-rises were damp. Items in lower rises, especially those with better furnishings, were usually better preserved. Bai Xiao and Lin Duo busied themselves on the lower floors of this building. On the 7th floor, 2 zombies were trapped in one apartment. It seemed they hadn't escaped years ago, had been infected, and remained trapped. The 2 zombies were locked in separate rooms, emaciated, their ribs clearly visible, their skeletons covered in skin. Bai Xiao had finally found the source of the noise he heard climbing the stairs yesterday. Be careful, there are probably more in other rooms, Bai Xiao warned Lin Duo. He saw a corpse in the previous house, not a zombie, but someone who had starved to death while hiding in their home 20 years ago, long since reduced to bones. Unlike the vibrant vegetation downstairs, inside the lush greenery were people destroyed in the disaster of years past. Time froze the building at the moment of the catastrophe, while the zombies outside protected it from invasion, until 20 years later, when the zombies decayed and aged, and scavengers once again set foot on these ruins. Bai Xiao didn't participate in the search. He hadn't found anything useful. Lin Duo had even found a first aid kit, although the iodine inside had long since evaporated and the bandages were ineffective. The thermometer and safety scissors were still useful, and there was also a barely usable tourniquet. They even found an old salted fish in a kitchen. Too bad it was inedible. Bai Xiao stuffed a bag of various candles into his bag and followed Lin Duo to continue scavenging. What's this? Lin Duo pulled out a strange object. It should be called a bouncy stick? Bai Xiao recognized it. You step on it, and you can jump really high. Lin Duo examined it for a moment, then handed it to him, saying, try it. Bai Xiao was about to take it when he suddenly felt that a zombie playing with a bouncy stick was a bit odd, a little absurd, so he waved his hand and refused. Looks like the owner of this house used to be very athletic, he said, not only with a bouncy stick, but also with dumbbells and jump ropes. He hoped the family hadn't turned into zombies back then, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Seeing Lin Duo pull out some even stranger things from the bedside table, Bai Xiao said, this is? Shut up, I know. Lin Duo threw the things back and closed the table. Looks like it's the lady of the house. Bai Xiao felt inexplicably awkward and left the bedroom. Lin Duo continued searching. The wardrobe was full of clothes and 2 large plush toys. She glanced at them and closed the door again. Finding nothing else in the bedroom, she went to the kitchen. Zheng, hearing the sound, Lin Duo turned around in surprise and saw Bai Xiao fiddling with a guitar. Bai Xiao was looking down. The guitar was slightly warped, and the strings were loose, but it could still produce sound after being tightened. You scared me, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao smiled. This is a wealthy family. Look carefully. This guitar was very expensive. Most people couldn't afford it. Lin Duo had just been about to say something, but he interrupted her, and she forgot. Looking down at the white sugar in her hand, her eyebrows arched again. She waved the sugar in front of Bai Xiao. He found both white and brown sugar, but the brown sugar was spoiled. The unopened bag of white sugar, however, was still good. Look at you, you couldn't find anything in 3 rooms. Lin Duo scolded him. His zombie luck was off the charts. If you're so capable, find a whole box. Bai Xiao had already resigned himself to his unlucky fate. Using the bed sheets he found to pack many things into bundles, asking, should I go and take these back to the car first? It'd probably take 2 or 3 trips. Let's collect them all at once. It'd be terrible if other scavengers take them. I haven't seen any other humans. Except for that piece of paper, maybe they left. Bai Xiao guessed, but also agreed with Lin Duo. It would be terrible if they were taken. More likely they went to the hospital. These kinds of groups usually have a clear purpose. Lin Duo offered a more plausible guess. Bai Xiao agreed even more, but won't the medicine expire? Who knows, maybe some will still be usable, like this can of coffee. Haven't thrown it away yet? In case something unexpected happens, maybe it can fill our stomachs. Anyway, it doesn't take up much space. Chapter 29. Lin Duo found a few books in the room, thought for a moment, and put them in her bag. They didn't take up much space either. Books are both incredibly useful and incredibly useless. Living and living are only one word apart, yet they represent the difference between the moment of disaster and more than 20 years later. She was striving to live, not just existing. She had already taken most of the useful items from the room. Lin Duo glanced back, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up the guitar that Bai Xiao had strummed. She'd take it for now. It wouldn't hurt if there was room in the car, otherwise she'd throw it away. Scavenging doesn't always yield a full load, but this time, after only 3 days, she had already amassed quite a harvest. Perhaps Bai Xiao wasn't so unlucky? Outside, the branches of the large trees rustled in the breeze. The 2 diligent individuals wandered through Building 13 of the Happiness Home, descending floor by floor, occasionally encountering old skeletons and decaying zombies trapped inside. Now is both a good time and a bad time. In 10 years, perhaps there won't be so many old zombies in the city, but it will become an animal paradise. The city's former greenery can no longer be called greenery, no one maintains it, and plants have overrun the city's high-rises. Each building has 2 elevators and 4 apartments, connected by a central corridor leading to other buildings. There are 12 apartments in total. Some windows weren't properly closed, rendering the rooms unusable. Lin Duo searched for a long time, but ultimately didn't find the honey she longed for, nor did she find any delicious and filling canned goods. However, she unexpectedly found a lot of white sugar. That was quite satisfying. Being able to eat something sweet in the apocalypse can certainly lift one's spirits. Lin Duo moved everything to another empty room, gathered them together, and wiped her sweat. After days of traveling and scavenging, both of them were covered in dust and grime, their faces streaked with black and gray. Bai Xiao was worried about smelling like a corpse, and felt uneasy. Here are candles, tools, over here is that box of liquor, over there is the salt we found. The jumbled pile of things was already quite a lot. Besides salt, liquor, and sugar, which were necessities, the rest were things he could live without, but would make things much easier. Some good quality towels, and ropes, that looked usable were stuffed away, and he even considered taking a few thick winter clothes. Bai Xiao surveyed the pile, and suddenly noticed Lin Duo standing by the window, gazing into the distance. He moved closer. The exterior walls and windows were partially obscured by greenery, so the light wasn't great, but he could vaguely see a plume of smoke rising between the buildings in the distance. Is there someone else, a scavenger? Bai Xiao estimated the distance. They weren't very close. Lin Duo nodded. Zombies can't start fires, nor can animals. Only surviving humans can control dangerous flames. Zombies don't follow smoke to find people, nor do animals. Only humans can. Lin Duo looked for a moment and said, "It's probably that group. Lone survivors like us don't usually light fires or make smoke in the city. Only a group would do that, not afraid of being found." She remembered the piece of paper she'd seen after entering the city and said, they were also looking for survivors. Oh. Bai Xiao looked away, glancing at Lin Duo. Clearly, Lin Duo had no intention of joining the fray. As for him, compared to the other survivor groups whose origins were unclear, it was better to stick close to Lin Duo and remain where he was. If she leaned in and drooled at someone, it wouldn't be surprising if she got shot. That's about it. Lin Duo turned and glanced at the pile of tools and food, saying, "Going back tomorrow." "Didn't you come here to help?" "Who was it again? Was it to bring something?" "Aunt Qian, I found it," Lin Duo said. "What?" "Some old things, not very useful." Lin Duo turned and looked around, collecting the photos from the room, gathering them together, intending to take them back with her. It was just a side trip anyway. She rummaged through the cabinet again and found a stack of papers. "She has a child too?" Bai Xiao saw it was a stack of very old pregnancy test reports. "No." Lin Duo put it back and closed the drawer. Bai Xiao looked around the room, indeed seeing no children's toys or other signs of a child's presence. Some of the houses they had looked at before had children's rooms and toys. She wanted to come back a long time ago, but Uncle Kai scolded her, saying what use were these things? Lin Duo looked at a photograph. A young man and woman in it were smiling happily. Actually, it wasn't that simple. People who lived before the disaster were different from those of us who didn't witness it. Sometimes they were very depressed, some would have mental problems, some felt hopeless and took their own lives. I didn't really understand when I was little, but later I realized it was about the contrast. Lin Duo held up the photograph, saying, "Look how good things were before." In the photo, young Aunt Qian was standing on a bridge, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, tilting her head and leaning against a man. They used to live here. They could find whatever they wanted to eat. There were no zombies on the roads, just cars coming and going, running incredibly fast. Lin Duo glanced at the photo, put it away, and seeing that it was getting late, took out the dry food she had prepared, ate a few bites, and drank some water. Living in the city was something she heard from her parents. Unlike now, with so many zombies, the cities used to be clean and beautiful. Bai Xiao looked at her dark face and wanted to laugh, but he held it back. As evening approached, the two divided their belongings into several large bundles for transport to the tricycle they had hidden along the way the next day, and then Lin Duo went to rest next door. Bai Xiao diligently studied the advanced scavenging techniques of a post-apocalyptic survivor. He thought there wouldn't be much to scavenge, but going in and out of each house, he slowly accumulated quite a bit. Just as Lin Duo had said before, if he was lucky, he wouldn't even need to go anywhere else. The city was too big, and this neighborhood alone would be enough to search for a long time. After staying in this building for a while, he felt a bit stifled, so Bai Xiao walked around each room again. Finally, dawn broke. Bai Xiao dismantled the metal clothesline on the balcony and tied it to his bundle. He tested it. It was as sturdy as a carrying pole. He picked it up, while Linduo carried a bag in front, leading the way with a stick and a gun. He slung himself sideways as he went downstairs. The sky was just beginning to lighten, the leaves still held morning dew. At the first sound, the zombies, previously hidden by the lush vegetation, found their target. I told you two are more efficient than one. If you had come alone, how many trips would you have had to make to finish? Yeah, not a free meal after all. The smoke and dust from yesterday had dissipated, and the old zombie, drawn by the scent, approached from the verdant greenery. It slowly reached the gate. Linduo poked the zombie, with the small grass growing on its head, with her stick. That grass looks quite nice. It's strange. Why doesn't it bite? Linduo only poked it lightly, without using force. It's probably too old. Some of its functions have become outdated. Chapter 30. Leaving the residential area, Bai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief that the tricycle hidden in the shop hadn't been taken. Although not overly worried, he opened the bundle and neatly arranged the contents on the tricycle side. He hesitated. Should we leave someone to watch the tricycle? No need. Linduo looked around. Besides the fallen, decaying zombies, and the old zombies still moving, there were no other traces of humans. Those people had a clear objective. They wouldn't have traveled this far just to scavenge in ordinary residential buildings. Hiding the tricycle in the shop, the two walked across the square back to the Happiness residential area to continue unloading their haul from the past few days. When traveling, there wasn't time to deal with the zombies. A quick poke with a stick wasn't enough. In the residential area, a poke wasn't effective. You had to break their necks. Bai Xiao found the stick increasingly useful. Linduo went into the building ahead. He dealt with the zombies that followed him, and was about to say something when he suddenly realized something was wrong. A strange noise sounded behind him, and something lunged at him. Turning around was an instinctive reaction, but only for a moment. Bai Xiao's experience living in the apocalypse came in handy. He forcefully suppressed his impulse and charged forward. Thump! Crack! A teeth-grinding sound rang out on his helmet. Bai Xiao felt something bite him from the back. Before he could even feel relieved, he was enraged by the sneak attack. The pent-up frustration of the past few days surged up instantly. He flipped over, throwing the thing off his back, and used a stick to pin it down. The stick was wedged against the thing's neck. Only then did Bai Xiao see what it was. A cat, or more accurately, something that looked like a large cat. It was huge. It didn't have a cute appearance. It only had wild eyes, and a ferocious look, its bright red eyes radiating madness. Help! Bai Xiao shouted. The animal under his command struggled fiercely, becoming difficult to subdue, and about to break free. Bai Xiao only managed one word before suddenly lowering his head and, using the sturdy helmet, delivering a powerful blow to its head. Feeling the struggle ease for a moment, then intensify its frenzy, Bai Xiao didn't have time to think and continued to strike its head repeatedly. This thing was far more dangerous than the old zombie. It exuded the aura of a predator, and was adept at attacking from behind. Fortunately, Linduo noticed the commotion and returned. She had been holding a gun, but upon approaching, seeing Bai Xiao using a stick to pin its neck to the ground, she pulled out her knife and forcefully plunged it into the animal's neck. She then stepped on the stick Bai Xiao was using, saying, "Hold it down." The two of them pressed its neck firmly to the ground with the stick. Under Bai Xiao's twitching eyelids, Linduo twisted the knife several times, weakening its initial frenzy. "Are you alright?" "Luckily, I had my helmet." Bai Xiao shook his head. Force is reciprocal. He wasn't exactly comfortable with his head pounding, and looking at his thick gloves, they were torn to shreds in the struggle. "Let's go, we need to speed things up." Linduo glanced around warily, following slowly behind Bai Xiao. "I was wondering why you never shoot at zombies when you're carrying a gun. Turns out zombies aren't really that dangerous." Bai Xiao was still panting. The brief but intense fight had taken a toll on his stamina. "You actually managed to subdue it." Linduo began to wonder if she had underestimated the zombie king. "I almost couldn't hold it down. Didn't you see me desperately hitting it with my helmet?" Bai Xiao was still a little shaken. "What was that thing? An infected cat? Why isn't it old?" People used to keep pets before the disaster. At first, they were food for the zombies, but later they weren't, Linduo said. Bai Xiao, climbing the stairs, said, "The zombies are all old. How come this one is still so strong? Animals are different from humans." Bai Xiao paused for a moment, then a terrifying thought surfaced, a chill running down his spine. After a moment he said, "It can reproduce?" He finally understood where that strange feeling came from. Even zombies would have decayed after 20 years. As long as they persevered, victory would come sooner or later. But what if the infected animals could reproduce? Lin Duo said, we need to hurry. The smell of blood will attract many zombies and other predators. Thanks to Bai Xiao carrying a lot of things to the car at once, they didn't have to make many trips. Lin Duo took out the whole case of liquor and stuffed it into the large bag on her back, bottle by bottle. Carrying a large bag, Lin Duo cautiously followed Bai Xiao, gun in hand, avoiding the zombies drawn by the smell of blood, to prevent any more of her kind from appearing. After crossing the square, they loaded everything onto the tricycle. There was barely enough room for one more person in the back. Bai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, glancing with lingering fear at the lush green neighborhood in the distance. The trees swayed in the wind, presenting a thriving and stable scene, with ivy quietly climbing the exterior walls of the buildings. It's good to be alive. He had been extremely nervous just now, unsure if those monsters still lived in groups. He had initially thought that a life of scavenging for scraps with surviving humans was meaningless, but now, he still felt that being alive was truly precious. Maybe we should have come in winter. Bai Xiao gazed at the lurking green thickets, concealing the danger. Lin Duo released the handbrake and squeaked as she pushed the tricycle forward. Nothing is perfect. In winter, their food is scarce, and they only hunt more fiercely. Just try to survive. Lin Duo pushed the tricycle out of the shop. She didn't want to stay any longer. The danger in the city center isn't decreasing, nor is it increasing. It's strangely erratic. Initially, it's extremely dangerous, becoming a no-go zone. Many years later, as the zombies age, the danger gradually decreases, and then after a few more years, it gradually increases again. Now is the window of opportunity. This city, in the future, will probably not belong to zombies, nor to humans, but to various animals. The signs are already beginning to appear. The city center has completely transformed into a giant botanical garden. There are too few people, Bai Xiao said. My grandfather predicted that many years later, the survivors would choose a few cities to develop, and the other cities would follow suit, but it would take many, many years, Lin Duo said. Linchuan City is clearly one of those abandoned cities. Your grandfather actually made this prediction? If that really happened, they said they wanted me to go to one of those cities. And if that didn't happen? My father's opinion was the opposite of his. Back then, they often argued, especially after discovering that animals could reproduce. The virus those animals contracted was fatal to the survivors. Fatal? Bai Xiao looked down at the wound on his hand. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, I'm doomed. Huh? Lin Duo turned around, following his gaze, and suddenly panicked a little. Didn't you say you were alright? It didn't kill me, so I thought I was fine. Bai Xiao was a little uneasy by her words. What's wrong? Will I become like it? He paused, a little uncertain. I'm a zombie. Ah. Lin Duo was taken aback. So, if it infects me, and I become like it then? Bai Xiao thought for a moment. Become able to reproduce? Lin Duo fell silent. Bai Xiao also fell silent. Whether an infected person can be reinfected, no one knows. Moreover, he was a half-infected, with zombie characteristics but human rationality. A zombie is coming. Lin Duo warned. Oh! Bai Xiao dealt with the zombie. Chapter 31. Lin Duo took out the open bottle of liquor, and used it to wash Bai Xiao's wounds. The matter of the zombies being reinfected. It was just too complicated. The surviving humans couldn't understand it, and neither could the helmeted zombies. The chance of infection from a scratch is still very low. If you weren't bitten, you probably won't get infected. Lin Duo poured the liquor from the bottle. This was the first time Bai Xiao had used aged mutai to wash his wounds, and his feelings were somewhat complicated. What are the symptoms of infection from an animal? He asked. Lin Duo hesitated. That was too cruel. Well, I observe you. Okay, if I die, you can keep this. Bai Xiao pulled a gold bar from his pocket. Lin Duo was a little confused, wondering why he had picked it up. He had found it while scavenging in that building. Even if it was useless, just looking at it could make one feel happy. Lin Duo wouldn't understand. It was originally useless, but you just said your grandfather speculated. If a few human cities are rebuilt in the future, and you go there, it might become useful. You survive being bitten by a zombie, you'd definitely be fine. Yeah. I think I'd be fine too. Bai Xiao hasn't noticed any adverse reactions yet. Then I keep it for myself. Gold has a natural attraction for people. He doesn't know how Lin Duo can treat it like dirt. Is it possible that I'm the normal person, and you're the infected? Bai Xiao asked. You don't even like gold. The tricycle creaked along the road. Lin Duoduo didn't want this zombie to die. My father once said that, in the absence of other options, white sugar can be used as a wound disinfectant. Lin Duoduo suddenly turned around, remembering this. Bai Xiao paused, his limited common sense telling him, "Isn't sugar a breeding ground for bacteria?" He hesitated, then added, "I remember you said your father was a doctor?" "Yes." "Well, never mind, I'm fine now, don't mess it up." Bai Xiao hesitated, feeling good now, and decided not to risk it. After saying that, he felt conflicted. To have Lin Duoduo survive and grow up in this apocalypse, her family was truly capable. Maybe he really should try? The tricycle slowly drove out of the city. Compared to when they arrived, Bai Zhao's mood suddenly improved. Although the outside world was also deserted, the silence of the city only brought a sense of oppression. Lindwood with strong legs pedaled the tricycle, making it creak and groan. Bai Xiao touched his helmet. It was fine, still no adverse reactions. He said, "I should modify this helmet with spikes. With that modification, that thing wouldn't be a match for him." "Can you do that kind of modification?" Bai Xiao asked. Lin Duoduo glanced at him, but didn't speak. Bai Xiao, holding a stick, helped her push the cart from behind, then slowly followed. The cart was loaded with stuff, so it couldn't move as fast as it would be on foot when it was empty. "You can get on," Lin Duoduo said, looking back and tidying up the things in the truck bed. "You can get on by lying down. I can handle any zombies." "No need," Bai Xiao said. "If we get infected, a few hours faster or slower makes no difference." Lin Duoduo thought for a moment and said, "Maybe you can hold on until you get back to the courtyard. You can take a shower and leave with some dignity. After all, you've always been very careful about this. Even in the rain, you still need to wash your hands and face." "Is it possible I won't die?" "I'm just saying it's a possibility," Lin Duoduo said. "Thank you, I pedal." Bai Xiao looked at his people. Killing fewer zombies now might save him from going to hell after death. "I'm not tired yet." "You shouldn't do any strenuous activity during your observation period," Lin Duoduo refused. Bai Xiao shrugged. Lin Duoduo was only initially startled. When she told him to leave with dignity, she regained her usual composure. She'd probably already gotten used to death. He was also somewhat calm, not as panicked as when he was first infected by the zombies. Perhaps it was Lin Duoduo who influenced him, not the virus, but her attitude towards life. Striving to live, but not afraid of death. I wonder if everyone still living on this land feels the same way. When disaster strikes, they don't have many choices. "I don't want to fight zombies anymore. Let me pedal for a while," Bai Xiao said, carrying his stick after walking a long distance. "There are fewer zombies up ahead," Lin Duoduo said. The further they went after leaving the city, the more desolate it became. Even the old zombies had decreased significantly. Seeing Lindwood was insistence that he reduce strenuous activity, Bai Xiao could only help her push the cart, speeding up the pace, so they wouldn't be unable to return to town before dark. "Why did you bring this thing?" Bai Xiao noticed the deformed guitar on the cart. He hadn't noticed it before, but now a corner of it was sticking out of his bag from the bumpy ride. "What?" Lin Duoduo, unable to see as she pedaled the tricycle, asked him. Bai Xiao pulled it out and strummed a string, producing a sound. "It doesn't take up much space. Take what you can, throw away what you can't. You can't just take some food back and sit in the house daydreaming. I also took several books, and that bouncy stick." "What books?" "I forgot the names." I glanced at them and put them away. She only remembered they were novels, but it didn't matter. She could read anything anyway. Her father had said that if order were restored, books would be one of the most important things. He also said that if order couldn't be restored, books would be one of the most useless things, even less useful than a fruit knife. Bai Xiao looked at the road in the distance. The sun slowly rose, but there were no living things in the sunlight. It was as desolate as ever. "If I'm going to die, I sing you a song." "No one has ever sung for you before, has they?" Bai Xiao asked, holding the deformed guitar. "Sing," Lin Duoduo said. "I guess you won't hear anyone sing again, but you remember it for a long time." "Of course. You tried so hard to survive. If I get infected by that cat, consider it a gift to you, a survivor of this disaster. I have nothing else." Bai Xiao felt a pang of sadness. He admired Lindwood's tenacious spirit. It's always good to be alive. Lin Duoduo pedaled hard. If she could stay alive, she didn't want this zombie to die, but these things are never something anyone can decide. "You can leave that gold bar to me," she said. "Oh, right." Bai Xiao smiled. It wasn't like he had nothing at all. He still had a gold bar he scavenged. He stroked the strings, recalling something he learned in school, but he never imagined that after being bitten by a zombie, and unsure if he'd die, he'd give it as a gift to this lonely survivor living in the apocalypse. Actually, it's not too bad, Bai Xiao suddenly said. What do you mean? This is all better than dying the day I was bitten. Oh, that's right. Nice to meet you, my friend in the apocalypse. Bai Xiao strummed the guitar strings. On a desolate road in the apocalypse, zombies sang, and humans pedaled tricycles. Chapter 32. Although dying would be a pity, the experiences of the past few days have been quite interesting. Compared to dying silently. At least I didn't collapse in front of the computer while working overtime, and I witnessed so many people and things I never imagined before. This is undoubtedly a kind of luck. Bai Xiao, as if giving his last words, left the gold bars to this friend from the apocalypse after his death. Lin Duo stopped briefly, opened a bag of sugar from the car, dissolved it with the remaining water, and shared half with Bai Xiao. Sweet. She handed it to him. The sugar water was a good way to replenish energy. Lin Duo leaned back in her seat, drinking the water and gazing into the distance. She quickly finished it and continued walking. If you get tired, I take over. Bai Xiao noticed beads of sweat on her forehead. It's all right. I used to go and come back by myself, sometimes not even making it to town by dark. You better stay on the bike. If you get too tired and your condition worsens, it'd be like I'm riding alone, which will be even more troublesome. Lin Duo wasn't weak at all, on the contrary, her legs were strong, and the bike maintained a constant speed. It was almost noon, and she only stopped to drink some sugar water. On the way here, they had to rush, pushing aside any zombies they could to save time. Now, going back and loading up, they wouldn't be able to pick up speed even if they wanted to travel quickly. Bai Xiao ruthlessly dealt with his own people. At the same time, he observed whether anyone had been reinfected. By afternoon, Lin Duo finally decided to get out of the driver's seat. She seemed to have an obsession with letting Bai Xiao leave with dignity. She let him drive for a while, then took the opportunity to eat some dry rations, drink some sugar water, and then let Bai Xiao take over again. The fragrance of grass wafted from the fields, and the wind swept across the lush vegetation, blowing close to the ground from afar. As the sun set, Lin Duo reeked of the smell of days without proper cleaning, and after pedaling her tricycle all day. Bai Xiao couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was like the fragrance had lost its allure, but become stronger. I noticed your attraction to me is waning, Bai Xiao said. Is it because your infection is stabilizing? Lin Duo asked. I'm more inclined to believe you're just smelling bad, Bai Xiao said. Those zombies don't care if someone smells bad, Lin Duo retorted, her reasoning sound. Besides, Bai Xiao, like her, had been spending his days in the city, wandering through dusty buildings, and absorbing the stench of those old zombies. Theoretically, if someone smells bad, they shouldn't be able to smell others. There's movement in the grass ahead. Be careful. I wonder if it's a zombie you pushed into the ditch on the way here, Lin Duo suddenly warned. Bai Xiao grabbed a stick and jogged forward, not bothering to part the grass, but instead forcefully knocking it down. Lin Duo guessed correctly. It was the unlucky guy who'd been pushed into the ditch on the way here. He'd broken his back, and couldn't stand or even crawl. His disheveled hair, and hiding in the grass were quite frightening. What do we do when it gets dark? He looked up into the distance. They were still some distance from the town, but it would soon be dark. Lin Duo took out a glass jar containing candles, which she tied with a rope and hung from the cart. I thought there would be torches, but this doesn't show much. It do for now. Keep going, we be there soon. Lin Duo encouraged him, and pedaled harder herself. A single dim lamp. They arrived in town in the dark. Bai Xiao had forgotten the way they come. He took over as driver from Lin Duo, waiting for her to lead the way to the large warehouse that would serve as their temporary shelter. Bai Xiao rode his bicycle, paying close attention to his surroundings. Occasionally, when he spotted zombies in the distance, he could warn Lin Duo in advance. Linwood's hearing was also very sharp, though not as sharp as Bai Xiao's. In this dimly lit night, the bicycle finally arrived at the warehouse. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Duo took out a candle and placed it on a table against the wall. Instantly, the dim light illuminated a corner of the warehouse. You must be exhausted? Bai Xiao looked at her legs. After pedaling a tricycle all day, she hadn't even sat down. Rest here for the night. If you're free tomorrow, you can pedal back to the village. Lin Duo was indeed very tired. She drank a couple more sips of sugar water, took off her sun hat, and leaned back in the chair, fanning herself with the hat for a while. How are you feeling now? Walking all day is definitely not good, but I don't feel any obvious discomfort, Bai Xiao said. Where's the wound? A little red and swollen, no obvious ulceration. Bai Xiao leaned closer to the candle to examine it carefully, his heart sinking. Keep observing, Lin Duoduo said. In this world, sometimes even a minor injury or illness can be fatal. Without doctors or medicine, many injuries and illnesses have to be endured, at most finding some simple healing plants in the wild. Then, there's the wine and sugar scavenged. However, in some ways, Bai Xiao is surprisingly resilient. Not only did he survive being bitten by a zombie, but he's also lively and energetic now. Lin Duoduo was quite tired, the day had left her exhausted, and she quickly leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. Lie down and sleep, there are blankets over there. Bai Xiao noticed that the warehouse contained not only various tools, but also clothes and blankets. It looked like this place had been used for a long time, only with fewer survivors could it last so long. He got up and sat down near the gate. After thinking for a moment, he went to a corner and picked up a few bottles, placing them around the perimeter. He said, I guard this side. Okay. Lin Duoduo perked up and went over. She was sticky with sweat, so she simply took off her clothes, lying down in only her tank top. Bai Xiao took out the gold bar from his pocket and played with it in his hand. Although it was probably useless, the heavy feel and alluring color were enough to please him. Asleep? He suddenly asked. Lin Duoduo was asleep and didn't respond. Bai Xiao glanced at her for a while. Although he really wanted to go over and smell it, he managed to suppress this thought, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. The night passed peacefully. Lin Duoduo woke up refreshed and full of energy, sitting up abruptly. Is it dawn yet? It's been bright for a while, the sun just rose. Bai Xiao was examining her wounds. Why didn't you remind me? It'd be so hot at noon. Let's go. Lin Duoduo rolled off the bike, first glancing at the zombie king's hand. How does it feel? It's alright, no obvious changes, still red and swollen. Let's go then. Lin Duoduo seemed somewhat calm. Pushing the bike out of town, they headed back to the small village, back to Lin Duoduo's little courtyard. This section of the road was much harder to travel. The further into the countryside they went, the more damaged the road became. Some roadside walls had collapsed, blocking the way, requiring a detour. Further on, it became a desolate dirt road. That's Uncle Kai. Lin Duoduo saw a familiar face, or rather, a familiar zombie, in the distance and said to Bai Xiao. Huh? You know him? Bai Xiao stared at the limping zombie in the distance. He wasn't sure if he had encountered him that day, but he didn't remember. He used to be Aunt Qian's husband, Lin Duoduo said. Actually, he should have died a long time ago. He was seriously ill, on the verge of death. And since zombies are basically created through medical treatment anyway, he decided to take a gamble. He went to town and locked himself up. Lin Duoduo's words shocked Bai Xiao. There's such a gamble? Some people really desperately want to live. Lin Duoduo paused for a moment, then said, now he can still walk and eat. I don't know if that counts as winning the gamble. A few years ago, when I came back from scavenging, the yard had been destroyed by a rainstorm. It followed me back from town. I thought it remembered something. Lin Duoduo shook her head slightly, but unfortunately, it didn't. Chapter 33. Bai Xiao suddenly remembered the photo Lin Duoduo had shown him in Happiness residential area. The young Aunt Qian nestled against the man, but he couldn't connect it to the figure in the distance. In all these years, you're the only infected zombie I encountered who's still alive and kicking, and retains his sanity. Lin Duoduo gently pushed Uncle Kai away with a stick. You didn't make him limp, did you? No, he broke it himself before he was infected, the chances were slim. Bai Xiao looked at him carefully. A very thin, very old, limp zombie, not much different from the ones he's seen on the road, his body driven only by instinct. He wants to live, but he doesn't want to hurt you. Right. Lin Duoduo pushed the cart to prevent Uncle Kai from falling again. Sometimes I feel like they might suddenly wake up one day, like in those stories, having a sudden enlightenment or something. Look at you, you slowly learned to speak, haven't you? Lin Duoduo looked back at Uncle Kai, then at the zombie riding the tricycle with the helmet on. If you were the zombie king, could you awaken it? Bai Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, I only have the potential to become the zombie king, I haven't become king yet. Even if he were the zombie king, it would be difficult to awaken these long-decayed subjects. They waited too long. There was another zombie on the edge of the village. Lin Duoduo called it Erden. Who's this? I don't know it. It wandered over from somewhere else. There aren't any zombies in the village, so it's easy for passers-by to see that someone lives here, so I let it keep Uncle Kai company. Didn't you expose yourself by cooking? It only does it twice a day, sometimes only once. Anyway, it's not a threat. If something happens to them one day, we know whether someone wandered into the area and lingered, or something started attacking the zombies. Bai Xiao didn't speak, cautiously approaching Erden. He wanted to know if the zombies would still bite him, the infected. It wasn't convenient to test it in the city, but now was perfect. Bai Xiao, stick in hand, circled around and stood behind Erden. The old zombie seemed oblivious, continuing towards Lin Duo. Looks like it won't attack me. Bai Xiao tried speaking. Erden paused, seemingly puzzled, but stopped after Bai Xiao spoke. It turned halfway, and then turned back, continuing towards Lin Duo. You still say you're not a zombie, Lin Duo said. The zombies aren't biting him anymore. The two of them, one pushing and the other kicking, quickly carried their belongings back to the village, leaving Erden wandering alone on the desolate path. They entered the village with a creaking sound. Back in the small courtyard, Bai Xiao felt as comfortable as if he were home. These past few days outside had been incredibly unsafe. He had to be constantly vigilant, which had taken a toll on his physical strength and kept him on edge. Take off your clothes. Lin Duo rested for a while, then picked up the hose. Bai Xiao was startled. That's not appropriate. Go pack your things. I know how to use this. Bai Xiao really didn't want to be naked and have Lin Duo spray him with water. Even zombies have dignity. Besides, even if you want me to die with some dignity, I don't intend to die right now. Whether it was Lin Duo's carefree nature, having grown up in the apocalypse, or just her personality. She didn't treat him, a zombie, like a human. It was a bit abrupt, to put it simply. The pump well was easy to use. Just press the wooden handle, press hard. Bai Xiao suspected it was broken. He pressed for a long time, but no water came out. I shouldn't have broken this thing, right? It's dry, Bai Xiao said calmly. Oh no, the well was broken. Lin Duo glanced at the zombie, took a ladle, filled a nearby vat with water, and poured it into the well. Bai Xiao continued pressing, staring thoughtfully at the water gushing from the pipe. Ahem, actually, I'm just not familiar with it. After all, this thing is so old, I just couldn't remember. I used to know about it. Bai Xiao felt her look earlier was offensive. Lin Duo responded. Besides, I haven't touched this well for days. Sometimes I see you just leave it here without pouring any water, and it still gets water. Bai Xiao felt slighted, pulling the bed sheet next to him tighter as he spoke. Don't suddenly barge in, zombies have human rights too. After so long, taking a shower again, and a refreshing rinse with water at that, Bai Xiao felt a surge of emotion. The cool well water gushed from the pipe, pouring over his head. It was a bit icy. While pressing down on the wooden pole, he rinsed the grime off his face and body, the water coming down filthy. I finally feel alive, Bai Xiao said from behind the bed sheet. I can still feel the coolness. Be careful not to get it on your wounds. Lin Duo sat beside the tricycle, drinking the leftover sugar water from the road. She always felt Bai Xiao was about to die, but he was also lively and energetic. It was strange. Anyway, being alive was always a good thing. The water gathered into a ball and flowed out of the yard along the terrain. Bai Xiao finally finished washing up, changed into clean clothes, dried his hair, and came out from behind the bed sheet. Seeing his zombie-like eyes, Lin Duo instinctively reached for her gun. It's me. What are you doing? Even if I don't die, you want to give me a dignified death, right? A reflex. Lin Duo released the gun, looking at Bai Xiao. She wasn't sure how to treat this infected yet still lively person. She thought for a moment and said, Why don't you put on your helmet? You look more human. I washed the helmet too. Bai Xiao picked up his wet helmet to show her. After considering it, Bai Xiao hung the helmet up to dry, then went to the observation room he was familiar with, under the shed, and pulled out his sunglasses to put on. Actually, this journey has proven that my infection is very stable. Whether it's traveling all day, fighting zombies, or sleeping on the rooftop, there's been no sign of it worsening. Not only has it not worsened, but it's been stabilizing day by day. Lin Duo recalled that when Bai Xiao wore his helmet, she sometimes forgot he was infected by a zombie. Bai Xiao sat under the shed, unwrapping the bandage on his arm to examine the wound from the zombie bite. It had been too dirty outside these past few days, and there hadn't been much opportunity to examine it properly. The lividity around the wound hasn't spread. There's nothing unusual. The wound hasn't worsened. It seems to be healing, just slowly, Bai Xiao said to Lin Duo as he observed. The faint sound of water came from the other side. Lin Duo, covered in dirt and smelling foul, went to wash herself. Hearing Bai Xiao's voice, she felt more at ease as she washed herself. What about the scratch? Not very optimistic. The wound seems to be inflamed. What are the symptoms of infection from an animal? Inflamed? Bai Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, normal wounds are prone to inflammation in this weather, and the hygiene was poor those past few days. Are there any other symptoms? I noticed there's some stiffness around it. Wounds stiffen, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao was silent again. Good, everything matches, he said. After a moment, he continued, actually, on the bright side, being infected by zombies might help me resist lower-level infections like those in animals, right? After all, the zombies came first, and then the animals were infected through some unknown means, resulting in a lower-level mutation. He fell silent after that. Lin Duo washed herself clean, changed into loose clothes, and sat on the doorstep where the sun didn't shine, staring at the zombies under the shed. Save them, Bai Xiao said. You can leave with some dignity, Lin Duo said. Chapter 34. Aren't there any symptoms that don't match? For example, infected people usually have a high fever, but I don't have one, which could be a counter-evidence. Yes, there are. Wounds infected by animals will lose pus, ulcerate, and the surrounding flesh will lose its vitality and become stiff. Lin Duo put on her gloves, examined Bai Xiao's hand, and thought for a moment before saying, currently, it only shows mild inflammation, indeed. The onset is very slow. That's good, there's still hope. Bai Xiao calmed down. As the zombie king, even zombies couldn't kill him, so how could he fail because of a scratch? It doesn't make sense. He became composed and said, better. Do you still have any? Let me chew some and apply it. How about trying white sugar? Lin Duo understood his gesture. That herb was one her father had taught her to use. Let's use that herb again. It was the one I used to treat the zombie infection last time. I don't know if it worked, but according to the principles of success, it's best to leave it as is. We need to go find that herb. We don't have any on hand right now. She was still speaking when she heard Bai Xiao swallow hard. Lin Duo looked up, staring at him without speaking. Keeping our distance for now is a good thing. Bai Xiao was slightly embarrassed. It's normal to involuntarily salivate when you see someone eating on the street or in a car. Lin Duo was clean and fresh. This wasn't something he could control. Fortunately, the after effects of the infection had gradually stabilized. At least, she wasn't drooling like before. The sun is almost setting. Let's go find that herb. Bai Xiao turned around, found his braces, and put them on, urging them on. They had returned from town after noon, and after showering and resting, it was now past mid-afternoon. Lin Duo stood up and asked, Are you going too? I need to learn some survival skills in this world. If we get through this, what will we do later? True. Lin Duo turned around, found the bamboo basket, slung it over her shoulder, packed her knife and gun, filled a water jug, and prepared to leave. She asked Bai Xiao to take a hoe. Since they were going out anyway, if they saw anything edible along the way, they could dig it up. Bai Xiao, carrying the hoe, followed curiously behind Lin Duo. The village had many empty houses, but most were overgrown with weeds, some even taller than the walls. It was a very dilapidated village. Some of the long-abandoned houses had even collapsed, broken bricks and tiles hidden among the lush green grass, a stark contrast to the small courtyard where Lin Duo lived. There's a significant difference between inhabited and uninhabited houses. Lin Duo didn't live on the edge of the village, otherwise, she would be easily recognizable from afar. She walked out of the village and encountered Erden. It seemed that Erden had followed them into the village on their way back from town, then lost its way and wandered aimlessly. Seeing them again, it hobbled after them. But after only a few steps, it lost its way again, aimlessly circling in place. Lin Duo, carrying a bamboo basket, looked into the distance. She hadn't gone to Aunt Qian's place yet. She had originally planned to rest a bit before going, but she hadn't expected to have to find herbs. Regarding the effects of herbs, she had initially only tried them as a last resort. Bai Xiao's survival from the zombie infection had absolutely nothing to do with those herbs. If it were that simple, so many people wouldn't have died. It was purely because he could endure it. Bai Xiao thought it was helpful, so he applied it again. Passing the elm tree in the village, they walked towards the mountain, reaching a small hill. Lin Duo slowed her pace. That kind of grass was easy to find. While Bai Xiao was looking around, Lin Duo had already squatted down, reaching out to a wildflower that seemed very common to him, and plucked a leaf for him. This, Bai Xiao was taken aback, then looked at the small purple flower. He was sure he had seen this kind of wildflower before. Yes. Lin Duo handed him the leaf, took a small shovel from the bamboo basket, and dug it up by the roots. The roots are useful too, you can boil them to make tea when you get back. Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment, holding the leaf, then said, "Could you chew it for me?" Lin Duo looked up. "I'm infected. If I come alone, I might get cross-infected." Bai Xiao was worried about creating more lividity on the wound on his hand. He wanted to avoid it if possible. Lin Duo thought it made sense, picked a few more leaves, chewed them for a while, and spat them out to him. A bit disgusting. Bai Xiao took the clump of green. He'd been a little dazed from the infection, using everything he could find. Now, looking at this clump, he suddenly doubted whether applying it was a good idea. Seeing Lin Duo's glare, he quickly applied the medicine to his hand, took out a prepared strip of cloth, and tied a knot in his hand. "I was worried you sneak a bite." Lin Duo pouted. "How could you have such a disgusting thought?" Bai Xiao asked, surprised. "You drooled over me more than once or twice." Lin Duo expressionlessly dug up the roots of the weeds with a shovel. Bai Xiao felt sad. This matter might not be over. In Lin Duo's eyes, he was just a zombie who drooled at people for no reason. Lin Duo dug up a lot of grass roots, along with leaves and flowers. She explained again, these flowers can be dried and used to make tea, the roots can be washed and boiled, and the leaves can be crushed and applied externally, or boiled in water. All are usable. Bai Xiao was taken aback. They can be crushed? Then why don't we take them back and crush them before applying them? You couldn't wait, and made me chew them. Lin Duo looked at him strangely. You didn't crush them last time either. I was too lazy to crush them last time, so I just chewed them, and applied them myself. Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao fell silent. He thought it was the lysozyme, and some other factor in his saliva that would react with the herbs to enhance their effect. After all, some folk remedies involve licking wounds with saliva, and animals often use this method to aid wound healing. Maybe chewing them is more effective. Thinking this, Bai Xiao felt that chewing was better. Lin Duo stood up with a small shovel. Bai Xiao pointed into the distance. Is that wild wheat? Yes. Does it have seeds? Wild wheat husks are sometimes empty, unlike cultivated seeds which yield a plentiful harvest. Very few, but edible. Lin Duo lowered her head and continued searching, walking a long way before squatting down again. This time, she dug up the wild roots she had previously given Bai Xiao to eat. She didn't know what kind of plant the tubers were, and they didn't look like sweet potatoes. She dug them up and threw them into the bamboo basket, then walked a little further, plucking a blade of grass and chewing it. Bai Xiao studied diligently. When he was little, he could identify many edible wild vegetables in the fields, but he had forgotten them. Lacking much experience in wilderness survival, he could only recognize things like Houtuinia cordata. Lin Duo didn't return until the sun was almost setting, carrying her bamboo basket. Could you save some for me? Bai Xiao asked. You mean? I want to recognize them, to see them more, Bai Xiao said, so I won't starve to death later. Here, you can carry it. Lin Duo thought for a moment, then took the bamboo basket off and handed it to Bai Xiao. She was so silly. She had completely forgotten to have the zombie king carry the basket the whole way. Chapter 35. Walking back along the path for a while, they reached the village's cobblestone street. Lin Duo looked around at the dilapidated houses she had previously paid little attention to. If you have nowhere to go, you can find a house that looks better, clear the weeds in the yard, and repair it. Nobody lives here anyway. Let's wait, Bai Xiao said. What if I don't make it? I happily built my own house, only to find I'm about to die when I'm ready to move in. That would be too painful. Lin Duo withdrew her hand from the houses, and nodded without saying anything. When you first start weeding, you begin to look forward to moving in. As the house becomes more and more tidy, this hope grows stronger, and then suddenly you realize you can't make it. It's truly cruel. Back home, Lin Duo boiled some herbal roots and stems to make water. She not only gave it to Bai Xiao, but also drank a large bowl herself. Like dandelion and wild chrysanthemum, it can clear heat and detoxify. Having successfully gotten another free meal, Bai Xiao was very satisfied. Although he was called the Zombie King, he really didn't know how he would survive in this land without Lin Duo's meals. So while Lin Duo cooked, he squatted to the side watching, noting down every edible item, secretly learning how to cook. Life in this mountain village seemed easy enough, as long as you were wary of wild animals, but actually trying it out revealed a lack of direction. After eating, Lin Duo flushed her feet with a well pump and went back inside. Bai Xiao remembered he hadn't done his morning exercises and suddenly felt anxious, starting to jump around. The cartload of scavenged items was still in the truck, unorganized today. Bai Xiao didn't mention how to divide them, and Lin Duo didn't say anything either. Actually, there was no need to be so particular, since he was still getting free meals. If Lin Duo were to clear out a house to live in, she'd probably take a portion. If she were dead, there wouldn't be the hassle of moving around, or, if she'd been freeloading for a long time, and would still be constantly tagging along, then there would be no need to divide the space. The night air was cooler, and some insects chirped outside. Bai Xiao finished his morning exercises and stretched his wrists, checking for any discomfort. Lin Duo woke up early the next morning, before she even got out of bed, when she heard a loud bang outside. Startled, she jumped out of bed, grabbed her gun, and looked out the window. The shed had collapsed, and Bai Xiao, covered in dust, was getting up from inside. Lin Duo put away her gun and ran outside, looking at the zombie in the yard, wondering how the shed had suddenly collapsed. "I was thinking of doing some pull-ups," Bai Xiao said awkwardly, avoiding Lin Duo's gaze. It looked quite sturdy. She hadn't expected it to be buried after just 2. Lin Duo stared at him without saying a word. Bai Xiao, still embarrassed, brushed the dust off his clothes. "It's not very sturdy. I practically did your quality inspection. What if you come here one day to find some tools or chop firewood, and it suddenly collapses? Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Zombies have thick skin." Bai Xiao checked her over. There were only some scratches. "I fix it for you another day." It was early morning, before the sun had even risen. Bai Xiao stood in the yard, gazing at the ruins. After Lin Duo finished brushing her teeth, he handed her some clean grass. It was time to change her dressing. Lin Duo glanced at him, took it, chewed it a few times, and then handed it back. After changing the dressing on the scratches on her hand, Bai Xiao handed her a few more pieces, saying, "You had a few scratches." Lin Duo continued chewing expressionlessly. After applying the medicine to the abrasions on her arm, Bai Xiao rubbed his back, then picked up a few more pieces of medicine, washed them, and handed them to Lin Duo. Lin Duo's cheeks ached from chewing. She glanced at him expressionlessly, went to the side room, found an earthenware pot, and a small wooden mallet, and tossed them to him. Bai Xiao felt it wasn't right to be covered in Lin Duo's saliva, so he silently went to the side to grind the medicine himself. "I'm going to Aunt Qian's place. If you have time, pick some elm seeds. They're probably a bit old now, so take a lot." Lin Duo tidied up the things on the tricycle, saying this while taking the bag of candy she had opened on the way, and a half-empty bottle of wine, and picking out a new bottle, preparing to go to Aunt Qian's. "Can I come too?" Bai Xiao turned around and found his sunglasses. Lin Duo looked at him questioningly. "You're the only living person I ever seen. Since you live in the village, it'd be good to pay you a visit," Bai Xiao said. "If I don't make it, at least I have met someone before I die. If I do, we be neighbors." He paused. "And what if one day I'm out wandering around, and she comes looking for you, doesn't recognize me, and hits me with a hammer? Then hide your eyes and infected wounds," Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao, carrying a bamboo basket, a hoe, and a stick, the mighty zombie king acting like a lackey, went out with Lin Duo. On the way, they met Uncle Kai, who still didn't recognize people, limping in the distance like a villager guarding this dilapidated little village. The winding path continued upwards. Aunt Qian's place was some distance from the village, remote and isolated. Initially, it was chosen for its high elevation, allowing for a wider observation range and greater safety against zombies. As the zombies became less dangerous, the village dwindled, and she, having grown accustomed to her surroundings, didn't consider moving. Later, only 2 women, an old woman and a young girl, remained in the village. Lin Duo knocked on the door, and a low voice asked, "Who is it?" "I'm back from scavenging," Lin Duo said. The rusty door opened, revealing the woman behind it. She seemed happy, but her gaze sharpened when she saw Bai Xiao behind her. He was injured in the city, and I rescued him," Lin Duo explained. Aunt Qian stared at Bai Xiao for a moment. Wearing sunglasses, Bai Xiao felt his heart race under her sharp gaze. Bai Xiao realized that Aunt Qian wasn't just an old woman, but a ruthless survivor in this sparsely populated land. Someone who had lived since the disaster 20 years ago. Her former lover still limped around the village. The young woman in the photo Lin Duo showed him, while scavenging in the city, was hard to reconcile with the person before him. Only the features vaguely resembled those in the photo. Aunt Qian looked her over for a moment, then looked away and stepped aside, saying, "Come in." The courtyard was considerably larger than Lindwood was, formed by the removal of the wall between two houses. However, it wasn't as well maintained as Lindwood was, with weeds growing along the walls. Stepping into the courtyard, a sense of gloom suddenly filled the air, as if the courtyard itself had a life of its own, as if one had stepped into another era. Near the west wall was a vegetable garden, with melons and fruits hanging from the poles. The threshold of the main house was almost worn smooth, and there sat a very old stool. Beside the threshold stood a rifle. The rifle stock looked well worn, far superior to Lindwood's homemade gun. Chapter 36. Aunt Chien's back was a little stiff. She supported her back with one hand as she sat down on the stool, only feeling more comfortable afterward. These are what I brought back from scavenging. Linduo took some sugar and wine from the basket Bai Xiao was carrying, placed them on the ground, and then handed Aunt Chien the canvas bag she was carrying. The house hasn't been entered by scavengers. There are probably fewer and fewer people there. I found quite a lot this time. Did you encounter any danger? I encountered a big cat, but thankfully, Bai Xiao held it down. And some? A strange group came into the city. I don't know what they were looking for. I guess they went to the hospital. As Linduo spoke, she pulled out a piece of paper, the one with information about the survivor settlement, that Bai Xiao hadn't even noticed she put there. They came from here. Maybe. Just like you speculated before, a proper settlement will eventually be established. If you want to go, I try to observe them. Linduo handed the piece of paper to Aunt Chien. Aunt Chien squinted at it for a while, then put it down, saying, "An old woman like me, going anywhere would only be a burden. But you, Duo, should go if you can. However, be careful. Although things aren't as chaotic as they were in the beginning, we still need to be cautious. As time goes by, more and more survivors gather, and more groups, like their village, slowly disappear, then disintegrate, and the remaining people find new ways to survive, eventually leaving only a few increasingly larger settlements." She glanced at Bai Xiao, a tall man wearing sunglasses. Where did he come from too? No, he's just a scavenger. We just happened to run into him, Linduo said. Take off your glasses so I can see, Aunt Chien said to Bai Xiao. Often, you can tell a lot about a person just by looking at their eyes. No matter what kind of person they are, they always reveal some information. But wearing sunglasses makes it impossible to see through them. Sunglasses can effectively hide a person's thoughts. Huh? Linduo turned around. Bai Xiao was also taken aback. I have an illness, my eyes don't look good. Take them off. Bai Xiao thought for a moment, then slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing his eyes. Aunt Chien was stunned for a moment, then frowned. I have conjunctivitis. I accidentally caught a bacterial infection. It's quite scary, Bai Xiao said, rubbing his eyes. Aunt Chien stared for a moment. Pink eye. If it were before, a few eye drops would have been enough. Linduo gestured for him to put on the eye drops quickly, saying, There's no one left in the village. Aunt Chien, you can farm and mend. It's always better to have someone help you than to be alone. Maybe I sneak over and take a look, and if it seems promising, I take you with me. I'm too old. I don't want to walk. I don't want to move. But you really should think about where you want to go. Aunt Chien waved her hand, pointing to the vegetable patch in the yard. See what's ripe, pick some yourself. Then she stopped talking, squinting in the sunlight, and slowly opened the canvas bag Linduo had brought back from the city. Bai Xiao, carrying his basket, didn't move. He wanted Linduo to take something that could be used as seeds, but didn't speak. Linduo seemed somewhat similar to Aunt Chien, yet also somewhat different. Aunt Chien was a generation that experienced both the disaster and its aftermath, while Linduo wasn't. But she also didn't want to leave, and was too lazy to plant anything, just living day by day. They both wanted the other to leave and find another way out. Only the two of them remained in the village. Linduo picked 2 cucumbers, tossed them into the basket on Bai Xiao's back, said goodbye, and prepared to leave. As she stepped out the door, Bai Xiao glanced back. Aunt Chien sat under the eaves, a rifle standing beside the door, quietly sitting there. Though only in her 40s, she looked much older, as if lost in time, or perhaps reminiscing about the days before the disaster. Walking a little further away, the village didn't appear so dilapidated from here, just lifeless. Uncle Kai was still wandering around the village. I heard villagers mention occasionally that Aunt Chien, like my mother, was pregnant when the disaster struck, but their choices were different from my parents, Linduo said softly, walking ahead. Otherwise, that child would be a few months younger than me. Bai Xiao continued walking forward with his basket. She mentioned it to me before, saying that if she were 10 years younger, She would be my godmother. I said I'd do it now, but she refused, Lin Duoduo said. If she were 10 years younger, she could still protect you, Bai Xiao said, seeing the large elm tree in the distance. But now she's old, she can only be a burden to you, that's why she refused. You want her to go to that settlement? Bai Xiao asked. If she continues like this, she won't last more than a few years, Lin Duoduo said. Those people before the disaster are different from us, they age very quickly when alone. Bai Xiao fell silent. Of all the people who once helped and watched over each other in the village, only she and the young Lin Duoduo remained. A somber courtyard, and people growing old. The elm seeds were a bit old, but still edible, though not as tender. Bai Xiao, being tall, picked them quickly. Elm bark can be ground into powder, and made into elm bark flour, Bai Xiao said suddenly, looking at the bark. If you want to eat it, grind it yourself. There's a millstone in the yard next door, Lin Duoduo said. Could we take Erden over there, tie him to the millstone, blindfold him, and hang a piece of meat around his neck? Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Xiao asked. You're a zombie too. Can I tie you up there? Lin Duoduo said disdainfully. He's so old, he staggers when he walks. You're different. I just need to walk in front of you, and you follow behind. You even collapsed my shed today. You have so much energy, you don't know what to do with it. Mentioning the shed made Lin Duoduo angry. Why didn't she use her strength to grind grain? Why was she running the shed? She even wanted to drag Erden, who could barely walk, to grind grain. I'm the zombie king. Have you ever heard of a king grinding grain himself? I just realized you're full of wicked thoughts. A zombie king, huh? If they weren't so old, they would have overthrown him. Having picked a full basket of elm seeds, and then filled the snakeskin bags already in the basket, Bai Xiao carried 2 large bags on his back, carried them in his hands, and slung them over his shoulder, a whole basket and a large bag. And Qian didn't recognize that I was infected. After all, no one has ever seen a zombie that can talk and carry a basket around, Lin Duoduo said. So actually, I don't need to wear sunglasses. You're far away, she can't see clearly. If she gets closer, she might still be suspicious. As they spoke, Erden wandered nearby, completely unaware that some self-proclaimed king wanted its subject to grind grain. It swayed unsteadily, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lin Duoduo didn't push it with a stick, she simply quickened her pace and left it behind with Bai Xiao. Chapter 37. Bai Xiao saw a millstone next to Lin Duoduo's yard, entwined with green vines, clearly unused for a long time. If you don't die, you can pull the millstone, Lin Duoduo said, seemingly enthusiastically planning his future career. The zombie king won't pull a millstone. Bai Xiao thought making a zombie chop wood was bad enough, but Lin Duoduo actually wanted him to pull it. His wound from the animal scratch was inflamed, and he didn't know if he could pull it. Back in Lin Duoduo's yard, after examining the wound for a while, Bai Xiao asked for her previously written zombie observation diary, mainly focusing on his little notebook. Having encountered a zombie who could maintain his sanity, she wondered if her father had a chance to regain his senses. The notebook recorded his behavior in the days since she captured him, or rather, rescued him. To be honest, Bai Xiao himself was a bit confused at the time, and couldn't remember the period of high fever. I remember you had an old notebook, the one you used to compare when you were observing me, Bai Xiao asked. Lin Duoduo said, that was left by my father and grandfather, a plan for my future, and some things he wrote in his spare time. About healing and stuff, all sorts of random stuff. I mean, could I take a look? Lin Duoduo thought for a moment, and seeing that Bai Xiao wouldn't suddenly go berserk and tear the notebook up, she went inside to get it. It was very thick, with many volumes. Bai Xiao had destroyed the shed he was originally in, so he had no choice but to look at it from his tricycle. The first volume had strong, powerful handwriting, recording observations of the zombies and their subsequent changes. Normally, if a person is bitten by a zombie, depending on the location of the bite, they will lose their mind within half an hour at most. If bitten on the ankle, there's still time to leave a last message. A bite on the neck has the most rapid onset. Bai Xiao quickly flipped through the zombie infection records and put them down. He picked up another book. The handwriting was different, slightly messy, clearly written by a different person with different writing habits. This book contained plans for Lin Duoduo's future, with several options and deduced future developments. He read it carefully. Lin Duoduo's family had long ago predicted possible future scenarios, and made different suggestions and arrangements for her based on different circumstances. For example, as Lin Duoduo mentioned, if there were enough survivors, they might choose to redevelop a few key cities, abandoning others. In this case, cities with military bases would be prioritized. After observing the aging of the zombies, her father was full of confidence in the future, and his writings instructed Lin Duoduo to observe the aging rate of the zombies. However, after discovering that infected animals had learned to reproduce, her father's confidence began to waver. Zombies can be resisted, and animals can be resisted too. But when the disaster struck, people fought desperately against the zombies. Once the zombies were no longer a threat, they discovered that the infected animals, without anyone noticing, had learned to reproduce. Bai Xiao flipped through a few pages. The text was ancient, spanning a long period. Initially, there were time markers, but these had gradually disappeared, perhaps because the long time since the disaster had caused people to forget the passage of time. He thought for a moment. It must have been when the zombies were still very dangerous, and her father was always at risk of not returning home. So, he began preparing then, searching for an organization while writing these words, in case he didn't return. The thick notebook was filled with writing. While they were still alive, they considered what would happen to Lin Duoduo if they were gone one day. Their only hope was for Lin Duoduo to live by every possible means. From noon until almost sunset, Bai Xiao finally looked up, rubbing his neck and letting out a long sigh. Lin Duoduo glanced at him, only to see him get up, look around the yard, and then go out. Where to? Next door. Bai Xiao went out quickly and returned just as quickly, catching 2 crickets and some small insects. He also found a glass bottle in a corner, and then, near the collapsed shed, picked up a splinter and carefully pricked his skin. A drop of blood oozed out. Bai Xiao used the splinter to moisten it, and fed some to the cricket, then covered it with the glass bottle, observing it intently and nervously. Lin Duoduo was startled by his actions, watching from a distance. What are you doing? Shuh. Bai Xiao raised his index finger, staring at the cricket. Soon, the cricket stopped moving. Bai Xiao's eyes flickered. Stay away, he reminded Lin Duoduo, then removed the bottle and poked the cricket with a splinter. It was dead. Bai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the sky for a moment, then looked down again and buried the cricket in the soil. The worst-case scenario your father predicted hasn't happened yet. You scared me to death. Some things can't withstand the side effects of infection. It's fatal to them, so they can't be a source of infection. Bai Xiao felt a little relieved, but not much. He remembered the zombies he saw when he entered the city. At the time, he didn't feel anything, just a vague unease, as if something was missing. Now it dawned on him. The weather was getting hotter, but the zombies weren't swarmed by flies, nor were they infested with maggots. Perhaps it's because they can't survive the infection, or rather, they can't yet. Lindwood's grandfather speculated that infected individuals release a pheromone, which is why zombies don't bite each other. Over time, creatures unable to withstand the infection will gradually avoid it because of this pheromone. Just as sulfur repels insects, the source of infection is like walking sulfur. Lindwood's father, however, was more pessimistic. Initially, only humans were infected. Even pets scattered throughout the city wouldn't survive the infection, dying quickly if bitten by a zombie. But gradually, as time went on, infected animals began to survive in the city. In his theory, the infection would eventually spread to all living things, and then one day, even insects would be infected. On that day, the true apocalypse would arrive. In this cataclysm, only the fittest survive. The thick notebook ultimately yielded no conclusion, only time would tell. They could only offer Lin Duoduo limited advice, and reminders based on different situations and speculations. Have you read it all? Bai Xiao asked Lin Duoduo. Yes, I have. There are parts one don't quite understand, and some have been confirmed, Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao touched the yellowed pages. In this thick notebook, Lindwood's father wrote at the end, perhaps Jian Jin's choice was right. I'm sorry to have brought you into this terrible world. I love you. Signed, Lin Huayu. Chapter 38. Behind Lindwood's family was a handwritten guide to various common illnesses, all written in simple, easy-to-understand language, devoid of technical jargon. Emergency treatment for injuries sustained in the wild. Methods for making drinking water. They really taught you a lot. This was their way of helping Lin Duoduo fight against the disaster. Some of it was to help Lin Duoduo survive. Some was about what to do after she survived, and even plans that might be used many years later. A survival guide from many years ago, and Bai Xiao suspected that if they were still alive, they would have continued until the day they left, leaving everything to her so that Lin Duoduo could find her way forward when she was lost. She wasn't living alone. She had support from many years ago. Lin Duoduo said, my grandfather predicted your appearance. During the virus mutation process, there might be infected individuals who could coexist with the virus, maintaining their pre-infection sanity. He predicted many more things. This is just one possibility, Bai Xiao said. Just tell me, isn't that right? Lin Duoduo said. Okay, they're right. Bai Xiao felt his hand wound needed changing the dressing. He picked up a few leaves, intending to have Lin Duoduo chew them, but then suddenly turned to look behind him, afraid that Lin Duoduo's father, who had been infected and turned into a zombie, might run out and beat him up. After thinking for a moment, he went to find the old clay pot and small wooden mallet, mashed the leaves, and applied the paste himself. Is there any pus? Lin Duoduo asked. No, the change isn't obvious, it hasn't worsened. Bai Xiao observed, comparing the symptoms to those recorded in his notebook for animals infected with the virus. First it became inflamed, then the wound lost its vitality and stiffened, followed by pus, ulceration, and widespread deterioration. It all happened very quickly. Currently, he's only at the stage of wound stiffness and hasn't progressed further. I think I survive, Bai Xiao said. The zombies couldn't kill me, making me the zombie king. Mere animals can't do anything to me. Next time, it'd be my turn to bite them. If you survive, fix my shed, Lin Duoduo said to the zombie king, pointing to the ruins by the wall. Tomorrow I go to those dilapidated houses and dismantle some wood to fix it for you. Bai Xiao also really liked this shed that sheltered him from the wind and rain. It allowed him to get meals. Now, it was almost dark, and he had nowhere to stay. Could I sleep in that kitchen? Bai Xiao asked. No, it's too dangerous if you drool in a place like the kitchen, Lin Duoduo shook her head. After all, Bai Xiao was an infected person. I just sleep under the eaves for the night. Lock the door. Put that mattress over there. They slept on rooftops and in warehouses before entering the city, sometimes without even blankets, just a foam board to cover themselves with their clothes. As long as it was safe, it didn't matter. Bai Xiao and Lin Duoduo made simple arrangements, and Lin Duoduo hid behind the makeshift sheet to shower. Speaking of which, shouldn't you find a zombie and see if you can have baby zombies? Lin Duoduo thought to herself while showering. Am I crazy? Bai Xiao asked, puzzled. No, you're the one who's crazy. I should have found you a wife in the city. Those zombies trapped in the buildings are better looking, still relatively intact, and quite pale. Lin Duoduo found it incredible. There was no doubt that Bai Xiao might actually be able to marry a zombie wife. Please stop having such strange ideas, Bai Xiao said, unable to tolerate it. Even if the zombies in the city looked white and respectable, they were still zombies. Sing another song, Lin Duoduo said. Won't that attract Uncle Kai and Erden? They just wander around outside the yard for a while. As Lin Duoduo spoke, a scene suddenly flashed into her mind. Once, in this very yard, she had desperately made noise, trying to attract Uncle Kai and Erden, as well as another strange zombie that used to roam near the village. She tilted her head, thinking carefully for a while before remembering. It was when she first started living alone. She hadn't gotten used to the quiet, nor to being alone. The silent night was utterly still, so she got out of bed barefoot, went to the yard, grabbed a stick, and banged on the tricycle and its metal frame. Then Uncle Kai and Erden came over, lingering outside the courtyard wall and howling. The night was finally no longer so maddeningly quiet. She spent many nights like this afterward, until she slowly grew accustomed to the silence. That was a long time ago. The marks from that time are still visible on the tricycle. Let me see you again, from south to north. Like eyes blinded by the fifth ring road. Please tell me again about that day. The girl holding the box. Bai Xiao's hoarse voice, hoarse from his infection, rang out. Lin Duoduo felt that picking up that broken wooden box from the city should have been called a guitar, a very wise decision. After showering, she put on a coat, sat on the doorstep, and rested her chin on her hand. It was early night, and the wind was cool. This was probably what people had heard about before the disaster, bathing, listening to music, sleeping. A commotion arose outside the courtyard wall. He couldn't tell if it was Erden or Uncle Kai, but they were listening to a melody that hadn't been heard since the disaster. It's different from the last time I heard it, Lin Duoduo said after Bai Xiao calmed down. Bai Xiao said, I know a lot. Did your family teach you? Just assume so. That's good. Lin Duoduo sighed, stood up from the threshold, and went inside to rest. Summer was approaching, and the starlight was growing brighter each day. Tonight, the weather was beautiful, the stars were dazzling, and the moonlight was silvery. Bai Xiao sat down under the eaves in the dim light, Lin Duoduo behind him inside, and the zombies still lingering outside the courtyard in front of him. Qian Jin. Bai Xiao remembered the name in his notebook. He guessed it was Aunt Qian's name, but she knew Lindwood was parents before the disaster. A very beautiful name. She was once a young and beautiful woman, very happy, but later became that sharp-eyed old woman sitting in the somber courtyard. The previous generation had experienced too much. Dawn broke, and Lin Duoduo went out with her gun, like a queen surveying her territory, the zombies her subjects. She was more like a queen than he was, Bai Xiao felt. The zombie king, wearing sunglasses, also wandered through the deserted village, looking for usable materials to repair the shed in any courtyard, preparing to dismantle and use them, while also familiarizing himself with the surroundings, looking for well-preserved places that might become his future residence. Anyway, no one was stopping him, no one was objecting. Repairing the shed was no easy task, at least Bai Xiao, who used to sit in an office, had no clue where to start. It needed to be sturdy and airtight, without leaks. He and Lin Duoduo spent an entire afternoon clearing away the rubble, and then organizing the usable materials. After piecing things together, it took several days to finally rebuild the shed. Chapter 39. The new shed was erected, a third smaller than the old one. Although new, the materials used were all old, so it blended in well with the yard. A few buckets of water were poured on it to test for leaks, and it was declared complete. Bai Xiao wanted to try pull-ups again, but thinking of the hardships of the past few days, he ultimately gave up. If it collapsed again, Lin Duoduo would probably be furious. Seeing that Lin Duoduo was a little dissatisfied with the size of the newly built shed, Bai Xiao thought for a moment, then took a stick and went for a stroll. He figured Lin Duoduo might forget about it when he returned. He carried a stick because the village was really desolate. Animals weren't afraid of people at all. Whether it was rats or hedgehogs, they would pound straight at people. Besides, carrying a stick would also keep Uncle Kai and Erden's men away. Bai Xiao was learning from Lin Duoduo's life experience. When Lin Duoduo went out, he would secretly observe her. When she wasn't out, he would try to wander around outside the village on his own. Yesterday, he found some dandelions, also called Grandma's nail. This plant is both food and medicine, used for urination and reducing internal heat. It's one of the few things he knew about, and he even bought dandelion tea online before when he was working. He never expected he'd have the chance to pick them himself now. After walking a while, he saw Uncle Kai gently knocking on a door in the distance. Bai Xiao didn't disturb him. The lame zombie disdainfully ignored the zombie king. No one's home. Take a break, Bai Xiao said. Sensing the noise, the lame zombie stopped and turned to find the source of the sound. Bai Xiao had already walked far away, along the deserted village road, until he reached the wilderness. Life had to go on. Long ago, there were farmlands here, wild wheat, and maybe other crops like corn, left behind in the fields, taking root and sprouting. Perhaps over the years, they become weeds, and the seeds weren't as good, but as long as he could find them, he could always find a way. Farming is exhausting and arduous. Women dread postpartum recovery, and men dread harvesting wheat. Without machinery, hand harvesting wheat was more like torture, almost unbearable. Lin Duoduo tried farming, but it's not as simple as just throwing seeds into the soil. Watering, fertilizing, weeding, dealing with pests, there's so much to do. It's hard work, and the crops rarely survive, sometimes even worse than if left to grow naturally. She eventually gave up, leaving it alone until it turned slightly yellow, then bringing it home to dry in the sun, tending to it little by little. If there wasn't enough, she stored it away. In winter, after a snowfall, she'd clear a patch of land to catch birds. There was always a way to utilize it. The fields were overgrown with weeds, a vast expanse of desolation. Standing there, it felt as if she were the only person left in the world. Bai Xiao suddenly understood what it meant for people before the disaster, as Lin Duoduo described, to feel different from those who grew up later. Startled by his presence, the grasshoppers and insects in the field fluttered out, then landed a short distance away. Hearing a rustling in the grass, Bai Xiao slammed his stick down, and a gray, fuzzy thing startled him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a mouse, but a wild rabbit, which had already scurried away. After wandering around the area for a while, he noticed a small river at the foot of a distant mountain. He strolled over, unsure if the fish in the river had been infected. Standing on the bank, he could see faint shadows in the water. Bai Xiao tried to recall the structure of the fish traps people used to make, wondering if he could catch some small fish and shrimp. He mentioned it to Lin Duoduo when he got back. Lin Duoduo, as expected, had forgotten about the shed shrinking and stood there thinking for a moment. Fish traps? Sure, people have made them before and caught fish, Lin Duoduo said. She carefully recalled where she had seen it before, then took Bai Xiao out. They wandered through the quiet village, finally stopping in front of a dilapidated courtyard. They knocked on the lock and pushed open the door. With a creak, the long-abandoned courtyard was once again visited. Linduo swept the weeds in the yard with a stick, slowly walking to the front of the house. She said, "Let's look around." The old man who used to live here would catch fish with fishing rods and those cages. Then a dead zombie floated down from upstream, and he didn't go fishing for a long time. The walls of the dilapidated house were peeling, cold and eerie, like an old mountain village house from a horror movie, as if a vengeful spirit might burst out at any moment. Bai Xiao glanced at Linduo. Without being exposed to horror stories and works, Linduo probably wouldn't have such a jumpy train of thought. The old house had 5 rooms. Before they had even searched all of them, they found an old fishing rod and a fish trap. Unfortunately, the net of the fish trap was rotten, leaving only the frame. The fishing rod looked terrible. He wasn't sure if it was still usable. While regretting it, he dragged it out when he suddenly heard a sound that startled Bai Xiao. He quickly turned to look to the side. The sound was coming from the neighboring yard. Linduo glanced in that direction, but didn't speak. "A zombie?" Bai Xiao asked. "Yes." "Then that's..." Bai Xiao suddenly had a guess. Besides Erden and Uncle Kai, there was only one zombie left in the village. "My father," Linduo said calmly. Seeing Bai Xiao pick up the fishing rod and the broken fish trap, she went outside. Next door, Bai Xiao saw Linduo's father, now a zombie, locked in the yard. He was skin and bones, thin and bony, with sunken eyes. There was nothing particularly unusual about him. If he had to say, he wasn't as old as Uncle Kai and Erden, and he still seemed to have some strength, his movements not unsteady. This was a man who had sheltered from the initial outbreak of the disaster with a pregnant woman and a child. But in recent years, he too had become the monster he had once fought against. It was undeniably tragic. How did he get infected? Zombie blood splattered into his eyes, Linduo said. Her father was one of the last remaining people in the village, surviving the initial terrifying disaster, but many years later, when the zombies became less dangerous, he had an accident. Soon after, her mother also fell ill. She had always hoped that one day her father would return, but a long time ago, in some unknown moment, she suddenly realized that her father would never return. He was gone forever, leaving only an empty shell. But then she met Bai Xiao, and a tiny glimmer of hope rekindled within her. "I thought you would put him next door." Bai Xiao hadn't expected him to be in such a far corner, a place he hadn't seen in the past few days, diagonally opposite Linduo's residence. It was a safe place, ensuring he wouldn't wander off, yet still providing him with some space to move around. That was my original plan, but my mother disagreed. She said the dead shouldn't disturb the peace of the living. Linduo took a piece of dry food from her pocket and tried to throw it into the yard. However, it was no use. Unlike Bai Xiao, he couldn't eat, communicate, or learn. Bai Xiao saw some traces of rotten food on the ground. Chapter 40. Were there many people in the village before? Not many. They were all people who fled from the city, bringing their families. In the first few years, many died, from disease, from infection, even a minor injury or illness could be fatal. Or they were bitten by animals. Later, not many people remained, and slowly, Linduo trailed off. If it were now, survival wouldn't be so difficult, but a decade or so ago, many would die in a single winter. Leaving the vicinity, the howls of the zombies gradually subsided. Linduo suddenly said, "I think your appearance might be a premonition." "What premonition?" Bai Xiao asked, unable to contain himself. "It's a sign that everything is starting to get better." Linduo gazed at the distant white sky and said, "You can survive being bitten by a zombie, can't you?" "Perhaps it's another kind of disaster," Bai Xiao said. "The zombies have gained sanity. Living is definitely better than dying." Linduo shook her head. "Zombies also have family, friends, and relatives. Like my father, if he could retain his sanity like you, he would definitely protect me." Bai Xiao remained silent for a long time, carrying his old fishing rod and rotten fish trap as he walked ahead. "Perhaps," he said. Whether the zombies gaining sanity is a hope or a disaster, he couldn't say for sure. At least from his own perspective, it was a good thing. But it was somewhat counterintuitive. Perhaps it was the prevailing notion that those not of his kind harbored different intentions. Bai Xiao instinctively felt it wasn't a good thing, but considering his own situation, he identified himself as human, not a zombie. If he had a choice, he would definitely choose to live among humans. "Just think of it as an illness, and it'd be simple," Linduo said. "Many people get sick." "Oh, If that's the case, then that's true. Bai Xiao inexplicably remembered the zombie, with a small blade of grass on its head. It didn't attack people. As the saying goes, things reach their extremes and then reverse. After the worst comes the best. The disaster has lasted long enough. It's time for the reverse. A person can't stay unlucky forever. Bai Xiao noticed that the wounds on his hands were starting to heal. He didn't know if it was the effect of the herbal medicine Lin Duo had chewed, or if his own recovery was strong. In any case, it seemed he wouldn't die. He didn't want to end up like the animal infection records in his notebook, his whole body covered in sores. A weight was finally lifted from his heart. See? I knew zombies weren't afraid of infection. Bai Xiao waved his hand. This is also a way to survive. Or, I could bite you, and then you wouldn't have to worry about getting infected? Lin Duo glanced at him. You can bite my butt, that way even if it leaves a scar or causes lividity, it won't matter. Bai Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, if you ever get sick, or get infected by an animal, and can't be saved, maybe I can bite you. For some reason, his mouth watered. Like Uncle Kai? Lin Duo asked. No, I'm the zombie king. The virus has already coexisted with my body. Theoretically, your chances of survival are much higher. Although there are risks, it's better than dying. You said it yourself, at least you're still alive. I think you just want to bite me. Lin Duo didn't believe him. Treat it as a last resort to save your life. Bai Xiao thought it over and decided that if it really came to that, it was worth the gamble. At least the odds were much better than with Uncle Kai back then, because there was already an example of an infected person who could maintain their rationality. Being a zombie wasn't so bad. Besides doing calisthenics, he could still do push-ups. He couldn't do pull-ups because the shed wasn't sturdy enough. How about, I let you taste my foot skin? Lin Duo felt this couldn't go on. Let Bai Xiao taste it. If it wasn't tasty, maybe he wouldn't drool so much anymore. Bai Xiao turned to look at her in shock. He seemed unable to comprehend what was going on in her head. Someone who had only grown up after such a catastrophe. I think it's better if everyone has fewer strange ideas. I won't bite your butt, and you shouldn't expect me to taste your foot skin. Okay, it's decided. Even if it meant death, the mighty zombie king wouldn't do such a thing. Oh, okay. Lin Duo wasn't too disappointed. She looked at the much smaller shed, then at Bai Xiao, and pointed outside, saying, since you won't die, go tidy up the yard. Staying in the shed all the time wasn't ideal. Bai Xiao wandered around the village several times before finally deciding to stay next to Lin Duo's, so he could easily get a free meal. It was the yard next to the one with the millstone. An old man used to live here. His family was all gone. He died of illness in the winter. But he kept going out to find food every day and survived. After that, he rarely went out, and while he was still alive, his yard was overgrown with weeds. Later, I don't know when he passed away. He put his remaining belongings near the wall of my yard, and my father buried him. Some things I don't want to remember are remembered very clearly, probably because there were so few people left back then. So each person who left an impression, and the village gradually evolved from that time to what it is today. Lin Duo came to the overgrown yard, holding a wooden stick, and swept it haphazardly through the weeds. Be careful of snakes in the yard this time of year. Actually, autumn and winter are better for cleaning the yard. There aren't as many insects then. Dig up the grass roots, burn some soil, and do some repairs. Then let's do it in the autumn. Bai Xiao reacted quickly. Huh? Lin Duo paused for a moment. Actually, I just need a small, sheltered hut. That shed will do too, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo remained silent for a while, then said, you just want to freeload, right? I'm the zombie king. Bai Xiao was surprised. I brought back 3 bags of elm seeds myself a few days ago. Saying freeloading isn't really appropriate, is it? But you still want to freeload, right? It's more like the rational use of resources. For example, if you cook something and I cook something, we need 2 sets of firewood. We both have to go and collect firewood, but originally only 1 set would suffice. The time and energy saved can be used for more things. Bai Xiao tried to use a scientific approach. The explanation made her understand. That's the advantage of being part of a gang. Lin Duo understood, of course. She said, but you live next door, not far away, so you can use that too. Okay, I admit what you just said scared me a bit. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment, then looked expressionlessly at the dilapidated courtyard. In the past, we called this a haunted house. Lin Duo found it even stranger. What house hasn't had someone die in it? Except in the wasteland, every house on this land used to be inhabited. Similarly, most of the people in the empty houses were dead. It's just that what you said is a bit creepy. Uncle Kai and Erden were still wandering outside. Indeed, in this world, it wasn't wise to think too much. Chapter 41. An old, dilapidated house, a desolate courtyard, an abandoned village. A family that died of illness. The words coming from Lin Duoduo's mouth were indeed terrifying. Although this harsh world shouldn't be like this, those who have experienced information overload find it hard to forget those elements implanted in their genes. Bai Xiao clasped his hands together and bowed to the overgrown weeds in the yard, expressing his apology. Repairing a house that has been uninhabited for many years into a habitable place is no easy task. It involves not only weeding and pest control, but also repairs. In some places, the roof leaks, and the courtyard wall, though not yet collapsed, needs reinforcement. These are just some of the many small, seemingly insignificant tasks. If there were more people, the work would be faster. But with only one person, plus Lin Duoduo's occasional help, it would be a slow and arduous process. Repairing the shed was physically demanding, and Bai Xiao was exhausted. He rested for a day to recover, and then cleaning the yard was also physically demanding, not easy at all. The tools were all borrowed. Lin Duoduo had a room filled with various tools, farm implements, hoes, axes, hammers, probably things she found while scavenging that she didn't have, which she then brought back and stored. Early in the morning, before the sun had even risen, Bai Xiao put on gloves, shouldered a shovel, and went to the neighbor's yard. The lush green grass still had dewdrops on it. Opening the gate startled a few small birds. He started working with the shovel, disturbing the insects in the grass, which scattered in all directions. He piled the clear grass aside, waiting for the sun to come out and dry it for a while, then it could be used as kindling for Lin Duoduo to burn. The zombie king huffed and puffed as he worked in the yard, while Lin Duoduo peeked out from over the wall, watching from the next yard, a wild root dangling from her mouth, crunching it like a sweet potato. "I never thought I'd have a new neighbor," she suddenly remarked. Bai Xiao didn't want to talk to her. Everything was fine until he insisted on saying a whole family had died of illness here, leaving one who had died of grief. And a zombie at that. Lin Duoduo found the world truly strange. If you have nothing to do, could you? Holy crap! Bai Xiao poked out a snake, chopped off its head with a shovel, and jumped aside, still shaken. Seeing Lin Duoduo waiting for him to finish, Bai Xiao looked up hesitantly, thought for a moment, and suddenly forgot what he was going to say. Lin Duoduo admired the sweat on the zombie king's forehead. Perhaps it really was a sign, not just that being bitten by a zombie meant surviving. The gradually dying village had been quiet for a long time. She felt as if the village was being revitalized, like a new green shoot sprouting from the roots of a decaying tree, and she even fantasized that more people would come in the future. As the sun rose higher, Bai Xiao cleared a path leading to the main house, then expanded outwards from this path. He put all the earthworms he dug up into a box. Lin Duoduo saw them and asked, "Do you want to eat them?" "No, I can use them to fish," Bai Xiao said. "Anyway, I'm not afraid of bug bites, and zombies don't bother me. Maybe I can catch some fish. Fish aren't very tasty." Without much seasoning, it'd probably be quite fishy? Bai Xiao rested for a moment with his shovel, then resumed his work. It was quite nice not having to live in a shack anymore. He had already planned to learn survival skills from Lin Duoduo, and then one day, maybe he could go back to the place he used to live, and see what it had become. "Make me a bamboo basket too, I can carry it when I go out," Bai Xiao said. Bamboo baskets were something people used to do, and he never really paid much attention to them before. Only now, in this environment, did he realize how useful they were, even indispensable. They were more important than his old backpack, because without a backpack, he could put his phone and keys in his pocket. Without a basket, he couldn't do anything outside. As noon approached, the temperature rose, and the sun was blazing. Bai Xiao put on a hat, and continued weeding and tidying the yard. Lin Duoduo found a shady spot, away from the sun, and started weaving with the bamboo strips Bai Xiao had chopped up last time. The sound of a shovel hitting the ground could be heard from next door. Erden and Uncle Kai had been attracted by the noise sometime during the day. Bai Xiao had forgotten to close the door, and they came in before he realized it. He grabbed a stick and pushed them out, then closed the door, letting them bang on it from the outside. Working while listening to the howls of zombies was a truly awful experience. Bai Xiao was also somewhat relieved. Thankfully, it wasn't 20 years ago, otherwise he probably would only have survived for 3 days. Or even less. So many people had died, and only Lin Duoduo and an old woman remained in this village. There were some old things in the yard, rotten wooden frames, ironware, which he dug out with a shovel and threw aside. After eating something for lunch, Bai Xiao went back to the shed to rest for a while. When the sun wasn't so scorching, he went next door and huffed and puffed as he dug in the yard. The grass roots were all turned up, and then the soil was patted flat. As the sun began to set, Bai Xiao was exhausted. He put down the shovel, returned to Lin Duoduo's side, and sat down under the shed to watch Lin Duoduo deal with the snake she had dug up in the yard. Add some wine while cooking, it removed the fishy smell, Bai Xiao reminded him, but unfortunately, there were no scallions, ginger, or garlic. A case of wine he scavenged was hoarded by Lin Duoduo like a hamster. He didn't know what she was keeping it for. Hearing him say that, she went inside to get it. Do you want some too? Lin Duoduo remembered he was a vegetarian. I can't keep going without meat, I'm too tired. Bai Xiao felt weak. He thought of those decaying zombies. After his infection, he was different from normal people. He might be able to withstand hunger, but forcibly pushing his body might result in him decaying like those old zombies within a few years. Some cells in his body had already mutated. He didn't dare gamble. Lin Duoduo had prepared snake soup. The meat was simmered until very tender, with scattered bits of meat floating in the broth. Bai Xiao wanted to refuse, but he was too tired these past few days, and really couldn't hold on any longer. He closed his eyes, and gulped it down. Whether it was due to a dulled sense of taste or simply from getting used to eating wild roots and drinking gruel with Lin Duoduo, Bai Xiao surprisingly found it quite good. Lin Duoduo then served him another bowl. You're eating so little? Bai Xiao asked. That's enough, Lin Duoduo replied. People who do heavy work need to eat more, otherwise they won't have the strength. She only drank a little before putting down her bowl, giving the rest to Bai Xiao. The zombie king would have to work again tomorrow. The proper distribution of food is also an important thing in this world. After Bai Xiao finished eating, he noticed Lin Duoduo staring intently at him, observing his reaction. What? Bai Xiao asked, puzzled. I'm seeing if eating meat will trigger your madness, making you drool, or even become irritable. Lin Duoduo continued to stare at him, completing her zombie observation record. Not yet. Bai Xiao sensed it for a moment, but there's something. I can feel the food I eat turning into nutrients, being absorbed by my body, and my strength is slowly returning. Sometimes when I'm very hungry before eating, I feel that same thing, Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao stared at the bowl, then suddenly pointed outside, speaking of which. If those zombies had enough food, would they remain dangerous indefinitely, like they were 20 years ago? Yeah, they became like that probably because they couldn't find food. Chapter 42. The relationship between zombie decay and food is quite close. Bai Xiao wanted to look in the mirror. These past few days have been very strenuous, repairing the shed and cleaning the yard. He wondered if anything unusual had changed. The mirror Lin Duoduo had found for him earlier had been shattered when the shed collapsed. Do you still have a mirror in your house? Yes. What about the one I gave you last time? It's broken. Hearing Bai Xiao say this, Lin Duoduo glanced at the much smaller shed and got up to look inside. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find one. Mirrors weren't a rare resource. She usually didn't take them home when she saw them. Now, she only had a large one on the wardrobe. Lin Duoduo came out of the house and said, tomorrow, when you go to work next door, look in that old house. There should be one there. Okay. Bai Xiao finished eating, washed his bowl, and needed to change his dressing again. The wound on his hand was scabbing over and wasn't so stiff anymore. The zombie virus had defeated the animal infection. He picked up a few blades of grass and handed them to Lin Duoduo for help. They wilted a bit after a few days. I can't pound them, the zombie king explained. Only fresh grass can be pounded in a jar. These wilted ones have to be chewed. Lin Duoduo took them, chewing them while washing the dishes, then gestured to Bai Xiao with her eyes. Bai Xiao instinctively opened his hand, and she tilted her head and spat it out. Bai Dao's expression was like someone constipated. Both Lin Duoduo's actions and the current state of the herbs were rather unpleasant. I think it would be much better if you held them in your hand before handing them to me. So fussy, so picky. Lin Duoduo wasn't going to indulge the zombie king. Next time, go outside and pick fresh ones yourself. Pound them yourself, you know them anyway. Bai Xiao carefully applied the medicine to the wound, saying, after this application, it should scab over by tomorrow, and you won't need to change it again. So fast? Lin Duoduo peeked at the medicine he had just applied and exclaimed, You're recovering so quickly. Bai Xiao had no choice but to rebandage it. This all felt absurd, with a kind of amateurish charm. Even if you weren't a zombie king, treating someone's wounds with herbs should be done with more seriousness and professionalism. The things shown on TV were always exquisite mortars and pestles, and meticulous treatments. Instead, treating the wound, applying the medicine, and then forcibly prying it open to take a look. This is the apocalypse. The sky gradually darkened. Bai Xiao was exhausted, so he stayed under the shed, gazing at the darkening sky in the distance. While the night wasn't completely dark and things were still visible, Lin Duo sat on the doorstep chopping bamboo. The leftover bamboo strips from last time weren't enough. Bai Xiao's basket needed to be bigger. I leave the chopping to you, you can go rest, Bai Xiao said. This work isn't strenuous, you still have to weed tomorrow, Lin Duo said casually, her hands moving without stopping, very skillfully, until night fell over the land. She then stopped, put her tools aside, and went inside. A little while later, she came out again, flushed her feet with a well pump, and then went back to her room to sleep. Bai Xiao found it hard to imagine how she had survived all these years in such an environment. No wonder she brought back a zombie with a tricycle when she saw one that still retained its sanity. The next day wasn't so hot, and the sky was a bit overcast. Bai Xiao continued leveling the neighbor's yard, and several scorpions crawled out from under the stone slabs in the corner. Just as he was about to kill them, he stopped and asked Lin Duo if they were of any use. Sure enough, Lin Duo ran over with chopsticks and picked them all up. She had found 3 large and 5 small ones that morning. Soak them in alcohol. If you get bitten by any poisonous insects, you can rub it on them, and they heal quickly. After all, there's no medicine, and sometimes it might even save a life. Lin Duo washed them clean, and put them in a bottle, saying, they can be used for sprains and bruises too. Aunt Qian often has back pain, and it works for her. Bai Xiao suddenly realized that this was homemade medicine, all folk remedies, but clearly better than drinking alcohol when resources were scarce. In an era without medicine, this was a precious resource. How about soaking it for a month, and then applying it to my lividity? Bai Xiao thought. It's probably just localized patches caused by poor blood circulation. Maybe improving blood circulation will help. Lin Duo disagreed. It's caused by infection. It's hard to remove, isn't it? Don't say such discouraging things. People should have dreams. But you're a zombie. I need to get to work. Get out of the way. Please don't bother a zombie cleaning its own yard. Just one. Lin Duo strolled away, not going through the gate. Uncle Kai, attracted by the noise of the zombie king's construction, was blocking the gate. Unable to get out, she climbed over the wall. It's good that it's not a zombie. Bai Xiao was glad this wasn't the south, without the rainy season, otherwise, more than a month of continuous rain would have been terrible. The sky was overcast, with a slight breeze, perfect weather for getting to work. After clearing away all the weeds, and leveling the soil in the yard, it looked much better. A rainstorm at this time would be perfect. He could spot the leaks in the house, mark them, and then later go to another house to scrape some bricks and tiles from the roof to patch them up. By evening, the rain hadn't stopped. Instead, the sky gradually cleared. Bai Xiao entered the old house. A thick layer of dust covered it, the only signs of years of emptiness. Cobwebs clung to the corners. He found the mirror embedded in the cabinet, wiped it, and examined the changes since the infection. Compared to before he came to the city, he looked thinner, his facial features more defined, but not emaciated, which reassured him somewhat. He put on sunglasses, covering his eyes, and looked again. Good, very human-like. He took off the sunglasses and observed the room. There was a wooden bed, 2 stools, and a wooden table, the kind commonly seen in the past. The tables and chairs were handmade. The chairs weren't the finely crafted, square type, but rather several straight pieces of wood pieced together. Bai Xiao wanted to tidy up the house, but it was getting late, so he went out. He opened the front door, and saw Uncle Kai approaching, then quickly closed it again. Fearing that constantly poking at it with a stick might one day cripple Uncle Kai, the village guardian, Bai Xiao ultimately climbed over the wall back into Lin Duo's courtyard. How about we knock down this wall? Bai Xiao asked, climbing back over the wall. Aunt Qian's yard is much bigger. Not really. Lin Duo looked up at him, then after a couple of seconds said, your hair is so long, get it cut. It looks so dirty with sweat sticking to your forehead. You can cut it? Bai Xiao asked skeptically. Yes, I always cut it myself, it's so much better. Bai Xiao looked at her uneven hair, and had reservations about her good comment. I do it myself. Bai Xiao took the scissors, held them for a while, and felt awkward. Cutting his own hair was a very difficult task. Ultimately, he decided that asking Lin Duo for help might be a good idea. Cutting someone else's hair would probably be much better than cutting it himself. Lin Duo took the scissors and snip snip. It was done. I have a bad feeling about this? No, not at all. Lin Duo took 2 steps back and looked him over. It looked like a dog had chewed it. It actually made him look even more terrifying. A zombie with a head of dog-chewed hair. What kind of look is that? What did you do to my hair? Chapter 43. The trust that had been painstakingly maintained between the two shattered with a snap. The Zombie King, sporting a terrifying hairstyle, lost all trust in Lin Duo. Without a calendar, estimating it was June, the sun was scorching. As the days passed, the neighbor's yard was finally completely tidied up. Not only was the roof repaired, but the walls were also reinforced to prevent them from collapsing during a downpour. His neck was burning from the sun, and Bai Xiao stood in the yard, admiring the fruits of his labor. The house where many people had died, after being cleaned up, no longer seemed so gloomy. In fact, at first glance, it looked even better than Lindwood's yard. Lindwood's yard was cluttered with useless junk, far less neat and spacious than this new yard. Can this well be repaired? What troubled Bai Xiao most was the well in the yard. It had been abandoned for many years, and was no longer usable. I don't know how. Lin Duo didn't have that skill. The well in her yard had always been used the same way. If it broke one day, there was nothing she could do but try to fix it. Then we have to fetch water from your place, Bai Xiao said. We can look elsewhere for a water vat, and bring it over to wash it clean. There were many usable things in the village. If they needed anything, they could find it in other abandoned houses. Look! Bai Xiao went outside and saw Uncle Kai in the distance. Suddenly he pointed, Did you make this? Uncle Kai had a small trumpet flower tucked behind his ear, which made this lame zombie look less scary. Lin Duo shook her head, Not you. No. Then it must be Aunt Qian. Lin Duo lowered her eyes, walked past Uncle Kai, and headed towards the place she remembered where the water vat was. The old house walls were easily damaged by weeds. It had collapsed during a sudden rainstorm, smashing the water vat along with it. Bai Xiao walked along the path, glancing back at Uncle Kai, who was wearing a morning glory. He couldn't help but think that before the disaster, young Aunt Qian and Uncle Kai might have joked like this. Now, things had changed. Uncle Kai no longer reacted to the little flower. In the distance, Aunt Qian's house stood silently, quiet and peaceful, its old walls somewhat mottled. Finding a water vat of moderate size, Bai Xiao pushed it diagonally, letting it roll towards his place, bottom to bottom. Lin Duo grabbed a stick. When Uncle Kai and Erden approached, they would have to be pushed aside. After tidying everything up, it seemed nothing was missing. Only then did Bai Xiao truly feel that he had a place of his own. It was strange. He had toiled like a beast of burden before, never managing to earn his own house, but now he had a home. You won't have to sleep in the shed anymore, Lin Duo said. Of course. Bai Xiao really liked the house. It's just that there aren't many neighbors. Only Lin Duo lives next door. It would be even better if there were more people. After washing the water tank clean, Lin Duo found a long water pipe. It was something she salvaged from scavenging, and connected it, extending it just across the wall. She placed the water tank against the wall. Then she called out and started pumping the well. Cool well water flowed from the pipe, continuously filling the water tank next door. After a while, Bai Xiao called for her to stop, and she stopped. It's been so long since anyone new came to the village. Lin Duo poked her head out from behind the wall. I never expected my new neighbor to be a zombie. Infected sounds nicer. Bai Xiao turned and looked around the yard. Unfortunately, there was no shelter. He didn't know if it was because he was addicted to sleeping in shelters, or because he had survived the infection there, but he felt a pang of reluctance and wanted to sleep in a shelter again. So I survived? Bai Xiao suddenly asked. You survived for a long time, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao didn't explain. From the moment he suddenly arrived in this terrible place, was infected by a zombie, to now having his own little yard, he felt he could never go back. Those past events felt like events from a previous life. Standing in the yard now, he felt a real sense of being alive in this world. 2 old zombies wandered the village. In the silent ruins, only Lin Duo was his neighbor, and in the distance, an old woman lived alone. Night fell. The memory of the deaths Lin Duo had mentioned earlier had faded. Bai Xiao chose a smaller room and moved in. This was the first time he slept in a bed since returning from scavenging in the city. Moonlight streamed in through the window, making it bright. Lin Duo didn't sleep. She opened the window and looked out at the shed in the yard. The Zombie King was no longer there. He had moved into his own house next door. Life was like that, slowly tidying up, slowly doing things. Things gradually got better. Or perhaps one would die. Fortunately, the zombie king hadn't died and was quite healthy. Early in the morning, before dawn, she could hear him jumping and skipping in the next yard. The labor of the past few days had darkened his skin, and he had lost a little weight, becoming more muscular. Bai Xiao wanted to be a zombie with abs. If someone was infected and turned into a zombie, but washed their face and brushed their teeth every day, washed their clothes diligently, and was polite, who would dare call them a zombie? Then he could develop abs, appearing healthier than a normal person. Then, he would be a normal person, while Lin Duoduo would be a weak, frail human from the old era. What mischief are you plotting now? Lin Duoduo sensed something was off about his gaze. I'm increasingly convinced this is a higher level of life, not a virus. Bai Xiao didn't tell her about the weak, frail human from the old era, partly to protect Lin Duoduo's pride, and partly because he needed to learn survival skills from this human. Having lividity means you're advanced? Don't worry about those minor flaws. Evolution isn't perfect yet. If the worst-case scenario occurred, and the infection spread to all living things, only he would survive. To develop abs, you need to get the nutrition right. Bai Xiao, carrying the large bamboo basket Lin Duoduo had made, wearing sunglasses and sporting a head of chewed-up hair, set off to try and live alone. Because of the heat, he also carried a large water bottle, hanging it at his waist, and stood under the scorching sun, a stick in his hand. A gust of wind blew, rattling the dilapidated windows and doors. He walked along the village path, heading towards the hillside. In the distance, he saw a figure, not a zombie, but a person wearing a straw hat. Bai Xiao recognized it as Aunt Qian. As he drew closer, Aunt Qian glanced at him, then at the bamboo basket behind him, and said, "Be careful." Huh? Bai Xiao was taken aback, not expecting Aunt Qian's first words to be about being careful. There are sometimes traps here. Watch carefully, don't get pricked. Aunt Qian pulled a wild rabbit from a pit. It was still struggling in her hand. Thank you. Bai Xiao looked at it carefully. There were markings around the traps. If you paid attention, you could recognize them. Just when he thought Aunt Qian was about to leave, she unexpectedly stood there, showing no intention of leaving. Are you living with Duoduo now? Aunt Qian, carrying the rabbit, didn't leave but instead glanced at Bai Xiao again and asked. Chapter 44. Now living with Duoduo? Bai Xiao felt she was using a double entendre. No, I cleared out a house, right next to hers. To be precise, we're neighbors now, Bai Xiao said. This was the first time he'd seen Aunt Qian in the countryside in so many days. She didn't like to move around or go out, quietly staying alone in that dilapidated courtyard, like a witch from a fairy tale, living in seclusion, hidden in an old and secluded castle. Aunt Qian's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Neighbors? Bai Xiao guessed she was judging his relationship with Lin Duoduo, whether Lin Duoduo had grown up and brought back a man, or brought back a surviving comrade in arms. Young man, look after her, it keep you company. After saying this, Aunt Qian didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Bai Xiao carried his basket and wandered around the riverbank for a long time. In a slightly calmer spot, he caught 2 fat frogs in the grass. Previously, while sleeping under Lin Duoduo's shed, he often heard frogs croaking in the middle of the night, not the typical croaking, but rather a series of short, abrupt croaks like a dog's. 2 frogs weren't enough to satisfy his hunger. Bai Xiao also saw a pheasant, but it flew too fast to catch. He caught a glimpse of it, and it fluttered away. There were fish in the river, their shadows flickering in the water, but the traps were long since rotted away. After wandering around for a long time, when he returned to the village, he saw a large, lush tree in an empty yard, laden with round, ripe fruit. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as an apricot tree, likely planted by people who lived there before the disaster. The apricots were still green, clinging to the branches and leaves. He picked one and tasted it. The sourness made Bai Xiao's face contort. He picked 2 more, intending to let Lin Duoduo try them when he got back. Seeing this apricot tree, he began to pay attention to the dilapidated houses in the village, wondering if they had planted anything else. Growing persimmons, jujubes, and even pepper trees was quite common in the countryside. On his way back, he saw a yard with persimmon trees. The trees were neglected but grew very thick, though it wasn't the right season and they hadn't fruited yet. Lin Duoduo must have eaten them. Bai Xiao didn't even need to guess. Carrying 2 frogs back, he took out the apricots, washed them, and offered them to Lin Duoduo, wanting to see her experience the sourness. Unexpectedly, Lin Duoduo didn't take them. Why did you pick them if they weren't ripe? Lin Duoduo looked at the green apricots, then at the zombie king's expectant face. They're very sour. Bai Xiao didn't know how to explain, and could only put them down. But sometimes green ones taste good too. My mouth is too bland. A little stimulation is good. Linduoduo said, picking up another one and stuffing it into her mouth, then her face scrunched up. Oh right, I forgot you have a taste impairment infection. You shouldn't be able to taste it. Linduoduo remembered. It was only when I first got infected, but now I'm recovering, getting better every day. Bai Xiao said. Then you. Linduoduo glanced at Xingzi, then at the zombie king, and roughly knew what he was planning. So many wicked thoughts. Bai Xiao put down the basket, thinking about the slightly calmer spot he'd seen by the river earlier that day, and mentioned it to Linduoduo, wondering if they could weave an alien-shaped fish basket. He had seen people use these bamboo baskets to catch fish. They looked a lot like fish traps. Linduoduo could survive on a vegetarian diet, but he was infected. Although he was gradually recovering, he felt he couldn't keep up with the vegetarian diet indefinitely. He worried that like the zombies, his body would burn out, and he would age rapidly in just a few years. Looking at the diagram he drew on the ground, Linduoduo asked, "It might work, but will it?" "Try it." Bai Xiao had been cleaning the yard a few days ago, almost addicted. Seeing the weeds in Linduoduo's yard, he casually pulled them up as well. Then, looking at the small yard, he said, "Let me tidy it up for you." Cleaner. Bai Xiao took a shovel and turned over the abandoned vegetable patch near the west side of Linduoduo's yard, also clearing away the weeds sprouting along the wall. After doing all this, the yard looked much tidier, although it was still piled with a lot of clutter. Having recovered from the infection, the unfamiliar life made him feel somewhat out of place. Only when he was working did he feel at ease. After finishing his work, he returned to his own place. Looking at the tidy yard and the old but clean wooden house, a place to shelter from the wind and rain, it felt good, like having a home. But inexplicably, he missed the shed, though Bai Xiao couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the shed, he knew clearly that Linduoduo was sleeping inside, though quiet, she was alive and well. It wasn't that utterly quiet. Bai Xiao thought it might be because he wasn't quite used to this unfamiliar life yet. Until 2 days later, returning to the house at night, sitting on the bed, the outside world pitch black, a sense of emptiness enveloped him. He came out of the house, the moonlight was dim, and the neighbors next door were quiet. Listening carefully, he couldn't tell where Uncle Kai and Erden had wandered off to. There was no sound outside. Bai Xiao sat in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, a deep loneliness rising from his heart. The next day, Linduoduo noticed that the zombie king seemed a bit down, for reasons unknown. He went out carrying a basket, then returned with the same basket, and at dusk, sang a song on his broken guitar. Late at night, Linduoduo opened the window, and heard Bai Xiao making noises in the neighboring courtyard. "Still awake?" "You're still awake?" she asked. "I can't sleep." Bai Xiao didn't know what was wrong. He was constantly anxious, without any reason, so he could only find something to do in the middle of the night. Rationally, he knew that until the future predicted by Linduoduo's father arrived, things were uncertain, and life had to go on. But there was an inexplicable restlessness, especially in the dead of night. He even thought that even if Uncle Kai and Erden came and scratched at the door, it would be better than this deathly silence. So he could only find some peace by listening to the chirping of insects, and the occasional croaking of frogs in the distance in the yard. Bai Xiao quickly emerged from over the wall. He stood on the other side of the courtyard wall, a blurry outline visible in the pitch-black night. Linduoduo paused, standing by the window, gazing at that outline. "You haven't gotten used to the quiet yet?" she asked after a long pause. Bai Xiao was stunned, as if he vaguely understood something. "You used to. The same? You get used to it over time," Linduoduo said. "Getting used to solitude, enjoying solitude, this is something everyone has to go through after a disaster." And Qian did, and so did she. If Bai Xiao hadn't appeared unexpectedly, it might have continued like this for many years to come. Chapter 45. Bai Xiao suddenly remembered a note Linduoduo's father had casually scribbled on a piece of paper. For those of us who lived before the disaster, when the apocalypse came, before food ran out, the more pressing concern was mental well-being. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now, reflecting on it, he understood what people had faced. Humans are social animals. I still haven't found an organization. I wonder if a child like Duoduo, who grew up after such a disaster, will be able to adapt to this kind of life. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. "Did you live with many people before?" Linduoduo asked, somewhat puzzled. "Go to sleep early, I'm fine." Bai Xiao sat in the courtyard, the cool night breeze blowing. He used the dim light to carefully whittle bamboo. The sharpened bamboo could be used to make traps, laid on the hillside. It was alright now, but in autumn and winter, some mountain animals would often come out at night to forage. When he was first infected, he didn't have many thoughts, but when life stabilized and he began to ponder the future, that seemingly endless future became oppressive. Bai Xiao tried his best to suppress this feeling. Once he found the reason, things would be much simpler, and he still had many things to think about. He could utilize Lin Duoduo's vegetable garden, and even cultivate a patch in his own yard. He could dig up some silt from the lush riverbank. He remembered that silt was fertile and good for soil, and there wasn't much pollution in the world. As for seeds, he could have Lin Duoduo ask Aunt Qian for some. Bai Xiao thought Lin Duoduo was really lazy. Such a good vegetable garden was being wasted. Lin Duoduo watched the zombie king, like a wound-up frog, diligently doing many things every day. As for why it was a frog, when he was little, his father had given him a metal toy frog he collected while scavenging. It was a wind-up toy that could move when wound up, and Bai Xiao felt like that wind-up toy had been wound up. Whenever Bai Xiao had some free time, he would ask Lin Duoduo for the records left by her family, and read them slowly. At least he still had Lin Duoduo as his neighbor. A human being who grew up after a disaster, stubbornly surviving. Let me tell you a story. As night was about to fall over the land, Bai Xiao had a good idea, to tell a long story. Not only would it give him more to do every night, but it would also give Lin Duoduo something to look forward to. In the past, in societies with low productivity, wandering poets and storytellers recorded events and shared them with people far away. Besides preserving tradition, it was also a form of entertainment. What kind of story? Lin Duoduo asked curiously. What kind of nonsense could a zombie tell? The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, its waves washing away heroes of the past. Right and wrong, success and failure, all vanish in the blink of an eye. The green hills remain, witnessing countless sunsets. How many events of the past and present are now but a subject of laughter and conversation? It is said that the world's affairs, after a long period of division, will inevitably unite, after a long period of unity, will inevitably divide. The three kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu. I heard that before. Lin Duoduo interrupted him after a while. Bai Xiao asked, surprised. My grandfather told me that before. Alright, let's hear another one. Bai Xiao sat on the wall, gazing at the setting sun that had completely disappeared in the distance. After thinking for a while, he said, it is said that there was once a divine stone in the East Sea, born at the beginning of creation. One day, the stone burst open, and a stone monkey was born from it, alarming the Jade Emperor. I heard that too. Lin Duoduo interrupted. It's the one who ate Tang Sanzang. It's the one who saved Tang Sanzang, Bai Xiao said. Anyway, I heard of it. But Lin Duoduo had a new question. Do you think if Tang Sanzang gave his foot skin to the demons to eat, could those demons become immortal? Tang Sanzang had to travel 108,000 li, approximately 54,000 kilometers, such a long distance. His foot skin must be very thick, enough for many demons to share. Bai Xiao paused. This foot skin. Let's talk about something else. Let me think. You haven't heard of Leopard Head Lin Chong, the instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards, have you? Yes. Night fell. Bai Xiao suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. When Lin Duoduo was little, it was a night like this, the sky full of stars, and her grandfather, who was still alive then, told little Lin Duoduo familiar stories of people before the disaster. Just like now, here and now, only the storyteller was a zombie. Across time and space, a similar scene unfolds, the boundaries of time seeming blurred, as events from many years ago are replayed. I got it! You definitely never heard of this, Bai Xiao said confidently, sitting atop the wall. Oh! There was once a pancake seller named Wu De, dark-skinned and fat. Lin Duoduo had indeed never heard of him. She sat on the doorstep, head tilted, listening to the zombies rambling. Actually, in this world, having someone to talk to is a good thing. She wasn't sleepy, holding a palm leaf fan, fanning herself while watching the zombie on the wall. Shi Menqing deliberately dropped his chopsticks, landing them near Pan Jilian's feet. Pan Jilian smiled and ignored him. When Shi Menqing wanted to eat but couldn't find the chopsticks, she looked down, kicking her toes, and asked, Are these your chopsticks? Shi Menqing heard her and said, Oh, so they were here. He squatted down, not picking up the chopsticks, but instead pinching her embroidered shoes. Wait, why did he pinch her foot? Lin Duoduo interrupted. Could it be? No, he didn't want to eat foot skin, Bai Xiao said expressionlessly. Actually, no one wants to eat foot skin. It's just a habit of people before the disaster. That's strange. Lin Duoduo sighed. Well, that's enough, I'm tired. Bai Xiao didn't want to talk to Lin Duo anymore. No matter what, she always seemed to think of Foot's skin. Wait, what happened next? He pinched her shoe, and then what? Lin Duo was quite enjoying the story. It was indeed one she never heard before. Bai Xiao thought for a moment, then Xi Minqing took off her shoes, ate a piece of skin from her foot, and paid her 3,000 taels of silver as payment, allowing her to live happily ever after with Wu De. Huh? Lin Duo was taken aback. Didn't you say you didn't want to? Suddenly I wanted to. You just don't want to talk about it. It's time to sleep. Go back to your room. We talk about it tomorrow. Being able to chat idly with someone did relieve a lot of stress. He was grateful to have a neighbor. Hearing the sound of the door closing in the neighbor's yard, Bai Xiao scooped a ladle of water from the water vat, washed his hands and face, sat outside for a while, and then went to rest. Early the next morning, the zombie king, carrying a basket on his back, walked like a street urchin along the still dewy country path. He greeted the leisurely Uncle Kai, picked up the bamboo basket Lin Duo had made for catching fish, and took a shovel in his other hand, and went to the river. Skeletons are often found in the fields. Lin Duo said they were zombies cleared out before, left in the weeds, uncollected. No one knows where they came from. After being infected and turned into zombies, they had no home anymore. Those who returned, like Uncle Kai, were a tiny minority. Chapter 46. Catching fish wasn't easy. Bai Xiao spent a long time setting up his bamboo basket in the water before finding a suitable spot. The current was slightly calmer here. He lowered the basket in. One end had a wide opening, and inside there were baffles. Water flowed in through the opening, passing through the gaps, and any fish would be trapped at the bottom. He only seen people catch fish this way before, and wasn't sure if it worked. He put it in, and went to do something else. After setting it up, Bai Xiao walked a little further away, and used a shovel to dig through the silt along the riverbank, examining it carefully, trying to find loaches. He didn't find any loaches, but instead found bones, human bones. At first, he was a little afraid of skulls, but after seeing them several times in the fields, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Frankly, whether they were zombie skulls or human skulls, they were all dead. This land is overflowing with bones, human, zombie, animal. After the disaster, the land remains unburied, and it may take a very long time for them to disappear, or they may be torn to pieces by animals, scattered everywhere. Bai Xiao dug a few more times, uncovering most of a skeleton. He then dug a hole some distance away with a shovel and buried it, a way of returning it to its roots. Lin Duo didn't understand his actions, and neither did Bai Xiao. Burying one today, another tomorrow, the area around the village would eventually be clean. Wasn't that better than constantly stepping on a skeleton and getting a fright? Not only was it frightening, but it was also bad luck. Bai Xiao thought about it carefully. It might be because Lin Duo had always been this way. In her eyes, zombie bones in the fields and grass were normal, part of nature. Just like in those war documentaries he'd seen long ago, children were kicking skulls around without a care in the world. He buried the bones and continued digging in the riverbank, leaving the silt to dry in the sun. Once dry, he could take it back and put it in his little vegetable garden. There were eels in the mud, a pleasant surprise, though not many. Bai Xiao wasn't good at catching them, and he was afraid they'd bite him. Not so much that he was worried about being bitten, but that if one bit him and died, he wouldn't be able to eat it, which would be such a waste. After a morning of work, he returned to where he put the bamboo basket and pulled it up. He hadn't caught any big fish, but Bai Xiao wasn't disappointed. He hadn't had high hopes anyway. The few small fish and shrimp inside were quite a relief. This meant the method worked, he just needed to refine it. He emptied the poor little fish and shrimp out, then put the basket back in and left it overnight. Maybe tomorrow would bring more surprises. Back home, Bai Xiao hadn't even put down the basket on his back when he heard Lin Duo sharpening a knife next door. He peeked over the wall. "What are you looking at?" Lin Duo looked up, noticing the noise. "Why are you sharpening a knife?" "The zombies have fattened up. It's time to eat them." She remembered the story she interrupted halfway through last night, and deliberately left it unfinished. Bai Xiao stared at her without speaking. It was a machete, its blade dark and slightly rusty. Lin Duo sat by the well, a whetstone in front of her, sharpening it very seriously. She was always like this, occasionally appearing somewhat fierce. "Are you going?" Lin Duo asked. Before Bai Xiao could ask where she was going, Lin Duo continued, "Going up the mountain. I need to bring back some firewood. You should be able to carry a lot. Also, the raspberries are almost ripe, so I can pick some and—" Bai Xiao listened, glancing at the sky. Although Lin Duo didn't know what day it was, she knew what to do at what time. Experience accumulated over a long life, something he lacked. It was impossible not to go. After receiving a reply, Lin Duo found a knife and sat down by the well to sharpen it. Sharpening the knife wouldn't delay her work. Before each trip into the mountains, she would prepare her tools to minimize any unforeseen circumstances. For dinner, Lin Duo didn't eat a simple meal as before. Instead, she took out the cured meat. Preparing for the trip into the mountains, she needed to maintain sufficient physical and mental strength. The fish, shrimp, and eels that Bai Xiao had caught were also cooked in one pot. She packed the extra food into bags as supplies for the trip, and went to rest as soon as it got slightly dark. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Duo was ready. She put on her work boots, coarse cloth trousers, and a long-sleeved shirt, tightly binding the trouser legs and cuffs. She also wore work gloves. The most annoying thing about going into the mountains is the various insects, some poisonous, some not. There are so many in the mountains, sometimes. Just crawling on one leaves a patch of red swelling that hurts for days. Even with medicinal wine, it's still a torment. You should tie your cuffs tight too, Lin Duo instructed, then suddenly remembered that Bai Xiao was different. He was a zombie. Insects generally didn't crawl on him, and even if they did, they would kill the insects. Being bitten by zombies, scratched by animals, and still alive, and kicking even after infection, he was actually the most resilient. Bai Xiao obediently followed her example, and tied his trouser legs and cuffs tightly. Although he was now a zombie, and might not be afraid of insects, it was always better to be safe than sorry. He also put on his precious helmet, the one that had saved his life. Although he had survived the infection from the scratch, he didn't think he would have survived if the cat had bitten his skull open that day. Lin Duo handed him another sharpened machete, along with rope, scissors, an axe, and some miscellaneous tools. After checking that nothing was missing, they set off in the dim light of dawn. Going into the mountains before the disaster was never easy, let alone after. It wasn't much easier than scavenging in the city. Before, the city was dangerous, and relying on the mountains for sustenance made going into the mountains relatively easier. But with the zombies becoming less dangerous, going into the mountains hadn't changed much. Passing the small river flowing down from the mountain, Bai Xiao remembered the bamboo basket he had left there, but there was obviously no time to retrieve it now. Leaving it for a few more days was fine. The surviving humans, accompanied by fully armed zombies, walked towards the mountain path. Before the disaster, the people living in the mountain village often went up the mountain to cut pig feed and chop firewood. The roads were different then than they are now. The machete Lin Duo sharpened yesterday came in handy very quickly. Now there are hardly any people in the village, and even fewer going into the mountains. The mountain paths are long covered by various plants, so she can only walk along, cutting through the vines blocking her way. It's alright at this time of year. People used to say 7 for bees, 8 for snakes, meaning that bees in July are the most venomous, and snakes in August are the most venomous. But there are also many wild animals in the mountains, not only various fruits, but also animals. A few years ago, before the infection spread here, the animals in the mountains were still very primitive. But in the last 2 years, she has occasionally seen infected animals, and she's not sure what the mountains look like now. So she didn't plan to go too deep, just walking around the perimeter to scout the situation. Lin Duo walked intently on the plant-covered mountain path, paying attention to everything around her. If she saw traces of large animals scattered among the trees and grass, she would have to consider changing direction. The chirping of birds had a comforting quality to it. Infected animals wouldn't chirp so clearly. At least, birds hadn't yet been affected by the disaster. This is good news. Chapter 47. The morning dew quickly soaked their trousers. The sun gradually rose, its dense canopy scattering the sunlight in fragments, which filtered through the leaves. Bai Xiao followed Lin Duo, finding everything new and exciting. He had lived on the plains before, never chopping firewood, and had no experience venturing into the mountains. At most, he had climbed stone steps and scenic spots, a stark contrast to wading through dense undergrowth. Lin Duo skillfully used a machete to clear the weeds. A little further on, the path improved, the grass was shorter, growing in clumps. Bai Xiao occasionally saw her make a mark on a tree. Near these low-lying patches of grass, where few footprints would be left, she would make a mark, seemingly to prevent getting lost. Before Bai Xiao came along, Lin Duo had gotten lost in the mountains once. It was autumn. She had filled a basket with chestnuts, but somehow, she wandered back to where she started. Luckily, she hadn't encountered any danger that day. She found a place to shelter for the night, and managed to find her way out the next day. Do you remember the way? Lin Duo asked the zombie. Yes. Bai Xiao felt good and looked around for any mountain produce. If only he could find some ginseng to nourish himself. He had no experience in the mountains and didn't know if ginseng grew there, but in his memory, it only grew in northeast China. It probably wouldn't be found here. Should we carry this back? Bai Xiao poked a piece of wood on the ground with his knife. We pick it up on the way back. Oh. Occasionally, a squirrel could be seen darting through the bushes. Bai Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly stopped, remained silent, and tugged at Linduo's sleeve. Lin Duo noticed it too, paused, and bent down with Bai Xiao to look at the distance. There was a deer there. It looked bad, lying on the ground. An infected deer, Bai Xiao said softly. The deer's body was festering. It wasn't completely dead yet, but it was almost. Unlike the decaying, rotting flesh of a zombie, it was oozing pus from the inside out. Lin Duo didn't move, watching it with Bai Xiao. In this hot weather, a festering deer, its rotting flesh without flies swarming around it or maggots, just lay there, occasionally twitching. It was chilling to behold. It looks like it won't survive. This was the first time Bai Xiao had seen an infected animal succumb to its illness, unlike the large cat he had encountered while scavenging in the city. After observing for a long time, Bai Xiao surveyed the surroundings, but found no suspected source of infection. Many possibilities existed: animals, zombies, or contaminated water. What do you think infected it? Lin Duo asked. Too many possibilities. Bai Xiao had spent the last few days meticulously studying the notebooks left by Lin Duo's family, gaining a general understanding of the possible mutations that could occur in animals. Although some changes had occurred over the past 20 years, they were all traceable. Having witnessed this scene after only half a day in the mountains, both of them felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The situation was more serious than Bai Xiao had anticipated. In this unknown corner of the land, this scene might be unfolding simultaneously in many other places. I think it's better to bury it, Bai Xiao said, then realized he didn't have the right tools. It won't be of much use, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao glanced at the forest. Indeed, the mountain was too vast. Burying one or two deer would be utterly ineffective. The two bypassed the deer, becoming even more cautious, and proceeded in silence. Until Lin Duo pointed to a spot in the distance and said, "There are chestnuts over there, but they're not ripe yet. In a few months, when the leaves on the mountain turn yellow, we can go in and take a look." Bai Xiao looked. Linwood's description made it difficult for him to remember accurately, but remembering that there were chestnuts in this area was enough. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, he could try to find them on his own. Lin Duo didn't know everything from the beginning. When one reaches a certain point, what one can learn often exceeds one's expectations. Lin Duo mentioned there were also hawthorns, but it wasn't yet the ripening season. Last year, she wasn't very lucky. She was already a bit late when she prepared to go into the mountains, and then several days of torrential rain made the mountain paths impassable. By the time she finally arrived, many had fallen and begun to rot. There were mushrooms under the tree. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if they were edible, and Lin Duo rarely tried them either. She was cautious about wild mushrooms, which were everywhere but difficult to identify, and wouldn't try them unless absolutely necessary, a warning from her family. The sun rose higher, and it got hot on the mountain. They walked and stopped, not venturing too deep into the mountains. In this day and age, the scenery might change every year, so she rarely ventured too far into the mountains. They encountered a wild pheasant on the way. Bai Xiao, wearing his helmet, pounced and actually caught it, surprising even himself. I don't think a zombie should be carrying a hoe to work. The wild is my domain. Bai Xiao felt good ever since entering the mountains. Lin Duo re-examined him, and after a moment said, "You're finally starting to look like a fresh zombie." When they faced that big cat while scavenging in the city, Bai Xiao had also used a stick to subdue it. Bai Xiao touched his helmet and thought for a while. Since the infection, he'd either been doing calisthenics in the shed or poking at the old zombies in the city with a stick. He hardly ever experienced an adrenaline rush. The only time he'd been ambushed by the big cat was when he hadn't paid much attention. He carried the wild pheasant tightly bound, wanting to avoid the smell of blood in the forest. Around noon, the two found a rock to stop and rest, drinking some water and eating something. The sun was too strong. After walking a while further in the afternoon, they came across the raspberry patch. The bright red berries looked appealing. Bai Xiao remembered a game he used to love playing in school called DNF, which had an item called raspberry that could restore HP. Those memories were fragmented, only suddenly surfacing when she saw something specific. Pick more, This contains a lot of. Linduo wanted to explain its nutritional components to the zombie, but after a long pause, she couldn't recall the difficult-to-understand things her mother had once told her, so she gave up. She had found a lot of sugar while scavenging, so she wanted to pick more. Like salt, sugar could preserve food for a long time, sometimes more useful than simply eating it. Bai Xiao took the bag and started picking, while Linduo scouted the surrounding area for anything else she could dig up or pick. Even if it wasn't ripe, she could keep an eye out and find it next time. After picking the raspberries, Bai Xiao carried the bag, and he and Linduo headed back. Linduo followed her usual route to gather firewood. Where there were plenty of dry branches, easy to burn, and the path was easy to walk, things the zombie lacked. Once she found the right spots, she untied the rope and led the zombie to gather firewood, occasionally cutting down some branches. While gathering firewood, Bai Xiao also saw bones in the forest. Linduo said that they might be people who hid in the mountains after the disaster, or they might be villagers who died in an accident while going up the mountain. It is hard to tell which one it is now. Chapter 48. Bai Xiao had walked quite a distance while gathering firewood when he discovered two bamboo rats digging a burrow. They looked very primitive, uninfected. Infected animals lose their agility and are no longer afraid of people. Linduo bundled the firewood into a thick bundle, only then noticing that Bai Xiao had caught two more of these. She gave him a thumbs up. The zombie wore a helmet, somewhat like Batman from an old comic book, hiding his true form and secretly doing good deeds. But without the helmet, it was just a zombie. Linduo had also read the comics. Her family had brought them back from scavenging in town when she was a child. It was one of the few forms of entertainment she had as a child. She reminisced as she continued chopping branches. Time passed quickly while working. The sunlight softened, slowly setting behind the western mountains, and a large bundle of firewood was now stacked up. Before sunset, she found a flat spot, returned to call the zombies still gathering firewood, and together they carried the bundles of firewood to the area, simply fenced it off. The mountain night breeze was cool, and in the distance, there were occasional rustling sounds from the grass. Squirrels or rabbits, it was hard to tell. Many small animals are active at night. Bai Xiao wrapped his coat tighter. There won't be any wolves in the mountains, will there? It's all right now. We're mainly wary of poisonous insects and snakes. In winter, wolves would gather in packs, and encountering them would be terrible. Right now, the danger is relatively low, and we're only on the outskirts. Linduo leaned against the firewood, wearing a hat and a scarf over her face, waiting for dawn. When there were more people, we would go into the mountains at night to look for wild boar. Back then, the animals in the mountains weren't infected, and there weren't as many as now. The world is getting harder and harder. She wondered when this mountain would become like the city it used to be. Bai Xiao leaned against the firewood behind him, not lighting a fire, just silently remaining in the darkness. Have you heard of Robinson Crusoe? Bai Xiao suddenly asked a strange question. Who's that? Linduo asked, puzzled. Bai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Linduo hadn't heard of him, otherwise she might have labeled the Zombie King Friday. You can sleep for a while. Don't be afraid here, the Zombie King said. His hearing was much sharper than Linduo's, probably due to a zombie's instinct. In this environment, he couldn't rest well either, always able to hear the sounds of small nocturnal animals. But the mountains weren't safe at night, and he had no intention of wandering around. If he encountered an infected animal, it would be difficult to spot it in the darkness. Linduo hummed in agreement, hugging the knife and closing her eyes to rest. It was difficult for her to get a good rest in this environment, but she could manage light sleep, waking up instantly at the slightest sound, a habit she developed over time. Before, when she went into the mountains alone, she rarely slept, staying up until dawn, so she could sleep soundly all at once she got back. The night deepened. Bai Xiao thought about the infected deer he'd seen during the day. These deep mountains had inexplicably become eerie. In the forests, in the grass, even in the soil, countless creatures were dying, and countless others were adapting to this catastrophe. The pitch-black night held no time. When the faint chirping of birds began and the light became dim enough to see clearly, the two stood up. Bai Xiao stretched, trying to see if he could grab something else. There was plenty of firewood. By the time they reached the entrance to the mountain path on their first trip, it was past noon. The second trip into the forest wasn't as slow. The two quickened their pace, retracing their steps, picking out more firewood, and finally emerged from the ravine as dusk fell. They left a bundle of firewood at Aunt Qian's door. Linduo didn't knock. Aunt Qian would see it as soon as she opened the door. Carrying the wild game Bai Xiao had caught and the raspberries she had picked, she led the zombie carrying the firewood along the path, finally returning home as night completely fell. Bring the rest back tomorrow, Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao was surprisingly capable. Some firewood remained on the path leading into the mountains, and they couldn't finish moving it today. In the past, this much stuff would have taken her several times longer, making each trip into the mountains exhausting and riskier. This winter didn't seem so bad. Lin Duoduo was thinking that even though it was the height of summer, she was already considering winter. Living alone wasn't much different from being an animal. You had to prepare for winter very early, otherwise, it would be too late to start preparing when winter arrived, and winter would be very difficult. If you were to encounter harsh weather, heavy snow blocking the mountains, or get injured, you would simply have to tough it out. She had kept the wooden furniture, doors, and windows from the collapsed houses in the village, just in case. The next day, Bai Xiao went to retrieve the things left behind on the mountain path. He also picked up the baskets he had lowered into the river earlier, and to his surprise, they contained not only small fish and shrimp but also eels. They took them back, and had a hearty meal with Lin Duoduo. Lin Duoduo piled the branches she had cut from the mountain in the yard, and left them to dry in the sun. Can't we just use what we collected? Why bother drying these? Bai Xiao asked, sitting under the shed. In this sweltering weather, he didn't mention absorbing solar energy anymore. Rotten wood from the wild is different from coarse or fine firewood, Lin Duoduo said, picking up a piece of firewood she saved before. It crumbled into pieces as she squeezed it, then she clapped her hands and continued piling up the fresh branches. We dry these for winter. Then we cut all of this next time. No need. This kind is heavy, we only use a lot when cooking meat. We don't need that much heat for cooking porridge. Bai Xiao took note. Lindwood's comment made sense to him. Some dead branches don't even produce charcoal, but they're light, so he could collect a lot at once. For cooking meat, he needed more powerful firewood. Using a gas stove, he hadn't realized there were so many types of firewood before. On the way back, I saw a dead tree over there. I drag it back when I get the chance, Lin Duoduo said, thinking about how to get it. If they can get it back, the whole winter will be peaceful. If it were her alone, she might go over and saw it a couple of times when she had free time, bringing it back little by little like ants carrying food. Now that Bai Xiao is here, it's even easier. They can't let it rot there. Bai Xiao noticed the light in her eyes, just like when he saw gold bars. He remembered the broken, dead tree. Bai Xiao said, "Let me find a saw to cut it in half, and then find a wheel to drag it back." Okay. Lin Duoduo had prepared a large basin, and was washing the raspberries, separating some to dry and make dried fruit. Bai Xiao looked at the branches drying in the yard, then at the raspberries she was drying. This human has mastered a very advanced method of utilizing solar energy. Chapter 49. Lin Duoduo used solar energy technology to make dried fruit and firewood. Bai Xiao, carrying a saw, while studying the bamboo basket for catching fish, used very primitive physical labor to cut down the dead tree that Lin Duoduo treasured. In her eyes, this tree was far more important than a few bamboo rats or wild pheasants. It was already quite dry, making it easier to saw, and it wasn't as heavy as it used to be. Bai Xiao slowly found joy in this repetitive labor. The sawdust was collected. Lin Duoduo said it might come in handy, and since it didn't take up much space, storing it was better than throwing it away. Just as Bai Xiao was sweating profusely, he encountered Aunt Qian again. Aunt Qian had probably come to check after hearing his voice. Bai Xiao stopped and sat down on the wood to rest. It had been quite some time since Lin Duoduo brought him back to the yard for observation after his infection, and his symptoms had completely stabilized. In all this time, he had only encountered Aunt Qian twice in this small village. "Shall I help you carry some back?" Bai Xiao had a decent impression of this woman, though he hadn't met her often. From the first time he learned of her existence when he delivered meat to Lin Duoduo, to later seeing pre-disaster photos in her old house while scavenging in the city, to visiting her with Lin Duoduo, and the morning glory by Uncle Kai's ear, this was an old woman who had struggled to survive after the disaster, cherished the past, and quietly awaited death. "I don't need it," Aunt Qian shook her head. "I'm old, I can't chop firewood anymore." "Then, shall I chop it for you?" Bai Xiao asked. "No need, I don't need such good firewood," Aunt Qian said. Bai Xiao was speechless. He had wanted to get closer and ask for some seeds, but he didn't know if it was Aunt Qian's personality or if she simply didn't like him. Judging from his previous warning about the trap, it shouldn't be the latter. Aunt Qian stared at his sunglasses. Just as Bai Xiao thought she was about to leave, Aunt Qian slowly sat down at the other end of the tree root and said, "Are you just going to stay like this?" You mean? Bai Xiao asked. Don't you plan to take Duo Duo away from this village? An Qian asked. There's no one left in this village. Even if we can last 2 or 3 years, how long can it last? If you plan to have a child. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Xiao suddenly choked. An Qian stopped, staring at him without speaking. We're just neighbors. We don't have those kinds of thoughts. Bai Xiao explained. A man and a woman, living so close, and with no one else around, it's bound to happen sooner or later. An Qian's tone was calm. Bai Xiao paused for a moment, picked up the large water jug, took a sip, and instead of explaining the infection, asked, What are you trying to say? This village is dead. An Qian gazed at the desolate village in the distance, and after a moment repeated, Dead. You should find a way out, instead of waiting to die with this old woman. Lin Duo Duo. She doesn't want to leave. She's living well here. Bai Xiao said after a moment's thought. But this isn't a way out. An Qian said. Bai Xiao remained silent. What An Qian said was true. Lin Duo Duo seemed to be living a decent life, but staying here was nothing more than a slow death. Just like the infected deer he had seen on the mountain a few days ago. The disaster had lasted for 20 years, and was far from over. This was merely the calm before the storm. The worst-case scenario that Lindwood's father feared might be gradually becoming a reality. If she's unwilling to leave because of me, I won't live much longer. You all need to think carefully about what to do next, An Qian said slowly. Do you have any suggestions? Bai Xiao asked after a moment's thought. An Qian shook her head slightly, still gazing at the distant village. I've been here for too long. I haven't been out, and I don't know what's changed outside. I can't give you any good advice. It might be worse outside, or there might be a way to survive, but it's better than rotting away in this village. Bai Xiao said, that settlement Lin Duo Duo mentioned last time. Maybe I can go and observe it. If possible, you and Lin Duo Duo can move there together. An Qian smiled slightly. I stay here. I won't go anywhere. Bai Xiao wanted to say something more, but seeing her smile, he swallowed his words. He thought for a while and said, What if we find rescue? In the notes left by Lin Duo's father, he had tried to find the organization many times, but what happened afterward, Bai Xiao didn't know and couldn't guess. An Qian's expression remained unchanged, still shaking her head slightly. Lin Duo's father left a message saying that if she had the chance to look for him later, she should go. Bai Xiao said. Oh, you read it? Mentioning Lin Duo's father, An Qian seemed to remember that man, and after a moment said, It's the only way out. Finding him would be the best outcome. Then you. I won't go. You and Lin Duo Duo can trust them, but I don't want to trust them. I don't trust anyone. Dying here is my destiny. An Qian said. This was unexpected by Bai Xiao. Why? He asked subconsciously. This old woman seemed to have long been prepared to die here. We've been victims our whole lives. This peaceful life now is actually quite good, untouched by anything. It's just a pity for children like Duo Duo. An Qian sighed almost imperceptibly, sitting there. If it weren't for children like Duo Duo, I actually quite wish for destruction. After a long while, An Qian stood up from the tree roots, adjusting her hat. But you're still young, and you haven't experienced life before disaster. Leave. If you can leave, if there's a way to survive, it's definitely outside. An Qian finished speaking and left. Bai Xiao sat on the fallen tree, holding a saw, his skin burning from the sun, watching her retreating figure. If there's a way to survive, it's definitely outside. After a long time, the sound of the saw rang out. The lifeless tree was being cut down and dragged back to their dwelling little by little. This was firewood, which Lin Duo Duo piled under the shed to dry in the shade. Bai Xiao thought about what An Qian had told him that afternoon, resting as he watched Lin Duo Duo gather the firewood. A child like Duo Duo. He looked at this healthy human, full of energy and vitality. Lin Duo Duo didn't scold him for being lazy, having dragged so much back, he deserved a rest. The sweltering heat, as the sun dipped below the horizon, turned into the muggy heat of pre-dusk. If there were a safe haven outside, would you leave? Bai Xiao asked. Of course there are, but I haven't found one yet, Lin Duo Duo said. We see. Confirming safety isn't easy. She finished gathering firewood, turned over the drying raspberries, then took a palm leaf fan and sat in the shade to keep birds away from stealing them. Chapter 50. Bai Xiao was examining the notes left by Lin Duo's family, trying to find some clues. An Qian's words puzzled him, but the old woman seemed only interested in dying. If it weren't for Lin Duo Duo, Bai Xiao doubted she would have said a word to him. The reason she spoke to him was that she hoped he and Lin Duo could leave the village and find a way out. Two people were safer than Lin Duo wandering aimlessly alone. After flipping through the notes for a long time, just as Lin Duo was feeling sorry for her, Bai Xiao said, "Someday you need some seeds. Let's plant something." "You know how to plant?" "I learn eventually. I planted flowers before," Bai Xiao said. "Flowers aren't everywhere. Why bother planting them?" Lin Duo thought the zombies were really idle before. She looked at the vegetable patch Bai Xiao had turned over. "Someday I shovel some dried silt from the riverbank. That's fertile," Bai Xiao continued. As they spoke, the sky darkened, becoming heavy and oppressive, yet with a hint of coolness. June and July rains always come suddenly and fiercely. Lin Duo urged the zombie king on, while simultaneously gathering the fire which she had painstakingly spread out to dry after carrying it down from the mountain, along with the already dehydrated raspberries, carrying everything inside or throwing it under the shed. Live firewood soaked in rainwater becomes less efficient at burning. Large raindrops began to patter down, nourishing the land that had been baked by the scorching sun for so long, pounding against the shed with a loud thud. Lin Duo hurriedly worked for a long time, tidying up the yard, and stood under the eaves to shelter from the rain. "I haven't finished moving that dead tree yet." Bai Xiao felt this rain had come at an inopportune time. The newly built shed was putting to the test for the first time. He hid under it, looking up to check. Thankfully, it wasn't leaking. Rainwater trickled down the slope from the roof in a continuous stream. Because of the rain, it was already quite dark before nightfall. "Aren't you going back to check if your house is leaking?" Lin Duo shouted. She tossed him a tattered umbrella from inside the house. The zombie king opened the umbrella, held it over his head, and went out into the pouring rain to check if his house was leaking. If the leak was serious, he'd have to go to other dilapidated houses to take some tiles, and patch it up after the rain stopped. Lin Duo stood under the eaves and shouted to the neighbor, "Is it leaking?" "It's leaking." The zombie king's voice came from next door. "How badly is it leaking?" Lin Duo continued to shout. "Leaks are almost inevitable in these old, uninhabited houses. It's just a matter of severity. The worst leaks are so bad they're uninhabitable, leaking not only in summer, but also in winter, letting in drafts and freezing temperatures. Thankfully, only the outbuildings and kitchen are leaking." Bai Zhao's voice became clearer, sounding like he already checked every room and was now standing under the eaves of the neighboring house, answering. Lin Duo felt relieved, pulled up a small stool, and sat down, gazing at the gloomy rain. After the initial frantic packing, the rain brought a sense of calm. Worried the rain might wash his house away, Bai Xiao didn't stay inside, standing under the eaves looking at the rain-shrouded mountains in the distance. He suddenly remembered his fish basket in the river. With the rain, the river would surely rise, and he wondered if he could find it. The mud that had been drying in the sun for days was wasted anyway. He should have carried it back today. A single rainstorm could ruin so many plans. Bai Xiao finally understood the farmer's helplessness. But there were good things too. The fields had been dry for too long, and this rain would bring great benefits. It was getting dark, and the rain was still falling, showing no signs of letting up. Bai Xiao went back inside to rest. Resting on a rainy day was very peaceful. The air was moist, and he could listen to the rain outside. The rain continued until the next day. The rain had lessened considerably, but it hadn't stopped completely. The yard was wet, and water was still dripping from the eaves like beads strung together, sweeping away the sweltering heat of the past few days. Bai Xiao greeted his neighbor, opened his old umbrella, and went out, leaving the village. His figure gradually became blurred in the drizzle. He went to the riverbank and saw that, sure enough, the river had swelled considerably. What was once a small stream was now a roaring torrent that could be heard from afar. The murky water had grown larger, and the current was rapid. His bamboo basket was gone. He didn't know where it had been swept away. He wandered around the area. The village was quite far from the ravine, and there was no risk of mudslides. He opened his umbrella and started walking back. In the fields, he saw Erden, its body agitated by the rain. Erden's already tattered clothes were now soaked and clung to its body. Its already thin and dark frame looked even more emaciated, its ribs clearly visible. The zombie king thought for a moment, then made some noise to attract it. Just as it entered the village, it encountered Uncle Kai again. The trumpet flower on Uncle Kai's ear was nowhere to be seen. He was now a terrifying old zombie. Bai Xiao walked ahead, umbrella in hand, humming as he led the two zombies to an empty courtyard. He lured them inside, and then closed the door. Zombies in the wild, exposed to wind and rain, decompose faster than those in the city. Wandering aimlessly in this weather, They might get swept away by the flood at any moment. The rain is really heavy. The river over there is swollen. The Zombie King returned to the yard and put away his umbrella. Where's your basket? It was washed away. TCH, it's ruined after catching so little. Lin Duo expressed her disdain. The Zombie King couldn't even keep an eye on a bamboo basket. Let's weave another one, a bigger one. We definitely catch some fish. Bai Xiao said confidently. Weave a few more. I fish a few more. We still have earthworms. When the weather clears up, I go to the fields and catch some grasshoppers to see if we can use them as bait. The light rain continued to fall. Lin Duo put away the book she was reading and went to get a bamboo pole from under the shed. These were the few books she had brought back from scavenging in the city, her pastimes when she was bored. She didn't understand some parts, but she could understand most of them. Tell me about Pan Jinlian, Lin Duo said, splitting bamboo strips. The zombies were bored anyway, unable to read. They listened to Shimen Qing, the man who ate Foot's skin. You're really into it? Bai Xiao asked, surprised. Tell me quickly. Where were we last time? Bai Xiao couldn't remember. Luckily, he managed to recall. Wudo was given arsenic by her. He wasn't dead yet, but his stomach hurt like it was being stabbed. Pan Jinlian, afraid he screamed, covered him with a blanket and straddled him. Wuda even asked, I can't breathe, loosen up. Pan Jinlian said the doctor said he needed to sweat it out after taking the medicine. After covering him for a while, Wuda stopped moving. He'd been poisoned to death. How tragic, Lin Duo sighed. She was a very good listener, listening intently. Telling stories to people like this was the most rewarding. In the desolate village, amidst the light rain, listening to stories was already the best form of entertainment in her life. Chapter 51. It rained all day, a light drizzle starting in the morning, stopping and starting intermittently, and it didn't clear up by evening. Lin Duo had finished weaving most of the bamboo basket. She used up all the bamboo she cut earlier, and would have to wait for the weather to clear up before cutting more and processing it. As darkness approached, Bai Xiao did a few pull-ups by the doorframe, then did some calisthenics for a while, before examining his eyes and wounds. Bring me that medicinal wine, I try it. Maybe it can help clear up the lividity. He suddenly remembered the scorpion wine Lin Duo had made. Lin Duo thought he was daydreaming, but she still took the wine from the house, carefully poured out a capful, and gave it to the zombie that had climbed over the wall. Too stingy. Bai Xiao looked at the pitifully small bottle cap. This is for applying, not for washing wounds, Lin Duo instructed. Apply it and rub it in for a while to let it take effect. The zombie bite wound was still so horrible, Bai Xiao felt he might never get used to it. Fortunately, it wasn't swollen anymore, and the surrounding area was a bit whitish, revealing the tender flesh growing inside. He applied the medicated wine to the lividity on his arm, and rubbed it vigorously, as Lin Duo instructed. He felt a slight warmth from the friction, and the evaporating alcohol left a cool sensation. I wonder if it will work. If it does, you be the #1 healer of zombies. Bai Xiao thought this achievement was incredibly impressive. Who would have thought that someone in this small, dilapidated village could heal zombies? What's the use of being #1? Lin Duo asked. An honor that can surpass countless others, Bai Xiao said. But where are all those people? Lin Duo put away the medicinal wine, staring at Bai Xiao's arm. Is it effective? It shouldn't be that quick. It'd take at least a few courses of treatment. Rub it again tomorrow. Once the rain stops, go cut some bamboo from the mountain path. Lin Duo gave the order. Unconsciously, the zombie no longer needed her to lead it around or follow her around. She only needed to say a word, and it would do the job on its own. The next day, the rain stopped in the middle of the night, but the sky was still a bit overcast. Bai Xiao first went to another house to dismantle some materials, and repaired the leaks in his own house. He also let Uncle Kai and Erden out. Now that the rain was gone, they didn't need to take shelter anymore. A qualified zombie king must think of his people. Busy until the afternoon, he grabbed his machete, wearing long sleeves to conceal the infected wound on his arm, and went to cut bamboo. Reaching the hillside, he glanced at Aunt Qian's small courtyard, thought for a moment, and then walked towards it. Just as he approached the courtyard, he heard Aunt Qian coughing, a suppressed, labored cough, coming in waves, like an old bellows. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt Qian hadn't expected the person Lin Duo had brought back to knock on her door. She opened the door, looked at Bai Xiao, and didn't speak. It's been raining heavily these past 2 days, and my house was leaking. I just fixed it. Do you have any leaking houses here? I can fix them too. The zombie king, wearing sunglasses, actually looked quite human, a kind and helpful neighbor. Aunt Qian looked at him for a moment, then stepped aside, saying, "Yes, there are a few. Thank you for your help." Bai Xiao followed Aunt Qian into the courtyard and into the house. The house was simply furnished but clean. The floor was compacted earth, and there were 2 long benches, a table, and straw hats hanging on the wall. The leak was in a corner, with an iron basin underneath to catch the water. The bedroom also had a small leak, but it wasn't serious. Water trickled down the roof and onto the walls. Bai Xiao felt that if he hadn't come, she would have just continued to make do with it like this. After inspecting the leaks and climbing up the roof with a ladder to check, he came down and said, "I go to the village and get some tiles to replace them." Wait a moment. He then left and returned to the village, tidying up the surrounding area. When he returned to Aunt Qian's yard, Aunt Qian's face was pale, probably from a recent violent cough. "Did Lindwood's father discuss this with you all?" Bai Xiao asked as he climbed onto the roof to continue repairs. Occasionally, other names appeared in the notes left by Lindwood's father. "Her father, I suppose so, considering it's just one of us," Aunt Qian said casually, sitting on a small stool by the door. "That man went out the most, yet he lived longer than the others. He was intelligent, a doctor, and one of the village's leaders." Aunt Qian's eyes flickered, gazing towards the distant village. She had known Lindwood's father before the disaster. Back then, Lin Huayu wore glasses, was a rather refined doctor, with a scholarly air and a somewhat timid personality. But disaster changes people. Having a child, Lin Huayu became resolute and courageous. Even as the village dwindled, he remained steadfast, refusing to give up searching for a way to survive. He always believed there was rescue outside, and he kept going out to look. Later, everyone got scared. The zombies outside were increasing. Those zombies back then weren't like these. "What happened next?" Aunt Qian said. Actually, her father had already found a shelter back then, Aunt Qian recalled, but they were rejected. The testing kits were all used up, so they had to stay in the observation area. Duoduo could go in, but they couldn't. He wasn't comfortable with that, so he brought Duoduo back. Bai Xiao was startled. "Why? What kind of testing?" Aunt Qian said, "To test whether people would turn into zombies. The zombies used to be people turned into zombies. It was so chaotic back then, you didn't experience that." Cough, cough, cough. Aunt Qian suddenly coughed violently, clenching her fist to cover her mouth. Her back bent, and it took her a long time to recover. She didn't continue, but looked into the distance. Under the gloomy sky, a cool breeze blew, ruffling her gray hair. Those years she had experienced were slowly fading away. "It's all right now. So many years have passed, everything that was going to change has changed. If you can find a shelter when you go out, you won't be rejected again," Aunt Qian said slowly. "The post-disaster population is crucial." Back then, sitting together by candlelight, Lindwood's parents, Uncle Kai, she, and many others who survived had already speculated on most of their futures. But many didn't make it. 20 years ago, those people, those events, seemed like yesterday. Since her father was found, why didn't he leave an address? Bai Xiao was certain that the address he had found back then wasn't included in Lindwood's survival guides. They were moved later. That place became ruins. That happened many years ago. Lin Huayu guessed they probably concentrated their forces and regrouped elsewhere. Aunt Qian leaned against the wall, pointing out the way forward to the young man. Chapter 52. Having repaired Aunt Qian's house, Bai Xiao climbed down the ladder. The ladder was quite old, and a bit flimsy in the middle. He had to be very careful not to break it. Next time it rains, it won't leak anymore. "Is there anything else I can do?" Bai Xiao asked after climbing down. "No, everything else is fine." Aunt Qian waved her hand. "You shouldn't be lacking food, right?" "Yes, I went into the mountains a few days ago, and the harvest was decent," Bai Xiao said. Aunt Qian was silent for a moment, then asked, "How is it in the mountains now?" "In the mountains? The situation isn't good, but it's not at its worst." Bai Xiao recounted the encounter with the deer. Back then, she and Lindwood's family, along with the villagers, formed a small group, and she probably knew the situation described in the notes. That's why she sent him, and Lin Duoduo to find a way out. The way out Aunt Qian spoke of wasn't simply finding a place to live, but a way to cope with the future. Unfortunately, she had been in the village for too long. Now, years later, the zombies were less dangerous, and she was old. She didn't know what was happening outside, and could only offer limited guidance. "Do you think the shelter can be trusted?" Bai Xiao asked her. "Although it's sometimes terrible, it's still the best option," Aunt Qian said. "In this world, there are never many choices." Lin Huayu was rejected, but he still believed. Bai Xiao said goodbye to Aunt Qian and walked away along the path. When he turned back, Aunt Qian hadn't gone back. She was still standing at the door, gazing at the distant village. Under the gloomy sky, wild grass swayed in the breeze, its branches and leaves lush. In contrast, the distant, silent village exuded an air of decay. Beneath the lush wild grass lay countless zombie skeletons. She gazed at the distant land, the same view she had seen years ago when she planned to bring her child to this world, and then she gave up. The young man's figure receded into the distance, the gate creaking shut with an old, worn sound, as if it were the place where people lived. Bai Xiao went to the bamboo grove beside the ravine. It wasn't far from the entrance to the mountains. The bamboo Lin Duoduo usually used was cut and brought back from here, as were the bamboo shoots he had dug earlier. As he searched for bamboo and cut it, he pondered what he had heard from Aunt Qian. Bai Xiao seemed to have grasped something. The zombies didn't appear all at once, but rather gradually mutated from normal people. That's why Lin Duoduo's father, when seeking rescue, found a shelter, but due to industrial shutdowns, testing kits were unavailable, forcing him to remain in the observation area. The observation area, as the name suggests, was a place where people might mutate into zombies. The new generation of young people who grew up after the disaster, like Lin Duoduo, wouldn't have this problem. Those who were meant to change had already changed. They bundled the cut bamboo together and trudged back along the still damp mountain path. Lin Duoduo was wandering around the village. The temperature difference is big these days. Be careful and remember to cover yourself well tonight, Bai Xiao reminded her while thinking about something. I just saw Aunt Qian has a cold. She's been coughing. Without cold medicine, he was worried it would develop into pneumonia. The mortality rate in this world was too high, and even minor illnesses were troublesome. After putting the bamboo down to wait for the weather to clear up, Lin Duoduo took it to dry. Bai Xiao went out again, digging up some of the herbs he had used last time on the hillside. He hadn't forgotten that the roots could be boiled to make tea. It's very effective in preventing minor illnesses, like headaches and fevers. Bai Xiao put down the grass and suddenly remembered the first aid kit Lin Duoduo had found while scavenging in the city. It didn't contain many usable items, but it did have a thermometer. Where did you throw that thermometer? He called out. Why do you need it? Lin Duoduo was still on the street. The fewer people there was, the better. She could shout directly, and people nearby could hear her. I haven't used such high-tech equipment for testing since I got infected. At least, they couldn't make it in this village. These pre-disaster industrial products, which could only be found while scavenging, were quite technologically advanced by today's standards. Soon, the pre-disaster industrial artifact, the thermometer, was found by Lin Duoduo. Bai Xiao examined it. Luckily, it wasn't the oral type, otherwise, it wouldn't have worked well after Lin Duoduo used it. Holding it under his arm, Bai Xiao felt that he had changed, but without a full physical examination, it was hard to pinpoint exactly what the difference was. Do you know what a zombie's normal body temperature is? Lin Duoduo asked. You do? Bai Xiao asked, surprised. I don't know, I never taken a zombie's temperature before. Lin Duoduo pointed outside, finding the thought of taking Uncle Kai's and Erden's temperatures utterly absurd. Who would do something like that? You find out soon. Bai Xiao had been feeling hungry, and although he could now suppress the urge to drool over Lin Duoduo, he was merely enduring it, not completely devoid of hunger. Silently counting in his mind, after about 5 minutes, Bai Xiao pulled out the thermometer, glanced at it, and was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? How much? Lin Duoduo asked curiously. 39.6. Bai Xiao said, touching his forehead. I suspect I have a fever. Are you feeling unwell? Actually, I've been feeling unwell, but I didn't tell you. Don't get so close to me. Oh, I think that's your normal temperature, Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao thought so too, but he didn't want to admit it. I take your temperature again tomorrow. Only his eyes and zombie-like appearance might be manageable eventually. But if his temperature remained at this high level, it meant that his transformation wasn't just a minor change in appearance. Internally, he had also become different from a normal human. Lin Duoduo looked at him without speaking. Although he often jokingly called himself the Zombie King, deep down, Bai Xiao never truly believed he was a zombie. High body temperature indicates active cells, and without energy replenishment, they will rapidly deplete themselves. That's why those zombies decay so quickly, and why I always felt hungry. Bai Xiao tried to analyze the situation using his limited knowledge of biology, as he had very little experience in medicine and physiology. Is that so? Lin Duoduo seemed to understand, but not quite. It could also be that my body has been constantly fighting the zombie virus, never stopping. He vaguely remembered that birds generally have high body temperatures and fast metabolisms. For example, bats have a body temperature of around 40 degrees Celsius, are immune to most viruses, and coexist with them. You're already a zombie, so you can't fight it anymore, right? Lin Duo offered her guess. Zombies eat people, I haven't eaten you. Bai Xiao said, thoughtfully, in the eyes of a real zombie, you're just a delicious chicken leg. Lin Duo nodded, roughly understanding why Bai Xiao had been drooling earlier. Bai Xiao drifted off into thought, pondering, would I be considered to be living next door to a chicken leg now? Lin Duo squatted on the ground, tilting her head. I was even worried that this chicken leg would get cold, so I told it to cover itself with a blanket at night. Bai Xiao fell into deep thought. Chapter 53. Putting away the thermometer, Bai Xiao looked up at the sky, wondering if it would rain again. There was no sign of it clearing up. The matter of finding a way out, as Ed Qian had mentioned, was something he had tried hard to avoid thinking about after moving into this courtyard and realizing something was wrong. The future, seemingly endless, was incredibly oppressive. He suddenly understood why Lin Duo was content to live in this village. Without hope, there is no despair. And Qian's words gave him hope again. At least Lin Duo's father had found an organization and a shelter, although that shelter had later moved. With the resources of various cities converging, was there a massive shelter in the distance? Bai Xiao gazed at the vast sky. There must be a large-scale shelter on this land, proactively addressing the future. It was just that they didn't know where it was. I'm going to try fasting for a few days, Bai Xiao suddenly said. What? You're going on a hunger strike? Lin Duo was startled. Was the zombie planning to starve himself to death? I'm going on a diet. Repeat after me, diet. Bai Xiao gave the human's ears a disdainful look and said, let's see if the infection worsens, if it becomes more resistant to hunger, and if there are any other adverse reactions. If I can't control my urges towards you, then stop immediately. If he could withstand hunger, that would be good, regardless of whether they had to find a way out. If he would go mad after a day or two of starvation, then forget about it. The outside world is so vast, if he went out rashly and couldn't find food. Perhaps one day Lin Duo would go out scavenging and encounter him, emaciated and irrationally wandering, and then be drawn back by her, becoming another zombie wandering the nearby fields after Uncle Kai and Erden. Having a comprehensive understanding of your physical condition is very important, Bai Xiao said seriously. Should we chain you up? Lin Duo asked. People can go crazy when they're starving. I don't think you can retain your sanity. Dieting, not starving myself, Bai Xiao emphasized again. There are always unexpected situations. It's important to understand your environmental conditions in advance. If I really can't withstand the hunger, I stop immediately, but then, I might have to be more careful in the future. For example, when you're scavenging or going out, you must have enough food. Don't go too far unless absolutely necessary. The area around Linchuan City is the limit. This determines whether he can travel far. Lin Duo didn't quite approve of his reckless actions. What if he goes crazy from hunger after finally finding a neighbor? Seeing Bai Xiao's determined look, she sighed, okay, don't force yourself then. These days aren't too busy, which is just right. The rain left the remaining parts of the dead tree wet. They need to be dried in the sun for a few days before they can be moved back. The wild wheat in the fields was a vibrant green, still some time away from turning yellow. So Bai Xiao visited Lin Duo less often. He ate only a little, enduring his hunger, and trying hard not to smell Lin Duo's fragrant chicken leg. But the chicken leg would occasionally peek out from over the wall, furtively watching to see if he was about to give up. It seemed Lin Duo cared a lot about this zombie neighbor. It's only the second day, you don't need to worry. Bai Xiao had drunk a lot of water, and was sitting in the yard, his stomach churning. He took out the thermometer from under his arm. It was still a little over 39 degrees Celsius. How many days are you planning to fast? Lin Duo asked. Let's see how things go. 3 days should be safe. But if you can endure hunger for longer, it's a good thing. It would be a more advanced life form. I suggest you evolve too. How do you feel now? Right now? My body is frantically telling me I need to eat, and my reason is fighting back. If you weren't stuck on the wall like a chicken leg, I think it would be much better. Bai Xiao carefully sensed the changes in his body, as if he could perceive the hunger in his cells, but he knew it was an illusion. Lin Duo added a lot of difficulty to his will, but it was a necessary step. The figure on the wall disappeared. Are you leaving? She suddenly asked from the other side of the wall. No, Bai Xiao said. You are preparing to leave. Lin Duo was certain. The zombie was planning to leave the village. Now it was making its final preparations. Bai Xiao, feeling the hunger rising in his stomach, sat in the middle of the courtyard. He looked up, but didn't see Lin Duo. She was hiding behind the wall on the other side. I'm not planning to leave. You saw that deer last time we went into the mountains. This mountain will become incredibly dangerous sooner or later. Staying in the village isn't a long-term solution. We have to find a way out eventually, Bai Xiao explained. Lindwood's parents probably never imagined that 20 years later, Lin Duo would still be here, and only 2 people would remain alive in the village. One was old and unable to leave, the other was young and completely unfamiliar with the outside world. Sometimes Bai Xiao thought that if the villagers were still alive, if Aunt Qian were still young, and if Lindwood's father were still alive, in this age when zombies are aging, they could probably go out together in a large group, clearing out the old zombies along the way, searching for rescue. But Uncle Kai wanders the fields all day, her father has turned into a monster, and Aunt Qian has grown old. If we were the same age as Aunt Qian, we could stay here, but we're still young. This place might be safe for 3, 5, even 10 years, but what about after 10 years? Lin Duo didn't speak. Bai Xiao knew she understood, but watching the zombies rot away and the population dwindle in the city, she was familiar with this place and didn't want to leave. So it's not that I want to leave, it's that we all leave sooner or later, Bai Xiao said. You're clearly a zombie, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao, how about I bite you, then we won't have to leave. I can let you taste my foot skin. Thank you, but I don't want to. Bai Xiao touched his stomach, examining himself in the mirror. The starvation experiment hadn't gone wrong so far, it was the second day of dieting, and his condition remained stable. This was the worst summer of his life. Not only was there no air conditioning or cola, but he also constantly craved human flesh, and there were zombies outside. Lin Duo didn't speak again, taking a cloth to wipe the old helmet. She remembered that before their last scavenging trip, the 2 of them had agreed to find a new helmet, but they had both forgotten and were still using this tattered one. It had old marks and new scratches that couldn't be wiped away with a cloth. She suddenly sighed. The books say there's a Batman, or some other kind of hero, who steps forward to save the world in times of danger. But I never seen one. Have you ever heard of Helmet Man? Bai Xiao asked. Shouldn't it be called Zombie Man? Chapter 54. The cliché of saving the world wouldn't happen to him. Bai Xiao knew that very well, because he never heard of any superhero who drooled over people all the time. If such a world-saving story truly existed, he'd be the ultimate villain. Bai Xiao looked up and saw the empty apartment next door, a few weeds growing on the dilapidated roof, vines climbing up. That rainy day, the wind blew, and the old windows rattled loudly. A peerless villain, a little girl living next door, an old woman in the distance. This story didn't quite fit, he had to eat them to be considered a true villain. Hunger kept him in a state of agitation yet restraint, much like when he first regained consciousness after being infected. If Lin Duo were nearby now, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't drool. Perhaps my condition will stabilize over time, Bai Xiao suddenly said. Lin Duo, who was scraping bamboo next door with a small knife, thought for a moment. You mean? I was careless. Testing in a few months might yield better results. Bai Xiao regretted it. Lin Duo said, then try again in a few months. Bai Xiao said, wouldn't these past 2 days have been a waste of time? He decided to persevere for 1 more day. If he could hold out for 3 days, the risks of future long journeys would be greatly reduced. Even a normal person would go crazy after 3 days of hunger, he just needed to make sure he didn't lose his mind due to hunger. The sky cleared, the sun came out, and the temperature immediately began to rise. The air was stuffy. The 3rd day of testing ended, and Bai Xiao ate a large meal. Without equipment or medical care, he had a general understanding of his current condition. The probability of turning into a regular zombie due to hunger has greatly decreased, while body temperature remains at a high level, which has become the norm. Without more professional testing, it's impossible to determine whether the high body temperature is due to rapid metabolism or maintaining a balance with the virus. He applied Lindwood's medicinal wine every day, but the effect was not obvious. It improved blood circulation and removed blood stasis, but didn't remove the lividity. As long as he rolled up his sleeve, the zombie bite wounds and conspicuous lividity were still clearly visible. Don't waste it. It seems we need other methods. Bai Xiao waved his hand and refused when Lin Duo took out the medicinal wine again, saying it would be better for her to keep it for herself. Lin Duo didn't mind. She had already guessed that the lividity wouldn't go away, and she took the medicinal wine back into the house. She took some time to weave 2 fish baskets and gave them to Bai Xiao, asking him to take them to the river and throw them in. Bai Xiao put on sunglasses, picked up the fish baskets, and went out. He greeted Erden when he met him. The old zombie wandering around the village brought a bit of life to the village, making it less oppressively quiet. The river was still flowing fast, and he searched for a long time without finding a suitable spot. After the torrential rain, not only had the water level risen, but the water had also become murky. It seemed it would be better to wait until the water cleared and calmed down before fishing. Bai Xiao reluctantly carried the fish basket back. If these two new ones were washed away, he could already imagine Lin Duoduo scolding the zombie king. "Why did you bring them back again?" Lin Duoduo asked, a little puzzled. "It just rained. Let's wait a few days." Bai Xiao emptied the bait from the basket, put it aside, picked up the saw, and went out again. Lin Duoduo watched his retreating figure, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. Bai Xiao was merely preparing to leave, not actually leaving. He hadn't fully mastered Lin Duoduo's survival skills yet. He was equally unfamiliar with the outside world, having only gone to the city once with Lin Duoduo to scavenge. If there was an advantage, it was that he wouldn't be chased by the old zombies, and he could withstand bites from infected animals. After a torrential rain, many days were sunny and cloudless. It took him half a month, like an ant carrying grains of sand, to cut up the dead tree and bring it all back. In his spare time, he chopped it into large pieces, and had Lin Duoduo use them to dry under the shed. If it weren't for the future predicted in Lin Duoduo's father's notes, this kind of life would actually be quite nice. Bai Xiao gradually got used to strolling around the village every day, greeting the two zombies, occasionally checking the traps he set on the hillside to see if they caught any prey, and observing the river. But in his spare time, he would always wonder what the outside world was like now, whether, in some faraway place, the shelter had restarted some of its industry. And where exactly was the shelter? He explored every old house in the village, except for the collapsed ones, and the courtyard where Lin Duoduo's father was imprisoned. He went into every room. Some houses still bore traces of past inhabitants, and some courtyards even had small graves. Bai Xiao finally found several tattered maps in these old houses. The writing was faded, they had originally been nailed to the wall, and he had accidentally torn them in places when he took them down. They were just so old. The old maps crumbled to the touch. Bai Xiao never imagined that one day he would be holding a pen, copying a faded map. Amidst these preparations, the wild wheat in the fields gradually turned yellow, and Lin Duoduo called him to go out and work. Harvesting wheat is truly arduous work, especially when the ears are not full, with only a few grains remaining. The effort and the harvest are completely disproportionate. Holding a sickle and bent over, after only one day of harvesting, Bai Xiao understood why Lin Duoduo didn't focus on planting several acres. Leaving aside the trivial matters of watering and weeding, those were tasks that two women couldn't handle. It was a very primitive harvesting method. There was a reason why men were valued in ancient times. If it weren't for storage, what was harvested wouldn't be enough to replenish the energy consumed. Lin Duoduo was very resilient. Even while rubbing her back, she had a joyful expression, the joy of harvest. Autumn is a harvest season. Without time to rest, the wild wheat was gathered and dried. A few days later, the green apricots he had tasted before ripened, no longer sour, hanging on the trees. After years of working overtime at the company, commuting and ordering takeout every day, Bai Xiao rediscovered old memories. Looking at the apricot trees laden with fruit, the phrase abundant harvest came to mind. Finally, I truly understood what autumn harvest meant. The worst thing at this time of year is rain. Not only is the wheat drying, but apricots also need to be brought in before they fall and rot, washed, cut, strung on ropes, and hung in rows, even in Bai Xiao's yard. Every evening, Lin Duoduo, after showering in the well in the yard, would sit on the threshold in light clothing, fanning herself, gazing at the golden harvest, and feel a heartfelt joy. Saving the zombie king was truly a blessing. The dried locust flowers she had collected earlier were ready to be used to make tea. Locust flower tea. She drank it all, water and brewed locust flowers together, chewing them a few times as she drank. Bai Xiao thought it was hard to look directly at her, so young, sitting there with a palm leaf fan, her posture like an old woman. She must have learned it from the older generation. He couldn't tell if she learned it from his grandfather or Aunt Qian, but her posture was impeccable. Aunt Qian once said that having a man would be great, and I thought it was all the same. Lin Duoduo looked at the yard. But it really is different. The work that takes me a long time to finish, you can do the work of two of me. After a long day, she didn't let Bai Xiao continue talking about Pan Jinlian. She just sat on the threshold, enjoying the cool evening breeze. Chapter 55. The bedsheet propped up in the courtyard hadn't been removed yet. After a long day, Bai Xiao needed to use the well. The water pumped directly from the well was completely different from using a ladle for a shower. Lin Duo listened to the sound of the water, glancing at the bedsheet, sometimes finding it quite comical, a zombie sneaking around taking a shower in her spot. The palm leaf fan swayed back and forth. After a while, Bai Xiao emerged from behind the bedsheet, and she glanced at him sideways. "It shouldn't rain tomorrow," Bai Xiao said. On his way back, he saw a vibrant red sunset, very beautiful. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning, red sky at night, sailors delight. This saying was ingrained in his very being. He saw the locust flower tea Lin Duo had prepared for him, picked it up, and gulped it down in one go. Having just showered, drinking such a bowl of it made him feel instantly refreshed. Perhaps it was a case of bad luck turning into good fortune. A series of good days followed. After harvesting wild wheat and digging for wild vegetables, Lin Duo, carrying a basket, went into the mountains with him again. The mountains were full of good things at this time of year, and this time, they didn't need to carry firewood. Lin Duo was still bundled up tightly, protecting herself from mountain insects and poisonous bees. Time suddenly seemed a little too short. Bai Xiao found some wild chili peppers in the mountains that he hadn't seen last time. Now, if they caught frogs, they wouldn't be so bland. Returning from the mountain, he noticed Lin Duo limping and couldn't help but ask, "When did you twist your ankle?" "No, I didn't twist it." Lin Duo shook her head. "I think I stung something." Bai Xiao paused, realizing that being stung and limping seemed quite serious. "Do you need me to help you?" "No, I just rubbed some medicinal wine on it when we get home, and it should be fine." On the way home, Lin Duo sat on a small stool, and when she rolled up her trousers, she gasped, as if she had touched a sore spot. When she rolled up her trousers, she saw a large, red swelling on her calf, clearly from a sting. "A few applications of medicinal wine should do the trick," Bai Xiao said. After a careful examination, he realized it wasn't infected and breathed a sigh of relief, gritting his teeth against the pain. Bai Xiao knew her trousers were tightly bound, and didn't know how she'd been stung. He went inside to get her some medicinal wine. Lin Duo poured some out, frowned, and applied it, her hands trembling with pain. The next day, she couldn't put any weight on her right leg. She gazed worriedly towards the mountains. "Your leg isn't going to be useless, is it?" Bai Xiao noticed her calf was swollen and shiny. In this world, losing a leg meant certain death. "The things in the mountains are too poisonous at this time of year," Lin Duo said, resting her right leg on a stool and gently pressing it with her fingers, hissing in pain. At a busy time, a general was wounded. Bai Xiao went up the hillside, dug up the herb he had previously used to treat his injury, and gave it to Lin Duo to chew. Lin Duo didn't chew it. Instead, she crushed it in a jar and applied the juice. This wasn't like Bai Xiao's external injury, where applying it was ineffective. It was more of a psychological comfort. It took 2 whole days for the swelling in her leg to subside. She applied the herb juice during the day and rubbed medicated wine at night. Bai Xiao suspected that without the medicated wine, her leg might have been ruined. Seeing Bai Xiao's anxious expression, Lin Duo laughed instead. "Before we caught you, didn't we get through it like this?" she said. Using a stick as a crutch, Lin Duo could still hop around in the yard. As long as she wasn't bedridden, it was better for her, as a normal person, to prepare her food. Bai Xiao discovered she didn't like spicy food, so he had to enjoy the wild chilies he found himself. He chopped them up and made a sauce, mixing a little into his meals, finally able to enjoy the pleasure of food again. "Aren't you going to try some?" "No, my mom used to like this flavor, but I don't." Lin Duo shook her head. "Maybe you're the zombie," Bai Xiao said disdainfully. This human's taste was too bland. He even dug up a small wild chili plant, intending to see if it could be transplanted and survive. After injuring her leg, Lin Duo became much more subdued, mostly just walking around the yard with her cane, no longer patrolling as she used to. Bai Xiao occasionally peeked out from next door, and saw her sitting there, propped up on one leg, seemingly lost in thought. The hottest part of the day was over. "I never thought I'd be injured and taken care of by a zombie." Lin Duo found it strange. "One day you'd be saved by a zombie," Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo rested her chin on her hand, tilted her head, and examined the zombie. "Do you remember anything from before? I think you might have escaped from the shelter." "Why do you think that?" Bai Xiao was a little surprised. A feeling. It was a difficult feeling to describe. Lin Duo had seen people from before, and she herself had grown up after the disaster. Bai Xiao was neither like someone who lived before the disaster, nor like her. "Why did I escape from the shelter?" Bai Xiao asked. Yeah, why? Lin Duoduo couldn't figure it out, so she stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he was a zombie now. Bai Xiao still went to pick fresh herbs every day for Lin Duoduo to apply to her wounds, and the swelling in Lin Duoduo's leg gradually subsided. He'd seen Aunt Qian once from afar on the hillside. The old woman had caught a cold but hadn't died yet. She seemed to have found some herbs to brew and drink. Living so long, she must have some way to deal with minor injuries and illnesses. He knew in his heart that even if they found shelter, Aunt Qian was unlikely to leave. She already had one foot in the grave. The reason she stubbornly clung to life might be because she couldn't bear to leave Lin Duoduo, or perhaps because she was the only one who remembered those people from before. She had a special feeling for this land. She didn't want to live, nor did she want to die, so she just endured this torment. The harvested wild wheat dried was given to Bai Xiao by Lin Duoduo to grind. Are we really going to have zombies pull the millstone? Can I bring Erden over? Bai Xiao said. Erden can't pull it. The experiment of humans using zombies for work was very successful, even somewhat addictive. Not only did they have to harvest wheat and carry baskets, but they also had to pull the millstone. The millstone produced a yellowish-brown powder, whole wheat flour. Bai Xiao put it away, saying quietly, before the disaster, this kind was more expensive than refined flour. How could that be? I knew you wouldn't believe me. Bai Xiao pushed the millstone, while Lin Duoduo hopped around on one leg, sweeping it with a broom. Her leg was less swollen, but still a little sore, and she was recovering. She could still do these auxiliary tasks. As she swept, she remembered seeing this scene before, like when she was little. Her father was pushing the millstone, and her mother followed beside him with a sieve. It seemed like they had brought back a bag of soybeans from scavenging. Later, they even grew soybeans, but somehow, they gradually disappeared. Those soybeans seemed to have died. They could no longer be found. Many things used to exist, but as the years passed, some disappeared altogether. Chapter 56. Lin Duoduo had heard people say that people are constantly developing, and life will get better and better, but she couldn't remember if her grandfather had said it in his spare time, or if her father had mentioned it. However, after living her own life, she found the opposite to be true. Life only got worse. There used to be soybeans, lotus roots, and many other things, but they disappeared in the process of growing up, and couldn't be found in the fields anymore. There used to be a pond on the other side of the mountain, which not only had lotus roots, but also lotus seeds to eat, but it dried up, and she never ate them again. After a famine, it was gone. She tended to believe that people gradually decline, like those zombies, eventually returning to dust. Seeing Bai Xiao resting, she handed him water infused with locust flowers, which Bai Xiao took and drank clean. As the saying goes, one autumn rain brings one chill. Even without rain, the temperature was gradually getting colder day by day. The persimmon trees in the village were laden with fruit, hanging on the branches, and Bai Xiao suddenly realized that he could also grasp the approximate time. The sun no longer made people dizzy, and the leaves on the other side of the mountain were slowly turning yellow. Lin Duoduo thought the zombies would leave once she recovered from her injuries. She had seen him drawing maps in the yard before. Unexpectedly, even after her leg was fully healed, Bai Xiao didn't mention finding a shelter. He, as usual, carried a hoe and the fish basket she had woven, catching loaches and eels in the river, and occasionally a fish. The number of skeletons in and around the village gradually decreased. When Bai Xiao found them, he would dig a hole and bury them. At least it didn't look so desolate anymore. The grass in the fields had turned yellow, a golden hue, and when he went out to catch rabbits and forage for wild vegetables, he wouldn't be so likely to step on bones. The river calmed down, and he dug up some more silt, dried it, and carried it back. He poured it into a small plot of land in his yard near the east wall, a designated vegetable garden. The wild chilies he dug up from the mountain, which had wilted for a few days, slowly revived. I told you I could do it, Bai Xiao said, raising his chin and showing off the wild chili pepper. Lin Duoduo noticed he really loved spicy food. Last time he brought back so many chilies, even after chopping them into sauce, it wasn't enough. He also throws some into any loach he caught. Bai Xiao's activity range was expanding. No longer satisfied with the fields outside the village, he wore a helmet and walked through the desolate fields and undergrowth. At his furthest point, he saw another village in the distance. He observed it for a long time, not returning even after noon. He didn't see any smoke rising from the village, so it was probably deserted, but he couldn't be completely sure. Carrying a snake and frog he caught in the fields, he returned with a basket on his back. Over the next few days, Bai Xiao went to the vicinity of that village several more times, but there was still no movement. It was even more desolate than the village where Lin Duoduo lived. Bai Xiao moved closer and saw a figure. He paused, then realized it was a zombie. Its wobbly movements and aimless wandering made it easy to recognize. That day, he returned covered in dust, with straw stalks hanging from his collar. Lin Duoduo suspected the zombie wasn't catching fish, but had gone to the fields to catch rabbits. "Where did you go?" She couldn't help but ask. "There's another village over there, quite far away." Bai Xiao pointed east. "Are there any people there?" Lin Duoduo followed his direction, and knew where he was referring to. "I don't know." A few zombies used to wander from that direction. One of them was relatively new. It got trapped in a trap. Otherwise, it would be quite dangerous if it suddenly appeared. She continued, "You went to that village?" I glanced at it from afar, only saw zombies, no people. Bai Xiao wondered if it was like Lin Duoduo's village, with 2 zombies left behind, less deserted, and still somewhat active. He also observed the surrounding area, but found no trace of human activity. Here, when Lin Duoduo wasn't cooking, it was impossible to tell from a distance that anyone was in the village, but upon closer inspection, traces of human activity could be found in the fields, impossible to conceal. Having not experienced the disaster, even seeing Lin Duoduo's life now, Bai Xiao found it hard to imagine the environment and hardship of 20 years ago. So many people from the city fled to the countryside back then. How could it have become like this? So many people dead? Could it be that a rescue team came, but didn't know there were people here, so they missed you? He suddenly had a tragic suspicion. Possibly, but very unlikely, Lin Duoduo said. If there's rescue, they leave a message for the scavengers. The best way is to stay in the city. Bai Xiao planned to go back to that village to check. Whether it was an addiction to scavenging in the city, or a thirst for exploration, he always wanted to know if there were people there, and if they lived like Lin Duoduo and the others. The danger level of zombies had only recently decreased, making this a good time to find shelter. The next day, Bai Xiao put on his helmet again, covering his eyes, and searched the fields for crops left behind by people in the past, now overgrown with weeds, as he approached the village. The zombie he had seen last time was now wandering the fields. It was a female zombie, seemingly infected during the winter. How could Bai Xiao tell it was infected in winter? Because it was wearing a tattered, almost completely plucked down jacket. Bai Xiao ignored it. It didn't recognize the zombie king. It simply turned around at the sound and slowly swayed, before being led back to the village by Bai Xiao. The village was dilapidated, even worse than where Lin Duoduo lived. There were even mummified corpses in the streets, seemingly decayed zombies lying on the ground, only skin remaining on their bones, never to roam again. The difference between inhabited and uninhabited houses was immediately apparent. Bai Xiao wandered the entire village and finally confirmed that it was a long silent place. The ruins contained nothing but zombies. Some houses were covered in withered vines, yet movement could be heard inside. Bai Xiao opened the door and saw an old zombie trapped in the courtyard, wearing a tattered suit, looking completely out of place in the impoverished village. It should be in an office building in the city, not in this courtyard. Bai Xiao knew there must be some twists and turns, but he didn't know if it had escaped from the city to this place, or if it had changed into its best clothes before dying here. The zombie didn't recognize him, the zombie king, and didn't bite him. He entered the house, surveying the dusty room. Just like when he was scavenging in the city, he wandered around, rummaging through everything. He didn't find anything useful, but in the cabinet, he found a pile of junior high school textbooks and some faded, brittle certificates that crumbled at the slightest touch. The traces left by the people who once lived here were long gone. Bai Xiao closed the cabinet and left. The noise he made attracted a few zombies who wandered over, then staggered aimlessly nearby. As he left, several more zombies followed, swaying unsteadily. It really did look like a zombie king, leading his subjects through this deserted, abandoned house. Chapter 57. The long-deserted village stirred again. Bai Xiao, leading 3 zombies, released another from a courtyard, bringing the number of followers to 4. He glanced back, paused for a moment, then turned back to continue exploring the deserted village. If they had a choice back then, they would have preferred to become like Bai Xiao. After visiting many houses, it was clear that many people had fled from the city to this mountain village. Many of their belongings didn't match the village's original style. Some courtyards still held wrecked cars, and valuable watches and coins were occasionally scattered in the dusty houses. There were also heavy suitcases, but unfortunately, they contained nothing of value. Perhaps they were useful before the disaster, but the refugees hadn't anticipated the future. The valuables they packed were useless 20 years later. Their people had vanished without a trace. Bai Xiao wandered like a ghost through the long-abandoned village. Wild grass sprouted from the cracks in the walls. Perhaps the last person left in this village had wandered like this many years ago. The houses were empty, a few relatively tidy, covered only in dust, but most were extremely messy, clothes and furniture scattered about. He killed a rat that rushed out with a stick, without even bothering to collect it. He always thought rats were dirty, they might eat snakes or rabbits, but he didn't want Lin Duoduo to see them. In her eyes, aside from zombies and humans, all meat was the same when overcooked. He found a juju tree in a courtyard, the jujubes hanging from the branches. Bai Xiao rummaged around and found a bamboo pole. He tied a wire to one end, bit it into a hook, and stayed there for half a day, picking jujubes until the basket behind him was almost full before stopping. He also found a Sichuan pepper tree. If the disaster hadn't been ongoing, he would have liked to plant one in his yard, but in the end, he only cut a few branches and put them in a basket. There were persimmon trees in the village too, and he planned to pick some to have Lin Duoduo dry into persimmon cakes. However, the journey was a bit long. Just getting here had taken most of the day. After wandering around for so long and picking dates, it would be very late to go back. He was only doing this because he was a zombie. For Lin Duoduo, going out at night was too dangerous, not only because of snakes, insects, and rodents, but also because zombies lying in the fields hiding in the grass were dangerous, especially since this was an unfamiliar village. Having only gone halfway, seeing that it was getting late, Bai Xiao, carrying a basket of dates and Sichuan pepper, led the 5 zombies behind him back, intending to return. He paused at the edge of the village, glanced back, and thought that if he brought these 5 old zombies back to the village, Lin Duoduo would probably beat him up with anger. He turned back, led them to a courtyard, locked the door, and then headed towards the fields. The frogs and snake he had caught on his way here were in a bag. It was harvest season, and the frogs were plump. Now, with Sichuan peppercorns and wild chili peppers, Bai Xiao's mouth watered as if he were watching Lin Duoduo take a bath. He quickened his pace, partly because it was getting late, and partly because he was worried about getting lost after dark. Going back so late would definitely get him scolded by Lin Duoduo. That human was very worried about him, the zombie. The setting sun in the distance painted the clouds red, the magnificent and splendid sunset seeming to guide him from the deserted village back to another village with only 2 people. Sure enough, when she got back, Lin Duoduo poked her helmet with her finger. It was already dark, and there were many dangers in the wild. Although zombies weren't afraid of infected rats or other zombies. She kept going to the village entrance to check. Why was the zombie king still nowhere to be seen, even though it was dark? This was the first time she had come back so late. There's no one in that village anymore. No one's been there for a long time. Bai Xiao took the basket off his back to change the subject. Right? I haven't seen them either, Lin Duoduo said. She lit a candle under the shed, processing the snake and frog Bai Xiao had brought back. There was also food left for Bai Xiao under the shed. I also saw 4 zombies, 2 men and 2 women, Bai Xiao said. Are they old? Lin Duoduo asked. Quite young, Bai Xiao said. I was talking about the zombies' age, not theirs. Lin Duoduo's words made Bai Xiao pause for a moment before he said, They're all old zombies, fresh zombies. There shouldn't be any fresh zombies left, right? Aren't you one? I was an accident, Bai Xiao said. He felt a pang of sadness whenever the topic came up. Being bitten by a zombie was bad enough, but it happened over 20 years later, when the zombies were decaying. Everyone else was wary of infected animals, but he, bitten by an old zombie, became a fresh zombie that hadn't appeared in a long time. Lin Duoduo's father was infected by zombie blood about 10 years ago. Now, 10 years later, that mode of infection had become infinitely rare. Those old zombies probably wouldn't yield much blood even if you put them in a juicer. So that's why we can't compete with animals? Bai Xiao suddenly said. Huh? Lin Duoduo was confused. We're too smart. As zombies age, fewer people get infected, so they stop changing. But animals are constantly filtering, either dying or living. Bai Xiao remembered the deer that died from infection in the mountains. You shouldn't have used the word we. Lin Duoduo reminded him. You're challenging the zombie king's authority. Won't those zombies bite you too? Lin Duoduo was curious. Of course. Bai Xiao, reminded by Lin Duoduo, looked at the bamboo basket. Next time I take 5 baskets, put 4 on their backs, and bring them back after filling them with dates and persimmons. Lin Duoduo looked up at Bai Xiao blankly. What was this zombie talking about? He's uncomfortable if Erden doesn't pull the millstone. And now he wants to harm the zombies in the neighboring village, huh? Are you the zombie king? Lin Duoduo felt something was off. The common people are a treasure trove, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo fell silent. She remembered the first time Bai Xiao left the village. Seeing Erden coming, he was so frightened he screamed and didn't dare poke it with a stick. I feel like you're thinking something very impolite, Bai Xiao asked, puzzled. No. Lin Duoduo placed the snake meat and frog in a basin, salted it, and covered it with another basin. The zombie king led his people, and built a happy and beautiful new home. Lin Duoduo stood up and said, that's how most stories end. But in your case, I think it should be overthrow. The zombies overthrowing the zombie king's brutal rule and ushering in a happy life. You don't understand. Employment is the only way out for zombies. They only overthrow me because they have nothing to do, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo didn't want to argue with him anymore. Don't come back so late next time. It's dangerous outside. Wild boars occasionally run down from the mountains. Chapter 58. The candle was extinguished by a gust of wind, plunging the shed into darkness. Bai Xiao couldn't see Lin Duoduo, only smell the fragrance. His nose was incredibly sensitive at this moment. Lin Duoduo stood there, silent for a moment, then said, Did you swallow again? Infected people in the darkness always had a dangerous smell, but the zombie king's care when she was injured had lessened that threat considerably. She simply took 2 steps back, holding the basin. No, Bai Xiao immediately retorted. If you ever can't resist, tell me. I don't eat foot skin, Bai Xiao preemptively said. You can eat the calluses on my hands too. Lin Duoduo scratched her palms. Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment, but quickly became resolute. Eating people was a zombie's habit, and he was trying hard to resist it. I won't eat people, and I won't bite people. I can't start something like this. Bai Xiao was firm. So, besides eating people, what other wishes do you have? Lin Duoduo asked the zombie king. Do you think you're a genie? Bai Xiao, carrying his helmet, climbed over the wall back to the neighbor's house. He hadn't done his pull-ups yet today. Lin Duoduo, hearing the commotion next door, washed a few dates and ate them. They were very sweet. Do you want some of the dates you brought back? Just put them on the wall. I get them later, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo washed some more dates, groped her way to the top of the wall in the dark, watched the zombies' strange movements, and then went back to the house to rest. That door frame will collapse sooner or later anyway. The next day, Bai Xiao carried 2 bamboo baskets, including Lin Duoduo's, stacking them together, and headed towards the fields, sweeping the grass with his pitchfork as he went. He felt like a badger, searching for Runtu, a character from a Chinese folktale, spearing at any movement in the grass. If a rabbit wasn't quick-witted, it would die instantly. Snakes and the like were merely targets, not a match for him. With spear in hand, he approached the deserted village again. The zombies were still locked in their courtyards, no longer following him like they had yesterday. Walking along the village paths, he felt a little uneasy. Bai Xiao turned around, opened the gate to the courtyard from yesterday, and let the zombies out. Several zombies, swaying and staggering, were attracted by the noise and followed him. He walked through house after house. Some courtyards had cellars, but they were empty. The things that had once been stored were long gone, rotten and dried up, leaving only an old zombie hiding inside. He didn't know if this zombie had been infected when it went in, or if it had been locked up by the people who used to live there. When the cellar was opened, its withered body couldn't crawl out. Having lost its former strength, it could only let out meaningless hissing. If it wanted to get out, it would have to be carried out. Bai Xiao wasn't that free. He peeked into the dimly lit cellar, saw nothing else, and then closed the door again. Bai Xiao stood up. The female zombie behind him was getting a little too close. He sneered, "Don't get so close, or I push you in to keep it company." He turned and went to the next courtyard. There was an old swing here, and a tricycle by the wall, but it was rusted from wind and rain and was practically scrap. Entering the house, there were many photos on the walls. It was a large family photo, with more than 20 people crammed together, men and women, young and old, but they were all gone now. Bai Xiao felt like a witness to the apocalypse. Seeing the traces left by people in the past, he sometimes wondered what kind of families lived here before the disaster. This place was different from the city. In the city, scavengers frequented, and the steel and concrete buildings, even without maintenance and covered in vegetation, could stand for many years. But the houses in these villages were gradually leaking and collapsing. The old houses were prone to falling, and the newer ones would slowly become ruins. Bai Xiao looked around, opened the wardrobe, saw the coat inside, glanced at his own dirty clothes, took out a new one to change into. It fit him fairly well. He opened the other wardrobe, and a skeleton fell out with the opening. It was a skeleton, the body remained in the wardrobe, only the skull fell out. Bai Xiao had buried so many skeletons, human and zombie, and was only slightly startled at this moment. Then he picked it up, cradled the skull, and placed it back. The skeleton hidden in the wardrobe was curled up, still in the position it had been in before death. It had been hiding there until its death. It was unknown whether it had committed suicide there or starved to death. He had heard Lin Duo say that in the past, some people died of illness, some were bitten by zombies, and some chose death because they no longer wanted to live. In fact, long ago, this kind of repression was also a kind of illness. Just as Lin Duo's father had written in his notebook, before food ran out, the more worrying thing was mental health. Bai Xiao looked at it for a moment, and as he was about to leave, he turned back, took it out, found a rusty shovel, dug a shallow hole in the yard, and buried it. There were a few novels left in the house, which he put in a basket and took back to Lin Duo. Leading several old zombies through the deserted village, Bai Xiao suddenly felt like a zombie himself, wandering the world like a ghost, unwilling to leave. Seeing that it was almost time, he went back and picked another basket of dates. The tree was very large, having grown for many years, its branches and leaves lush and verdant. Filling both baskets, one with dates and the other a jumbled mess, Bai Xiao looked back at the zombies, picked out the stronger one, and carefully carried the extra basket on its back. The zombie howled blankly. Bai Xiao locked the others back in the yard, made a sound, and led the stronger old zombie away, heading back into the fields. In the setting sun, Lin Duo, limping slightly, came outside and looked towards the fields. Two figures appeared at the edge of the fields in the distance. She squinted, watching intently. Bai Xiao walked ahead, a pitchfork in his hand, a dead rabbit impaled on it. He walked like that, followed behind a zombie carrying a basket, drawn by the rabbit's blood. The zombie king and his people had returned. This time, he timed it perfectly. Night was just beginning to fall when he arrived home. Bai Xiao pushed open Lin Duo's door. Returning from the desolate village, clothes were drying in Lin Duo's yard, and wild chili peppers grew there, filling the air with a sense of life, a stark contrast to the dead village. It was as if he had suddenly returned to the world of the living. Following behind him, besides an old zombie, was Lin Duo. "Stay away, I'm taking its basket down," Bai Xiao warned. The rabbit's blood was clearly less attractive than Lin Duo's. The old zombie had been following Lin Duo ever since they returned to the village. "Am I the zombie king, or is she the zombie king?" He was very dissatisfied with this clueless old zombie. A zombie king needs wild rabbits to follow it, but Lin Duo's mere presence caused it to betray him. Chapter 59. After the old zombie took off its basket, Bai Xiao locked it in a courtyard. Although Uncle Kai and Erden were outside, they were already used to their presence. Having another one suddenly would be awkward for Lin Duo, and it wouldn't be good if it wandered over the hillside, and was cleared out by Qian. The street urchins were now too. Under Lin Duo's watchful eye, the zombie king wandered around every day with his subject, either going to the distant village or the hillside, even taking it with him when collecting fish baskets. Lin Duo saw him feed one of the loaches to the zombie. It was as if he had found a companion. When he collected the fish baskets, he saw Qian in the distance. The old lady didn't come over, but only gave the figure wandering with the zombie a deep look before leaving. Occasionally, there would be larger fish in the baskets. Bai Xiao took a date out of his pocket, popped it into his mouth, looked at Qian's departing figure in the distance, and then took the fish back. "Let's get another bamboo basket, a smaller one, so it can carry it on its back and won't have to take it off," Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo glanced at the zombie king, then at the zombie. "You're not allowed to let it in," she pointed to the door. "It won't come in. Have you given up on being human?" "I just found a helper." Bai Xiao noticed Lin Duo's slightly unnatural gait and said, "You're not going to become a cripple, are you?" "Why are you such a jinx, you zombie?" "I'm just not fully recovered. It's actually not a problem." Lin Duo bent her legs to loosen them up. "I teach you some calisthenics," Bai Xiao suddenly said. "That? Will it be useful?" "Of course, it improves balance, coordination, and you see when you try it." Seeing Bai Xiao's confident demeanor, Lin Duo looked doubtful, following along with him with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Humans learning calisthenics from zombies. Bai Xiao was delighted. He just wanted to see Lin Duo bouncing around. He was so bored he was taking the old zombie fishing. Seeing a vibrant girl doing calisthenics with a serious expression was actually quite nice. Besides, it always had the effect of stretching muscles, especially in the cold winter. Back in the day, it was so cold during breaks between classes in winter that he would even sweat after finishing a set. If you're ever infected by a zombie and can retain some consciousness, your limbs will become stiff and sluggish, and that will come in very handy, Bai Xiao said, being cautious. Not everyone is like you, Lin Duoduo bluntly pointed out. Unless someone intentionally seeks death, or is harmed by someone with malicious intent, it's very difficult to be infected by zombies in the current environment. I'm appointing that old zombie as my personal bodyguard, and you're now a dancer. The zombie king waved his hand, and Lin Duoduo became an official. Lin Duoduo banged on his helmet, making a loud thud. As dusk fell, after dinner, Bai Xiao didn't tell Lin Duoduo the censored version of Pan Jinlian. He picked up his old guitar. I sing you a song. You? Lin Duoduo looked around in confusion. Zombies have rights too, I'm telling you. We resolutely defend the rights of our people. In the post-apocalyptic courtyard, a song from another era rang out. Humans listened to the zombies sing, sitting on small stools, and fanning themselves with palm leaf fans. Since capturing the zombie, Lin Duoduo had genuinely felt everything getting better, but she didn't know how long it would last. The leaves on the mountain leaves turned yellow, and then fell. Late-ripening persimmons were picked, washed, peeled by Lin Duoduo, and blanched in boiling water, ready to be dried into persimmon cakes. They needed to be kneaded every 2 days while drying. Bai Xiao wasn't familiar with this, so he wandered the land with his basket-carrying guard, familiarizing himself with the environment. In the deserted village, he found red beans, mixed with weeds, growing weakly and not very plump. They might even disappear in another 2 years. Days passed by, and without a calendar, it was hard to keep track of time. One frosty morning, Bai Xiao realized that autumn was already late. Under the shed, a lot of firewood was piled up neatly, gathered from occasional trips outside. Some were coarse, some fine. There was no rainy season like in the south, but the winters were still very cold. To live comfortably, preparations had to begin very early. Even without seeing the morning frost, just looking at Lindwood's various provisions, one could sense that winter was not far away. Lindwood's limp was slowly recovering, and it didn't look unnatural anymore. This relieved Bai Xiao. Firstly, being lame made life more difficult in this world. Secondly, Lin Duoduo had very long legs, and it would be a pity if such beautiful legs were crippled. And thirdly, even if she accidentally became a zombie in the future, she could run faster to bite others. The autumn landscape appeared even more desolate. Before winter arrived, Lin Duoduo took him to the city to scavenge again. Riding the tricycle, the two of them, one human and one zombie, went to the city to collect scraps. This time, they didn't encounter any other scavengers. They passed a gas station on the way, and Bai Xiao got off to look inside. It was completely empty. It had been emptied long ago when the disaster began. They should have started scavenging earlier, but Lindwood's leg injury delayed them. In the apocalypse, unexpected events are always possible, and a slight lapse in attention can disrupt plans. Wearing thick clothing, they made their way through without incident. Bai Xiao had realized the strength of his new zombie form after several trips into the mountains. With proper clothing and a helmet, he was significantly stronger than when he last went to the city. Back then, he was a vegetarian zombie. Now, he was a meat-eating, well-trained individual, a world of difference. Their teamwork had improved considerably. However, Lin Duoduo, sitting in the back of the vehicle, always felt that the zombie king was a person, not a zombie. The tricycle set off and returned, traversing highways and dirt roads. Every time they went to the city, Bai Xiao felt that the land was devoid of people, leaving only their remains. It was so desolate, especially in late autumn. There weren't as many vibrant wildflowers and weeds as on his last trip. The land exuded a desolate beauty. Upon returning to the village, seeing the zombies that came to greet them, Bai Xiao named the zombie carrying the basket Friday, just like Uncle Kai and Erden. Why this name? Lin Duoduo found the name unusual. Before the disaster, after Friday came the weekend, representing hope, Bai Xiao said. Let a zombie represent hope. Lin Duoduo asked. Why don't you change your name to Friday? Then you represent hope. Bai Xiao greeted Friday, the strongest old zombie in the distant village. Now, carrying its basket, it no longer looked so frightening. There are more old zombies than people in the village now. Lin Duoduo looked at Erden, Uncle Kai, and Friday. Suddenly, she felt it wasn't so bad. Even if they died one day, there would still be activity in the village. These zombies would continue life. Chapter 60. A few days after the first frost, fog rolled in at dawn. The weather grew colder day by day. Waking up early in the morning, everything outside was shrouded in a hazy white, with visibility of only about 10 meters. In the days before burning straw and car emissions, the fog was still thick. Bai Xiao, perched on the wall, couldn't even make out Linduoduo's figure as she washed up. He could only see her silhouette. What did we do when there was thick fog, when zombies were still a danger? Bai Xiao asked. Stay at home. Linduoduo disliked winter. The days were long, it was cold, and sometimes there was fog and snow. Perhaps it was influenced by her parents, who also hated winter. Or perhaps, people after disaster simply didn't like the season. In the past, when disaster struck, many died in winter. A heavy snowfall was enough to leave countless skeletons scattered across the land. Linduoduo put on her long johns and asked, Aren't you cold? Bai Xiao's body temperature was high. He imagined the cold weather would be even more unbearable. It's cold, but I exercise, which increases my resistance to the cold, Bai Xiao said. Linduoduo didn't believe him. She lifted the zombie king's trouser leg to look, and he was wearing long johns too. Even more resistant to the cold? Linduoduo asked. Of course, keeping warm is better. Bai Xiao went out. He wondered if the river would freeze over in winter. He needed to observe it closely. If it froze, catching fish would be troublesome, so he needed to reduce his activity to conserve energy. Thinking this, Bai Xiao suddenly paused. He remembered that in the countryside, winters were spent huddled on the Kong, heated brick bed, rarely venturing out. A thick fog blanketed the area, everything outside a white expanse. This was Bai Xiao's first winter in the apocalypse. Anything beyond a short distance was obscured by the fog. Dilapidated houses and distant hillsides were all shrouded in mist. Walking through the white expanse, he listened to the sounds coming from either Uncle Kai or Friday, and thought of the people of the past. Back when the zombie horde was still rampant, this kind of weather represented terror. No one knew what danger lurked in the fog. Just as he was about to leave the village, a withered face emerged from the fog. It was Friday, carrying its basket and trudging along. It had come running at the sound of Bai Xiao's movements. It's cold, isn't it? But you shouldn't freeze to death. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if he could freeze to death. He wandered around for a long time, but the fog made it impossible to see anything, so he went back. Can zombies freeze to death? Bai Xiao asked. I know Uncle Kai and the others have survived many winters. Have they ever seen a zombie that froze to death? Yes, there used to be a pond over there on the other side of the mountain. In winter, zombies that fell and would freeze to death, Linduoduo said. That pond had long since disappeared. White bones were exposed in the dried-up soil. As the sun rose higher, the fog gradually dissipated, becoming less hazy. Linduoduo gathered some dry grass and straw and wrapped the hand pump well with a thick layer of it. Even this wasn't foolproof. Sometimes, when the weather was too cold, the well would still freeze, and then she'd have to boil hot water to irrigate it. However, this winter, with Bai Xiao as her zombie neighbor, things were much better than in previous years. They had much more supplies for the winter. Although he seemed to be idly strolling around with his zombie companion, he often brought back supplies. And that Friday was also a great help to Bai Xiao. The animals were also preparing for winter. When Bai Xiao went to the fields and riverbank again, he couldn't catch any snakes or frogs, which was a bit of a disappointment. He slowed down his exercise pace, intending to follow Linduoduo's example and rest more. Winter should be spent like this anyway. Most of the ballpoint pens he scavenged were unusable, but a few were still functional. He hunched over the table, meticulously tracing a map. I go find the shelter in the spring, Bai Xiao said. Huh? Linduoduo paused, then fell silent, staring blankly into the distance. The zombies would leave. She had been prepared. After a while, she said, Don't let anyone discover you're a zombie. Hide well. Don't worry, maybe the shelter in the distance has already restarted its industry. It just missed you. I bring back good news then. Bai Xiao and Linduoduo sat in the courtyard, which was nearing winter, as he discussed his plans for the coming spring. The notes left by her family contained all the speculations. The people in the distance must have had them too. Individual strength is ultimately no match for collective strength. Perhaps the people in the shelter were already preparing for everything. Perhaps they already had a solution. If rescue arrives, you can leave as soon as you're sure it's safe. Don't wait for me. Just leave a note. Maybe I go in the opposite direction and not find it, while you be waiting for me. He considered all possibilities. In this vast land, finding shelter might be easy, or it might be extremely difficult. Anything was uncertain. Linduoduo looked at Bai Xiao. Are you ready? Bai Xiao replied, There's still a whole winter ahead. I can prepare in no time. Linduoduo nodded. Yes, there was still a whole winter. The best time to travel would be next spring, when the flowers bloomed. The temperature dropped day by day. Linduoduo cut the zombie king's hair again, this time a little longer. Cutting it too short in winter would make his head cold. Bai Xiao was used to this perfunctory and unkempt haircut anyway. No one really looked at it. The sun had been shining these past few days, so Lin Duoduo took out the quilts to air them. These things were plentiful. With so many deaths in the past, you could find plenty anywhere. The weather wasn't quite quilt season yet, but Bai Zhao's body temperature was high, so he was probably more sensitive to the drop in temperature and took them out early. The sun-dried quilts became soft and had a sun-kissed scent, warm and cozy against his skin. At night, Bai Xiao nestled in his warm bed. The night wind was strong, rattling the windows and howling like the mournful cries of ghosts, echoing through the small mountain village. Sometimes, after several cloudy days, when the sun finally came out, the heat wasn't as intense as before. Even on sunny days, it was still chilly, the wind biting like a knife. Winter arrived. Ice shards appeared along the riverbank, and the fields were frozen solid, a desolate scene. Autumn passed, winter came, and all things rested. Lin Duoduo sat on the doorstep, basking in the sun, like a farmer. What's outside? She wondered. She'd gone out before, observing the so-called settlements from a distance, only to find it lacked the order her father had described, and so she returned. Did those orderly, formal, and official shelters, where men, women, young, and old were treated equally, really exist? That human. A zombie called from next door. She lazily tilted her head. Bai Xiao popped out from over the wall, holding a toothbrush. This toothbrush's bristles are all fallen out. Get a new one. He paused, then added, not one you used. Too fussy. Lin Duoduo went back inside and rummaged around, giving him her precious toothbrush a new one. Only a good quality toothbrush could last this long without shedding bristles. The inferior ones had long since rotted away, making each one precious. Chapter 61. Did you hear anything last night? Bai Xiao finished brushing his teeth with his new toothbrush and climbed over the wall again. He'd gotten used to it and didn't like using the door anymore. What noise? Lin Duoduo asked, knowing Bai Xiao's hearing was quite acute. I couldn't tell, that's why I asked you. Bai Xiao found the strange noises in this deserted village at night a bit eerie, as if something terrible was lurking in the night wind. Lin Duoduo thought for a moment and said, in winter, when the animals in the mountains can't find food, they come down to forage. I told you before, wild boars and the like, and occasionally wolves too. Wolves are a rare occurrence, sometimes they chase prey down, and sometimes, when they're really hungry, they come out in packs. Lin Duoduo picked up her gun and stood up, saying, go check the traps on the hillside. Don't run out if you hear any noise tonight. If it's a wild boar, this gun won't be enough, you need one like Aunt Qian's. The dry, cold weather made the wind feel like knives on their faces, turning their breath into mist. Bai Xiao didn't wear a helmet, only sunglasses. Both were wrapped in overcoats. In winter, these dark green military overcoats were much warmer, like wearing a blanket. Lin Duoduo's slender figure was hidden under the overcoat, and the gun she carried was also inside. They slowly made their way up the hillside. The traps were empty. Because of the cold, there were no obvious tracks on the ground. They had to search carefully to find anything. Not very lucky. Once it snows, the tracks will be much clearer, and even if they can't catch anything, they can deduce what kind of animal it is from the footprints. Don't try to run out if you hear any noise at night, Lin Duoduo reminded him. Wild boars were manageable, but wolves often gather in packs in winter, which is very dangerous. One winter, the snow was heavy and lasted a long time. She heard wolves howling in the middle of the night, and stayed inside all night, unable to sleep. When she came out to check the next day, there were large, messy footprints in the snow. She marked each trap with bamboo. Since it hadn't snowed yet, they remembered where the traps were. But once a heavy snowfall covered the marks, and everything was a white expanse, they would be difficult to spot. Wrapped in her coat, she strolled around the area. The cold weather made her hands stiff. A gust of wind blew by, and Bai Xiao saw her shrink her neck. Let's go back, Bai Xiao said. I wander around a bit more. Be careful not to fall in, Lin Duoduo reminded him. Some of the bamboo in the traps were from when Bai Xiao lived under the shed. Bai Xiao waved his hand, tucked his sleeves into his pockets, and strolled around like an old farmer. He saw Aunt Qian's house in the distance, standing there silently. He didn't go over. Aunt Qian had lived there for 20 years. 20 years of solitude and contemplation had made her understand everything. What she did must have been what she wanted to do. She lived a secluded life, not particularly close to Lin Duoduo, perhaps for her own reasons. Perhaps afraid of burdening Lin Duoduo, she rarely showed herself and didn't like to be a burden to others. If she really couldn't survive, she wouldn't come for help. Perhaps one day she would die quietly. He found a few wild radishes in the wild. These root vegetables could still be found in winter. Since Friday wasn't with him, Bai Xiao carried them in his hands and slowly went back. The next day, it snowed. The snow wasn't heavy. Bai Xiao didn't know if it was because of the apocalypse that it snowed so early, or if he had become less sensitive to the passage of time. He felt that it wasn't deep winter yet, but the weather was getting colder day by day, very quickly. Lin Duo lit the stove. The wind was strong outside, and fine snow was falling. She grabbed a zombie to warm herself by the fire. This kind of weather should be hot pot, but all she had were chestnuts simmering by the stove, dried apricots, and 2 strips of cured dried meat. The fire flickered. Bai Xiao took out the map he had copied and looked at it. Lin Duo sat opposite him, staring at the flames, her fingertips gently tracing patterns above them. "What if you die out there?" Lin Duo asked. "Then I'd be happy to have met you," Bai Xiao said. "After all, I was lucky to survive. I should have died the day I was bitten by the zombie." "I was lucky to survive," Lin Duo said. "I want to go from here, heading south, to get closer to Qinjiabao. Then I can observe the area around there, and see what's going on," Bai Xiao said, pointing to the map. Qinjiabao was the place they had found on the piece of paper in the city during their first scavenging trip. It said there was a settlement there. You're so strong. Even if we're discovered, they'd probably recruit you." Lin Duo sized up the zombie, and had to admit, there really is a difference between men and women. A tall, strong man asking for directions in the wild is completely different from a lone woman asking for directions. Especially after the apocalypse. "Yes, after observing Qinjiabao, if they're not too large, I continue forward. Before next winter, I should be able to get here." Bai Xiao pointed to the map. "If I haven't found any other shelter by then." He pondered whether to turn back and start again in a different direction, or continue exploring in that direction. Bai Xiao slowly said, "Disguise yourself as a scavenger, get close to the city. If there are shelters, they spread information throughout the city, we should be able to find them." Linwood's father and grandfather had long anticipated this future. In a dire situation, they would only target a few key cities, abandoning places like Linchuan City. Waiting for rescue was a distant prospect. They wouldn't even know 2 women were still alive in this dilapidated mountain village. If rescue did occur, it likely wouldn't be a pointless search, but rather leaving information for scavenging survivors in places like Linchuan City. Bai Xiao searched the map, planning a route, while speculating there are no shelters around Linchuan City anymore, otherwise Qinjiabao wouldn't exist, or perhaps they are a legitimate shelter. After the shelter Linwood's father found relocated, the people in this area couldn't find an organization and had to gather on their own. He speculated that Qinjiabao was like that, a plausible explanation. Lin Duo listened. She had considered this when she lived alone, and Bai Xiao had now considered it as well, except that the so-called settlements she had observed from afar had all dispersed. Bai Xiao put down the map, his hands cupping the fire in deep thought. A zombie and a human sat silently by the fireplace, the only sound the occasional sound of Lin Duo peeling chestnuts. "Have some too," Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao was still thinking. 20 years had passed, and Lin Duo and the others hadn't received any rescue. Had they truly been forgotten? Why didn't they leave any information when that shelter moved? Seeing Bai Xiao's lost in thought, Lin Duo handed him the peeled chestnuts. "Thank you." Bai Xiao took them, temporarily putting aside his thoughts, and looked down at the map to see where he hadn't considered. Chapter 62. The howling wind outside made the fireplace inside seem even warmer. The chestnuts and dried meat roasting by the fire were slowly finished, leaving only the flickering flames. Bai Xiao stared at the map, his mind drifting. He even wondered if there was an umbrella corporation on another distant continent, across the sea. "Have you ever seen one of those animals with its head split into 8 pieces, and teeth inside?" he asked Lin Duo. Lin Duo shook her head. "No." Bai Xiao shrugged. Actually, there was a difference. The zombies in Resident Evil were lively and energetic, and didn't decay even after many years. Lin Duo moved a small stool over, took off her shoes, and put her feet up on it. Even with the fire inside, her feet were cold. "It stinks," Bai Xiao said. "How could that be?" Lin Duo sniffed her feet. "No smell." She looked up at Bai Xiao, who remained expressionless and continued warming himself by the fire. Lin Duo continued to stare at him, especially his throat. "I won't laugh at you if you swallow. Don't hold it in, after all, you're a zombie." Lin Duo stared for a while before looking away. Bai Xiao took the opportunity to swallow. How could that be? But the swallowing sound was a bit loud. Lin Duo was warming herself by the fire, and Bai Xiao remained silent, feeling a little awkward. Don't drool in front of other people when you go out. It'd be easy for them to recognize you, Lin Duo said. If you don't show your eyes, no one will associate it with a zombie, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo thought for a moment, then rolled up her sleeve, revealing an old scar on her forearm, and said, "It's a pity you didn't come sooner. I accidentally injured myself before, and this is a big scab. You can have a taste." Bai Xiao was deeply moved. Lin Duo truly treated him like her own corpse. Lin Duo pulled her sleeves back and smoothed them out. "You should warm your feet too. It's really uncomfortable when your feet are cold in winter. I don't get cold that easily." "Really?" Lin Duo didn't know if zombies didn't get cold feet, but she did. She'd been like that since she was little. When she was a child, her feet were always icy cold, and her mother would fill a bag with hot water and put it by her bedside at night. Through the blankets, her feet would be warm and cozy, and she'd sleep very comfortably. She poured 2 cups of hot water, held them in her hands, and looked out the window. It was still snowing lightly outside. "Is it cold where you are at night? If the window is drafty, you can block it up," she said, as she sat back down to warm herself by the fire. Bai Xiao said, "It's all right. I found a wooden board to block it." A dark green coat was draped over Lin Duo, who curled up in a chair, her feet exposed as she warmed them by the fire. It's easy to feel lazy in front of a fire. Lin Duo, wrapped in her coat, felt a little sleepy, but she forced herself to stay awake. "If you're sleepy, take a rest." "I go for a walk," Bai Xiao said, standing up. "It's so windy outside, and it's snowing." "Where are you going in the dead of winter?" Lin Duo straightened up, but quickly realized the zombies saw she was sleepy. Although it wasn't as wary now, in such an unguarded environment. "If you sleep now, you easily wake up at night. You know how loud the wind is at night." Lin Duo stopped curling up in the chair, sat up straight by the fire, and picked up a book from beside her. Bai Xiao looked down to see what novel it was, only to find it was a Bible. He paused for a few seconds before asking curiously, "You're religious?" Lin Duo asked, "What religion?" Bai Xiao said, "This book." Lin Duo flipped her hand, revealing the cover, and said, "I found it while scavenging once. The packaging is quite nice." Bai Xiao nodded. Indeed, the book's cover was much more exquisite than the novel's. It was very beautiful. "You will toil all your life to get food from the ground. The ground will produce thorns and thistles for you. You will eat the herbs of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food, until you return to the ground, for from the ground you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return." Lin Duo recited a passage. This person was cursed for doing something wrong. That's why they are like this. She paused for a moment, then said, "Did we do something wrong too?" Bai Xiao warmed his hands, remaining silent. Someone had done something wrong, causing this disaster. Lin Duo was just a victim. Most of the people after the disaster were innocent. They were just ordinary people who should have had ordinary lives, not living in a world full of zombies and infection. A thin layer of snow covered the ground. Uncle Kai and Friday, wandering the village, were also covered in snow, their withered bodies dragging tirelessly, bumping into empty doors, drawn by the sound of the wind rattling the old windows. In the afternoon, Lin Duo put down her Bible, found a tattered quilt, and used it to cover her own window and door, sealing the drafts and making the room much warmer. She then sewed up the remaining quilt for Bai Xiao. She knew Bai Xiao slept in a small hut. Just blocking the window would be enough. "If it snows again, I'd be 21. Lin Duo finished sewing the window curtains, gazing at the snowflakes scattered by the wind outside. "Next time?" Bai Xiao wondered how she calculated that. "The second snowfall of the year is for the new year," Lin Duo said. "Do you know what the new year is? People used to slaughter pigs and eat meat for it." "I know." Bai Xiao hadn't expected this human to give him a lesson on what the new year was. "Why the second snowfall?" he asked. "I don't know. That's how Aunt Qian celebrated it, and that's how my parents celebrated it too." "What if it doesn't snow one winter?" "Then you miss it." Lin Duo said, "Anyway, I just want to know that another year has passed, and I'm a year older." She only heard about the new year from the older generation. She didn't have any particular feelings about it. She heard it used to be a very important festival, and on New Year's Day, people were all cheerful, wearing new clothes and walking the streets like zombies. In her memory, when the older generation mentioned this word when she was little, they always seemed nostalgic, as if it were a very important and happy moment before the disaster. But she couldn't imagine just how happy it was. A year older is actually more accurately described by birthday, but I don't know the exact time, Bai Xiao said. It's also around the time of the second snowfall, Lin Duo said. The second snowfall was unpredictable. It was both random and predictable. She poured 2 more cups of hot water, shook the kettle, filled it up, and put it on the stove to boil. That evening, the fire went out, and Bai Xiao went back to sleep. The small house wasn't big, not very spacious, and the heat dissipated more slowly. He lay in bed, listening to the biting wind outside. For the first time since becoming a zombie, he had a dream. He dreamt that Lin Duo had graduated from university and become a doctor with her hands tucked into her white coat, and Aunt Qian was holding her grandson, pushing a stroller in the park. The scene shifts, and in the dream, God declares from above, "You will have to toil your whole life to get food from the ground." When I wake up, the cold wind is still howling outside the window, and all I see is icy darkness. Chapter 63. The next day, a light snow blanketed the small mountain village. The snow had stopped, but a gust of wind whipped up snowflakes that stung faces and necks. Bai Xiao opened the door, only to be met with a gust of wind. He closed the door again, keeping the cold air out, and went back inside, wrapping himself in a blanket. Northern winters were so unbearable, the wind was like a knife. With winter's arrival, they had nothing to do. The cold snap lasted for 4 days. On the 5th day, the weather cleared, the sun came out again, and Lin Duo, like a dried fish, squinted, wrapped in her coat, and leaned against the wall, basking in the sun, absorbing the warmth and receiving the gift of sunlight from 150 million kilometers away. Bai Xiao went out for a walk, strolling up the hillside. There were some marks near the trap. Animals had been there, damaging the edges, but luckily, they hadn't fallen in. The river was frozen. He stepped on the edge. The ice was thick and hard. Bai Xiao knew that people used to chisel holes in the ice of the river to fish, but he didn't know the specifics of how it was done. After thinking about it for a long time, he had to give up. In this cold weather, falling in would be no joke, and whether he could climb out was another matter entirely. Not long after, a second snowfall arrived, heavy and plentiful, turning the outside world into a white wonderland. There were living things in the snow. Uncle Kai and Erden had a thick layer of snow on their heads and shoulders. They were also struggling to survive. In this environment, the snow melted and then froze again, causing them to decompose so quickly, turning into skeletons. Friday's basket also contained snow. As the snow melted, water dripped from the bottom of the basket, but it was completely unaware. Snowfall is different from rain. It's quiet, unbearably quiet. This night, even the wind was silent. Lin Duo had always spent winters like this. This year, a zombie had come along. They huddled together by the fire, occasionally listening to him talk about Pan Jinlian, or reading books she scavenged. Winter was a very long season, in her memory, always like that. Winter wasn't about getting through it, but about enduring it, the endless wind, the endless cold, the gloomy and oppressive sky, and the sun with little warmth. Now, dozing and chatting with the zombie around the fireplace, the snow suddenly passed quickly, slightly different from what she remembered. The zombie swept the yard, piling the snow to one side into a large heap. When the sun came out, the melting snow would flow outside, preventing the yard from becoming muddy. Long and short icicles hung from the eaves. She used a stick to knock them down one by one. To avoid being hit by a falling icicle, a sharp icicle could sometimes be fatal. Suddenly, something hit her back. Lin Duo turned around, and saw the zombie king had made a snowball. Childish. Lin Duo ignored the zombie king, knocked down all the icicles from the eaves, and put her hands in her sleeves. Lin Duo wasn't as energetic as before. In winter, she was like a hibernating animal, always wrapped in a coat, shrinking herself up to conserve heat and energy. Her thin body looked even more slender in the coat. Many people used to gain weight when returning to work after the new year, but Bai Xiao thought Lin Duo would actually lose weight over the winter. What if there's nothing to eat in winter? Bai Xiao exhaled and pulled his hands back. Just bear it. If it gets unbearable, go out and find something to eat, Lin Duo said. One winter, I was starving, so I borrowed Aunt Qian's gun and went into the mountains. That year was incredibly cold. She still remembered that winter. It was so cold it felt like it would freeze your soul out. Many old zombies collapsed that winter, never to rise again. After the snow melted, a stench filled the streets. That stench was peculiar, and left a deep impression on her. It was the snow on the old zombies melting during the day, freezing back on at night, and then melting again during the day. It was very harmful to them. Uncle Kai and Erden won't last many more winters. If that kind of low temperature comes again this year, they might not even survive this year. Strangely, Lin Duo felt she knew more about zombies than about people. and was more wary of people than about zombies. Now she could even doze off while warming herself by the fire with the zombies. She fetched all the firewood from under the shed. Last time, the zombies carried a huge pile, billowing black smoke, so she stopped letting them take any. Watching the zombie king climb onto the shed and sweep the snow away, she suddenly felt something called happiness. It meant no longer having to do so many things alone, having a trustworthy helper, working together, warming themselves by the fire together, eating together, and having someone to talk to. Even without seeing any hope for the future, time seemed to fly by. Unfortunately, the Zombie King's preparations were becoming more and more complete. When spring came and the harsh winter passed, he would be leaving. Referring to the notes left by Linwood's father, by Xiao marked on the map where rescue was most likely, and where shelters were suitable, he would go and check them out. The snow in the yard was cleared away. When Lin Duo took out the baskets, she had to put them in another yard, clearing a small patch of ground and scattering some millet. In winter, with heavy snow covering everything, birds have nothing to eat. Clearing a space, setting up the baskets, and waiting at a distance would allow her to catch birds that couldn't find food. This could provide some meat for the zombies. The Zombie King had lost a lot of weight these days, its long arms and legs making it look rather pitiful. As for whether it would starve and become an ordinary zombie, Lin Duo wasn't too worried. Bai Xiao knew where the food was stored. With each day of preparation, winter slowly passed. The ice in the river melted first, large chunks of ice flowing with the current, colliding in the water. As the weather warmed, Lin Duo had lost weight, but her spirits were high. She used to always look forward to spring, but now, for some reason, she felt a pang of reluctance to leave this winter. Perhaps it was because she had never encountered such an interesting zombie, and now that spring was here, it would be gone. She pulled out a pair of leather boots from somewhere. They were well made, and the leather was sturdy. She handed them to Bai Xiao. "What's this?" "For you," Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao took them, and tried them on. They fit reasonably well. "Are you going to Chenjiabao first?" Lin Duo had seen the map he had studied, and had a general understanding of the plan. The two had discussed it around the fireplace. "Yes, to see its scale." "It's on the way anyway," Bai Xiao said. "When are you leaving?" "In a few days." Bai Xiao gazed at the distant, rolling green mountains, wisps of mist shrouding their slopes. Lin Duo wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Chapter 64. Unable to sleep at night, Bai Xiao got up and lit a candle. Comparing his notes and map, he considered what could be improved. Listening to the wind outside, he seemed to see Linwood's father, riding furiously by candlelight, and then setting out to search for rescue. The path trodden by those who came before must be retraced. The quiet, lifeless mountain village was not the way out. 20 years ago, Linwood's father knew this clearly, and firmly believed that rescue lay in the distance. Now, Bai Xiao also firmly believed that a refuge lay in the distance. He would follow the direction that man had once gone, setting off again. This time, the zombies were no longer a danger. 20 years had passed, and the people were similar yet different. The weather grew warmer day by day. On the day Lin Duo took off her coat and put on a jacket, Bai Xiao prepared himself, taking a machete and sharpening it by the well. Lin Duo had been somewhat silent these past few days, speaking much less, sitting beside him watching him sharpen the knife. "Are you ready?" "Yes." Bai Xiao looked at her expression, thought for a moment, and said, "Aunt Qian wanted me to take you with me and leave this village, but I think it's better if you go alone. You've gotten used to living here, and you might not want to leave." This was something he had thought about long ago. He had considered many things during the past winter. Although the infection had turned him into a half-zombie, he also had advantages that others couldn't match. Besides, I have a lot of advantages going alone. I don't need to worry about zombies. I can find anywhere to spend the night. I don't need to find a particularly safe place. I can also resist other infections. The only thing I need to be careful about is concealing my zombie characteristics. Bai Xiao rinsed the sharpened knife with water and continued, "If there are two of us, we need double the food and double the water. Plus, you attract zombies. This isn't like scavenging in the city where you don't need help, you just be a burden." This was all true. Going into the city alone, he didn't need to use a stick to poke at the zombies, like Lin Duo, searching for a safe rooftop, or detouring around large groups of zombies. After all, nobody knows what the outside world is like, what it's like outside Linchuan City. Aunt Qian hasn't left for 20 years, and you haven't been too far either. I need to find out the situation. Lin Duo was silent for a moment, then said, "What else do you need to prepare?" "Give me that bicycle," Bai Xiao said. You can ride it tomorrow. You're quite generous, aren't you? Bai Xiao dried the knife and put it aside. Lin Duoduo stood up, hands on her knees, without watching him prepare. She made some dry rations with flour paste, and packed some of her stored food for Bai Xiao. Since learning the zombies would leave in the spring, she had tried to avoid touching the flour she had ground last autumn. There was still some left, it stored well, so she made it into dried rations for the zombie king to take on his journey. By afternoon, preparations were almost complete, but the zombie king didn't have anything worth taking. Sitting under the shed, Bai Xiao watched the human preparing the rations for him. Lin Duoduo had become somewhat thinner after winter. Her messy hair, uncut, cascaded over her shoulders. Winter was when her hair was at its longest. Her long, flowing hair added a touch of gentleness to her appearance, but it couldn't hide the unique temperament she possessed from growing up in this environment. She had mixed dried locust flowers and elm seeds into the flour. It looked messy, but it was something she hadn't wanted to touch during the winter. Sing a song, Lin Duoduo said. What do you want to hear? The zombie king asked. Something new, something I haven't heard before. She hadn't heard many of Bai Xiao's songs before. The tune on his old guitar was off, but it was pretty good for this world. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the zombie gently plucked the strings. I heard Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard the Mad Hatter loves Alice. The ugly duckling will become a swan. I heard Peter Pan never grows up. I heard there's a candy house in the forest. Cinderella lost her beloved glass slipper. Lin Duoduo felt a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. Some names seemed familiar, but others were unfamiliar. What's it called? It's called the song the zombie king gave to that human before he left, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo glanced at him sideways. Change it to the zombie king's farewell song to humans. She packed the remaining dried locust flowers and elm seeds into a bag for Bai Xiao to take. When they had nothing to eat, a handful soaked in a kettle would do. She packed the whole bag. As dusk fell, Lin Duoduo stopped and sat on the doorstep, gazing at the zombie king under the shed. Just like when she captured him last year. Do you have any wishes? My wish is to bite you. That's a pity, I don't want to become a zombie. Lin Duoduo said. Yeah. Living with humans, is it hard to endure? It's alright. It's better than living with those stinky old zombies. Bai Xiao said. Could you do some calisthenics for me? Lin Duoduo thought for a moment, then stood up and started moving around. The zombie king was counting 1, 2, 3, 4 under the shed, watching the humans jump around. Remember to exercise after I'm gone. Bai Xiao climbed back over the wall. He needed to be well rested tonight. The cold moonlight spilled into the courtyard, where Lin Duoduo sat for a long time. The next morning, the sun hadn't risen yet. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The distant green mountains were only vaguely visible. Bai Xiao did his last set of calisthenics in the courtyard, put on his old helmet, slung his backpack and machete over his shoulder, and gently pushed open the courtyard gate. Uncle Kai and Erden hadn't collapsed this winter, but they looked older and more unsteady. Old buddies. He patted Friday and Uncle Kai on the shoulder, withdrawing his hand as they instinctively reached to bite or touch something. These elderly village guardians, how much longer could they endure? Lin Duoduo was also outside. Remember to collect the fish basket and live well. Bai Xiao said, I will find shelter, and I will find rescue. Okay. Lin Duoduo said, you live well too. I will. He walked away without looking back, heading towards the faint light of dawn, his steps firm. The distant green mountains only showed hazy shadows. The zombie king left, exiting the small mountain village, onto the dirt road, and slowly disappeared at the end of the road. The morning wind still carried the lingering chill of winter, and the roadside trees had already sprouted tender buds. The sun rose, and Lin Duoduo returned to the courtyard, picked up a knife, and went out to avoid Uncle Kai and the others, wandering around as usual. She went to see her father. He was still irrational, unable to study like Bai Xiao, and unable to communicate. His withered face was unrecognizable. He would age rapidly in a few years, just like Uncle Kai and the others. After her father also decayed, she would bury him next to her mother. Then, perhaps they simply lived like this, or perhaps, like the zombie king, they set off to find a distant sanctuary, one that may or may not exist. Back home, Lin Duoduo glanced at the much smaller shed the zombie king had built. She went over to tidy up the cushion he often sat on, only to find the homemade gun she secretly slipped into Bai Xiao's bag yesterday afternoon reappearing under the cushion. Chapter 65. He was quite familiar with the road from the mountain village to the town. He always used this route while scavenging. There were very few zombies on the road. On the way there, he needed to hurry, so he simply pushed them aside. On the return trip, he wasn't in such a rush and dealt with them. This road would become increasingly safe. Bai Xiao walked along the road. He was looking for shelter, not moving house. He only had a knife for self-defense, a large water bottle, a few clothes, and a pile of dry rations. New shoots were just emerging in the fields, a faint hint of green. He hadn't entered any of the villages he passed while scavenging. Now, as he passed those villages again, Bai Xiao would occasionally approach to observe them. Without exception, they were all deathly silent. Even the popular village that Lin Duo had mentioned, where a family had lived, was now empty, without a trace of human activity. The road was long, so he didn't waste too much time in the villages along the way. He reached the town, went to Linwood's temporary lodging there, opened the door of the large warehouse, and pushed out the bicycle. There were tire pumps in the warehouse, and Bai Xiao had inflated all the tires beforehand. He carried one in his bag, a tip he learned from Lin Duo, always be prepared, even when scavenging. He didn't need to pay attention to the old zombies attracted by noise. The bicycle's speed was far superior to their wobbly pace. They might be able to catch him on a tricycle, but once the bicycle passed, it was gone. On the endless highway, the land was desolate, with only the occasional wrecked car covered in weeds. Upon reaching Linchuan City, he didn't stop, but turned south, leaving behind the tall buildings and the dead city. Chased by a dog that had turned into a zombie, Bai Xiao was fortunate that its infection was severe. It stood up and pedaled frantically, shaking the dog off. As night fell, looking back, he could no longer see the shadow of Linchuan City. Bai Xiao stared in the direction he had come from until the last rays of dusk disappeared. He stopped in front of a factory complex. The faded iron sign outside vaguely showed the words X-Source Breeding Farm, and the sprawling buildings were quite large. The lingering chill of winter still lingered. Bai Xiao wrapped his leather jacket tighter, observing for any signs of human activity. He wasn't afraid of zombies. As long as he didn't make a sound, the zombies would treat him as one of their own, showing neither the respect of a king nor the ferocity of a human, ignoring him completely. His main concern was people and animals. Animals would attack anything, whether human or zombie, and he was always wary of strangers, especially those who had survived the initial stages of the disaster. After a quick look around, the farm was deserted. Only a few zombies remained, confined in what used to be livestock pens. Bai Xiao carried his bicycle into an empty room, wrapped in a leather jacket, leaned against the wall, took off his helmet, took a sip of water from his large water bottle, then pulled out some dry rations, and chewed them slowly. The taste of dried locust flowers and elm seeds mixed together was somewhat indescribable, but much better than gruel. He finished his rations with a sip of water and a bite of rations, then took out a pen and a small notebook. Having driven far away from Linchuan City, I rested temporarily in a place that should be called Nongyuan Livestock Farm. I hadn't seen any other surviving humans along the way. I couldn't help but wonder if everyone had died or gone to some shelter. The latter seemed more likely. But the desolation of the journey had a depressing feel to it. There were hardly any people around Linchuan City anymore, and most a few scattered survivors. If anyone wanted to find a shelter, there was nothing worth looking for here. Bai Xiao couldn't quite describe his state of mind when he wrote these words. He knew he might die on the road, but waiting there to die wasn't an option. Putting away his notebook, he examined the lividity on his arm. It hadn't spread since things stabilized last year. It was completely dark outside. Bai Xiao sealed the doors and windows to keep out rats and other animals, then wrapped himself tightly in his clothes and leaned against the wall to rest. He had long since grown accustomed to the quiet and solitude of that small courtyard. If he had survived from the very beginning of the disaster like Aunt Qian, Bai Xiao wondered if he would be like Lin Duo had said. Many people were depressed, saw no hope for the future, and chose death. The leather coat he wore was one he had found in the village. It was very warm, but not as heavy as a military overcoat. Birds were chirping outside at night. He couldn't tell what kind they were, their calls hoarse and somber, unlike the clear chirping he heard in the mountain village. The night passed quickly, and the morning air was still a bit damp. Bai Xiao climbed to the top of the tallest building in the farm and looked around. What he saw was no different from what he had seen along the way the day before. He had analyzed that if there was a shelter, it would be conspicuous and easily identifiable, perhaps surrounded by a huge fence to prevent zombie infestation, or even more sturdy, with high concrete walls enclosing a safe haven. These were just his imaginations, but in any case, it would be easily recognizable. It would certainly be a building vastly different from the one before the disaster, because in those years, It was necessary to guard against zombies. The zombies back then didn't look like the grotesque creatures they are now. The sun rose in the east. He sat on the high roof of the factory building, ate something, drank some water, and sat gazing at the rising sun for a while before climbing down, pushing out his bicycle, greeting the zombies inside the fence, and heading south. The road was difficult to navigate, requiring frequent stops at forks in the road to check the map. The road signs were long since faded and illegible. The hand-drawn map, essentially memorized in his mind, allowed Bai Xiao to easily locate himself. He then entered the highway and, like a backpacker, cycled freely. At this point, the highway was no longer under anyone's jurisdiction, so he wasn't worried about being thrown off. However, there was still a concern. After cycling for over an hour, Bai Xiao found himself blocked by a pile of wrecked cars. Judging by their arrangement, it was intentionally placed there. If he were to ride a bicycle through them at 20 kilometers per hour, it would be considered a traffic accident. He approached and examined the area. There were no signs of disturbance. It was clear that the pile had been there for a long time, many years ago, and he wondered what its purpose was. He had to carry his bicycle across and continue on his way. The old zombies on the road occasionally attracted his attention. It seemed as if they were the only ones left in the world. The rest of humanity was hiding somewhere. Bai Xiao found it strange. Logically, humans should have retaliated. Even with the deaths of many in recent years, the zombies, now older, should be able to mount an effective counterattack. But what he saw was quite different. He had imagined what the outside world would be like while living in the mountain village, but now that he had actually seen it, he felt increasingly lost. The kettle was almost empty. That afternoon, as he passed the overpass, he wanted to get off and go near the large river to boil some water to fill the kettle. While he was busy, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Hey! What are you doing?" Bai Xiao was startled. It was the first time he had heard a voice other than Lin Duoduo's and Aunt Qian's. He put on his sunglasses and turned around. It was a man who looked to be in his 40s, not very tall, but with a strong voice, wearing a thick coat, and holding a fork. Boiling water. He gestured with the kettle. In front of him was an iron box on a fire, containing dried elm seeds. Young man. Seeing his youth, the other man relaxed a bit. "Where are you from?" "Linchuan," Bai Xiao said. The middle-aged man looked at his bag, then at his bicycle, and nodded slightly. "Eating this stuff? You probably die on the way." He looked at the food cooking in the tin box with disgust. "You know where I'm going?" Bai Xiao asked in surprise. "A young man like you, wandering around alone, where else could you go? Either Qinjiabao or some other settlement." Chapter 66. The man with the fork was surnamed Yu, named Yu Ming. Actually, he wasn't an uncle, or rather, he didn't consider himself one. He lived in a nearby village. He come over because he saw smoke rising from the river. Seeing Bai Xiao, a young man, he exchanged a few words. Since he was already there, he started spearing fish with his fork by the river. "Have you seen many young people like me?" "There aren't that many young people. They're all old men. I only met one in the last couple of years. I've been called uncle too." This man in his 40s scratched his head, speaking politely, but looking very unhappy. "How can I be an uncle? I'm young too," he muttered, his personality and mindset completely different from Aunt Qian's. This was the first time Bai Xiao had seen people living on this land other than Lin Duoduo and Aunt Qian. Perhaps due to preconceived notions, he assumed most survivors from before the disaster would be like Aunt Qian, silent and repressed. "Call me brother," the middle-aged man said. Bai Xiao's lips twitched as he looked at the man through his sunglasses. "I thought we wouldn't see any young people around Linchuan anymore." "Your family's awesome," Yu Ming said, his words meant as a compliment, but something sounded off. "You? Hey, shu." He suddenly fell silent, raised his harpoon, and stared intently at the water. Then, in the next instant, he hurled the harpoon. With a splash, it hit the water, and when he pulled it up, a fish was already pierced through the four-pronged harpoon. Bai Xiao silently observed. This was truly impressive skill. Sai didn't catch the big one, caught a small one. He took the fish off the plate, glanced at Bai Xiao, who saw that he seemed about to throw it over. "Call me brother Yu," the uncle said. Bai Xiao looked at his serious expression and said, "Brother Yu, I told you I'm not old." "How old do I look?" 30 or so, I guess." "You rascal." Yu Ming chuckled, his wrinkles showing on his face. "What do you mean by saying you can't see any young people in Linchuan?" Bai Xiao asked. "Have you seen anyone?" Yu Ming looked at his bicycle. "This place is deserted. There's not even a settlement. Someone like you has to go elsewhere." "What do you mean by someone like me?" Bai Xiao asked. "A young person like you," Yu Ming said, is either an old man or a young punk. Bai Xiao felt that the young people he was referring to had a other meaning, as if he was crudely dividing people into two categories, old men and young people. Or rather, one group of people had experienced the disaster, the other group were young, like himself, who had grown up after the disaster. In Yuming's eyes, the two were completely different. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but from the beginning until now, Bai Xiao had sensed a kind of kindness towards young people from Yuming. Do you know where the settlement is? Bai Xiao asked casually. The closest one. I think it's in Qinjiabao. Yuming said, glancing at him. Weren't you planning to go there? Just checking it out first. Bai Xiao said. That's reckless of you. You have no goal, just wandering around aimlessly. Even though the zombies are old, you don't have to look down on them like that. Yuming's voice gradually lowered, then he sighed and said, yeah, what's the difference in this wretched place? At least it's a glimmer of hope. He seized an opportunity, and threw the harpoon into the river again. This time he missed, retrieved the harpoon, and noticed Bai Xiao hadn't picked up the fish. He was a little surprised. What, allergic to fish? Won't you eat handouts? Not used to it, Bai Xiao said helplessly. Have you run into bad people? Afraid I poison you? You saw it just stick up. Yuming didn't seem angry, he remained true to his carefree style. It's nothing, just haven't seen anyone in a long time, so I've been a bit more talkative. He stared at the river, paused, and said, it's been a long time since I've seen young people, I'm wary of old folks. Oh! Young man, when you're out and about, be wary of those old folks who survive disasters. Oh, me too, never mind then, Yuming said. Bai Xiao chuckled, using leaves as a cushion to eat the boiled elm seeds from the tin box. You know Qinjiabao, why don't you go? Bai Xiao asked. Good question. Why should I go? Yuming said, suddenly throwing his harpoon again, this time hitting a large fish that was still thrashing in the water. The lingering chill of early spring hadn't completely gone away, and the river water was still a bit icy. After pulling the fish up, he put away the harpoon with satisfaction. Come on, brother, you will treat you to fish. Faced with the uncle's invitation, Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm going to anal you? Yuming said, packing his things. You really are afraid. There were no old zombies roaming in the village where Yuming lived, and it didn't seem like anyone lived there. Only when you entered the courtyard did you realize that he had knocked down a row of connected houses, and there was even a basketball hoop in the yard. Who knows where he brought it from? There was a large shed in the courtyard, almost the size of the entire courtyard. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a shed, it was enclosed on three sides. Under the shed were a stove, a pot, a recliner, a bookshelf, and countless books displayed on it. A row of figurines was neatly arranged in the middle of the bookshelf, various little figures. Bai Xiao was stunned. If Lindwood's place was a slum, this was a villa, the kind with an entertainment and relaxation room. Never seen this before? Yuming put the fish in a basin to wash it, then sat down in front of the stove to start a fire. He also admired this young man. Alone, carrying a bag and a knife, he dared to travel all the way from Linchuan City. The wilderness now wasn't just infested with zombies, but also with rabid wild beasts. Tasteful. You know? Yuming was a little surprised that this young man actually understood such things. It looks very. Bai Xiao couldn't find the words. He began to recall why Lindwood's life had become so different, and remembering Aunt Qian's reclusive lifestyle, he felt a sense of relief. There's no inherent superiority or inferiority in life. Linduo was doing alright. She would ride her tricycle to scavenge for recyclables and drink sweet soup. It's just that her spiritual world could never compare to those who had lived before the disaster. Yuming was one extreme, Aunt Qian was the other. Awesome, Bai Xiao said. Ha ha ha. The uncle laughed. This was what he had collected over the years by scavenging, some of which he had bought before the disaster. They were all old, but they were the driving force that kept him alive. Although they couldn't be eaten or used, he still liked them very much. I seen them when I was scavenging, but I didn't take them. I thought they were all useless things, Bai Xiao suddenly said. They really are useless, you can't eat them, use them, or drink them, Yuming said. But they're clearly very useful to you, Bai Xiao said, admiring the uncle's collection. He has an assistant, Madoka, Miku, and many other characters whose names he can't recall. This middle-aged man is neither lonely nor isolated, he's made his life out of this prison. Chapter 67. This is a Saint Seiya figure, this is a transformer, it can turn into a car. You seen cars, right? They're everywhere. Even if they're wrecked, they can still transform. Yuming, who was processing fish, was surprised by Bai Zhao's discerning taste and immediately began introducing him to his favorite models. Bai Zhao, ? This assistant, my wife. The one who built the time machine. Yu Ming put his hands on his hips. Bai Zhao watched as this middle-aged man announced that Maki's Karisu was his wife, his expression indescribable. Yu Ming, thinking the young man didn't understand, shook his head and picked up an Ultraman figure, saying, "Your generation is spiritually impoverished. It's hard to imagine how wonderful the world used to be. Look, this is light. The world is ending, and you still believe in light? The end of the world wasn't caused by light." Yu Ming put down the Ultraman figure, then paused, his eyes lighting up. "You know about light too? I know it's called Dyna. You little rascal, you struck gold." Yu Ming cheered, put down the Ultraman figure, and went back to processing the fish. "Let me tell you, the strongest is Ultraman Noah, but I haven't found him. While scavenging, I only found Dyna, Tiga Leo. I even wanted to collect a set, but I never did." The uncle happily scraped the fish scales clean, preparing to treat the young man, and even took out a small bottle, pouring out some peppercorns. "Ha, drooling, aren't you?" Noticing Bai Zhao swallow, Yu Ming chuckled, then said smugly, "I haven't even added the chili yet. It hasn't released its aroma." "You're drooling too early." Bai Zhao pretended to be hungry. "Looks like you really are hungry." Yu Ming surprisingly took out a few dried chilies, chopped them into sections, and then rummaged through a basket in the corner, finding some small, dark, lumpy clods of earth about the size of a finger. Seeing Bai Zhao looking at the clods, he shook them. "Potatoes, never eaten them before." "These are potatoes?" Bai Zhao was genuinely surprised. The largest was only the size of a quail egg. "So small." "Small?" Yu Ming also paused, shrugging. "Looks like your family is very capable." "I'm not. I've been planting them, and they turned into these. They used to be quite big. Many things, after being planted, just die or disappear, not to mention in bad years when nothing survives." He was quite satisfied with these, at least they were still there. He busied himself at the stove, gradually getting warm. He took off his coat, his already short frame appearing even thinner. Smoke curled from the stove. There was a large tree in the courtyard. Its withered branches revealed only a few green buds upon close inspection. In summer, its dense foliage would provide a vast expanse of shade. Bai Zhao's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, surveyed everything. "Are you alone?" "Yes, just me. Everyone who was supposed to leave is gone." "Leave? You mean?" Bai Zhao asked. "Dead, or went to find a place to gather." Yu Ming said, "Humans, after all, are social beings." "A place to gather? Chenjiabao, or somewhere. Aren't you looking for that?" Yu Ming didn't turn around, saying casually, "Before, everyone was dying. Only one very good brother was left with me, but he died a couple of years ago. Now I'm all alone." "You know Chenjiabao? Why don't you go? Not everyone likes to join in the noise and chaos. What's with all this Chenjiabao stuff? Aren't I living a more comfortable life than them?" Yu Ming put the pot lid back on, turned around, and said, "Why are you still wearing sunglasses? Take them off." "My eyes are infected. It's quite scary. I won't take them off," Bai Zhao said. "I thought you were blind. How can a blind person live so long?" Yu Ming sat down and added some firewood to the stove. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "You want to go to Chenjiabao?" Bai Zhao said, just looking. "If there's a better one, an official shelter would be even better." Yu Ming smiled, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Smart. That's what a young person like you should go to." "How so?" Bai Zhao asked. "Those places like Chenjiabao, they just wanted to live to see the fireworks." Yu Ming said disdainfully, "You young people don't understand the world of the past. Anyway, don't get involved with them, or you be ruined." Bai Zhao paused for a moment, then asked calmly, "Were they extreme?" "Not extreme." "What harm did they cause?" "Nothing much. If someone joined, they would help that person survive. Then, the extreme ones all died years ago." Yu Ming turned to look at him. "You seem different from young people who grew up after the disaster." "I understand a little of what you're saying. Did your family tell you that?" Yu Ming thought for a moment, then said, "That's good. Anyway, your hope as young people is in the shelter, not in Chenjiabao." Bai Zhao looked at his thin figure, paused for a moment. "Hope?" Yu Ming said, "More and more animals are being infected." Bai Zhao lowered his eyes. Sure enough, perhaps this uncle lacked the foresight of Lin Duo's family. He hadn't seen it years ago, but now, years later, he could observe it. Hope. The people of Chenjiabao are just surviving, huddling together for survival. It's not a place for young people. Going to them, staying here with me, or just finding some random place to hide away, it's no different, Yu Ming said, lifting the pot lid to peek inside. Then, is there any hope at the shelter? Bai Xiao asked. How would I know? Yu Ming said. If there's any hope, it's only there, and only there. If even there can't cope with the future, then there's truly no hope. Find a shady place to wait for death. The fish was cooked. Yu Ming took it out of the pot, and put it in a large bowl, steaming hot. You don't even take off your sunglasses while eating? Yu Ming was surprised. Sorry, Bai Xiao said. My eyes are acting up. They're sensitive to light and constantly watering. It's not easy to treat now. I hope you don't go blind. Yu Ming used a spatula to split the fish in half, giving one half to Bai Xiao, and then began to enjoy his delayed lunch. The fish was very fresh and tender, but the small potatoes mixed in had a slightly astringent taste, making the texture less than ideal. You just mentioned those people from Qinjiabao. Bai Xiao felt that this place wasn't as simple as it seemed. Those bastards, they just live in a group, Yu Ming said. Just to survive? They're betting the shelter won't find a solution. Everything will be destroyed, so they're trying to live as long as possible, hoping to see that day. Why? It's hard to explain to young people like you who grew up after the disaster. In previous years, it was more extreme. Some people drew zombie blood and infiltrated any settlements they could find to cause trouble. Later, it wasn't so extreme anymore. They just watched coldly, and might even help others. Yu Ming frowned as he spoke. Why are you interested in those bastards? Never seen them before, wanting to know a little to be on the safe side, Bai Xiao said. Chapter 68. Bai Xiao still had some dry rations in his bag. After hesitating for a moment, he took some out and offered some to Yu Ming. Yu Ming waved his hand and refused. You need it, I don't. No need for reciprocation. The uncle finished his meal, wiped his mouth, checked the time, and said, Are you on your way? If you're not in a hurry, play a game of chess with me. I treat you to your next meal. Sure. Bai Xiao didn't refuse. Have you ever played chess? If not, checkers is the simplest, Yu Ming said. Bai Xiao looked at the things on his shelf. Chinese chess, checkers, Go, Ludo. He wondered if he had specifically looked for them while scavenging. Chess, I guess, he said. You know how to play? Yu Ming was a little surprised, and also a little happy. A little? Bai Xiao said. Yu Ming took out a chess set. The pieces were large, worn smooth and polished. The chessboard was a tree stump in the corner, with 9 lines drawn, clearly demarcated, giving it a rustic feel. Do you usually play by yourself? Bai Xiao touched the worn pieces. I used to play with my good brother, but he died, and I haven't touched it much. Yu Ming set up the pieces, gesturing for him to go first. Bai Xiao's chess skills were amateurish. He couldn't beat this old man. He even suspected that even professional chess players from before the disaster might struggle against someone who had lived alone for so long after the disaster. Lin Duoduo could read a Bible, and this old man had carved out this tree stump in the winter. Playing chess was clearly his hobby. After only one game, the old man didn't try to get Bai Xiao to continue, but instead put away the pieces. I'll let you know when I find the shelter, Bai Xiao said. If I can find a shelter, if I can survive? You come back? Yu Ming, seeing him holding an open check, shook his head, hesitated for a moment before putting away the chess pieces. Is someone waiting for you? No. Bai Xiao shook his head. The uncle looked at him, smiled, and didn't ask further, saying, No need. I'm not going anywhere. Not going anywhere? If you really do come back someday, just play a game of chess with me when you pass by. The uncle was very calm. Bai Xiao felt a certain sentence sounded familiar. He thought for a moment, and realized it was Aunt Qian who had said, I'm not going anywhere. Why? Bai Xiao looked at the uncle. If I had children, I would have gone, Yu Ming said with a smile, but I don't. Then you'd be left here alone. Even if the environment worsens, I can still survive until the day I die. I'm not a young person, Yu Ming said. If you go to a shelter, what else can you do? Bai Xiao was stunned. Finding a shelter is your business, young people. If you want a future, you have to solve this problem. But I have no future, so why should I do it? You don't think rebuilding is easy, do you? Yu Ming shook his head with a smile. You all have many years to live. If you want to survive, you have to come together and find a solution. That's all your business. I have no future. Giving young people a little help is the greatest effort I, a slacker, can make. I'm just trying to survive one day at a time. Bai Xiao looked at this middle-aged man. There was a contradiction in him. He loved life, yet had no expectations for the future. He looked down on Qinjiabao, and had no longing for a shelter. It was as if he only cared about surviving this one day. What should have been a weighty future was utterly indifferent to him. Now I understand. It's because he couldn't see the future, nor did he want to strive for it. The setting sun was a bit blinding. Yu Ming squinted. Young people have it tough, but it wasn't my fault. I'm a victim too. He had once been a young man himself. Over 20 years ago, he was playing games and surfing the internet, not even having visited relatives for the new year when disaster struck. Martial law was declared in the streets. Then a zombie outbreak occurred. Buildings, streets, zombies were everywhere, like rabid dogs running rampant. It's not your fault. You came into this world facing this mess. The uncle sighed, a hint of pity in his eyes, as he looked at the vibrant young man. Live on. Find shelter. Try to survive. You still have hope. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment. I understand. Thank you. I haven't helped you much. You people who only grew up after this disaster. Actually, you are the most innocent, and the one who has the hardest time trying to survive. Yu Ming wiped his favorite figurines with a soft cloth. He wasn't one of those who wanted to watch fireworks, nor was he someone who enjoyed grand narratives. He was just a former young man who had been idle for 20 years, and still held goodwill towards young people. The bookshelf was filled with figurines. He had met a collector while scavenging in the city. The collector had become a zombie, and many figurines were scattered around his house. He no longer had any interest in these things he used to collect. It's getting late. Why don't you stay the night and get some rest? That small fish can still be a treat. Okay. Yu Ming greeted the young man, as if welcoming a long-lost friend, with goodwill. The sun was setting. The courtyard, formed by a row of houses, was large. The basketball hoop was rusty, and the basketball was deflated. Bai Xiao tried it with a bicycle pump. It was leaking air badly and unusable. Yu Ming's wish to play basketball was dashed. Playing basketball was unsuitable after the apocalypse. The sport was physically demanding, and energy needed to be replenished with food. Yu Ming went to the nearby tool shed and retrieved a harpoon, handing it to Bai Xiao. This fork isn't very effective against zombies, but it's better than your knife against animals and people. There are barbs here. You can catch fish or something on the road. Bai Xiao took the harpoon. As Yu Ming said, this fork was indeed better than a knife against people and animals. The tense period is long over. Now, it's good to be a little more cautious. Don't let me get you into thinking everyone is a good person. Don't be too sensitive either. Many people are tired and don't have any bad intentions. Yu Ming stared blankly at the distant sunset, as if recalling the tense period. The ability to extract zombie blood and infiltrate settlements. Bai Xiao guessed that this period must have been the one Lin Duo mentioned, those chaotic years, the initial stage of the disaster. Back then, Lin Huayu was looking for shelter, huddled together with Aunt Qian and a group of others in a small mountain village. People in every place have different experiences, but it's hard for everyone. The young people suffer the most. Yu Ming sighed. He had lost hope, and therefore, the burden, he was among the most carefree. Time is running out, he said. The disaster is accelerating, and the environment is deteriorating faster and faster. Do you think there's a plan for the shelters in the distance? Bai Xiao asked softly. I don't know, but I do have a plan, Yu Ming said with a smile. What? Build a Noah's Ark, then have a great flood to cleanse the land. Those who survive can then reproduce. Chapter 69. Noah's Ark. In the Bible, the world was corrupted before God, filled with sin, so God destroyed them, along with their land. After 40 days and nights, a flood swept across the earth, killing all living things with flesh and breath. Only Noah's Ark survived this divine punishment, reappearing on new land after the flood receded. There is no God in the world, and no one can create a flood that sweeps across the world, Bai Xiao said. Then it's probably hopeless, or perhaps, an antibody will be developed, Yu Ming said. Viruses are constantly mutating. The original ones only targeted humans, but they're different from what they were 20 years ago. With current medical technology, I wonder if that day will ever come. The setting sun was gradually sinking below the horizon, painting the sky a magnificent crimson. The setting sun cast a long shadow on his thin body. He had just graduated from university the year the zombie outbreak occurred. Since then, endless suffering had followed. Yu Ming's body was somewhat hunched. Despite his stubborn insistence that he was still young, he was a young man who had lived for 20 years since the disaster. Time never stops or flows according to one's will. Perhaps his mental state hadn't changed much over the past 20 years, but physical aging was inevitable. He was truly no longer young. The days of pounding the keyboard seemed like yesterday. The young people who had survived the disaster had grown like wild grass, bursting with youthful vitality, and then facing this world. My brother's house is still empty, Yuming pointed to the distance. No need, I'm fine here, Bai Xiao said, sitting on a recliner under the shed. Conditions outside are much worse than here. That's true. Yuming didn't try to persuade him further. After all, it was a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and he often went there to cool off on summer evenings. The two generations of young people, one old and one young, were silent for a while. Then Yuming tossed 2 salted fish over. Don't refuse, I'm like this now, eating more or less is the same. The sun had already set, the distant sky was a hazy gray, and birds flew overhead. Night deepened, and the stars began to appear. The night breeze was still a bit chilly, so Yuming went back inside to put on a thick coat, then came out again, and sat under the big tree in the yard, chatting idly with this young man who had only grown up after the apocalypse. Aren't you really planning to move somewhere else? At least you could have someone to play chess with every day. Strong-willed people don't need to gather in groups, Yuming said, his spirit rich enough. Before the disaster, I could stay home for 3 months straight. Back then, there was takeout. To be honest, being with a group of people is more of a nuisance for me. Doesn't it feel oppressive? Occasionally, just late at night. It's probably because I'm getting older that I have a certain kindness towards young people. 20 years ago, I hated kids, all that chattering and yelling. You must have been an annoying kid. Yuming laughed. I was quite quiet as a child. Bai Xiao laughed too. Yuming laughed for a while, then said, Do you know what the luckiest thing in my life is? What is it? My family bought me a house. I took on a huge debt at a young age, but I don't have to pay back the more than 1 million yuan loan. Yuming suddenly burst into laughter. Bai Xiao was stunned. Yuming finished laughing, gradually calmed down, picked up the water beside him, and took a sip. Tell me about the past? Bai Xiao asked. The past? What's there to talk about? You're curious if you haven't experienced it. Uh-huh. Yuming chuckled, his expression unreadable in the darkness. He paused for a moment, then said, Actually, there's not much to say, just... The year the disaster happened, the snow was heavy, it was tough, the streets were full of zombies, and those zombies were incredibly ferocious. He thought that after 20 years, those memories would have faded, but now, as he spoke, he was struck by how vivid those scenes remained. I had just graduated then, preparing to find a job, and then my family left, died in the zombie apocalypse, and my friends turned into zombies too. The farewell on graduation day was a final goodbye. Yuming's tone was calm, as if he were talking about someone else's story. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to remind you of this, Bai Xiao said after a moment of silence. It's nothing, it's been so long. Yuming waved his hand in the darkness. Actually, I'm quite lucky. I'm not married, and I don't have children. I just lived alone. Death would have been the end of it all. During those years when I was fleeing famine, I saw a lot. Some women trying to earn food for their children. He paused, not continuing, but changing the subject, so I always felt very lucky. I also seen some people with mental problems, always feeling like their relatives are still alive, and then they wander outside, only to be torn apart by zombies. He spoke calmly. They used to call me a shut-in, but I never felt there was anything wrong with living alone. Maybe I'm just naturally indifferent. After I came to this village, there were still some people there. They couldn't stand this environment. If they found a gathering place or some organization, they followed it and never came back. But I lived here for so many years. It might be related to how badly I was faring before I came here. Back then, I was constantly hiding. After the disaster lasted for over a year, I thought I was going to die. It was only after coming here that things stabilized. Yuming leaned against a large tree. Back then, the tree wasn't this thick, and this wasn't even his yard. Later, when there were few people left in the village and the danger outside decreased, he finally knocked down the wall between the two houses. Old folks who survived from before the disaster are different from you young people, completely different. Did you renovate this yard yourself? Bai Xiao asked. No, a couple of years ago, I had a very good brother. We slowly renovated it, but he didn't make it. Yuming said. You knew each other before the disaster? How could we? We met later. Yuming said. My friends from before the disaster are probably all dead. Maybe some are still alive, but I guess I never see them again. No letters, no carriages, only wandering zombies on this post-disaster land. Even those who survived are as if they were dead, cut off from all contact, never to be seen again in this life. He hadn't seen their staggering figures, but at least there was hope, a belief that they weren't dead. While scavenging, Yuming had seen his high school class beauty, no longer so striking, just one of the many zombies. He also seen his former neighbors, and the owner of the convenience store downstairs. He'd been home, to the house with a 30-year mortgage, but it was no longer home. There were too many zombies not trapped inside, their faces unrecognizable by the wind and rain, nameless, homeless, wandering aimlessly. The courtyard was quiet. The old man leaned comfortably against a large tree, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. Sometimes, looking up at the night sky, I feel life is so short. Human history is just a fleeting, imperceptible flash. Nothing is eternal. If we were to perish like this, it wouldn't seem so normal. After a long while, the old man got up, brushing off the dust, and said, "You have a long journey ahead. Get some rest and recharge." Then he went back inside, leaving only the sound of the wind in the distant darkness. At night, a few coughs would occasionally be heard from inside the house, intermittent, suppressed and low, until the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn. Chapter 70. At dawn, Bai Xiao helped tidy up the shed and moved his bicycle. Hearing the commotion, Yuming came out of the house. "Getting ready to leave?" "Yes." "Have a safe journey." The thin, dark-skinned man offered his blessings to the young man and walked to the melon trellis. There were no fresh melons on the trellis in the yard. He said Bai Xiao had come at the wrong time. If he had come in the summer, he could have picked some to eat on the road. Bai Xiao said, "Blessings for a young man?" "Yes." "What if I weren't so young?" "Go die wherever you want." The man said, "You have a lot of resentment towards people like you who survived the disaster." Bai Xiao said, "Of course, I stabbed them to death with a forklift." Yuming replied, muttering to himself, "What if I give them a good beating?" Bai Xiao's movements froze for a moment. "It's too dark to talk to a young person like you. Just be careful. If I ever come back, I definitely play another game of chess with you." Bai Xiao waved goodbye. He bid farewell to this young man who believed in light, but had no hope. Yuming didn't ask his name, and Bai Xiao forgot to say it. Perhaps in his eyes, all young people are the same. Those who grow up after a disaster are the most innocent, and the ones who struggle the most to survive. In the post-disaster ruins, the young figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Yuming stood in front of the courtyard watching. This might be the last young man he saw, or it might not. The morning breeze made him feel a little cold. He wrapped his coat tighter, then turned and went back into the courtyard to get a harpoon to spear another fish caught in the river. He was born in the city, and he would eventually die in this small village on the border of Bailin province. The year the disaster struck, the snow was heavy, and the weather was harsh, but now it has subsided. But for the young people, the disaster has only just begun. The distant sky is still a hazy gray. The earth is a yellowish-brown, with a few lifeless green shoots scattered throughout. The road ahead is uncertain. For a moment, Bai Xiao wanted to go back, but thinking of Lin Duoduo, he wanted to visit the shelter one last time. He had already glimpsed a corner of the outside world. Not everyone was actively facing the apocalypse. Not everyone was striving to survive. Both giving up and watching the fireworks existed. Bai Xiao felt that he and Yuming had something in common. Remove the past 20 years of experience, and the young Yuming was no different from him. He came from a world without disaster. Yuming had these 20 years of experience, but life before the disaster wasn't much different. Lin Duoduo was truly someone who had never seen the world before the disaster, never experienced prosperity, yet had to face this terrible ruin. The people before the disaster and the people after the disaster are separated. This isn't just a generation gap. Although living on the same land, we exist in different worlds, with vastly different perceptions, experiences, and so on. The events surrounding the disaster are all in the past. Everyone's experiences are different, and their chosen lifestyles are different as well. There's a group of people waiting to watch fireworks in Qinjiabao, a lazy, reclusive uncle, and those who grew up after the disaster, wanting to survive. Bai Xiao rides his bicycle, carrying a harpoon and a knife, along the vast road, everything covered in a layer of dust. Why do this? You young people have many years to live. If you want to live, you have to stick together. That's your business, I won't get involved. Death is the end of it all. I'm a victim too. It's not your fault, young people. You were born into this world. I regret it, but it's none of my business. Really? Bai Xiao stopped the car and looked back towards Linchuan City in the distance. Yuming wasn't wrong, Lin Duoduo wasn't wrong, but that's just how the world is. The neighboring city was over 200 kilometers away as the crow flies, but the road was winding and circuitous, requiring Bai Xiao to stop and rest occasionally. At a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, he could cover over 100 kilometers a day. Tomorrow, he would be close to the settlement called Qinjiabao. He saw a stretch of factories, But the towering chimneys no longer emitted smoke. Even the tall factory walls were covered with withered plants. As night fell, with no villages nearby, Bai Xiao, carrying a harpoon, arrived under an overpass. The railway beneath had been buried by sandstorms. He gathered some dry grass and branches, lit a small fire, placed the metal box Lin Duoduo had prepared on it, and poured some water on it to heat it up. Then, he cut a small piece of salted fish with a knife, put it in a tin box to boil, threw in a handful of locust blossoms, and took out a piece of dry rations, chewing as he added some dry branches to the fire. Fluttering. The sudden noise startled Bai Xiao, and he turned to look around. The sound grew closer. It was a swarm of bats. He instantly pulled his helmet over his head, clutching his clothes tightly to avoid the bats' onslaught. The bats thudded against his helmet. Bai Xiao didn't know why there were bats in early spring. Nearly 2 minutes passed, and they seemed to have smelled blood and flesh, constantly circling around the half-zombie. Bai Xiao calmly gripped his wood-chopping knife, using the helmet for protection to hack and slash around him. After a few attempts, it became less effective, so he switched to a stick, knocking down one bat and stomping on the others. Black bats fell into the fire, emitting a foul stench. They didn't flee or avoid it. Even with only one remaining, it still swarmed towards him. Shooting down the last one and holding it in his hand, Bai Xiao examined it closely by the firelight, suddenly remembering what Yuming had said. Time was running out. These bats had been infected, appearing in this unusual season and behaving abnormally. Bai Xiao trampled it to death, raising his hand to reveal small bite wounds from the bats. I'm a zombie. Bai Xiao calmly rinsed his hands with water. An ordinary person would likely be infected, but he, with a body temperature of 39 degrees Celsius, he shouldn't be afraid of infection. The metal box had spilled. He rinsed the salted fish inside, chewed it carefully, swallowed it, and drank some water. He usually took off his helmet and held it close to his chest when sleeping for better ventilation, but here in the wilderness, he still wore it, clutching the harpoon, leaning against the withered grass. Thanks to his heightened alertness after the infection, he could instantly regain consciousness at the slightest sound. At this moment, he was thankful that Lin Duoduo hadn't come with him. Time was running out. Yu Ming's reminder echoed in Bai Zhao's ears. The deterioration of the environment was accelerating. A faint pain throbbed from the small wounds on his hands. Pain was a good thing. He feared the kind of numbing infection that made flesh lose all feeling. I'm a zombie. In his half-dreaming, half-awake state, he seemed to hear all things emitting low growls, much like the howls of zombies. Chapter 71. The early spring morning was cold. Before dawn, Bai Xiao sat up. The straw couldn't completely keep out the chill of the ground. He stretched his body, adjusting his posture. Pushing his bicycle through the pre-dawn darkness, about half an hour passed before the sky began to brighten. When Bai Xiao checked the bat bite wound again, it showed no abnormalities. Zombies were ultimately stronger. He was no longer an ordinary person. Actually, back in Lindwood's courtyard, Bai Xiao had an experiment he wanted to conduct, but it was quite dangerous, and after much thought, he abandoned the idea. The experiment was about whether the zombie virus could save someone with penetrating wounds or other serious injuries. After daybreak, Bai Xiao stopped pushing his bicycle and started riding it. The sky remained overcast, showing no sign of sunshine. Occasionally, he encountered a broken section of the road and had to get off to carry the bicycle. This continued until nearly noon, when finally, raindrops began to fall. It was raining. Bai Xiao stopped the car, took out the raincoat Lin Duoduo had prepared for him from his backpack, and put it on. It was a thick, heavy, and airtight raincoat she had made herself from waterproof fabric. Wearing a helmet and raincoat, he drove along the deserted highway, the world a vast expanse of white. By afternoon, the rain had intensified, forcing him to seek shelter. He turned into a cluster of buildings in the distance. He took out a map and saw that this was Makhang Township. Continuing on, he would enter the Qinjiabao area. Qinjiabao wasn't a small place. It was a place named from before the disaster, formerly a town surrounded by many villages. The rain grew heavier, occasionally punctuated by rumbling thunder. Bai Xiao gazed into the distance. He had witnessed more than one form of infection. The lowest level was the deer he and Lin Duoduo had encountered in the mountains, which died painfully after being infected, unable to fight it off. As this infected group expanded, some would inevitably survive, like the dog that chased him on the road, surviving the infection, like zombies, devoid of consciousness, driven only by instinct and madness. And the swarm of bats from last night, frenzied and aggressive. Further, there was the large cat he encountered while scavenging in the city, which would target lone individuals from behind, exuding the aura of a predator and possessing the ability to reproduce. What would the world ultimately become? Bai Xiao inexplicably recalled the joke Yu Ming had mentioned. Noah's Ark. The survivors should board Noah's Ark, awaiting a great purge, but reality offered no vessel to carry them. A flash of lightning illuminated the face of the zombie seeking shelter from the rain. He stared blankly at the rain, while in the distance, an old, staggering zombie collapsed in the rain, covered in mud. Seeing that the rain showed no signs of stopping, Bai Xiao dragged his bicycle further inside, put it away, went into the mud house behind him, took off his helmet, and hung his shoes to dry. The harpoon was right beside him. And Qian had a gun. Yu Ming didn't have a gun, but he had a harpoon. Those who survived the disaster all carried some kind of sharp weapon. There must be a reason. After sitting for a while, he took out a pen and notebook from his backpack and thought for a moment. Over the overpass of the Limao Expressway, I met an uncle named Brother Yu. He had no hope for the future and didn't want to join the group. From him, I learned that Qinjiabao was a group of people who huddled together to live, wanting to watch the fireworks. This was a bit different from what I had expected when I set out. I thought that like Lin Huayu smeared, like those I knew, most people would be trying to survive and seeking rescue. But the reality seemed to be different. Not everyone wanted to survive. Those who lived before the disaster were disconnected from the younger generation. They seemed to have accepted the reality of the apocalypse, and the word hope was irrelevant to them. Infected bats have appeared, brimming with aggression. They could be deadly to humans, and the situation is growing increasingly dire. Bai Xiao put down his pen. Before setting out, he had thought he would encounter survivors like Lin Huayu on the road, clinging to hope and striving to live. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. After the spring rains, the weather gradually warmed up. This should be the last vestiges of winter's chill. The next day, the rain lessened considerably, turning into a light drizzle. Bai Xiao looked at the sky, put on his raincoat, and continued on his way. Entering Qinjiabao territory, initially nothing seemed different. Continuing forward, there were almost no wandering zombies. The fields were deserted, some farmland fenced off with barbed wire, and signs along the road warned, "Beware of traps." This was the first time Bai Xiao had sensed the presence of civilization. Unlike the zombie-infested, desolate village near Lindwood's place, human settlements always bring about changes to the environment. There were signs of human habitation and activity. What felt incongruous was that this was the bundle of bastards Yu Ming had described. It was a strange feeling. Those struggling to survive were merely living in solitude, while a group awaiting the apocalypse had gathered together, exuding an aura of civilization. In the farmland, tender green shoots sprouted, thriving and welcoming the first spring rain after the harsh winter. Bai Xiao slowly walked along the road, cautiously observing everything. Perhaps because of the rain, he saw a few people on the road, and the wandering zombies had been cleared away. In the distance, those abandoned villages had been completely reduced to ruins. Crumbling walls stood on the ground, only revealing the outlines of buildings that had once stood there. No intact houses remained. Only foundations and low wall bases remained on the ruins. Looking at it, it was as if someone had once driven bulldozers to flatten the buildings on this land, returning it to its primitive state. The houses, tall and short, of the countryside were all gone, like flattened graves. And the materials were used to build a cluster of buildings further away. Qinjiabao now referred not only to the place named before the disaster, but also to the buildings that represented the living forces of this land. Bai Xiao saw Qinjiabao. There were walls, buildings, fences, and barbed wire. It was the settlement of surviving humans scattered across this land. They lived like this. The flattened village would no longer hide zombies, nor provide hiding places for animals, nor offer shelter from the wind and rain. The ruins were laid bare, and the salvaged materials were used to reinforce that settlement. Bai Xiao sensed the presence of civilization, observing from afar on the highway. This should have been an exciting moment. Nearly a year after arriving in this world, he had finally seen a real, existing settlement of survivors before his very eyes. But he was no longer the zombie king in Lindwood's courtyard, terrified even by the old zombies. He had once harbored illusions about the settlement, but Yu Ming's words revealed the cold reality. Hope, that's a word for young people. Surviving is also a matter for young people. Those who survived the disaster were not the same as young people. Chapter 72. A figure flashed past in the distant buildings, spotting the strange man riding a bicycle by the roadside, wearing a full-face helmet and a raincoat. Bai Zhao's appearance was somewhat complex, yet common in the apocalypse. Many went out bundled up, partly to shield themselves from the wind and sand, and partly for added protection. Someone in a shed under a wall in the distance was watching him with binoculars, not venturing out in the rain. The new Chinjiabeo stood amidst ruins, open, flat, and with an unobstructed view of its perimeter, lacking the environment and conditions for stray animals to survive. The road wound its way closer to the buildings. Bai Xiao didn't slow down, and the person under the wall simply watched. It wasn't small, but it was still too small. If it were just about living in a community, one day at a time, it would be enough. But such a scale was insufficient to support industry and technology, nor could it withstand future disasters. Yu Ming was right. The hope for the young people wasn't here, but in a distant shelter whose existence was uncertain. Bai Xiao felt a little depressed. Before coming out, he had imagined a scene from a movie he'd seen before, The Wandering Earth. Everyone was united in resisting disaster. In extremely harsh environments, massive machines roared, and countless people struggled for the same goal. The bicycle disappeared into the drizzle. No one disturbed it, leaving only a silhouette. "Who's that?" someone asked from below the wall. "I don't know, just passing by," another person replied, holding binoculars. "I thought he stopped. Probably someone who wanted to die on the road." The person put away their binoculars, and the silhouette gradually blurred in the misty rain. Bai Xiao turned and left the settlement standing amidst the ruins without looking back. Next, he would cross the highway to reach the dam on the neighboring province's river. In Lindwood was father's notes. Reconstruction required many resources. The most likely location for the shelter had water, resources, a reservoir left over from the disaster, power infrastructure, and a water transport system. Integrating flood control, power generation, navigation, and water conservancy, the waterway could safely travel between the two shelters during the worst years. The hydroelectric power station could operate automatically for months or even years without maintenance, theoretically, as long as the equipment didn't malfunction and the water level was appropriate. It could continue operating indefinitely. This was the route Lindwood's father had wanted to take, but was inaccessible due to the circumstances at the time. The foundation of industry is energy, and electricity is the forerunner. The answers to everything could be found there. Far from Chinjiabeo's territory, he could once again see the staggering figures of zombies, the tall and short buildings standing like tombs in the distance, and even the carcasses of wild dogs by the roadside. It lay dead by the roadside, not yet reduced to bones. Its emaciated body barely bled, and beneath its bald patches lay zombie-like lividity. Bai Xiao got off his bike to examine it. It hadn't been attacked by any animal, nor had it died from infection. The wounds on its body were clearly visible. It could only have been killed by a human. Bai Xiao looked ahead, unsure whether the victim was a local resident or a passerby like himself. Getting back on his bicycle, Bai Xiao became much more focused, wary of his surroundings. Ever since he overheard Yu Ming's words, "What if you hack me?" the journey had been fraught with unpredictable risks. It's dangerous for a woman to be alone on a post-apocalyptic road. Think about it, men are in the same boat. After the disaster, this land became a giant prison. Everyone was a prisoner, trapped here, devoid of civilization and order. Without women, it wouldn't be surprising if some people did anything. Bai Xiao didn't know if Yu Ming had a painful past, nor did he want to know. The next day, on a desolate road, Bai Xiao saw that person, carrying a travel bag, walking along the road. He was also wearing a helmet and tightly wrapped clothing, not a single gap visible, even more tightly wrapped than Bai Xiao. Hearing a voice behind him, he turned around and was stunned to see Bai Xiao, also wearing a helmet and carrying a bag, but riding a bicycle. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse. "You wouldn't go if I offered to take you, so you're catching up now?" Bai Xiao paused, considering his overly familiar tone, as if he had mistaken him for someone else. Seeing Bai Xiao remain silent, the stranger stood there watching until Bai Xiao stopped his bike and asked from a few meters away, "Do you know me?" "Huh?" Hearing Bai Xiao's youthful voice, the stranger paused, took off his helmet, and asked curiously, "Who are you?" Under the helmet was a stubble-bearded middle-aged man, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing Bai Xiao. He assumed it was someone he knew who had chased after him to ride together. "Just passing by," Bai Xiao said, starting his bike. "Hey!" The stranger called from behind, but Bai Xiao ignored him. Snap! Bang! The bike suddenly stopped. Bai Xiao looked down and saw that the bicycle chain had broken. "Ha ha ha!" A loud laugh came from behind. Bai Xiao took a deep breath and squatted down to try and see if he could fix it. "This thing won't do." The stranger slowly walked over, saying as he passed by. Bai Xiao studied it for a moment, then gave up. He didn't even have any tools. He picked up the bicycle and looked into the distance. The stranger had already walked a distance, then glanced back occasionally. Seeing Bai Xiao carrying the bicycle, he paused, then gave a thumbs up. This guy is either not very bright or too physically strong. Bai Xiao also felt it wasn't a good idea, but there was no village or shop in sight on the highway. He could only go to the next ruin and try to find some tools to repair it. Bicycles found in ruins are rarely maintained and are mostly unusable. This was his only means of transportation at the moment. Just throw it away, why bother? The stranger said. It can still be repaired. Then it will break again. Bai Xiao carried the bicycle, suspecting that when he was chased by the dog that day, he had stood up and pedaled too hard, and this was an old bike. Relying on an old bicycle to reach a hydroelectric power station in a neighboring province. It was indeed a difficult task for the vehicle. Like an aged zombie, it had endured so much since the apocalypse, only to be ridden by zombies, forced to stand and pedal, suffering countless hardships, and now it was time for its natural end. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, a hazy grayness that seemed to stretch into the distance. Bai Xiao abandoned the bicycle and, like the stranger, carried a bag and a harpoon, wore a helmet, and carried a knife, walking along the road. The two walked one after the other, relying on their own 2 feet, like ascetics wandering the world, or like pilgrims on a pilgrimage. You seem to have mistaken me for someone else. Do you have a companion? Bai Xiao suddenly remembered what had just happened. No, I'm alone. I thought someone else was traveling with me, the stranger said. Where are you going? To die on the road. Chapter 73 End. Chapter 74. If you want to die on the road, you should take off your helmet, shed these cumbersome clothes, and travel light. That would be much easier, Bai Xiao offered sincere advice. Going further is always better, the stranger said. Death is just the result won't change. What matters is the journey. What kind of journey do you want? Walk around more, see more. See what? See this colorful world. Colorful? Bai Xiao looked around. Under the gray sky, there was no extra color. He didn't speak again. He remained silent, carrying his harpoon, measuring the former highway on foot. The stranger, who had been walking ahead, was slowly left behind by Bai Xiao. Want to come together? The stranger called out. I won't wait for you. Bai Xiao maintained his pace. He wanted to search the ruins on the edge of the city for a bicycle he could still ride. Zombies followed the sound of movement, but Bai Xiao simply dodged them, as did the person behind him. They were on the move, not cleaning up their lodgings. It was better to conserve their energy than to kill these wandering old zombies. If they were to clear all the zombies along the way, they wouldn't reach the next town or village by tomorrow. It would actually be better for the person in front to stay behind. Any danger would be faced first. But the stranger was moving too slowly, and Bai Xiao didn't want to wait or travel with him. The outline of a city was faintly visible ahead. He pulled out a map and saw it was a large city, surrounded by rural areas. After leaving Linchuan, they had passed so many villages and towns, now they finally saw their second city. He approached the outskirts. As dusk fell, Bai Xiao didn't enter the city, but rested beneath a cluster of unfinished buildings. These buildings were only structurally complete, the interiors were empty, lacking doors and windows. A skinny stray dog jumped out from a corner, harpooned to death. Bai Xiao stared at its corpse. Lin Duoduo had said that infected animals could be eaten after being cooked thoroughly, but it was best not to eat animals that resembled zombies. Like the difference between that big cat and the deer. He hesitated for a moment, not wanting to gamble on whether the zombie king was indiscriminate. He felt his dwindling rations, wandered around gathering tinder, placed a metal box on a shelf, poured in some water, threw in a handful of elm seeds, and cut a small piece of salted fish. He could always find something edible along the way. He wouldn't try anything else if all else failed. The flames crackled, and darkness quickly fell outside. A long time later, as Bai Xiao was drinking soup from the metal box, the stranger entered. He didn't approach, but instead, from another corner, glanced at Bai Xiao, took out some dry rations to eat, but suddenly noticed the dog's carcass. You don't want it? The stranger asked. Bai Xiao put on his sunglasses and shook his head. The stranger, watching him put on his sunglasses, became somewhat cautious. After confirming again that he didn't want it, he went over and dragged the stray dog's carcass to the wall. As if oblivious to the lividity and decay on the dog's body, he dug out thin strips of meat from it. Is it edible? Bai Xiao frowned. It'd be the same no matter how much you cook it. The stranger grinned, went out to collect some kindling, and returned to cook the meat. This would be a good way for him to replenish his strength. Want to try one? He asked. No. Bai Xiao refused. The man didn't try to persuade him further, gazing at the fire, leaning against the wall to recover his strength, waiting for the meat to slowly cook. If you turn into a zombie, I stab you to death, Bai Xiao suddenly said. No need, if you turn into a zombie, you better run away quickly. New zombies aren't something you can handle alone, the stranger said. But I shouldn't turn. Once it's cooked, it'd be fine. Bai Xiao looked at the dog's tattered corpse, then at the stranger. Good, he learned something new. If it's safe for humans to eat, it should be even safer for a zombie king. But until that point, Bai Xiao still didn't want to touch it. He sized up the stranger. The stranger had already removed his helmet, revealing messy hair and a beard, his cloudy eyes fixed on the meat cooking over the fire. He was wearing heavy clothing, somewhat like the kind of clothing people used to wear when gathering honey, bulky and tight, looking more like a lone traveler in the apocalypse than Bai Xiao, the zombie king. After observing for a moment, Bai Xiao looked away, finished eating, tidied up the tin box, took off his shoes, and put the insoles by the fire to dry. Dry shoes were essential for a long journey. Where are you from, young man? The stranger asked idly, poking at the fire with a twig. Where are you from? Bai Xiao countered. Me? I'm from Chenjiabao. Just started my journey, the stranger said. Chenjiabao? Bai Xiao adjusted his sunglasses and gave him a serious look. Wearing sunglasses at night? What's wrong with you, young man? The stranger asked, surprised. Can you see clearly? Yes, I can see clearly, Bai Xiao said. The stranger was speechless for a moment, then shook his head. Aren't you going to eat some meat? You're riding a bicycle, it seems like you're going somewhere far, and it must be hard to endure. You know where I'm going? Young people, if they don't stay in Chenjiabao, they must be somewhere much farther away, the stranger said with a smile. Bai Xiao realized that young person was a label in these people's eyes. A young person traveling alone on the road to the apocalypse, encountering a settlement, but not stopping, could only mean a few things. What about you? Bai Xiao asked. Me? Didn't I say I'd die on the road? He said. But I heard about the people in Chenjiabao. Bai Xiao pondered his words. Revelers, huh? The stranger waved his hand, saying, that label they put on us, there's no revelry, we haven't done anything, we just refused protection and lived our lives well. We haven't harmed anyone, haven't poisoned anyone, it's really giving us a lot of credit. The word reveler sounds very extreme, Bai Xiao said. Yes, very extreme. They died later. There's a saying, to destroy someone, first make them mad. The stranger said, picking up a piece of meat, taking a bite, realizing it wasn't fully cooked, and throwing it back. He explained, oh, that's a saying from before a disaster. It means the more insane a person is, the faster they perish. All the extremists are dead, and they turned us, the living, into revelers. Where can you reason with that? Bai Xiao leaned against the wall, silent, clutching his harpoon. He neither completely believed nor disbelieved the stranger's words. It did confirm what Yu Ming had said. The people of Chenjiabao weren't extremists, they were just surviving. Yu Ming and the stranger's words weren't too different, they were largely the same. The extremists had died years ago, the remaining people were just living, sometimes even saving lives. Bai Xiao leaned back, seemingly asleep. The stranger didn't speak again, focusing on cooking the zombie dog meat. He occasionally glanced up. The young man was wearing sunglasses and holding a harpoon. He felt the young man was watching him, yet also felt he wasn't. Now he suddenly realized why Bai Xiao was wearing sunglasses. Young people these days. He gave a thumbs up in appreciation. It was hard to tell if he was sleeping or not. Bai Xiao was a little confused by his actions. After a moment he said, living well and dying on the road seem contradictory. Why didn't you stay in Chenjiabao? My time is almost up. I don't want to wait anymore. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well go out and travel. Dying on the road is more interesting than just waiting. Is this the process you wanted? Bai Xiao asked. The stranger smiled but didn't speak. He picked up the meat strip and took another bite. This time it was enough. He ate the meat strip, replenishing the energy he had expended on the journey. 2 fires, one large and one small, burned brightly inside the unfinished building, crackling occasionally. Faint noises could be heard downstairs, likely from the old zombie that had wandered in. Where are the people from Chenjiabao? They're still waiting. Waiting for what? The countdown to the end. Chapter 75. The fire in front of him gradually died down. Bai Xiao didn't add any more firewood, nor did he speak again, he simply leaned against the wall to rest. This corner was completely dark, except for the fire still burning near the stranger's location. Bai Xiao closed his eyes. With the harpoon, the zombie's keen senses, and the fact that he didn't need to rest, he wasn't afraid of any strangers except for his gun. Time was running out. The countdown had begun. Bai Xiao suddenly remembered something. Did you put the paper scraps in Linchuan City? Huh? The stranger, still eating meat, looked up. You're from Linchuan? Fellow villager. Which part of Linchuan are you from? Hanfeng District. There are only scavengers and zombies in this city. No one would say that. Next time, make up a village. He shook his head and chuckled. Young man, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm also from Linchuan. My name is Zhang Tan. What's yours? Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao didn't move, closing his eyes and saying, if someone looks for those paper scraps, what will you do? Of course, we survive together. Many hands make light work, and we live longer, Zhang Tan said. Aren't you waiting for destruction? We still have to live to wait. Zhang sighed. I'm not taking the blame. I didn't cause the apocalypse, I was just observing. Why are you, young man? You're making it sound like we created the apocalypse? You're alive, we're alive, what's the difference? The same? Under a disaster, everyone is equal. There's no difference. Bai Xiao closed his eyes. Yu Ming was right, these bastards. You young people are the best, you have drive and hope. Zhang Tan praised. Where did the old shelter in Linchuan City go? Bai Xiao suddenly asked, do you know? The shelter in Linchuan. Relocated? Zhang Tan paused, momentarily stunned. You don't know? Bai Xiao sensed something was amiss. Lindwood's father had once visited a shelter. This? Who told you about the shelter's relocation? Zhang Tan's expression was strange as he looked at Bai Xiao. I heard it on the road. There used to be a shelter in Linchuan. Ha ha ha. They really know how to embellish themselves. Zhang Tan poked at the fire in front of him, the crackling sound reflecting in his cloudy eyes. What do you mean? Bai Xiao asked, surprised. Back then, I was in that shelter. Oh, to be precise, I was in the observation area. I wasn't allowed in. If I had, I wouldn't be alive now. Zhang Tan carefully poked at the fire, his face showing no relief, only a strange smile. Were extremists infiltrated and used zombie blood to stab people? Bai Xiao probed. Revelers? Zhang sighed. You young people are always so easily swayed. It's hard to explain to you if you haven't experienced it yourself. He sighed. People who grow up after disasters are truly fortunate. I'm all ears, Bai Xiao said. Zhang Tan simply poked at the fire, throwing in a few dry branches, and after a moment said, when the disaster first broke out. I don't know if your family told you that not only would being bitten turn you into a zombie, but some people could suddenly turn into zombies. To enter the fortress, you needed to be tested. Only if the test was normal, and you wouldn't turn into a zombie could you enter. Back then, they used a small box, about this big. He gestured with his fingers to indicate the size. Without those small boxes, there was no way to detect them, so we couldn't get in. We had to stay in the observation area and wait. What kind of place is the observation area? It's chaotic. People turn into zombies. Some people couldn't take it and left with their wives and children, self-isolating. We waited there to get into the shelter as quickly as possible. The defenses were very tight. If someone turned into a zombie, someone would deal with it immediately. It was terrifying. But some people could get in directly with connections and a pass, without even being tested. The firelight reflected on Zhang Tan's tired face. Zhang Tan smiled and recounted that history. Then guess what? While they were focusing their defenses on the observation area, the zombies erupted from inside the fortress, even faster than outside. Ha ha ha, cough cough. He couldn't help but laugh, coughing as he laughed, tears welling up in his eyes. Bai Xiao watched quietly. Trust them, you still want to find a shelter, ha ha ha. Zhang Tan hunched over, struggling to suppress a cough, his body trembling uncontrollably. I can laugh until the day I die, or until the end comes. Bai Xiao thought of Lin Duoduo's father, Lin Huayu. He found a shelter, but only Lin Duoduo could enter. Lin Huayu had to stay in the observation area because he was worried about Lin Duoduo being so young, so he took her and left first. Thus, they escaped a calamity? Bai Xiao wondered if Lin Huayu had sensed something that led him to decisively leave with Lin Duoduo. If you had a child, where do you think his hope lies? Bai Xiao suddenly asked. Zhang Tan's laughter stopped, his body still trembling slightly. After a moment he said, if I hadn't trusted the shelter back then, and had left the observation area instead, my son would be your age now. Bai Xiao fell silent. Believe them? Do you know how zombies come about? They come from eating zombie pills. Zhang Tan was calm now, his face devoid of smiles or sorrow, weary and numb. 20 years, all kinds of grief had been soothed. Where there is hope, there is despair. Keep hope in your heart, then go back. That's the best choice. You just asked me where my child's hope lies if I had one. I tell you, in his heart. If he were my child, I would advise him to keep hope in his heart and find a place to live out his life well. But disaster is coming soon, Bai Xiao said. Everyone is guilty, except young people. You shouldn't die on the road before the apocalypse. It will be different, Bai Xiao said. It's all the same. Under the apocalypse, all beings are equal. Zhang Tan took off his shoes and placed them by the fire to warm them. From a distance, he glanced at the young man. This is a celebration for everyone, we're just waiting. Bai Xiao didn't speak again. He wondered if Lin Duoduo's father had known about these things back then. But Lin Huayu hadn't left a single word in his notes, only leaving Lin Duoduo with hope, letting her believe that there was rescue, civilization, shelter, and many other things to be careful about in the distance. That lousy place, Chenjiabao, associating with them would be a waste, Yu Ming said, his eyes and tone filled with disdain. What do you mean by eating zombie pills? It used to be a kind of medicine, Zhang Tan said. Bai Xiao didn't speak again. A wind blew in the dark night, and the low growls of zombies echoed from somewhere. He wrapped his coat tighter. The fire in front of Zhang Tan gradually died down, and the abandoned building became dark and quiet. Chapter 76. A peaceful night passed. Bai Xiao put on his shoes and helmet. After being baked in the sun yesterday, the shoes felt more comfortable. These were leather boots Lin Duoduo had found, sturdy and durable. The days were getting shorter, and it was getting warmer outside. Young people have amazing stamina. Zhang Tan rubbed his neck and sat up, chewing on the extra, overcooked meat strips he had peeled off the night before leaving the abandoned building complex. Bai Xiao didn't wait for him. He lacked the Zombie King's antibodies and his strength. Setting off alone meant he was prepared to die on the road. In the face of disaster, everyone makes different choices. Following the map, Bai Xiao gradually entered the city. He wanted to find a usable bicycle, but he didn't know if he could find one. This journey was destined to be lonely. If he traveled with others, perhaps the fact that the zombies would only follow their movements and not bite him would be noticed. This was still a secret. No one knew except Lin Duoduo. The revelers were untrustworthy. The shelter was currently undecided. There must be people who want to live, people who strive to live, not everyone who just waits to rot. At least the young people won't associate with him. Zhang Tan exudes an aura of decay. Though not a zombie, he bears a resemblance. If Yu Ming is an aging young man, then Zhang Tan is a true old man. Time has long since worn down his spirit. He lives only to see that day. The day when everyone dies. If it weren't for wanting to find a bicycle, Bai Xiao wouldn't have wasted time scavenging in the city. A workman must first sharpen his tools if he wants to do his work well, he said, giving himself a day to search. As for electric bikes, they're long obsolete in the apocalypse. Even if they could be pedaled, walking wouldn't be as easy. The zombies on the street ignored him, only drawn by the footsteps, slowly approaching. The city's outskirts were mostly frequented by scavengers, and the remaining old zombies were scattered, occasionally wandering out from the city center. After walking a street, Bai Xiao occasionally looked back. A string of scattered old zombies followed behind him, like a zombie squad. He suddenly remembered Friday, the old zombie who carried a basket every day, its basket dripping with snow after a winter snowfall. Their withered faces made it difficult to recognize them. Worried about whether there were scavengers in the city, Bai Xiao deliberately quickened his pace. When he turned onto the next street, the zombies, having lost their target, returned to normal. The parking lot of the residential area was full of rusty vehicles, cars, electric scooters, and occasionally bicycles. But they were all wrecked. Finding a vehicle from 20 years ago that was still usable in the apocalypse was difficult unless someone maintained it. But maintained vehicles wouldn't be parked in this abandoned city. He did find a skateboard, but Bai Xiao, with a let's give it a try attitude, discovered that walking was more effortless than riding it. Wandering through the city like a ghost, searching for a long time, Bai Xiao finally gave up. If it were right after the disaster, the city would have countless resources to utilize. But more than 20 years had passed. The city was a giant tomb, burying the prosperity and brilliance before the disaster. Bai Xiao left this tomb and continued walking. The decaying past is history. The future belongs to the young, if there is a future. Finding a bicycle in the city had wasted a lot of time. Relying on his own 2 feet, he only managed to leave the city in the afternoon. Bai Xiao walked in the afterglow of the setting sun, the sunset casting a long shadow of him. As dusk approached, Bai Xiao encountered a couple scavenging in the city. They came from another road, and upon seeing him from a distance, they stopped at a point on the other road, watching him until he was gone before continuing on their way into the city. Their habits remained unchanged from the years following the disaster. They were cold and wary of strangers. Like Lin Duoduo, the changes outside hadn't affected them at all. Their apocalyptic life, isolated from the outside world, had preserved their old habits. The fact that they weren't looking for a settlement spoke volumes. Regardless of what they had suffered, they were content with their current lives. Bai Xiao wanted to remind them that time was running out, but he couldn't find the words. He himself was still searching for hope, and Lin Duoduo was still living in that small mountain village. The two scavengers walked further and further away from Bai Xiao. The two entered the city, while Bai Xiao headed towards his next destination. He reached the highway toll booth before nightfall. It was dilapidated, the barriers were long gone, but it was a good place to shelter from the wind and rain, and he could take shelter in the toll booth. He used to watch the live stream from the highway toll booths, where a worker would busily let cars pass. Now, even the tables inside this toll booth had been removed, and there were burn marks on the ground. He wondered which scavenger had stopped there to warm themselves by the fire. Bai Xiao brushed the soot off the ground with his foot, took a piece of clothing from his bag to put underneath, and then sat down, huddled in a small booth, waiting for dawn. After the rain a couple of days ago, the temperature had risen a little, the nights weren't so cold, the stars in the sky were brighter, and the green of the fields was even more vibrant. It was a season of renewal. Hibernating animals and insects crawled out of the ground. Bai Xiao had a premonition that after the stagnation of winter's harsh cold, the spread of infection would accelerate again with the arrival of spring and summer. He thought of the scavenging couple he had seen on the road, and then of Lin Duoduo. Would Lin Duoduo be living a simple and contented life in the mountain village until the end? The people scattered across this land had no better option. They could only passively wait, hoping that day would come later. Dawn broke, and Bai Xiao regained his strength. He had thought he should be able to find the healing herb in a few days. It was everywhere. But Bai Xiao noticed that the bat bite wound on his hand had already scabbed over. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the healing speed was much faster than before, and there was no inflammation. In just 2 or 3 days, it had healed like a normal wound. He felt no discomfort from moving around, except for extreme hunger. The soul-crushing hunger from the zombie infection overlapped with the genuine hunger of food scarcity. Bai Xiao grabbed a mouthful of locust blossoms and a piece of salted fish, stuffed them into his mouth, and shook his water bottle. It was empty. He could only continue forward, like a hermit walking a solitary path. Until the afternoon, he saw another solitary figure ahead. It was Zhang Tan, the reveler who hadn't entered the city and had been on the road the whole time. One sought hope for life, the other walked the path to death. Two paths that should have led in opposite directions were absurdly aligning. "I thought you went back," Zhang Tan said, noticing the figure catching up behind him, a dusty, gray figure. The harpoon on his back was easily recognizable. Yesterday, Bai Xiao had walked ahead, and he had lagged behind. He couldn't match the stamina of a young man. He hadn't expected Bai Xiao to reappear from behind. "I haven't found hope yet. Why would I go back?" Bai Xiao said. "This is a path to death," Zhang Tan said. "We are different." Chapter 77. For ordinary people, it was indeed a path to death. Bai Xiao felt that if it were Lin Duoduo, the road would probably have ended when she encountered that small group of bats. "Don't you have a destination?" "Yes, but I can't reach it," Zhang Tan said. "Maybe you'd be lucky enough to reach it. Our destinations are not the same." "That's right." Zhang Tan held a stick in his hand, a very simple wooden stick, which made his walking easier. Seeing this, Bai Xiao also picked up a stick along the way to conserve energy. He had bought a walking stick from a roadside stall when climbing the Great Wall, and it was with that walking stick that he climbed the Great Wall and got a souvenir, a book of heroes. He picked up a walking stick again, but this time in this unfamiliar world, under the vast sky, walking alongside a reveler. Bai Xiao went first, Zhang Tan walking slowly behind. The youthful energy and vigor were evident in his posture. His back was straight, his head held high, giving the impression of an unyielding iron. Even the stick he carried was merely an aid. His water bottle was empty, and there was no river nearby. Fortunately, it had rained a few days ago, and he could see a village in the distance. Bai Xiao turned off the highway. Whether or not anyone lived in such a village, there were always many things left behind from before the disaster. Rainwater would be stored in water tanks, stone troughs, or broken basins in the yard. It wasn't very clean, but after a simple filtration, it would be a supply in his water bottle. There were no zombies in the village, which meant someone might be living there. Bai Xiao didn't want to disturb them. He simply searched the outermost yard, Using a filtration method he vaguely remembered but had reviewed in the survival guide left by Linwood's father, to collect some drinkable water and see if there was anything edible. Outside the courtyard grew a large, lush clover. Legend says finding a 4-leaf clover brings good luck. Bai Xiao filled a container with water and pulled it up by the roots. He hadn't found a 4-leaf, but he was still lucky enough. Beneath the clover were radish-shaped roots, growing in clusters. Bai Xiao smiled. After digging some out, Bai Xiao suddenly looked up. In the distance, around a corner by a house in the mountain village, a pair of dark eyes appeared. It was a little boy. The boy was thin and looked about 7 or 8 years old. Seeing Bai Xiao look up, he immediately hid behind the house. Bai Xiao paused, his movements slowing as he dug up the clover. He hadn't expected to see a child in this apocalyptic world. The boy, not hearing any movement, cautiously peeked out again, looking at the fully armed man. "What are you doing?" A voice came from behind the boy, followed by a man who, upon seeing Bai Xiao crouching there, instinctively shielded the boy behind him. "Just passing by." Bai Xiao spoke up. People in the post-apocalyptic world are wary, and he didn't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. "Just getting some water." "Did you plant this?" The man looked him over, then slowly shook his head after a moment. "You can take it." "Thank you." Bai Xiao didn't continue digging. He pulled off the tops of the crystal radish root he had already pulled from the ground, tidied it up, and stood up. He really was just passing by, heading to find rescue. Zhang Tan's voice rang out at this moment. He had taken much longer, arriving just as Bai Xiao was about to leave. He looked at the dark, thin boy and said to the man, "Perhaps you could ask this young man for help. If you find it, he can take a message to the shelter. There are still children here." The man warily eyed the two helmeted, fully covered outsiders, hesitant and wary, then glanced at Bai Xiao. "Go find them now?" he finally asked. "Yes," Zhang Tan said, 20 years too late. "But he's only in his early 20s. The man didn't speak, only scrutinizing them with suspicion. Young people are always full of hope and courage, and only young people would do something like this. Zhang Tan looked at the boy. "What do I need to give in return?" The man still asked, doubtful. "Nothing," Bai Xiao said, turning and leaving. He couldn't take a child with him, couldn't protect him. In fact, he couldn't even protect Lin Duo. She survived only because she toughed out her infection. "But if we find them, I tell them, there are still survivors scattered here, men and children. See, hope lies with them," Zhang Tan said. "The shelter is long gone," the man said. "It's just that the shelter at Linchuan has disappeared, so he had to go far away. That's almost impossible to find. The road is too far." "Maybe? You're going too?" The man listened to his weathered voice. "I'm going a different way." Zhang Tan shook his head, picked some clover from the ground, brushed off the dust, gestured to the man, and left. The two of them, one after the other, disappeared from the man's sight. The highway service area was a good place to rest, except for the lack of water and food. Rotten cars were crammed together around, green shoots of grass grew nearby, and withered vines on the walls could be torn down to start a fire. Bai Xiao disliked these ruins before disaster. A sense of desolation constantly struck his heart, trying to extinguish his hope and send him back to his small mountain village to live a simple yet fulfilling life with Lin Duo. Humans are ultimately social animals. He didn't consider himself as strong as Yu Ming, who could spend years surrounded by a pile of figurines, but he wasn't weak either. If there was no other way, going back to be Linwood's neighbor would be a compromise, though if the environment continued to deteriorate, Lin Duo might not live for many more years. On the road, they had to rely on these ruins for shelter from the wind and rain, resisting the erosion of nature, and having a place to stay and rest peacefully at night. Darkness fell, and a figure slowly appeared in the distance. Zhang Tan caught up in the darkness and stopped at a service area. "That shouldn't be something you would do," Bai Xiao said, watching him remove his helmet in the firelight. "You have a deep-seated prejudice against me," Zhang Tan said. "Don't look at what you say, look at what you do. If Chenjiabao hadn't brought the survivors together over the years, they might have died long ago, but they lived many more years. Some wanted to leave, but he never stopped them. Why didn't he go find a settlement? Like you, if it were truly as you say, helping people survive?" Bai Xiao changed the subject, pointing to the road they had come from. "Because he has children," Zhang Tan said. "Don't people with children need to stick together even more to survive? That's why you young people who grew up after the disaster are fortunate," Zhang Tan said. He would rather die in that mountain village with his children than let them experience what he went through. He sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall to rest. His body was no longer young, the long journey was a challenge, and also the last leg of his life's journey. Zhang Tan looked at the young man before him. Meeting someone searching for hope on this journey made him realize the capriciousness of fate. If it were 20 years ago, perhaps they would have been good friends. He remembered the family of 3 he encountered in the shelter's observation area years ago. The 2 adults, too, weren't qualified to enter, but they resolutely chose to leave, exchanging names. That man looked a lot like the young man now, wearing glasses, his face resolute. Bai Xiao looked down, watching a spider crawl up his trouser leg and bite his ankle. Then it died and fell. Chapter 78. Perhaps you're right. Everything will eventually perish. Bai Xiao stomped on the fallen spider, rubbing it lightly until it vanished without a trace. This near-dead silence is enough to exhaust anyone. Oh! But as long as one person wants to live, it's not meaningless. We can't just wait idly. Every story has a happy ending. A story is just a story. Zhang Tan thought for a moment, then took a map from his backpack and spread it on the ground. His hands moved, his thin fingers not very dexterous, but he finally managed to fold a paper airplane. He breathed on it, and threw the paper airplane towards Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao watched his inexplicable action, not catching it. The paper airplane flew across the room, finally landing lightly on the ground, very close to the fire, a corner of which caught fire. Bai Xiao stomped out that corner of the fire, not picking it up, but looking at him. I once rescued a survivalist. Before the disaster, his behavior was ridiculed by those around him. He worried about everything, but he found joy in it, until the day the disaster struck, plunging human society into a dark age. He was a true survivalist, living longer and better than anyone else. Why would someone like that need your help? Bai Xiao asked. Because life before the disaster was too prosperous. Most ordinary people find it difficult to adapt to life after a disaster, unable to bear the loneliness. He clearly hadn't considered this. When we found him, he was on a city street, facing a horde of zombies. So he came back with us. He had plenty of supplies, which made things much easier for us during that time. Zhang Tan said, this map also shows one of his supply points. It contains his pre-disaster reserves, compressed rations, canned goods, and many other supplies that can be stored for a very long time. If you happen to pass by, it might help you travel a little further. You came here to find it? Bai Xiao picked up the paper airplane. No, it's too far away, it's pointless, Zhang Tan said. Supplies aren't actually that useful for long-term survival. What's truly useful is the ability to gather, produce, and store resources. These only make things a little easier. But for someone traveling a long distance, it's very useful. I can't go that far. I have my doubts about this location, Bai Xiao said bluntly. It's alright. I was just trying it out anyway, but after setting off, I realized I couldn't go that far. You can throw it in the fire. Whether you pass by or not is another matter. If you don't pass by, it's useless. Logically, you shouldn't help me. So you have a prejudice against me. Just because you heard Xinjiabao is full of revelers, you think we're wicked, crazy, and extreme, right? Zhang Tan smiled. Isn't that right? Actually, it's all the same. The ending is already there. No matter what you do, or what I do, it won't change anything. How far do you want to go? Or where is your destination? Bai Xiao asked. A couple of years ago, while scavenging, I met a guy from Sichuan. He said the monkeys in his hometown couldn't be contained. This infection is like a catalyst for them. I don't know why. I want to see what it's like there now. Zhang Tan said, I wanted to set off for a long time, but I haven't had a good opportunity. You can't make it. Yeah, it's a shame, I can't make it. Zombies were too dangerous before, and now I'm too old. Zhang Tan looked east. If I survive, I'd like to see the most prosperous place before the disaster. That's even more impossible too far. Bai Xiao shrugged. What else can I do? Build a beautiful new home? He smiled, his weathered face glowing warmly in the firelight. He pulled a strip of meat from his pocket. Bai Xiao realized he'd taken it from an animal that had turned into a zombie sometime during the disaster. Food, as long as it doesn't kill you, you can eat it. That's the rule after the disaster. Oh, it was also the rule before the disaster, only before it was passive, now it's active. Come to think of it, things are better now. Want a piece? Zhang Tan smiled inexplicably. No. Alright, young people are clean, they should eat less bad stuff. If you think we have plenty of time, how about we talk about zombie movies? I'm quite interested in those. Bai Xiao changed the subject. Didn't I tell you? It's a kind of medicine. Zhang Tan said calmly. Treats cancer? It was initially used for cancer, and it worked quite well. But later, someone discovered it was also effective against venereal diseases, syphilis, gonorrhea. So that medicine quickly became widely known. So, cancer and venereal diseases cured using this method will turn into zombies? No, that's the most strange part. The cancer is cured, but the venereal diseases, after being cured, might be contracted again, or for other reasons. And then, zombies appear. How could such a major flaw be allowed to enter the market? Yeah, how could that be? Zhang Tan's cloudy eyes seemed to hold a strange smile. He stopped. Suddenly, he turned to look outside. Bai Xiao also turned to look outside the service area. In the darkness, something was flying and swirling in the night sky, its fluttering sounds mixed with hoarse cries. Zhang Tan reacted quickly, covering the fire with his thick clothes and throwing himself on it to extinguish it. Fortunately, it was just dry branches and leaves, not firewood. He hurriedly poured water on it, preventing it from reigniting. Almost simultaneously, the fire in front of Bai Xiao also went out. The two put on their helmets and huddled in a corner for cover. The service area was plunged into darkness, utterly silent. Only the sounds from the night sky outside could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds faded away. Bai Xiao turned his head to look out the window at the night sky, where stars twinkled, as if nothing had ever happened, and nothing had ever approached. Looks like we're not going much further, Zhang Tan said in the darkness. What's that? Bai Xiao asked. I guess it's crows. Crows symbolize bad luck. Zhang Tan walked to the empty window, gazing at the shadows outside the service area. The night was no longer cold, the empty night sky was silent. The stars in the night sky were like eyes, watching over this land. They had existed for countless years, while human civilization was only 6 or 7,000 years old. The earliest human fossils date back 3 million years, and the dinosaurs went extinct 60 million years ago. Before the vastness of time, all life has its end. And humanity's day has come. Look, Zhang Tan pointed outside, to the group of dark shadows sweeping across the moonlight. They are tolling the death knell for humanity. This will be a grand destruction. Chapter 79. They were gregarious, highly social, and possessed high intelligence. They often roamed the branches in autumn and winter, feeding on carrion. Those were the crows before the disaster. The crows of today have clearly changed. Carrion eaters are more susceptible to infection than herbivores. Each infected animal exhibits different habits. At least Bai Xiao had never seen one that would attack a person drawn by firelight. Bai Xiao listened intently in the darkness. The flock of crows had already flown away. No single factor could have led to this situation today. It's the result of everyone's efforts, Zhang Tan said. Diseases before the disaster were incredibly diverse, and so were various kinds of venereal diseases. You might not know how they spread, but those zombies, the extremists you think of, were mostly from this group initially. They weren't partying. They just knew they would become zombies sooner or later. Bai Xiao remained silent. What Zhang Tan and Lin Duoduo said about treating cancer was somewhat different. Indeed, given her environment, no one would talk to her about syphilis or gonorrhea. She only remembered from fragmented conversations that the zombies were a result of treatments performed before the disaster. The events before the disaster were, in the eyes of this young woman living alone, a fragmented history. Even Zhang Tan hadn't told the whole story. This history, distorted and embellished, ultimately presented a bizarre image. But Bai Xiao felt that Zhang Tan was right about one thing. No single factor could have led to the current situation. It's all ancient history. Rather than a disaster, it's more like divine punishment. Zhang Tan sat against the wall in the darkness, the cold moonlight shining on him. He gazed at the hazy shadows in the distance, then looked up. It was mid-month, and the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, still quite full. There's Chang'e there, he said with a smile. A dark cloud obscured the moon again. He sighed and closed his eyes. Young people are innocent, so you don't need to worry about being shut out of the shelter. But that wouldn't change anything. 20 years later, everything was unstoppable. The snowball had already started rolling, and no one could stop the impending disaster. In his eyes, it was all the same. Dying on the road and searching for hope ultimately led to the same end. As dawn broke, Zhang Tan was still sitting silently against the wall. Bai Xiao thought he was dead and reached out to push him. Zhang Tan barely opened his eyes again, dragging his aged body to his feet. If only I had a cigarette. His clothes were thinner, but still covered him completely. Looking out from the service area, there were no crows, only a few black feathers scattered on the road outside, exuding an ominous aura. Have you ever seen a sky full of dark clouds? Zhang Tan picked up a feather and suddenly asked. No. "I've seen it in movies before disasters," Zhang Tan said. A gust of wind blew, and the black feather on the ground tumbled and rolled, scattering into the distance. The distance remained desolate. Bai Xiao felt that the two of them were like astronauts exploring ruins in a space adventure movie, completely covered up, wearing helmets, walking through the ruins. In less than an hour, Zhang Tan could no longer see the figure carrying the harpoon. He walked alone on the desolate road. The grass in the fields had already sprouted, a lush green expanse, with a few small flowers occasionally visible. This was a road destined to never reach its end. If he could, Zhang Tan hoped the flock of crows would return, and to be buried in their overwhelming swarm would be his best end, all flesh and blood gone, leaving only withered bones. Bai Xiao walked forward step by step, wondering what he could do if he found shelter. This corner of the mountain village was still relatively peaceful, but the outside world had changed drastically. Perhaps that was why Zhang Tan had left Qinjiabao, wanting to go out and see the world before the end. He could probably make a box. Bai Xiao pondered, finding a small car to carry Lin Duoduo. If they encountered danger, Lin Duoduo could use the box to shelter herself. There would always be a way. The weather grew hotter day by day. By noon, it was very hot. Bai Xiao took off his helmet and put on sunglasses as he walked. His backpack was gradually emptying, not as full as when he first set out. The locust flowers were gone, there were still some elm seeds left, and a small piece of the salted fish Yu Ming had given him, less than half a fish. If they couldn't find food along the way, they'd probably have to follow Zhang Tan's example, and eat as much as they could to survive. At dusk, he suddenly remembered something, took out the paper airplane from last night, spread it out, and laid it flat. It had the locations of supply depots marked on it. It seemed fine. It probably really was something Zhang Tan had prepared before setting off, but he casually given it to this fellow traveler after realizing they couldn't go that far. He still didn't understand what Zhang Tan was thinking. In the twilight, a large flock of crows circled and landed in the distant mountains. Bai Xiao watched quietly, recalling Zhang Tan's words. They are tolling the death knell for humanity. Disaster was imminent. At this moment, Bai Xiao inexplicably began to understand Zhang Tan's actions. Everything was just a process. They didn't care about the process itself. After 20 years of lingering existence, their ultimate fate was already sealed. Helping one person, or many, wouldn't affect the outcome. What they had hoped for had already arrived. Destruction is the ultimate form of equality. Now, this situation wasn't caused by one or two people, nor could it be salvaged by one or two. What lay before them was a massive mess, beyond anyone's ability to turn the tide. Offering a small amount of help to the innocent young man was all they could do. Looking back the way he came, not seeing that figure, Bai Xiao put away the unfolded paper airplane and walked towards the tunnel ahead. But I'm a zombie. Bai Xiao entered the tunnel. It was dark, unlit, and filled with a rotten smell. Scrapped cars blocked the way, indicating that this place had also been affected by the disaster years ago. After the chain reaction car accident blocked the road, it was the zombies' turn to shine. Zombies still lingered in the tunnel, some trapped inside their vehicles, already dead. Bai Xiao was wary of bats and other animals that might be in the tunnel, but not particularly worried about the zombies. The long tunnel was prone to accidents, the dark, damp environment teemed with rats, snakes, and centipedes. And skeletons. In the post-apocalyptic world, where people died, their bodies rotted there wasn't even a solitary grave overgrown with weeds. Walking through the cold, dark tunnel, Bai Xiao suddenly missed the human. The past 10 years in the mountain village seemed like abandonment, but now, emerging, he realized it was the most peaceful life after the disaster. Perhaps Yu Ming understood this, which was why he connected those houses, allowing them to live out their remaining years in peace. It was raining in the mountain village. Lin Duoduo covered her tricycle with a tarpaulin, sat under the shelter for a while, and waited for the rain to subside. Then, she ran to the eaves and gazed at the gloomy sky. After the zombie king left, she returned to her solitary life, occasionally tidying up the quiet yard next door and weeding. Perhaps everyone outside is dead, and that zombie, having encountered no one, will return someday. The wild pepper plant that the zombie king transplanted has sprouted green shoots and successfully survived in his yard. The shed the zombie built has never leaked. She wondered, what happened to Panji Lian? This story isn't complete. The zombie king still owes her an ending. Actually, if she ever couldn't survive, letting the zombie king bite her wouldn't be so bad. Since death was inevitable, fulfilling his wish was better than being bitten by an old zombie or eaten by something in the mountains. She took out the book she had scavenged, opened it to a page, and read, "If you till the land, It will no longer work for you, you will wander aimlessly on the earth. Chapter 80. They continued along the highway. Leaning on a cane, Bai Xiao was travel-worn, his clothes reeking of the long journey. He only truly understood the vastness of this land once he was on the road. He didn't know what was sustaining him. Perhaps he should have died the day he was bitten by a zombie, but that human had saved him. Lin Duo was like the plants that grew wildly in the post-disaster fields, possessing a stubbornness and vitality. That vibrant life force infected him. The exhaustion from endless overtime and busy work felt completely different from what he felt in the mountain village. A person who struggles to survive shouldn't wait to die in some small corner of a mountain village. People must live on, no matter how the environment changes. Just like their ancient ancestors fighting against nature, all they could do was strive to survive. He switched canes. Bai Xiao glanced at the map from time to time. Some sections of the highway were destroyed, and the road was difficult to travel. Between cities, the desolate roads sometimes lack even villages, occasionally accompanied by zombies, those infected after the catastrophe. The original zombies, besides those trapped in the cities, lay dead in the dust of the wilderness. The clouds in the sky burned a fiery red. By chance, he came across a river and learned to spear fish with a harpoon. As he filled a metal box with water, he gazed at his reflection. His unkempt beard resembled those who survived in the wilderness. He wandered this land. He didn't know what time it was, only that the weather was getting hotter. He gathered some dry branches, boiled water in the metal box, poured it into a kettle, and then cut the speared fish into pieces and threw them in to cook. The box was too small. This was the only way. Bai Xiao had tried grilling fish, but it burned. The shade under the trees by the river offered good coolness, and occasionally, snakes or similar prey would appear. After the disaster, it was actually springtime for plants and animals. A column of smoke rose in the distance. Bai Xiao merely glanced at it, feeling nothing special. His leather boots were badly worn, but he hadn't replaced them. Changing shoes wouldn't be difficult, they could be found everywhere in the ruins. He had changed his clothes several times, though. Zombies were meant to wander. Being a wanderer fit the identity of a zombie perfectly. However, whenever he encountered survivors, Bai Xiao had to put on sunglasses, disguising himself as a human who had survived a long journey. Bai Xiao was grateful for his time with Lin Duo, which had prepared him for loneliness. Otherwise, wandering alone, he feared the endless loneliness would have overwhelmed him. Even in the apocalypse, as a zombie, he might live for many more years, just like now, drifting through ruins, accompanied by other zombies. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Bai Xiao dipped his feet into the river water, drawing in a breath of cool air. The momentary chill was followed by a refreshing coolness. Having not bathed for many days, he could finally clean himself up a bit. He took off his clothes and sunglasses, revealing his bloodshot eyes and the lividity on his arms. The long-awaited cleanliness always brought a sense of pleasure. He remembered showering in that small courtyard, pumping water from the well. That well required emptying a ladle of water before use. If he went back someday and used it again, he would have learned how. He wouldn't just pump the water down forcefully and then wonder if the well was broken. A long time passed. Only wet footprints, a pool of ashes, and fish bones remained on the riverbank. The zombie king, leaning on his cane, set off again, searching for the lost hope of the previous generation. If the hydroelectric power station was also a ruin, he could return to his small mountain village in peace and spend the rest of his life there. Becoming a zombie might be a curse suffered by a life that shouldn't exist in this world, destined to be alone, witnessing the world's most devastating state. He still had a map left behind by the survivalist, given to this young man who had gone against the grain by a reveler. After crossing the province, he gradually drew closer to the survivalist's hideout. He hadn't seen any living people for a long time. Bai Xiao found it strange. There were many solitary people scattered throughout Linchuan, and occasionally scavengers on the road, but as he left, the number of people he saw dwindled. He hadn't even seen any settlements. As he wondered if the situation outside was even more dire than in Linchuan, he finally encountered a living person on the road. A middle-aged man with a weathered face. This man walked slowly towards him in the setting sun, equally travel-worn, approaching from the end of the abandoned, old road. He carried a large water bottle at his waist, wore a lightweight yet sophisticated protective helmet, and had a gun tucked into his belt. He walked alone towards him. As they drew closer, Bai Xiao sized him up, and the man sized him up as well. "You came from that direction?" the man asked, looking in the direction Bai Xiao had come from. "Yes, there are only ruins left over there." "Where are you going?" Bai Xiao stopped. To those ruins, he said. There's nothing left there, just scattered survivors and revelers. Bai Xiao shook his head, looking in the direction the man was heading, the place he was about to go. Where did you come from? I came from the safe zone. Huh? Bai Xiao froze, his mind slowing for a few seconds, as if he'd just been infected. He looked at the man before him, then at what was behind him, remaining silent for a long time before asking, safe zone? Shelter? It doesn't matter what it's called. Where's the rescue? Bai Xiao glanced behind him again, confirming he was alone, just one person, a man with a weathered face. The rescue is on its way, the man said. Bai Xiao looked at him without speaking. How did you get here? Were you a pioneer? Or were you alone? Or did you start with a group? Are there many people with you? Where did you come from? The man asked. Where's your vehicle? Bai Xiao didn't answer, but asked instead. The roads here are impassable now. Where is the safe zone? Bai Xiao continued to ask. The man stared at his tattered clothes and the wooden stick in his hand, remaining silent for a long time before finally saying, It's far away. Then what are you doing here? I'm part of the rescue effort too. I don't believe you. Bai Xiao laughed. You die on the road, die in those ruins. If there were a rescue effort, you should be driving a large convoy, carrying supplies, clearing obstacles, and entering those ruins. The man was silent for a long time before saying, If you can get out, I can get in. You die on the road. Bai Xiao continued to shake his head. Are you a survivor from that land? The man asked. Yes, Bai Xiao said. A long time ago, only revelers and scattered survivors remained there. They didn't trust anyone. How did you get out? What about the rescue effort? Bai Xiao didn't answer, but instead asked. There's no rescue effort yet, only me. He said. You mean, you came from the safe zone, with no rescue, no supplies, just you, all alone, to go to those ruins and die there? Bai Xiao leaned on his cane, looking up at the setting sun in the distance. Finally, I run into a living person, and they're an idiot? Chapter 81. My name is Zhou Su, and I'm not stupid. The man named Zhou Su wasn't angry at Bai Xiao's words. He thought for a moment, then unpacked his backpack, revealing a box, a pre-apocalyptic artifact. This is a radio. I don't know if you've ever seen one before. If you were with the revelers, you should know about it and understand its significance. A radio? Bai Xiao's eyes behind his helmet flickered. He had seen computers, televisions, and radios in the ruins, but they were all broken and unusable. He stared at the man, speechless for a moment, then slowly sat down on the ground. Long periods spent with zombies, hunger and numbness, exhaustion and loneliness had made Bai Xiao feel less human, and his thinking somewhat sluggish. If it weren't for that anchor point, he suspected he might actually be a zombie. Now, smelling the human scent emanating from the other man, he sat on the ground, rubbing his forehead through his helmet, silent. A man named Zhou Su was also sizing him up. Bai Xiao's clothes were torn and stained with blood, and his thin frame sat on the ground, revealing the emptiness beneath his clothes, indicating the hardships he had endured to emerge from the ruins. Were you sent by the shelter to your death? Bai Xiao sighed during the long wait. This wasn't a case of one person in trouble and everyone rushing to help. In a disaster, everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. I'm a rescuer, Zhou Su said, pulling a square piece of food wrapped in a plastic bag from his bag and handing it to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao turned around, rummaged through his bag for sunglasses, took off his helmet and put them on, then tore open the packaging and put it in his mouth. It was hard and dry. He took out his water bottle, drank some water, and chewed vigorously. Zhou Su sat down on the ground. Only when Bai Xiao removed his helmet did Zhou Su realize how young Bai Xiao looked, which eased some of his wariness. We built a safe fortress, with ample food and order. We restarted some industrial production, Zhou Su said. Industry, you know? I know. Well, you know? Zhou Su paused. A little, Bai Xiao said. You restarted industry, established civilization. He paused, then, as if remembering something, looked Zhou Su up and down. Have you solved the infection problem? Not yet, Zhou Su said. Bai Xiao's glimmer of hope vanished. Looking at the stranger who claimed to be a rescuer, he asked, where is your rescue? If you mean a convoy, a grand procession clearing obstacles, carrying large quantities of supplies into that ruin, then no. Zhou Su shook his head. That land is now only inhabited by revelers and scattered survivors. The former refuse shelter, and the latter, they live in seclusion. That land is too vast, and there are too few survivors. There's no way to organize an effective rescue, and the manpower isn't sufficient, unless scattered individuals gather together. You mean? 20 years have passed since the apocalypse. Josu looked at him and said, those who received the information and those who huddled together have long since left that ruin. Now, those remaining are people who don't trust anyone and live alone. The only remaining groups are revelers. Long since left that ruin, you mean? They went to the safe zone. Bai Xiao fell silent, looking at Josu, recalling the people he had encountered along the way, and finally licked his dry lips. So, the safe zone broadcast a message that the temporary settlements had all moved away from the ruins, and only those who didn't receive the message missed the rescue, right? He looked back at the ruins, at the wary and indifferent people he had encountered along the way, the revelers. Bai Xiao suddenly understood what Zhang Tan meant by refusing shelter. Only the slackers, the revelers, and the scattered lone survivors who had missed the rescue remained in those ruins. That's why Yu Ming was wary of everyone before the disaster, but showed kindness to the young people who had missed the rescue. Calling it a rescue isn't quite right. The safe zone didn't have the resources to help at the time. It just pointed in the right direction, letting the survivors know that there was a safe zone further away. Josu's tone was somewhat somber. The sun had set, the distant sky was a hazy gray, and an aura of desolation emanated from that land. Bai Xiao understood. There were no shelters in Linchuan, so everyone needed to migrate to more distant places to seek rescue. That human was living in abandoned ruins, missing the information released by the safe zone, and would never receive rescue. Thank you, Bai Xiao said. I'm sorry, along the way. I saw people living alone, and I saw people celebrating the apocalypse. They were all waiting for destruction, so... Is there anything I can do to help? That's normal. People who come out of those ruins are very wary, Josu said. Can I see your technology? Bai Xiao looked at his backpack. Post-apocalyptic advanced technology. One person could be a rescuer. I don't have any technology, Josu said. Then, you're planning to use this pistol to rush into the ruins and rescue everyone? Bai Xiao glanced at the powerful-looking pistol at his waist. This pistol can only deal with some animals. Josu turned and knocked down an approaching old zombie. Then your radio can emit some kind of deadly frequency to eliminate zombies or infected animals within a radius of several miles. Bai Xiao looked again at the seemingly powerful radio in his bag. Indeed, you can't judge the value of something by its appearance. He wondered about its power. How could such a thing exist? Josu sensed that this young man who had emerged from the ruins was different. Then what are you here for? Bai Xiao was puzzled. A rescue mission for one person, heading to that ruin. I'm here to deliver a message, Josu said. Who should I pass it on to? Pass it on to those still alive there, the revelers, and the scattered survivors. I go see those revelers. Tell them time is running out. Infected birds have appeared in the distance, and many more. This is the last chance. Industry needs people. It needs everyone to work together to resume production, to delay the day as long as possible, to delay until it's resolved. Every person adds to the strength. Bai Xiao looked at him quietly for a long time, until Josu was about to ask something. Then Bai Xiao said, I'm a little confused. Is it that our ruins are backward, or that you become more backward after restarting industry? Before Josu could speak, Bai Xiao pointed behind him. You said there are infected birds in the distance. I saw them on my way here. I also saw infected rabbits, infected field mice. Except for the grasshoppers in the fields, they all been infected, but it hasn't reached a large scale yet. You're alone, saying you're doing rescue work, and then you die on the way. That's not funny, really. If he weren't a zombie, he would have died somewhere along the way, without even a grave. Josu's expression changed. Bai Xiao, looking at him, suddenly said, Oh, you're from the safe zone. The area is very safe. Large animals and zombies were cleared out of your neighborhood a long time ago, disrupting the transmission chain and delaying the timeline, right? There's still a chance, Josu said. You seem like a young person full of ideals and passion. How could the safe zone do this? No, you weren't sent by the safe zone, Bai Xiao said. This was a personal action, right? You applied for it yourself. Chapter 82. The revelers are already celebrating the apocalypse, while those living alone await death. Bai Xiao sighed, looking at the middle-aged man carrying a radio. This is a ruin long abandoned, isn't it? The safe zone doesn't trust those revelers, but you think more people mean more strength. It wasn't abandoned, Josu said. Back then, the safe zone had to accept too many people. Its capacity was insufficient, and people kept arriving. Settling so many people was a huge undertaking. Later, most of the survivors in the ruins moved away, and the population concentrated there. Rebuilding a safe zone here was unnecessary and unsafe. So it was still abandoned. This was a ruin long abandoned. Now, the people in the safe zone wanted to go in, to find where the revelers gathered, to tell them time was running out. For some reason, Bai Xiao felt it all seemed so absurd. It got dark. Zhou Su slung his bag over his shoulder, and went with Bai Xiao to a nearby overpass. They gathered some dried branches and leaves and lit a campfire. Having a safe zone, and not having a safe zone, are like two different worlds. Bai Xiao noticed his supplies. The safe zone represents order and productivity, which are the most important foundations for survival, Zhou Su said. You said the safe zone can't accommodate so many people because of that ruin. The safe zone in Linchuan is gone? Bai Xiao had already figured it out. They had originally arranged enough reserves, but the destruction of the neighboring shelter led to a large influx of survivors, so they were busy accommodating a large population until there were not many people left in Linchuan. In terms of outcome, it wasn't much different from relocating to a shelter. It concentrated the number of survivors, except that Linchuan was reduced to ruins. Safe zones radiate outwards. In the apocalypse, having a safe place attracts all the displaced survivors, Zhou Su said. Like you understand when you get there, safe zones and ruins are completely different. It seems that safe zone must be very large, Bai Xiao said. It's the opposite of Linchuan. Did you retake the city? The city? Zhou Su smiled, looking at the young man. Do you think retaking a city means just moving back, and that you can just live in the pre-disaster buildings? Bai Xiao paused, taken aback. How do you handle the food, drink, and basic needs of tens or hundreds of thousands of people in a city? In just a few days, the city would become a cesspool, and people would flee en masse. A city is a system that requires extensive infrastructure maintenance. Any damage will bring it to a standstill, not just a bunch of concrete and steel buildings. Reconstruction is a long process. Zhou Su shook his head. With a population, a city needs to operate more efficiently. Maybe you see cities rise from the ground in the future, but right now, it might not be as good as you imagine. He paused, then continued, but it's still much better than those ruins. Young people after a disaster often have fantasies about safe zones based on the ruins of those pre-disaster high-rises. Leaving aside agricultural infrastructure, guess how many days it would take for a city to be paralyzed by water and electricity outages? Zhou Su's voice was low. He remembered the beginning of the apocalypse. The stagnant cities descended into chaos, and from then on, people fled, leaving them as ruins for many years to come. Even the best-case scenario didn't materialize in the safe zone, Bai Xiao said in a low voice. The most optimistic prediction in Lindwood was father's notes ultimately didn't happen, not even in the safe zone. What? Zhou Su didn't hear clearly. Reconstruction is indeed a long process, but the situation is very serious, Bai Xiao said. The area near the safe zone should be extremely safe. There are no zombies or large animals, so there's no need to worry about infection. It's ironic that in the end, it was in those ruins that a zombie capable of resisting infection, appeared. Some people will change their minds. Not everyone is determined to die, Zhou Su said, looking towards the ruins. So, are these ruins only like this in Linchuan, or everywhere? Bai Xiao asked. Where there are safe zones, survivors gather. Where there are no safe zones, the population dwindles, and the land slowly turns to ruins, Zhou Su said slowly. The chaos in Linchuan was due to some mistakes that led to the destruction of Linchuan's safe zone. By the time people realized what was happening, the situation was already very complicated. Linchuan had the most doomsday theorists, and those who wanted to give up. They realized the world was just a giant makeshift shelter. They could patch things up and get by, or they would die. There were too many revelers in that land. They refused shelter, and conflicts had arisen. Thinking about the past in those ruins, Zhou Su asked, Did you ever spend time with the revelers? Bai Xiao replied, I traveled with a doomsday reveler for a while. He understood everything now. Why there was always a sense of deathly silence along the way. Those left behind were mostly hopeless people. This was a place where shelters no longer existed after the apocalypse. The capable had already left, and the population had dispersed to shelters elsewhere. So you're still going? Bai Xiao asked. The revelers aren't the enemy, Zhou Su said. Huh? The revelers will gather together. As long as they live in groups and stick together to survive, there will always be. Some people will develop hope, some will have children, and they want their children to survive, thus changing their minds. The safe zone has taken them in, Zhou Su said, his expression somewhat complicated. I've been to other places. The real trouble is those survivors living alone. Survivors living alone are the enemy? Bai Xiao thought of Yu Ming, that reclusive uncle. No, there are no enemies. Zhou Su waved his hand. Your meaning is clear, you just didn't say it. Bai Xiao looked at his expression. Zhou Su's expression just now had already revealed something. Compared to those who proclaimed the end of the world, Zhou Su hated people like Yu Ming who lived alone waiting to die even more. Because as long as those people lived together, there would always be unexpected events, someone would always change their mind, someone would always unexpectedly have a child, and rekindle hope. I wonder what Yu Ming's expression would be if he knew. This is the end of the world, Zhou Su said. Everyone in the safe zone is trying to survive. Even those who believe in the end times sometimes change their minds. This is the calm before the storm. The disaster isn't over yet. Every person who survives brings a glimmer of hope for the future. Even without a vaccine, we can build underground shelters to isolate ourselves until we find a solution. Take it slow. There will always be a future. Humanity won't die from this catastrophe. But the safe zone is helpless. Bai Xiao glanced at his backpack. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have come out. Many people in the safe zone are old, Zhou Su sighed. 20 years have passed since the apocalypse, and the younger generation is disproportionately large compared to the older generation. The disaster killed many, but the biggest blow was to the new generation that followed. Chapter 83. How many safe zones are there? Bai Xiao asked curiously. There were dozens at first, then some were merged, now there are only 9 left, and those are all quite far. Do you want to go to other places? No, I'm just curious. Curiosity is a good thing. Those who have become zombies will never be curious again. Zhou Su took out a map from his backpack and drew a circle on it, marking the location of the safe zone. Seeing Bai Xiao also take out a map, he pointed to the location on the map. The safe zone is right here. This whole area is it. Looks like it's not too far from where I originally planned to go. Bai Xiao looked at the area he circled. It wasn't too far from the reservoir, nor too close. Such strategic locations couldn't be given to any settlement or group. They could only be controlled by the shelter itself, for energy security. Looks like you could find it even without my directions, Zhou Su said. My elders speculated that even if there isn't a safe zone at a strategic location, someone would guard it. Following that path, I'm sure I can find it, Bai Xiao said. Zhou Su looked at Bai Xiao's tattered clothes and sighed. If you weren't in Linchuan, you probably would have already. Bai Xiao shook his head, somewhat lost in thought. If Lin Duoduo hadn't been in Linchuan, with Lin Huayou's abilities, his family would probably be living in a shelter long ago, and Lin Huayu wouldn't have become a zombie. The areas with safe zones, and the areas without safe zones were like two separate worlds. Why do you always wear sunglasses? Zhou Su had been holding back this question for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask it. It's an illness. Looking directly at any light makes my eyes water. It's become a habit. It's better at night, but worse during the day. Bai Xiao's sunglasses had broken on the journey. These were new ones he found while scavenging. You can get treated when we get to the safe zone. Zhou Su felt there was something unsettling about the gaze behind the sunglasses. Are you a doomsday theorist? One of those revelers? He suddenly asked. Me? I'm not, Bai Xiao said. I'm just searching for hope after the disaster. There's no future in the ruins. Zhou Su had a strange feeling, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He's seen young people emerge from the ruins before, some bewildered, some surprised, some taciturn. This young man, however, always possessed a sense of composure, yet not quite. It was as if he were facing someone from before the disaster, yet he asked questions only those from after. Bai Xiao also felt he changed along the way. Perhaps it was after saying goodbye to Yu Ming, or perhaps it was seeing those living alone, or even encountering the revelers. He had become indifferent. He felt neither excitement nor agitation at the sight of the people in the shelter, even though he knew the safe zone was just ahead. After learning that the infection in the safe zone hadn't been resolved, Bai Xiao felt he could go back. He couldn't possibly go in, a medical checkup was mandatory. If the infection had been resolved, it would be fine, he could go back and bring Lin Duoduo over. But since it wasn't, he, as a zombie, might be a treasure. Perhaps his life would be like Yu Ming's or someone else's, hiding his infected identity, living alone, outside of human civilization, outside of settlements, in the ruins after disasters. After all, it was just a zombie. If everything was uncertain before they set out, yet there was still much hope, now most of it was clear. Bai Xiao saw something familiar in Zhou Su. Zhou Su carried a certain scent, a scent absent in revelers or solitary survivors, a scent of the bigger picture. In the ruins, revelers weren't the enemy, rather, the solitary survivors were despised by him. Bai Xiao believed Zhou Su had come from the safe zone. You don't seem very excited? Zhou Su asked. The further you go, the safer it gets. When you can't see any zombies anymore, you know the safe zone is near. Can you tell me what the safe zone is like? What could someone like me do there? You can do a lot. You can work while learning to read. Can you read? Josu asked. I know some people. That would be best. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't know anyone. There will be cultural classes there. Josu said, there's also food, order, and protection. You grew up in ruins, so you may not have experienced this. Safe zones are incomparable to settlements. There are many, many people there. They will teach you what to do, and you won't have to worry about survival every day. Josu smiled as he spoke. Many people who lived before the disaster had a certain confidence that humanity would prevail, but those who grew up after the disaster didn't. People who grew up in the apocalypse are used to this desolate ruin. To them, it's normal. The past is more like a story, existing only in other people's mouths. They never saw it, so they can't imagine how prosperous or brilliant the original world was. They don't know how developed industry was, nor how powerful humanity once was. 20 years have passed since the apocalypse, and so much has happened. Young people after the disaster can only imagine what life was like before through the ruins, a fragmented and incomplete picture. You are the hope for the future, Josu said. The safe zone needs young people. You have a child, Bai Xiao suddenly said. Yes, I do. She's doing well in the safe zone, Josu said. That's good. They encountered fewer and fewer people along the way. Bai Xiao guesses they all gone to the safe zone. Tell me about the ruins, Josu said. In the ruins? Bai Xiao hesitated. Only he knows how dangerous the journey has been. Only ruins and scattered survivors remain. Apart from revelers, there is no organized group. That's all you know. It's simple there. You hardly see anyone. Occasionally you spot a few survivors. Some missed the earlier migration information, missed their chance, and couldn't travel alone. Others didn't want to leave. The rest are the revelers gathered together, trying to survive until the apocalypse. Bai Xiao looked down at the map in the firelight. Now, looking at the map, he understood. Back then, Linchuan wasn't a ruin. After the shelter fell, the safe zone here sent messages and broadcasts. Survivors migrated in groups, leaving behind only ruins, the later Chenjiabeo revelry, and a few scattered survivors. Lindwood's radio was probably out of power, or perhaps her family had already perished. After most people left, the two women were unable to leave and were trapped there. They lived with zombies, occasionally scavenging in the city. While scavenging, she picked up a zombie. The zombie learned everything, and then went back to tell her. Chapter 84. The campfire illuminated Josu's withered face. Insects swarmed around him. He swatted a mosquito dead with a snap. This is a supervirus. It overturns the previous logic of infection. It can transmit to any organism, then mutate, modifying the infected life form before continuing to spread. Josu looked at the small pool of blood on his hand. What if mosquitoes could be infected one day? He sighed. The apocalypse is apocalypse precisely because we are currently helpless. What do you mean by the previous logic of infection? Humanity has encountered many plagues in the past. Those that could be spread by rats, fleas, and mosquitoes were all terrifying. But back then, rats and mosquitoes only carried the virus and then infected humans. Josu said, if its mortality rate was high, the virus could disappear once all the infected people died. But this time is different. This supervirus came from zombies. Where did the zombies come from? Bai Xiao asked. Josu fell silent. Bai Xiao had expected to hear a different perspective from the doomsday theorists. Regarding the origins of zombies, Lin Duo said it was a cure for cancer, Zhang Tan said it was a cure for visceral diseases, but Josu remained silent. After a long pause, Josu finally spoke, perhaps it's divine punishment. Bai Xiao said, the revelers say so too. Josu shook his head, saying nothing, only gazing intently at the safe zone behind him, his eyes deep, fixed on the dark sky in the distance. I don't know what the doomsday theorists and you have said. Perhaps when you go to the safe zone, you find that some of what they said is true, and some things aren't so rosy. But to survive, we must unite. The safe zone is our only hope. Only with a sufficient foundation can everything be sustained. These are difficult times, but everything will be rewarded afterward. I know young people are disconnected from those who lived before the disaster. Bai Xiao took out the gold bar he scavenged from his backpack. Will this be useful in the safe zone? It's shared. You can hand it in, Josu said. I understand. Bai Xiao put it away, sat down on the ground, and said nothing more. Night deepened, and Josu remained seated, gazing at the endless darkness. He was happy to talk to the young people after the disaster, especially those who had emerged from the ruins, but Bai Xiao had already rested. The campfire slowly died down, and he slept for a while in the latter half of the night. At dawn, Bai Xiao gently buried the dead mosquitoes beside him in the ground, and Zhou Su prepared to set off. It'd be difficult for you to get in, you die on the way. Take more people with you, Bai Xiao advised. You were able to get out, which means I can get in. Zhou Su looked at Bai Xiao's clothes and equipment. The harpoon looked ridiculous. Very much a Ruinera style. The young man, lacking sufficient supplies, scavenged clothes from the rubble and ventured out with a harpoon. He, on the other hand, had a gun, rations, and adequate protection, greatly increasing his safety. If he encountered danger, it was simply bad luck. Keep going, it gets safer further ahead, Zhou Su pointed to the road behind him. It's a long way, I won't see you off. There are tunnels along the way, more than one. If you can find a detour, try to avoid going in, Bai Xiao cautioned. He thought for a moment, then took out paper and pen from his bag and wrote down the approximate location of the man with the little boy he had encountered before. This was something he had promised. If he found a shelter, he would tell them there were survivors and children there. There were also a few other people I encountered along the way who were in similar situations. I didn't go into too much detail, just a general area. There were no clear house numbers in the ruins. These places might have people wanting to go to the safe zone, including children and couples living alone. They don't know where the safe zone is, and don't have the ability to travel far. If there really is shelter rescue, they will be very happy. I still suggest you find more people. One person can't do much. Thank you. Zhou Su glanced at it, then put it away. As you guessed, the safe zone doesn't trust the revelers, considering them unstable, and the revelers don't trust the safe zone either. These are all old issues. The conflict isn't irreconcilable. I try my best. After all, the storm is coming soon, and this might be the last chance. What if it doesn't succeed? The safe zone survives, while they live outside of civilization, dying in the apocalypse, or the safe zone doesn't survive, and everyone faces the worst fate. I'm not very optimistic. Bai Xiao shrugged. They say that getting to this point is the result of everyone's efforts. Zhang Tan, on his last stretch of the journey, still wanted to see the most prosperous places before the disaster, to see how those people were different after becoming zombies. It's better than being in the ruins. After the apocalypse, they're actually doing better than before the disaster. It's ridiculous. Trying to bring them back is too difficult. You understand their doomsday theory? Zhou Su turned around. I only noticed a little. Bai Xiao sometimes had the illusion that he wasn't facing strangers, but rather colleagues, clients, friends, or the weary passenger sitting next to him on the last subway train 20 years from now. That reveler gave me the feeling that even living outside of civilization, they wouldn't be sad, because they firmly believed it was just a process, and everyone would eventually reach their end. The two parted ways on the road. One, weathered and worn, walked towards the ruins. The other, a thin, emaciated young man with clothes hanging loosely, strode towards the safe zone. Just as Zhou Su had said, the further they went, the fewer zombies roamed the wilderness and roads. This place was also deserted, but unlike the ruins, many people here had gone to the safe zone for protection. The area with the safe zone and the area without it were separated into two worlds. One was ruins, the other was civilization. A zombie stood between civilization and ruins. Bai Xiao, as a zombie, had already witnessed the aftermath of civilization's collapse. Now he wanted to see what the post-disaster reconstruction of the safe zone would look like. The decreasing number of zombies made him uneasy, as if some danger lurked ahead. Bai Xiao looked down at himself. He had lost a lot of weight and gotten much darker. His wanderings had made him increasingly resemble a zombie. Even his self-awareness was slowly changing. This was a dangerous sign. Bai Xiao walked silently, trying to recall things from his time as a human, but many memories were blurry. Strangely, while his memories of that past world were fading, he remembered many things clearly from his time in the small mountain village. Bai Xiao suddenly realized that he hadn't done calisthenics in a long time. Chapter 85. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Len Duo was jumping, doing the kind of jump the zombie taught her. It was said many people used to do it, to improve balance, coordination, and other random things. She couldn't remember exactly. She jumped very seriously. After all, it was the zombie who taught her. When they were neighbors, she didn't think much of it. She even often banged on the zombie king's helmet. But thinking back, that was someone who could survive being bitten, retain her sanity, and become the zombie king. That was truly amazing. At first, she just drooled and mumbled ABA, but after jumping around like this, she gradually recovered, learning to speak and act, although she still drooled. She wondered where the zombie king had gone. She hadn't seen Erden for a long time. Since Bai Xiao left a few days ago, Erden had also disappeared. Lin Duoduo didn't know if it had wandered off somewhere else or followed Bai Xiao. Until a few days ago, she found it lying in a small ditch in the field, no longer wandering. On Fridays, she still wandered outside with her basket, occasionally imitating the zombie king, leading Friday to the river to retrieve the fish basket. Everything in the mountain village seemed unchanged, yet many changes also seemed to have occurred. A few days ago, there were birdsong from the other side of the mountain, hoarse and not at all clear. The locust trees in the village were blooming again, and Lin Duoduo picked a huge pile this time, covering Bai Zhao's yard as well, leaving it to dry in the sun for better preservation. In the faint fragrance, she saw the broken guitar in the house where Bai Xiao used to live. Lin Duoduo strummed it, finding the feel off. Bai Xiao had loosened the strings before leaving. She carried it out of the room, sat under the eaves, and tried hard to recall Bai Zhao's actions. She fumbled to tighten the strings, plucked them again, and this time, there was sound. Lin Duoduo was happy. She tried to recall, her fingers moving across the strings, but no matter what she did, she couldn't produce a smooth sound like the zombie. She was just plucking randomly. Sitting under the eaves on Bai Zhao's side, she tried hard to remember. The songs Bai Xiao had sung were hard to recall clearly because he rarely sang them twice. She could only vaguely remember a few lines. Bai Xiao had already veered off the highway, heading towards a nearby village. In the village was the survivalist supply point that Zhang Tan had mentioned. He didn't trust the revelers at first. Zhang Tan followed behind him, letting him face the danger first, then collect some infected animal meat to conserve energy. He pretended not to see it. Perhaps that would allow Zhang Tan to walk a little further, but as Zhang Tan himself said, the outcome was already there. The process didn't matter. He didn't know how far Zhang Tan had walked behind him. A corner of the map was burned and damaged. Every time Bai Xiao saw that missing piece, he would recall the reveler who had clumsily folded a paper airplane, breathed on it, and tossed it to the fire, where it landed and ignited. A supply of provisions stored up for 20 years. Bai Xiao approached the village, searching the surrounding area on a whim. The environment had changed drastically, making the location difficult to find. After wandering the village for a long time, he finally pinpointed an abandoned courtyard. It looked unremarkable from the outside, but after digging for a while with a shovel he unearthed a cellar. That survivalist must have been wealthy before the disaster. Ordinary people couldn't possibly have places to stockpile supplies everywhere. Bai Xiao recalled having known someone like that before the 2012 apocalypse. This person, always trying to prepare, had acquired a multi-tool as a prized possession, only to be caught by the headmaster and forced to write a self-criticism. That kind of petty stunt couldn't compare to a true survivalist. Bai Xiao lifted the handle of the cellar door, revealing a ladder. Below was a modified cellar, 3 meters deep. It had ventilation openings, so it wasn't too stuffy. Bai Xiao climbed down the ladder embedded in the wall. The inside was dark. A fire illuminated the space below, revealing large barrels and various boxes. Tools and weapons hung on the walls: hammers, wrenches, fire axes, daggers, military knives, and a riot shield. On the floor were flashlights, power banks, solar panels, a radio, a walkie-talkie, a first aid kit, and a large quantity of bandages and vitamins, though they had all become ineffective due to the passage of time. A container specifically for storing seeds, neatly categorized, the seeds long since dried up into shriveled remains. Labels on large barrels against the wall were barely legible. 3 large barrels of water, and another large barrel of gasoline, which Bai Xiao examined and found contained only some semi-solidified, gelatinous substance. There was also a barrel of perfectly preserved rice, which, surprisingly, still looked edible. Rice preserved for 20 years. Also, compressed biscuits and canned goods in tin boxes, all appearing to be high-end pre-disaster reserves, stored in large quantities. Only the wealthy could afford to build such a reserve. This single location alone would be incredibly valuable. And such reserves were found in several cities on the map, some in rural areas, some in the wild. The supplies in Linchuan had already been depleted, and the supplies here couldn't be moved. Zhang Tan was right. Supplies weren't very useful for long-term survival in the apocalypse. What was truly useful was the ability to gather, produce, and store resources. Supplies were useful for helping people get through the initial stages, and for those undertaking long journeys. The black solar panel was folded up. When unfolded, its simple, smooth lines and frame possessed a refined beauty reminiscent of the pre-disaster era, clashing in stark contrast to the ruins. Bai Xiao placed the solar panel outside the cellar to see if it would still function properly. After coming down, he ate some canned food, rested for a while, and climbed back up to check. The panel didn't respond at all, the indicator light showed no movement. The military knife hanging on the wall was very sharp, much better than his usual knife. When encountering infected stray animals on the road, sometimes a single cut wasn't enough to kill them, requiring the use of a harpoon. He didn't particularly like using a harpoon to deal with those creatures, because he also needed it for catching fish. There was a mirror in the cellar. Bai Xiao stood before it, looking at the emaciated, unshaven zombie reflected in it. Before setting off, he looked quite human. Now, without his sunglasses, anyone who saw him would probably shoot him. If he reappeared in front of Lin Duo, that human would likely have a hard time recognizing him. Bai Xiao leaned closer to examine the bloodshot in his eyes, then, facing the mirror, took a knife and chopped off his longer hair, leaving it jagged and uneven, very wasteland style. After finishing, he noticed scissors, razor blades, and even a box of long-expired condoms, brittle and worn, placed behind the mirror. These were valuable items. If they weren't broken, they could be used to store water, act as evaporators, tie things together, and provide waterproofing. Bai Xiao regretfully put them down, picked up a razor blade, and shaved in front of the mirror, becoming a relatively clean-shaven zombie. Chapter 86. A razor blade accidentally grazed his chin, drawing red blood, just like a human's. Bai Xiao wiped his chin with his finger. He knew it was just an illusion. Right now, he was no different from an old zombie in the wild. Any animal that couldn't withstand the infection would bite him, and die quickly. If there was any difference, even a rotting old zombie wouldn't yield much juice in a juicer, while he could still squeeze out a glob of blood. After shaving, Bai Xiao stared at himself in the mirror again. He couldn't tell whether he looked more like a zombie or a human. Now, as a character actor, he didn't even need makeup. He had a wound on his leg, inflicted by a stray animal hiding in the city ruins. It died, but Bai Xiao survived, uninfected. He also had 2 holes on his shoulder, from snake bites he received a few days ago while passing through a highway tunnel. The snake's attack was suicidal. After biting him, it convulsed violently and ultimately didn't survive. Looking at the body, Bai Xiao thought of Zhou Su, the one who wanted to enter the ruins. Any wound on his body now could be fatal to an ordinary person. Bai Xiao took off his clothes and changed. There were shoes in the cellar, hiking boots that looked to be of good quality. Now, with sunglasses on, he looked like a survivor who had walked out of the ruins, having endured hardship and suffering. He packed a few packs of compressed biscuits and left. He checked the safe zone. That should be enough. Back on the road, Bai Xiao still hadn't given up the harpoon, but he replaced the knife he brought with the cookery from the cellar. This knife was much better than the old one, whether for cutting meat or dealing with stray animals in the wild. Carrying a harpoon and backpack, and wielding a knife, the newly transformed zombie continued towards the safe zone. Walking alone, without even a companion among the zombies, Bai Xiao often recalled fragmented images, like old photographs. Sometimes he even doubted whether those images had truly occurred, or were simply hallucinations born from prolonged loneliness. He saw Zhang Tan smiling at him, saying, "You have hope, so you live a superior life. We have no hope, so we live maliciously. You young man, go to the shelter, you be in charge, at least." He also saw Yuming saying, "Go, you have no choice. That's the only hope, you can only accept it." He heard strangers he met on the road saying, "This place has long been abandoned, it's ruins. No one can leave alive. Those who had the ability to leave alive are long gone." Whether those people had said these words to him or not, Bai Xiao couldn't remember. Those living in the ruins, those who lived before the disaster, all held a strange attitude towards young people. They believed young people were innocent, far better than those who lived before the disaster. Wildflowers bloomed in the fields when Bai Xiao suddenly sensed something uneasy. He heard eyes peering from a seemingly abandoned village in the distance. He wasn't sure if it was a stray animal hiding among the buildings or a person. Although he had been vigilant throughout his journey, the only things that had harmed him were accidents and animals. Perhaps, as Yuming had said, many people were tired and didn't have many malicious intentions. Or perhaps it was because he was tall. A man wearing a helmet and carrying a harpoon could be intimidating to many lone occupants. If it had been a woman passing by, the outcome might have been very different. He gazed in that direction. The old road drew ever closer to the village. From the outside, the village appeared deserted, overgrown with tall, dense weeds that obscured most of the houses. Suddenly, a slight pain shot through his neck. Bai Xiao casually reached up and touched it, removing the object. He initially thought it was some kind of insect, but upon closer inspection, realized it was a needle. He paused, feeling a momentary dizziness. Bai Xiao collapsed on the road. This was the first time he had collapsed since he left home, except when resting at night. His emaciated, iron-like body fell to the roadside. A rustling sound came from the grass in the distance, and two figures, one tall and one short, emerged. "Brother, this guy's clothes are new. Are we sure we're not mistaken?" "No, he looks like he came from ruins. New clothes can't hide the earthy smell. Look at that harpoon." "Heh heh." The voices grew closer, and the two figures dragged the person on the ground to the roadside. "I think he's at most 30, bro, this time," the short man said, reaching out to remove the sunglasses that hadn't fallen off Bai Xiao after he collapsed. A pair of scarlet eyes immediately appeared before him. His words faltered as he met those eyes. His hand, which had been removing the sunglasses, stopped in midair. "No, bro. He's The short man's neck was suddenly grabbed, and he didn't finish his sentence, only struggling in terror. Bai Xiao, one hand still holding him, looked at the tall man who had been touching his bag, puzzled. "So what have you came out of the ruins?" he asked, reaching for his sunglasses and putting them back on. "Huh? What are you?" the tall man exclaimed in surprise. He quickly grabbed the toy gun-like weapon hanging around his neck. "Let go of my brother. I asked you, what's wrong with being 30 at most?" Bai Xiao said. "Brother. He's a zombie." Hearing his brother struggling in Bai Xiao's arms say this, the tall man couldn't help but take a step back. "Zombie? Zombie what? Run!" the short man hissed, feeling an iron clamp tighten around his neck. Despite his thin body and weary face, this survivor from the ruins possessed such strength. He was certain he hadn't misjudged. This was a zombie. A zombie that could disguise itself. The tall man's tranquilizer gun had already fired several shots, but he missed. Seeing it was ineffective against Bai Xiao, he turned and ran, sprinting down the abandoned road. Bai Xiao stood up, and under the short man's desperate gaze, picked up the harpoon on the ground and threw it with all his might. "I walked out of the ruins untouched. What do you want with all this paralysis?" He took off his sunglasses, looking at the short man who was left behind, constantly rubbing his neck. His crimson eyes stared intently at the man, sending chills down his spine. In the mountain village, Lin Duo finally remembered some of the songs the Zombie King had sung, a farewell song the zombie had given to humans, and songs he occasionally sang to her at night, each one different. But she couldn't seem to learn how to play them. She could only pluck one string, tilt her head, look at the neighbor's wall, and softly imitate his singing. The low singing echoed in the yard. Lin Duo stroked the broken guitar, only able to pluck one string to produce a monotonous sound. She wondered if the Zombie King would ever return. Chapter 87. What do you want? Bai Zhao's bloodshot eyes stared at the man. Those bloodshot eyes were devoid of any emotion. A foul odor emanated from the short man's trousers, soaking a patch. Bai Xiao had never hated his acute sense of smell so much. I are making friends. Then answer the question of friends. Who are you? What is your relationship with the safe zone? I. The short man looked utterly desperate, staring in terror at the transparent thread dangling from his mouth. The zombie was drooling. Speak. Bai Xiao wiped his drool. The safe zone, we snuck out. Why did you run away? The safe zone can't save us. They only make us work, so we ran away. Why can't they save us? They can't. I heard people say the apocalypse is coming soon, and they still don't know what to do. The short man stared intently at him, then, as if he had thought of something, suddenly laughed. Ha ha, the apocalypse has truly arrived. The zombies have awakened their intelligence. Bai Xiao stared at him expressionlessly. How big is the safe zone? The apocalypse is here, the zombies are here. The short man was on the verge of collapse. Facing the drooling zombies, he shook his head and dodged backward. Zombies, wielding kukri knives and carrying harpoons, emerged from the ruins. The apocalypse had arrived. Bai Xiao belatedly realized what his actions meant to this man. The lush weeds swayed continuously. Bai Xiao, still drooling, dragged the two corpses deeper into the weeds. He looked like a zombie sneaking around, scavenging corpses for food. He had never been targeted by anyone in the ruins, except for the human who would tap on his helmet, making a thumping sound. No other human had attacked him. Bai Xiao was extremely irritable. The fatigue, exhaustion, and constant hunger of the journey had been eroding his will. For a moment, he no longer saw these two people as his own kind, but as food. But he managed to control himself at the last moment. Looking back on the journey, he had always been the one on guard against strangers. To dare to trek so far through the ruins and still survive, the people there were wise. Anyone who couldn't see that wouldn't survive in the ruins. But things were different after they left the ruins. There were no tranquilizer guns in the ruins. Perhaps tranquilizer guns gave them courage, or perhaps their past successes had instilled confidence. But now they were two corpses. Thankfully, they were two corpses. They didn't see the zombies dragging them around, drooling. That was terrifying. The hut, overgrown with weeds, appeared to be their temporary shelter. Scattered inside were some food and dirty bedding. Bai Xiao searched everywhere, but found no useful information. He didn't know their identities. There were no identifying marks. Perhaps he shouldn't have changed his appearance. Bai Xiao stroked his clean-shaven beard. Before, he was a weary, helmeted lone traveler carrying a harpoon, wandering the post-apocalyptic world. Now, in new clothes, with a haircut and shaved beard, he looked less fierce and more human. Sitting in the dense grass, Bai Xiao gazed at the distant white sky, unsure whether to continue. Moving forward leads to civilization. Moving backward leads to ruins. For the survivors, that is their final refuge. But for some in the safe zone, the prolonged comfort has turned it into a prison. Bai Xiao doesn't know if this is only true for a very small minority, or if the safe zone itself has become unstable 20 years after the apocalypse, and the increasingly dire situation has led to the spread of doomsday theories. Places where people gather are the most complex. Taking out a map, he realized he had traversed a long distance, far from the ruins without shelter, and arrived at cleared land. This was almost impossible for one person alone. 20 years after the apocalypse, the remaining population was insufficient to support multiple safe zones. They had to concentrate and expand outwards. Guarding the two corpses, Bai Xiao was surprised by his calmness, probably because he had buried many bones and seen too many wandering zombies. He rested here for a day, seeing no one else. They had probably indeed escaped, wanting to experience some freedom before the apocalypse arrived. People didn't want to recall the long-decayed zombies. This land had been cleared many times. It was completely different from the ruins. If one was careful, one could live under the protection of the safe zone without having to do any work. After confirming that there were no other people around, Bai Xiao packed his belongings, left the two corpses there, and continued walking for 3 days on compressed biscuits he had brought from the cellar. Then, he saw farmland in the distance. It looked very similar to the farmland behind the barbed wire he had seen when he passed Jinjiabao, only on a vastly different scale. A neat and orderly expanse of crops symbolized civilization and order. In the distance, faint human figures could still be seen in the fields. There were no zombies here, nor many large animals. Bai Xiao felt the peace and tranquility as he gazed into the distance. He hadn't reached the safe zone yet. The closer he got, the less confused he became. Before setting out, he had imagined the shelter to be surrounded by high walls, barbed wire, and fortresses. But after leaving the ruins, the safe zone gradually revealed itself. It had no clear boundaries. There wasn't a high wall like he had imagined, nor barbed wire and brick walls like those at Jinjiabao. It wasn't a ruin teeming with zombies. This place had long been cleared. Perhaps many years ago, high walls did exist to keep out zombies, but as the zombies decayed and the safe zone expanded, the fortresses became unnecessary. Thick smoke billowed from a towering chimney in the distance. He couldn't hear it from too far away, but Bai Xiao knew it must be filled with the roar of machinery. No wonder Zhou Su didn't call it a shelter, but a safe zone. The shelter, initially built to protect against zombies at the start of the disaster, has now merged and expanded, thriving on this land and becoming a safe zone. It has restarted industry, attempting to recapture its former glory. If Bai Xiao hadn't seen Zhou Su and those two, if he hadn't walked through the ruins, he would have thought the crisis was over. Slogans and mottos still stood in the fields. A gentle breeze rippled across the fields, spreading in concentric circles. Bai Xiao sat down by the roadside, gazing at the tranquil scene. He couldn't go any further. The zombies sat on the road, looking at the safe zone, built after the disaster, which they had finally found after such a long journey. Lin Duo couldn't imagine it, and neither could he. People living in the ruins, their thinking limited to their own perceptions, always imagined high walls to keep out zombies, and barbed wire to create safe zones. They never expected it to look like this. The survivors of Linchuan, along with those who migrated from other places, had gathered here, making up the majority of the post-disaster population. Thinking that countless survivors had migrated here, Bai Xiao felt relieved. It was precisely because the survivors were concentrated here, and the population was insufficient to rebuild other places, that Linchuan remained a wasteland. It absorbed enough survivors that there were only 9 safe zones left after the disaster. Chapter 88. If the population is large enough and the land is insufficient, expansion will inevitably continue. Only when a balance is maintained will it stop. Bai Xiao guessed that in another 20 years, it might expand to Linchuan. The population here is large, but not as large as before the disaster. The zombies in the ruins were once living people, and beneath this peaceful surface, countless zombies have been cleared. The zombie apocalypse is over, at least it is passed in the safe zone. Regardless of how much time the doomsday theorists have left, at least for now it is safe. No need for displacement, no need for cautious scavenging. Bai Xiao sat by the roadside, thinking of some people. Yu Ming, Lin Duo, Zhang Tan Zhou Su. The ruins are chaotic and disorderly, they refuse to migrate, refuse to accept shelter. Civilization is orderly and structured. The people living in the safe zone, in terms of cognition and other aspects, seem different from those in the ruins. He learned from Zhou Su that the shelter's population was aging, and a vaccine for the infection had not yet been developed. The infected birds in the distance seemed like a sword hanging overhead. He wondered where Zhou Su was now. Bai Xiao sat until sunset. In the twilight's afterglow, he turned and left. He had now fulfilled his promise, and found hope for the future. Halfway there. The safe zone hadn't yet resolved the infection, but at least he had found its location. People are always full of confidence before disaster, believing humanity will prevail. Bai Xiao found himself the same. Even though he had been infected and turned into a zombie, he still believed the safe zone would eventually develop a vaccine to solve this all-encompassing zombie virus. He could go back now, back to those ruins, the place where zombies should belong. A supervirus. There had been plagues before. The only ones Bai Xiao knew of were things like the Black Death. Once the infected died, they were gone. But infected zombies could still get up and bite. In the distance, there were patrol cars from the safe zone. Bai Xiao didn't know if they were stationary or random. He hid in the roadside bushes, holding his breath, until it was slightly dark before emerging and continuing in the opposite direction. Summer was almost here, and walking was nowhere near as fast as he had when he first started cycling. When Bai Xiao set off, he wanted to visit the city he used to live in, the city without him. Was it still the same as before, with a company, a boss infected as a zombie, and former colleagues? But it was too far. He was exhausted from the journey. Living among zombies had gradually blurred his sense of humanity. Now, in this safe zone, without zombies on the road, he felt even more out of place, a feeling of alienation. Having witnessed civilization, one must ultimately return to ruins. Bai Xiao wondered if another version of himself existed in this world, struggling against zombies for a long time, wandering with a group of people, and then experiencing an accident while scavenging, thus arriving in another prosperous world. In short, he was a zombie. The zombie walked alone in the darkness, the night giving him a sense of security. Carrying a kukri, he headed back towards the ruins. The two corpses were already rotting, but the good news was that they hadn't been discovered yet. Bai Xiao was once again certain of one thing. In this outer perimeter, the safe zone's control wasn't that strong. After 3 days of walking, his supplies were almost gone when he finally reached the cellar he started in. This time, Bai Xiao had packed a lot of compressed biscuits and canned food. If he didn't lose consciousness along the way, he should be able to walk back to where he first came from. There, he still had a house, no one rejected him, and no one feared him. His backpack was packed full, and there was still plenty left in the cellar. After a hearty meal, Bai Xiao closed the cellar door, filled the hole with dirt, and left the small courtyard. By the time he returned, it would be almost winter. On the road, Bai Xiao realized the problem. Without his help, the human might not have enough supplies, and he would have to rely on others once he got back. As he thought this, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. The people in the ruins would be wary of lone travelers, but the people here weren't. Once he crossed the provincial border, things would be better. The scattered zombies and stray animals wandering the rural roads and city ruins, which others saw as danger, he saw as companions and food. The pack on his back was heavy, but it was essential for his journey. If he felt relaxed now, the return trip would be unbearable. He had already become emaciated. He wondered if Zhou Su had heeded his advice to avoid the tunnels. The tunnels contained not only wrecked cars, but also zombies, bats, snakes, and other lurking animals. The dark, damp environment was far more dangerous than the road. Walking along the path he had already traversed, he gradually began to see more old zombies. There were also dead zombies by the roadside. Bai Xiao examined their wounds, suspecting that Zhou Su had tended to them when he passed by. After so many years in the apocalypse, those who were meant to leave the ruins had long since departed. The safe zone and the ruins were two separate worlds. Aside from that reveler, no one had accompanied him on this journey. Sunrise and sunset followed, and more than half a month later, far from the safe zone, on his way back to the ruins, Bai Xiao wondered if he might see Zhou Su's corpse on the road. Then, he saw that person again. Zhou Su, carrying a radio and a gun at his waist, looked disheveled. Bai Xiao saw him in a deserted village. He was in the village, Bai Xiao was on the road. He didn't approach to greet him, but simply concealed himself from afar. Zhou Su's clothes were unrecognizable, he had lost weight, and his skin had darkened. He was with a couple. Bai Xiao had seen the middle-aged couple on his way here. They were on the verge of collapse. When they learned that Bai Xiao was looking for a shelter, they wanted to travel with him, but after seeing the location Bai Xiao pointed to on the map, they hesitated. It was too far. Logically, they shouldn't be here. Bai Xiao remembered the couple was further away. Their location was written on the piece of paper he given Zhou Su. At this time of year, wild grass grew everywhere, covering the roadside in a lush, verdant expanse. Watching Zhou Su and the other two, Bai Xiao hid by the roadside, easily concealing himself. The three walked around the deserted village, rested for a while, and then left. Watching their retreating figures, Bai Xiao roughly understood that Zhou Su planned to take them both back to the safe zone. He wasn't planning to continue into the ruins. Perhaps he realized in the past 2 weeks that going to the ruins to find the revelers would mean dying alone, so he only took 2 people and planned to retreat. He might come back when he was fully prepared. Bai Xiao suddenly felt a strange unease. He was on his way back, and Zhou Su was on his way back too. Only, he was returning to the ruins, while Zhou Su was returning to the safe zone. Civilization and ruins have never intersected. Chapter 89. Surviving this month is incredibly difficult. Bai Xiao doesn't know how Zhou Su managed it. Perhaps he truly possesses some skill. Eating infected animals is a necessary compromise. The people in the safe zone probably aren't that ferocious. Zhou Su also finds it hard to understand. He hasn't even ventured deep into the ruins, and his supplies are already nearly exhausted. The journey hasn't been peaceful. He either has to walk quickly to shake off wandering zombies, or deal with them to conserve energy for a slow pace. Not to mention the occasional stray animals emerging from roadside bushes or abandoned villages. This month has still not taken him too far in. The distance is too great. He can't imagine how that young man managed to emerge from there. The piece of paper Bai Xiao gave him, marked with survivors, spans several cities. It's almost impossible. Zhou Su remembers the young man's confident tone. You die on the road. When the survivors from the ruins migrated to the safe zone, many died. Now that the zombies are less dangerous, it shouldn't be so difficult. But after a month, he realized that even tripling the supplies wouldn't be enough. Watching Zhou Su and the couple disappear into the distance, Bai Xiao looked away, wondering if they would make it back to the safe zone alive. The journey was long, he had ventured too deep. Without eating infected animals, they probably wouldn't survive. Clearing the ruins wasn't easy, otherwise, they wouldn't still be ruins after all these years. If the shelter had survived when the zombie outbreak first occurred, and if there had been a safe zone in Linchuan, the road between the two places might have been cleared. Now it was 20 years after the apocalypse. Once again heading in opposite directions from Zhou Su, Bai Xiao realized he wasn't entirely familiar with the roads anymore. However, with supplies and rations, the zombie used his kukri to cut a perfectly straight log, leaned on the ground, and slowly made his way home. Occasionally, he'd pull out a map to check, making sure to avoid the dangerous places he encountered on his way back. For example, in a small town ahead, a pack of wild dogs lived, likely a former breeding farm that had survived by feeding on zombies, and used it as their den. On his way there, he disturbed the emaciated predators, escaping only by running to the rooftop. They waited below, a standoff that lasted a long time. He was forced to resort to extreme sports, leaping from one building to another, finally managing to escape with considerable effort. This world felt very unfamiliar, but Bai Xiao gradually grew accustomed to it, starting to take detours from a great distance. This was a completely deserted town. The dogs might migrate after losing their food, but he didn't gamble and stayed far away. Even the zombie king wasn't omnipotent. Ever since encountering those predators, he preferred resting in the wild to venturing into villages and towns. Who knew what lurked there? Cleaner villages were more likely to have inhabitants. It wasn't that people living there made them safe, rather, it was because they were safe that survivors had survived. With his sharp kukri, Bai Xiao didn't intend to challenge them. There was a river in the distance, its current swift, making it difficult to spear fish, but it would provide a source of water. The animals in the water might have been infected at some point, or perhaps already were. It was a strange, unfamiliar world, hard to discern from the bank. Anyway, he no longer bathed in the river. At most, he scooped up some water for a quick wash. Sometimes Bai Xiao wondered what the sea would look like now. Zombies roamed the coastal areas, swallowed by the rising tide. He could almost picture the shore teeming with zombies when the disaster first struck, some still moving, writhing in the waves like maggots in rotting food. From his observations over the past few days, he noticed a correlation between infection and size. Larger zombies could struggle for a while after biting him. If a shark ate a zombie, he wondered if it would transform into a deep-sea shark, then rampage through other marine life. The already dangerous sea seemed even more dangerous now. Sometimes Bai Xiao felt the doomsday theorists were right. Even on peaceful land, the end was inevitable. That time was approaching. The real disaster was silent, gradually changing the world. It wouldn't erupt suddenly, but would slowly erode everything in silence. By the riverbank, Bai Xiao filled his water bottle, ate a compressed biscuit, and leaned against a tree, clutching his harpoon. The harpoon was sturdy. It was the best gift he had ever received. It could spear fish, people, and animals alike. A few days later, nearing a city, he deliberately ventured inside, wandering about as he always did when scavenging. The difference was that previously, when scavenging in Linchuan City, he would look for useful items in residential buildings and upscale neighborhoods. Now, he was looking for shopping malls. The malls had been scavenged long before the disaster. They were a mess, shelves overturned, covered in a thick layer of dust, and there were zombies trapped on escalators, and old zombies locked in storage rooms. Back then, people only looted food and household items, ignoring everything else. Most of the later scavengers were the same. Bai Xiao approached the toy section. The items there were useless, scattered everywhere. Things that were valuable before the disaster were now just junk. Bai Xiao rummaged through the items for a while, and finally found Ultraman. He remembered that Yu Ming was missing Noah and some other figures. These Ultraman figures were very old, and difficult to identify. Bai Xiao wiped the dust off them, and suddenly found it a little funny. Helping a man in his 40s find Ultraman Noah. It felt strange. He could imagine Yu Ming would be very happy, even happier than playing a game of chess. After all, completing a collection of missing figures was an exciting thing. And before a disaster, this was usually a gift for children. Bai Xiao stuffed the Ultraman Noah figure into his bag. Luckily, he had eaten some of the compressed biscuits inside, otherwise it wouldn't have fit. He patted the bag, took out a map, and knew that when he met Yu Ming, it meant they weren't far from Linchuan. Giving a harpoon in return for an Ultraman Noah. Thinking of Yu Ming's huge collection, he felt a little envious. It was a pity Lin Duo didn't have that kind of hobby. Stepping out of the mall, the weather was somewhat gloomy. 3 zombies followed behind him, but Bai Xiao didn't care. He glanced back at them briefly before slinging his bag over his shoulder and leaving. The old zombie couldn't keep up with the Zombie King's pace. After walking a short distance from the mall, it lost its way and wandered aimlessly in the street until the rain began to fall. The pattering rain made it restless, emitting low, hoarse growls. Bai Xiao put on his raincoat, the same one he had brought with him, sturdy and practical. The heavy rain pounded down, and his figure disappeared into the rain. Chapter 90. The sky was a vast expanse of white, the dense sound of rain blending into a continuous chorus. The raindrops pounded against his raincoat, creating a jarring, almost imperceptible sensation. Bai Xiao watched as the water pooled on the ground, flowing towards a low-lying area. In this kind of weather, or rather, every time it rained, the zombies and corpses were washed away, and the infection seeped into the land with the rainwater, nourishing everything. In a few years, he wondered if 4 turtles, plus a rat that could wear clothes, would appear in the sewers. The abandoned city's drainage system was worn out. The streets were filled with stagnant water, some of the zombies having been swept away and writhing in the water. Bai Xiao couldn't continue walking and had to rest. He sat on the edge of the deserted city, watching the streets, ready for a turtle to come and challenge him to a duel with a pitchfork. Only when the rain subsided a bit did he put on his raincoat and leave, walking on the muddy road. Summer rains always come suddenly and go quickly, so he couldn't always wait for the sun to clear before setting off. At most, he light a fire to dry his clothes and shoes during rest stops. He lived on the wind and dew. Bai Xiao thought he might see that reveler, that man named Zhang Tan. Feeling lost and uncertain about the future, he stopped somewhere. Until he passed through a tunnel and climbed over the mountain above, he saw a somewhat familiar helmet on the road. It was drizzling. He searched the surrounding area, cutting through the dense weeds with his knife, and finally found scattered bones. The clothes were tattered, and there was a cane, the one Zhang Tan had taken. He had walked farther than Bai Xiao had imagined. In the past few months, carrion birds and stray animals had passed through this area. In just a few months, almost only bones remained. Bai Xiao searched for a long time in the drizzle, but ultimately couldn't find everything. A forearm bone and several ribs were nowhere to be found. Wrapped the remains in his clothes, along with the helmet and cane, and carried the bundle on his shoulder, tucking it under his raincoat. He walked for about 3 hours in the light rain before finally spotting a village. After searching the outskirts of the village, Bai Xiao found a shovel. It was rusty, but still usable. That's one good thing about the apocalypse. Many years after the zombie outbreak, you can search through these ruins for anything you want. Bai Xiao, carrying the broken shovel, looked around. It was a dilapidated little village, far from any town, with mountains and trees in the distance. He walked further into the distance, braving the rain, until he reached a higher slope. From here, he could see the road and wasn't far from the village. He put down the clothes containing the remains and began digging in the ground with the shovel. Digging in damp soil is easier, but with the light rain still falling, he dug a short distance before hitting rocks, making it more difficult. It wasn't deep enough. Bai Xiao used his shovel to probe, removing the rocks from the pit before continuing to dig deeper. A survivor in the village had been watching from a distance after hearing the noise, watching the figure in the raincoat find a shovel and then head away. "What are you doing?" he asked, approaching the strange person after watching for a while. He hadn't seen a living person in a long time. This guy in the raincoat seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The person kept digging for over an hour, until the rain gradually stopped. "Digging a hole," Bai Xiao said. "What for?" "To bury people. In the apocalypse, there's no need to bury them. Just leave them there, and they die on their own." The person shook his head. "It's all the same." Bai Xiao remained silent, surveying the pit's depth. He removed the stones, dug deeper, then lifted the bundled clothes, and placed the reveler inside, along with a cane and helmet. The skeletal remains didn't take up much space. Then he picked up a shovel, and covered the pit with the excavated soil. The rain had stopped, but the soil was still damp. He slowly filled it in, but creating a proper grave wasn't easy. He dug further away, removing the outer layer of mud and shoveling away the drier inner portion, eventually forming a small mound. A new grave. Darkness had fallen. Bai Xiao looked at the new grave. The reveler had died on the road, completing the final leg of his journey before the end. Zhang Tan saw the ruins as they were now. The apocalypse wouldn't suddenly erupt. Zhang Tan wouldn't see the moment of its arrival, but before he died, he saw the infected flock of crows. Before this, he folded a paper airplane, breathed on it, and tossed it to the young man from a different path. Perhaps in his eyes, the ending was already there, and no matter who did what, nothing could change it. Bai Xiao buried him, standing beside the new grave, from where he could see far into the distance. They were from different paths. Zhang Tan had given him some help, and he had collected Zhang Tan's remains for burial. "Is this your relative?" The person beside him hadn't left yet. "No," Bai Xiao said. "Then you're quite alright." "He's a doomsday believer," Bai Xiao said, glancing sideways at the man, also in his 40s. "Aren't you afraid of me? I lived long enough anyway. I have a spot in the safe zone." "It's pointless." "Are you a doomsday theorist too?" "No, I'm old. I can't do manual labor anymore. I have no skills, and I'm not a high-end talent. Going to the safe zone or not makes no difference. Everyone I care about is dead, and I'm old too." Night fell, and he gradually walked away, returning to the small village, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Raindrops still clung to the grass. Bai Zhao's legs and hands were covered in mud. He grabbed a handful from the grass, trying to clean his hands and wash away the mud with the wet blades. Far from the new grave, Bai Xiao looked back one last time, but he couldn't see what it looked like in the darkness. This shouldn't be the first reveler to die on the road, nor will it be the last. As time goes by, more and more revelers will emerge from Qinjiabao and die on the road. The sky cleared. After 2 days of scorching sun, the road was no longer muddy and much easier to walk on. His once pristine clothes were now tattered and worn, only his combat boots remained intact. Wandering was truly a difficult experience, especially in the apocalypse. On the road, there were old zombies, unable to rise from the ground, yet still managing to move slightly, a terrifying sight. Bai Xiao knew their time was up, a little longer, and they would die completely. Cicadas chirped frantically in the branches. Bai Xiao felt himself being tanned to a dark, skeletal frame, increasingly resembling an old zombie. He wondered if he could ever recover. The zombies in the wild were vastly different from those in the city. Bai Xiao had a strange feeling that, regardless of the apocalypse, things were still operating according to their original rules. Chapter 91. The virus attack didn't fundamentally change anything. Zombies in the city could survive for a long time, while those in the wild decayed quickly from wind and rain. He wondered how Erden, Uncle Kai, and Friday were doing. The Zombie King was concerned about his people. Friday was a dog he brought back from the neighboring village. It had played a crucial role in the harvest of dates and persimmons. His supplies were dwindling. Despite being frugal, he couldn't keep up with the consumption. Fortunately, it wasn't like when they first set out, with tender shoots sprouting in the fields. Wild fruits were common along the way. Before the disaster, picking them would have gotten him chased, but now no one cared. Josu had also returned to the safe zone. He still thought about the young man who had emerged from the ruins. He went to the safe zone's registration office, but was told they hadn't seen anyone like him. No one had come to the safe zone from the ruins. Josu was stunned. He told them to look again more closely. He clearly had met the young man and even given him directions. By all accounts, he should have entered the safe zone and received protection. But still, he wasn't there. He was heading towards the safe zone, and just vanished. It was truly unbelievable. Josu didn't believe it and asked others, but no one had ever seen such a young man emerge from the ruins and arrive at the safe zone. Josu suspected it was a hallucination he had when he entered the ruins, but everything felt so real. Even the warning the other person had given him was still vivid in his memory. What about the Chung brothers, who are wanted? Josu pointed to the notice posted outside and asked. They died more than 200 miles from the farmland. They were already decomposed when they were found. Who did it? Didn't find it. Judging from the traces at the scene, they had been in a fight. Hearing this answer, Josu asked, Did you find any other bodies? No. Josu fell into deep thought, and after a long while said, Could it be that the young man was ambushed by them? Then fought back and killed them, and dared not come to the safe zone, so he hid? The other person was stunned. As the weather gradually turned colder, Bai Xiao finally saw Chinjiabao. It stood on the land, the farmland behind the barbed wire fence already harvested. They were like a small safe zone, without industry, without a large scale, barely surviving. In the ruins of the old world, they refused the protection of the safe zone, self-sufficient, scavenging in distant places, and clearing away the surrounding zombies. They were a group of doomsday theorists. Bai Xiao watched from afar for a while. Zhang Tan had set off from here and died on the way. Josu said that as long as they stayed together and lived, someone would eventually change their mind, and they might accidentally have a child. They would want the child to live, so the revelers were not the enemy. Yu Ming was filled with disdain, yet he was afraid of being analed. Bai Xiao didn't know if this group of people were all like Zhang Tan. He passed by them from afar, just as he had when he set out, without getting close. Like a traveler returning from afar, he walked out of the ruins and then back again, carrying his bag and a harpoon, struggling forward. The closer he got to the place where he had started years ago, the calmer he felt. Until one afternoon, he followed the direction he remembered and approached the river under the overpass. Bai Xiao took off his tattered helmet. Besides his raincoat, this was the only helmet he hadn't changed. He cupped his hands to wash his face, tidied his disheveled hair, then groped for his sunglasses, the ones with a crack that had appeared out of nowhere, and put them on before walking away. He knocked on the door. Yu Ming cautiously opened it, not recognizing the person in sunglasses at first glance. He paused, stunned, only realizing what had happened when he saw the harpoon. Holy crap! What happened to you? Yu Ming's eyes widened. He remembered the energetic young man from before. When he first opened the door, he thought he was a zombie, seeing him all travel-worn. Come in quickly. At first glance, I thought you turned into a zombie. Yu Ming reached out to help him up, but Bai Xiao blocked him, turning back to open his bag and pull out a Noah figure. Yu Ming froze, staring at the Ultraman figure Bai Xiao had produced. He slowly grinned, wanting to say something, but ultimately just led him into the yard and settled him on a recliner under the shed. Nothing much has changed here, but a few things have. Last time he came, it was just past winter, the yard was deserted, with only a few tender buds on the trees, and the wind was cold. He spent the night curled up in this deck chair. Now the leaves have turned yellow, rustling through the trees, and fallen leaves are scattered in the yard. Bai Xiao watched Yu Ming place Noah on the shelf. This reclusive old man, living alone in the apocalypse, had collected a whole set of lights. Yu Ming picked a cucumber from the shelf in the yard and tossed it to him. It was about the length of his palm. Bai Xiao took a bite, finding it very refreshing. I didn't expect you to come back. Yu Ming carefully examined the young man. He hadn't taken him seriously before. This young man would die on the road, most likely on the road. Even if he successfully found the shelter, he might not have the courage to turn back. Bai Xiao smiled, wanting to say he was the zombie king, but ultimately just waved his hand. If it weren't for your harpoon, I might have died on the road. Didn't find a shelter? Yu Ming asked. Found one. Bai Xiao said. If you didn't find one, that's fine anyway. You found one? Yu Ming turned around. Found one, I tell you where it is. Bai Xiao said. No need to tell me, telling me won't help. Yu Ming sat on the ground. He couldn't understand why this young man had returned after several months, looking travel-worn, as if he had traveled a very long way. But why did he come back again? It must have been a tough journey. Yu Ming asked. It was alright, quite exciting. Looking at you like this, rest first, I go spear a fish for you. Yu Ming couldn't bear to look anymore, picked up the harpoon and went out. It was only afternoon. He left Bai Xiao under the shed and went out. More than an hour later, he returned carrying 2 large fish, scaling and gutting them with a knife, treating them like long-lost friends. The environment is getting worse and worse. We might not be far from death. You shouldn't have come back. The shelter still can't do anything. I met someone from the shelter who wanted to come here to persuade the revelers to go to the shelter. Oh! Yu Ming became somewhat interested. You're the enemy, no doubt about it. The revelers stick together, and will always. They're not afraid of the crowds in the ruins, they're just worried about people like you. Bai Xiao said. Haha, heroes of Liangshan can surrender, but lone bandits must die. It's always been that way. Yu Ming laughed. But you're not a bandit. In the apocalypse, when the situation stabilizes and reconstruction is needed, from the shelter's perspective, my actions are a crime. Yu Ming said. Chapter 92. Bai Xiao smiled. Hearing Yu Ming mention Liangshan, he looked into the distance. There was a novel Jin Ping Mei, which he hadn't finished for counting, not even halfway through. His ideal scenario before setting off was that the shelter would have a solution to the infection, and also resolve his habit of drooling and having bloodshot eyes. But his ideal didn't happen. Just as Lindwood's father had predicted in his notebook years ago, it remained just a beautiful wish. The situation before and after the disaster seemed similar, yet also vastly different. I encountered revelers, those who left Qinjiabao. They knew their time was near. That man didn't want to wait for death in Qinjiabao, so he went out, wanting to die on the road. He wanted to see the most prosperous place before the disaster, but unfortunately, he didn't leave these ruins. Yu Ming was busy, and Bai Xiao quietly recounted his experiences along the way. There were also survivors on the road looking for shelter. They couldn't travel that far. Some villages have been used as nests by infected animals. It's dangerous if they discover you. Even in the safe zone, some people deserted. How did you get to the shelter? Yu Ming asked. I have superhuman strength, Bai Xiao said. Yu Ming smiled, then said after a while, I didn't know your name. I thought you'd die on the road, that we never meet again. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Bai Xiao said, my name is Long Outyan. Yu Ming was stunned, staring blankly for a long time. He glanced at Bai Xiao, his expression strange, and said, Are you serious? I even went around in circles, and came back, Bai Xiao said. Yu Ming nodded affirmatively. Awesome, classy. Your family has high hopes for you. His expression was subtle, as he savored the moment again. Outyan, you're really something. Bai Xiao laughed. You really believe me? A name is just a code. Yu Ming laughed too, but quickly glanced back. You really don't have that name? You young man, you even know our old jokes. Bai Xiao shook his head, about to say something, when Yu Ming said, No, just call yourself Long Outyan, it's a good name. Bai Xiao was speechless for a moment, looked down at his current state, and closed his eyes to rest. He slumped in the recliner. He had rarely felt so relaxed on this journey, and he wanted to just lie there forever. Animals outside have started eating zombies, he said. That's good, Yu Ming said. Even before the apocalypse, some animals were already rampant. Some zombies might even be celebrating being able to feed stray cats and dogs again. He couldn't help but laugh as he spoke, then shook his head after a moment. It's a shame you weren't from before the disaster. If my old buddy were here, he sighed. Bai Xiao remained silent for a long time before sitting up and saying, if, brother, you had even the slightest chance, the ability to help the shelter, but at a price, what would you do? Yu Ming glanced back at him in surprise, but didn't speak, continuing to tend the fire at the stove. After a long pause, Yu Ming said, It's difficult for me to answer your question. We're different. Have you ever heard the saying, with great power comes great responsibility? I understand, Bai Xiao said. No, you don't understand. That's a one-sided view. The accurate saying should be, the greater the ability, the more one enjoys, and with that enjoyment comes corresponding responsibility. Rights and obligations are equal. Yuming said, you're a child who grew up after the disaster. Choosing to accept the shelter provides stability. If you're capable, you could even become part of the shelter's management. You help it, and it will reward you, perhaps with a safe environment or more resources. But you refuse shelter, Bai Xiao said. Yes, you might not understand, but if it were me, I wouldn't put in the effort, regardless of the cost, Yuming said. Why? Because saving the apocalypse should be the domain of those with spare time who care for stray cats and dogs, brew flower tea, and dream dreams that can be realized tomorrow, not something for someone like me, who drank formula as a child, grew up eating duck necks, ate pickled vegetables when poor, ate oil when life was stable, and ate zombie pills when sick. Luckily, I can't afford to get sick, otherwise I would have turned into a zombie long ago. Yuming laughed, but you can. If you can help the shelter, you can become a superior person in the future, kneading those zombies into bacon and selling it to others. You're still young, you can enjoy a lot, the future belongs to you. You're disgusting. Bai Xiao felt nauseous just thinking about turning zombies into bacon. You don't eat it anyway, Yuming said, then added with a hint of surprise, huh? You know what bacon is? Didn't you say you sell it to others? Ha ha ha, Yuming said, in short, to accept protection and gain a stable life, you have to abide by their order and rules, for better or for worse. I'm already in this situation, whether I live or die, it's all the same, but I suggest you go, because you both need each other, it's the only hope there, and you have no choice but to accept it. I seriously consider your suggestion, Bai Xiao said. From now on, I sell bacon. You naughty boy. Yuming pointed at him and laughed, asking, what's the shelter like now? I didn't go in, just looked around from the outside. I'm afraid if I went in, I wouldn't be able to come out. I see. Yuming shook his head. Remember what I said? If you want to accept shelter in the future, strive to climb higher. Don't believe in that nonsense about equality. All animals are equal, but there are always animals that are more equal. You have to become the most equal one to live well. Is this Ultraman Noah's reward? Bai Xiao asked. This is advice from someone before the disaster, to you, a young person. You people who grew up after the disaster are too naive. If you can't adapt to the shelter environment and are exploited, you might as well just live like this. It's hard to imagine that someone who believes in light would say this. No, because I believe in light, that's why I'm at peace staying in this corner, Yuming said. Bai Xiao saw a graduation certificate from a prestigious university on the bookshelf. You're a skilled worker, you definitely have a place in the shelter. What do you know about skilled workers? Eat. If you weren't seeking shelter, would you have brought it? Bai Xiao suddenly realized that Yuming might have actually had a chance to live a good life. Bringing food and water to escape during a disaster is normal, but bringing this meant considering post-disaster shelters. Unfortunately, the shelters in Linchuan were gone. Yuming was silent for a moment, then said, you know quite a bit. Why did you give up? It's pointless. You understand if you survive those 2 years. Actually, nothing else matters. Those 2 years referred to the 2 years immediately following the disaster, when zombies roamed, and countless people were fleeing, seeking shelter. Yuming liked this hard-working young man. Although he was terrible at chess, surviving in the apocalypse was still the best thing to do. He cooked the fish and brought it to the table. To Bai Xiao's surprise, there was also some rice. Bai Xiao had never seen this before and asked, what is this? Buckwheat. I didn't see it last time. I don't have that much. I usually can't even afford to eat it myself. Yuming straightened his chopsticks, looked at his sunglasses, thought for a moment, and said, you really can't take off those lousy sunglasses? No. Chapter 93. I suspect you have laser eyes, kid. Yuming muttered to Bai Xiao, not pressing the matter further, but instead urging him to eat more. A gust of wind blew, and the large tree in the yard rustled, like a meal being prepared in an ordinary farmhouse. Yuming wasn't a reclusive old man from the apocalypse, and Bai Xiao wasn't a zombie. Having spent his days wandering and living among zombies, Bai Xiao suddenly rediscovered the feeling of being human. That feeling was subtle. Living alone for years can turn a person into a beast. Ultimately, he hadn't experienced the entire catastrophe, losing those 20 years. He opened his eyes to find himself facing zombies, suddenly arriving here from a bustling city, unlike Yuming who had survived the disaster and now lived alone in this small courtyard, renovating it with an old friend. Yuming had experienced the catastrophe, his heart was strong enough, and his spirit rich enough. He was ultimately different. No matter how terrible the outside world is, at this moment, at least it's quiet and peaceful. Perhaps this is why Yuming doesn't want to leave. He has found his sanctuary in this small courtyard, a place filled with all his memories after the disaster, the good and the bad. No matter how chaotic things are outside, at least until the end, he can enjoy this tranquility, even though he only has a few years left. Only those who experienced the initial stages of the disaster, those who survived it, can truly appreciate this kind of solitude. Or perhaps it's someone like Lin Duo, who grew up after the disaster, never having experienced prosperity, so the emptiness isn't so unbearable. Bai Xiao is different from all of them. He's an anomaly, both physically and mentally. Qin Xiaobao, Lin Duo, Yuming, the safe zone, they all had complete experiences. Bai Xiao seemed pieced together. He ate his meal in silence, reflecting on his thoughts and feelings along the way. He had many questions he wanted to ask Yuming, but now it seemed there was nothing he wanted Yuming to answer. After finishing his meal, Bai Xiao rested, touching his helmet. Yuming fiddled with the Ultraman figure Bai Xiao had brought back for a while, played with the model on the shelf for a bit, then put it down, picked up a hoe, and continued doing what Bai Xiao hadn't finished before he arrived. Actually, you should have stayed in the shelter. They have core technology there, it's very advanced, in every aspect, they're the best, Yuming said while working with a small hoe. Look at these things, it's hard for ordinary people to maintain them properly. After the disaster, if no one takes care of them, many will degenerate, slowly becoming like weeds. Yuming fiddled with the bean stalks, and Bai Xiao was always worried they would suddenly shoot beans. Yuming picked a marked eggplant, cut it open with a knife, shook out the seeds, and soaked them in a basin to wash. Sometimes, if you're not careful, it's gone. This wasn't when Bai Xiao had just emerged and everything was beginning to revive. Winter had just ended then. Now it was late autumn. Yuming had enough to treat this amazing guy, a friend who had ventured out alone to find shelter, and who had returned. Make sure to seal the windows here, Bai Xiao reminded Yuming. Oh! Some scavenging birds have been infected, they're very aggressive, and they migrate quickly. Next, it'd probably be other birds. They might be in even more danger when they can't find food in winter. That was only what Bai Xiao saw. In unseen places, in other ruins, in uninhabited deep mountains, on vast grasslands, in the desolate Gobi Desert, perhaps there were many more. That makes sense. Yuming squatted down, looking at the row of houses, considering how to prepare for Bai Xiao's warning. The environment was constantly deteriorating. Perhaps things wouldn't be noticeable in remote areas, but if you were unlucky enough to encounter something, being prepared might save you from an attack. You're really lucky to have survived this, Yuming said. I seal all the windows and put a net outside. I think you could go to Qinjiabao. More people means you survive longer, Bai Xiao said after a moment's hesitation. Laundering is useless. More people means more chaos. Men and women mix together. You better stay away from them. In the apocalypse, Yuming didn't need to guess what kind of trouble a group of people mixed together could cause. Looking at Bai Xiao's sunglasses, Yuming wanted to find a Cyclops model to show him, but the shelf only had Wolverine, not Cyclops, so he had to give up. This young man is really interesting. Perhaps it's because he's lived alone for so long, but Yuming sometimes feels they're from the same generation, and other times realizes he's a young man. As dusk fell, a few leaves drifted down from the large tree in the yard. Yuming put down his hoe, took out a chessboard, and played with Bai Xiao. This time they played Gamoku, which was simpler. There wasn't a significant skill gap, and Bai Xiao still lost. Before Yuming's old friend died a couple of years ago, the two of them must have played often. Yuming didn't play much, just one game, and then put the pieces away. This tattered helmet, you were wearing this last time, weren't you? Didn't you find a decent one along the way? He noticed Bai Xiao's worn-out helmet, easily recognizable by the two drilled holes. Last time he saw it, there was a rope through it, but now the rope was gone. They'd been walking the whole way, there was no racing these days, so it was unlikely the helmet would break down too badly. It still works. Bai Xiao smiled. The helmet was alright, though more worn out. He worried that Lin Duo wouldn't recognize him when they returned. At least this helmet would help her recognize him. Only the harpoon and helmet remained the original too. Everything else had been replaced. Yuming finished packing everything. It was getting late. He sat under a tree, just like in early spring, gazing at the gray expanse in the distance. Perhaps he often felt this way when he was alone. After a while, he picked up the harpoon he'd given Bai Xiao. The wooden handle was stained with dark brown dirt, and one of the 4 prongs had been chipped. Yuming found some tools, and repaired it with his rough hands. Weapons needed maintenance, in the apocalypse, Nothing was more reliable. He only finished half the repair when it was completely dark. Then he lit a candle, finished the job, and returned it to Bai Xiao. Yuming wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He knew Bai Xiao probably hadn't returned from the shelter just to play a game of chess or give him Ultraman. Nice to meet you, Yuming said. Bai Xiao inexplicably understood the nerdy man's thoughts at that moment, because he had once said the same thing to the human in the distant mountain village. Nice to meet you. The world is so vast, and when disaster strikes, amidst ruins, even a fleeting encounter is precious. Nice to meet you. This is the best greeting in the ruins, even if it might be the last. Chapter 94. The starlight was bright, and Bai Xiao remained inside the shed under its glow. He felt a connection to the shed. It offered shelter from the wind and rain, and there were no walls to obstruct his view. Outside, insects chirped and frogs croaked. It was as simple as a typical rural courtyard. Here, he didn't have to think about the terrible conditions outside. A coughing sound came from inside, coming in waves. Later, Yuming, unable to sleep due to coughing, put on a robe and came out. You're still awake? Yuming saw a vague outline under the shed. I woke up from a nap, Bai Xiao said. Did I disturb you? Yuming coughed twice more, saying, It's an old ailment. Before I came here, when I was hiding from zombies, I was wandering outside, sleeping on the cold ground, never having enough to eat or wear. That's the lingering effect of that time. He paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, then said, Actually, it's about the same. Finding a shelter isn't any easier for you than it was for us back then. I am long out, Yin, Bai Xiao chuckled. It was actually easier. He wouldn't have to live in constant fear of zombies, and he would detect any movement, though it was still difficult. It's all right. Those winters were the hardest to endure. The number of people who died then was probably no less than those who turned into zombies. We don't have shelters here. We had to go to other places. Those people went in groups. I wonder how many of them survived the journey. Yuming stood in the dark courtyard. The village was deserted now, and he didn't know how many of those who left had survived. Disasters are never isolated, Bai Xiao said. Yes, it's manageable if it's only localized, but it becomes difficult when everyone is preoccupied with their own problems. A shooting star streaked across the sky. Bai Xiao looked up at it and chuckled. Did you people before the catastrophe make wishes upon shooting stars? That's a tradition, Yuming replied, also seeing the shooting star. But that's probably not a shooting star. What is it? An unsupervised man-made satellite. Sometimes it crashes down. Yuming gazed in the direction it disappeared. You might not know what a satellite is. It's the culmination of human technology. We could launch enormous instruments into space. Bai Xiao stared at the direction the shooting star vanished, silent for a long time. Man-made satellites, in this era of ruins, felt utterly jarring. Humanity was so powerful. How could it have become like this? Yuming murmured to himself. These past 20 years felt like a dream. Yet so real. Sometimes I feel a disconnect between you young people and those of us who lived before this disaster, Yuming said. We used to be able to move mountains and fill seas. You could say we could overcome any disaster except a virus. But it was a virus, Bai Xiao said. He recalled something amusing. He once read a post discussing all the disasters that could wipe out humanity, including ice ages, meteorite impacts, alien wars, and massive nuclear explosions. Of all the disaster types, zombies were considered the least likely, existing only in fictional worlds. Bai Xiao paused for a moment, then realized he was right. Zombies hadn't caused the apocalypse. If it weren't for the subsequent infection, all the ruins would probably have been cleared by now. The safe zone's current headaches were the ubiquitous infection, the revelers refusing shelter, and the lone survivors. Yes, zombies aren't actually that scary. Once things stabilize, they're easily defeated. What's truly terrifying is a supervirus that can spread to any living thing. Yuming smiled. Before, if you didn't test, you didn't have it. Now, things are bad. Even without testing, it's already there, and there are no privacy protection regulations anymore. He sat in the courtyard, feeling the cool night breeze. He wanted to see another shooting star, but the stars all hung steadily in the sky, showing no sign of falling. You young people, in some ways, are quite fortunate, Yuming said. This disaster saved everyone's lives. How so? It's complicated. When you can't survive, other disasters always come. Let's not dwell on the past. Yuming tightened his coat. If this disaster passes, it will be a new world. The shelter will be celebrated, and then another cycle will begin. He gazed at the bright stars on the horizon. Those stars had existed for countless years. For them, everything was just a blink of an eye. I am a man of the old era, unwilling to board the ship of the new era. The prosperity or decline of this land, in their eyes, is but a fleeting moment. But for him, it is a solid decades, lived day by day. Yu Ming spent the night in the courtyard. As dawn broke, he stretched. The stars had disappeared on the horizon, and the distant sky was slowly brightening. Bai Xiao lingered in front of the shelf, looking at the rows of models. He wanted one too. He had seen it while scavenging in Linchuan but never picked it up. If he had the chance again, he could take it home. Could I have some of these seeds? Bai Xiao watched Yu Ming fill a glass jar with the seeds that had been dried yesterday. Of course, no problem. Yu Ming looked at him in surprise, then said after a moment, "Looks like you thought it through?" "Probably." Bai Xiao couldn't tell him that he was a zombie. Even if he went to the shelter, he wouldn't be treated like a normal person. Whether he was well fed and cared for, or received some other kind of treatment, he would lose his freedom. Losing freedom meant being at the mercy of others. His fate was to live in these ruins, like many other survivors. Yu Ming wrapped up the eggplant seeds that had been dried yesterday, along with some buckwheat and a few chili peppers. Some had already degenerated, while others had survived after his selection. Try a little at first, learn slowly. Remember to choose the right planting time, prevent pests and diseases. These two together Yu Ming rambled on. He hadn't known this before, he had figured it out over the years based on vague impressions. Some seeds that were truly untreatable had already died, leaving only the more resilient ones, and those with better luck. Not going into much detail, Yu Ming found a piece of paper and started writing, rarely putting pen to paper anymore. His grip was a little stiff, and he occasionally had to think. If you see any other Ultraman while scavenging, keep them. What if you ever have a change of heart, and go back to the shelter? You have to pass by here again, won't you? Yu Ming said. I will, Bai Xiao said. Besides, I'm missing a little flame in its demon form. If I had? Never mind, you wouldn't recognize it anyway, Yu Ming said. I do, Bai Xiao said. Yu Ming was stunned. He looked up at Bai Xiao, this young man who was clearly born after the disaster. You naughty boy. Yu Ming laughed. He didn't ask Bai Xiao if he really knew it, just smiled, and continued writing the instructions on the paper, muttering, I got it for life. Before leaving, he pulled out 2 salted fish, fresher than the last one. Are you leaving? Yu Ming saw Bai Xiao to the door, and said goodbye. Where else to? Home, Bai Xiao said. He has his own courtyard. Chapter 95. Without a bicycle, the journey back to Linchuan from Yu Ming's place was considerably longer. It had taken him over 2 days to cycle back then. Now, the dog that had chased him so frantically that he had to stand up and pedal was no longer there. He walked until dusk before the outline of Linchuan became visible in the distance. No one there was afraid of him, no one was terrified of him, no one wet their pants in fear, and no one attacked him. Wait, there was a human who kept banging on his helmet. That human didn't treat him as an infected person, nor as a human being, they even held a hose and made him take off his clothes. If he hadn't reminded them, there wouldn't even have been a sheet to cover themselves by the well. This route, which he had only traveled once, wasn't very familiar to him. Only in Linchuan was it truly familiar. Bai Xiao's heart suddenly filled with unease. That winter, he had told Lin Duoduo that if he set off and there was a rescue, she could simply follow. Now he knew there would be no rescue here. This was ruins. The safe zone's population was only enough to sustain the area. All survivors from Linchuan had already migrated. This place was abandoned, a paradise for revelers, and a graveyard for the lonely. Linchuan City remained desolate. Some buildings had collapsed in the past few months. It was more fragile than imagined. When Bai Xiao first started scavenging, it was still standing there. Now it was a half-collapsed ruin, steel and concrete scattered everywhere. It seemed that cities made of steel and concrete wouldn't be so sturdy. In another 10 years, even more would collapse, waiting for future generations to rebuild. Walking through the streets of Linchuan City, he found it to be the most desolate place, with fewer survivors than other areas. He left the city before sunset, continuing towards the town. The roads were safer than when he first came out to scavenge, and there were fewer old zombies. As night completely fell, Bai Xiao walked forward, relying on his memory. It took him a long time to finally reach the town in the dark. He circled around several times, but couldn't find Lin Duoduo's temporary lodging. He was lost in the pitch-black night, unable to find his way. Finally, he lit a few sticks of dry wood and used them to light his way. Bai Xiao finally found the dilapidated warehouse. He knocked on the door and listened for a response before entering, mainly worried that Lin Duoduo might be scavenging there and accidentally walk in and be shot. That would be an innocent death. There were candles in the warehouse. Bai Xiao lit one and surveyed the surroundings. The human had clearly been there before. Things were different from when he had left on his bicycle. The bedding was newer, there were more tools, and a lot of junk. The human was still trying to survive. Bai Xiao sat on the ground, took off his helmet, and hugged it to his chest. Leaning against the wall, he felt his backpack, took out a salted fish, cut a small piece, too lazy to cook it, and chewed it directly. It was very salty. He then took a big gulp of water, blew out the candle, and closed his eyes. The night wind rustled the old billboards in town, making a clanging sound. It was late autumn. Subconsciously, Bai Xiao felt that a year or two had passed. From being bitten by the old zombie to now, he had gradually accepted his zombie identity, and his desire to prove himself by working out his abs had faded. When dawn broke outside, Bai Xiao got up from the warehouse, pushed open the heavy door, and went outside. He saw the billboard hanging askew at the intersection, rattling loudly in the wind. He ran a few steps, jumped, grabbed the edge of the billboard with both hands, hung on it, and then pulled hard, tearing it off completely without a sound. The noise would irritate the zombies, and unfortunately, he was one. The agitated Bai Xiao finally calmed down a bit. He turned and walked towards the village. The lingering winter chill had made the road easier to traverse when he set out. Along the way back from the town, some village houses were collapsing. This land was dying, or rather, the traces of humanity were dying. The land wouldn't die, it would only grow more lush. Plants would cover every remnant, devouring it. The sun was shining brightly today. Bai Xiao quickened his pace and returned to the village just before noon. Only Uncle Kai greeted him. The old zombie was at the village entrance, drawn by his movements. Not seeing Friday and Erden, Bai Xiao hurried along the quiet cobblestone path to his yard. His yard was intact and still clean, without overgrown weeds or dust, as if he had only been gone for a few days. The wild pepper plant had produced many peppers, hanging among the leaves. That human. Bai Xiao called from the wall, but there was no response. He climbed over the wall. Lindwood's yard was covered with golden persimmons drying on wooden planks, along with some dried fish. There was wheat straw piled in a corner next to the woodpile. Under the eaves where that human often sat, there was the broken guitar and an unfinished fish basket. Bai Xiao guessed she might have gone out to forage. He turned to look, but the tricycle was gone. He paused, realizing she had gone to scavenge, but missed her on the way. If he had run into her, he could have helped her. He recalled that scavenging in the city wouldn't take a day to get back. With a full load, she could only go from the city to the town and then return the next day. Bai Xiao glanced at the persimmons drying in the yard. They didn't seem like they'd gone on a long trip. The bed sheet was missing. He found it, hung it up again, scooped a ladle of water from the water vat, poured it in, and then pressed the lever on the broken well. Soon, cool well water gushed from the pipe. As the sun was setting, some noise came from outside. Duo rode back on her tricycle, with Friday following behind, creaking and groaning. Hearing the noise in the yard, she slowed down, picked up her homemade gun, and asked, "Who's there?" She was used to living alone, and could sense anything amiss from the slightest disturbance. Then she saw the zombie. She gripped her gun warily, then paused, looking at the drastically changed zombie. "Bai Xiao? You can still recognize me like this?" Bai Xiao smiled. He had already showered and changed, but his clothes hung loosely on him. He had lost a lot of weight, and the clothes couldn't even fill out properly. The wind ruffled her hair, and swayed the hem of her dress. She smoothed her hair, opened her mouth as if to say something, but remained silent. Pushing Friday aside with a stick, she pushed her tricycle into the yard. "You're back," Duo said. "Yes." "When did you get back?" "This morning. I came back from town very early." "Are all the people outside dead?" "I told you, but you didn't believe me," she said. "I found the safe zone," Bai Xiao said. "Did they do anything to you?" Duo glanced at his bloodshot eyes, grabbed his arm, and touched his stomach. The zombie king had really become so thin. He looked several years older, his weathered face full of weariness. "No one can do anything to me. I am the zombie king." Bai Xiao was still speaking when Duo turned and left, going into the house, and bringing out a large pile of food. Chapter 96. Bai Xiao glanced at the rickety tricycle, which was laden with bright yellow persimmons and dates. The basket she carried on Friday was also overflowing. She must have returned from that distant village, the same village where Friday had been. "Are Aunt Qian and Uncle Kai all right?" Bai Xiao didn't explain that even eating more wouldn't magically turn them back to their original size. He simply chewed on a dried fish while asking. "They're fine," Duo replied, helping the zombie king sit down. Sometimes when scavenging, she worried about seeing the zombie king with a gaping hole in its stomach, wandering the streets like a regular zombie. The outside world was dangerous. I found the safe zone, Bai Xiao said again, pulling out a map marked with the safe zone's location. He handed it to Lin Duoduo. The map was tattered and dirty. Along with the map came a worn notebook, filled with his observations and experiences from his journey. Bai Xiao said, I was worried I'd die on the road, so this could provide some reference for those who come after me. After all, we're all survivors, so it'd be of some help. But then, I realized that those inside the ruins have no hope, and those outside don't need it. Those who were capable of walking left years ago, braving the then dangerous zombies. Lin Duoduo took the map and notebook. They weren't heavy, yet they felt substantial. I told you, I would find a shelter. Bai Xiao propped himself up on the stool, finally feeling a sense of relief. He had finally completed what he set out to do. He tried to stand, but couldn't, he was too exhausted. He didn't want this human to wait to die in the mountain village. Now he had brought back the answer. Give me a hug? The zombie king looked up and smiled wearily. Lin Duoduo reached out and hugged his head. Bai Xiao wanted to say no, you should squat down, but leaning against her soft, warm chest, he hesitated, thought for a moment, and closed his eyes without speaking. Until his drool soaked her clothes, Lin Duoduo didn't say anything, and Bai Xiao smiled awkwardly. The shelter exists, and not all the people outside are dead. The zombie king helped the human to his feet. He wanted to go back to his house and get a good night's sleep. After taking a few steps, he stopped, took a can of food from his backpack. It was from the survivalist supply point, shaking it in his hand, tossed it to Lin Duoduo, and went back to his side. Lin Duoduo watched his back as he climbed over the wall, holding the can of food. Listening to the zombie king close the door, she sat down and opened the notebook. Having driven far from Linchuan City, I took a break at a place I think called Nongyuan Breeding Farm. I hadn't seen any other surviving humans along the way. Near the overpass of the Limao Expressway, I met an uncle named Yugu. Infected bats had appeared on the road, extremely aggressive, they could be fatal to humans. The reveler said he was going to die on the road. My notebook was full of notes, a habit Bai Xiao had learned from Lin Duoduo's father. Even just a few words could provide some reference for anyone who found it later. Lin Duoduo looked at it for a long time, then put it away. She carefully unloaded the things from the tricycle, gently closed the door, and went out to retrieve the fish basket from the riverbank. Occasionally, she could catch some fish, but most of the time it was loach, eel, and small shrimp. She glanced at the wall. When Bai Xiao had taken out the can of food, she suddenly remembered her father's appearance many years ago. As dusk settled, Lin Duoduo sat under the eaves, placing Bai Xiao's tattered helmet, which he had left on the ground, in the water and wiping it with a cloth. She also washed his clothes and shoes, which he had changed into in Linchuan. They weren't badly damaged, and hung them on the rope in the yard. The zombie king was back. She had neighbors again. Bai Xiao lay in his small hut. Only here could he truly relax. This seemed to be the first place he had found peace since arriving in this world. He had missed it countless times on the road. Zombies were born to wander, but he was a zombie who had retained his sanity. The hut was clean, requiring no extra cleaning. The blankets were neatly folded at the head of the bed. The hut didn't have the stuffy feeling of a long-abandoned room. It seemed the window had been opened occasionally for ventilation. He lay down and fell asleep, but in his sleep, he kept feeling movement on the wall. He opened his eyes. It was already dark outside. He opened the window and saw a vague outline on the wall. It was that human. What are you doing up so late at night? The zombie king asked, puzzled. I was checking to see if you were back. Lin Duoduo's voice came, and the head disappeared from the wall. Like a female ghost, it vanished without a sound. Bai Xiao couldn't sleep, so he sat up. It was quiet outside. He could hear the door closing next door. When dawn broke, Bai Xiao was still sitting by the window, still a little dazed, gazing at the familiar yet strange courtyard. He had worried he wouldn't be able to return on the way here, but now he really was back. The sun hadn't risen yet. Bai Xiao climbed over the wall to get a hoe from next door. As he passed the window, Lin Duoduo opened it and saw him from inside. Bai Xiao greeted her, then climbed back over the wall to tend his small vegetable patch. The wild chili peppers had survived, which cheered him up. The sound of washing up came from next door. Bai Xiao realized he hadn't washed up in a long time. He leaned against the wall. Have you looked at the map? Yes, Lin Duoduo said. Do you want to go to the safe zone? There are many people there, and many crops. The survivors from Linchuan have all moved there. This place is currently a wasteland. They don't have the resources to clean it up, and they haven't developed an antibody yet. But one day, the safe zone will be the only place where order exists. Hope lies there, Bai Xiao said. Although Yu Ming hadn't considered going to the safe zone, the uncle also agreed that it was the only hope. Lin Duoduo had grown up after the disaster, an innocent young woman, unlike everyone else outside. Lin Duoduo took a mouthful of water, tilted her head back, gulped it down, then spat it out, wiped her mouth, and shook her head, saying, "It's too far. I die on the road." She looked at Bai Xiao. Even the zombie king had become unrecognizable after this journey. "I can help you," Bai Xiao said. "Make a cage, put it on the tricycle, and if you encounter danger, hide inside temporarily. I take you away." "What about you? Why don't you stay in the safe zone?" Lin Duoduo asked. "I'm a zombie," Bai Xiao said. "You die on the road." Lin Duoduo looked at his now emaciated body. Even alone, the zombie king had suffered enough. If he took someone else with him, he would die too. "I can't, I'm a zombie." "You can," Lin Duoduo said. "You shouldn't have come back, disguised as a human, hiding in the shelter." "I can't disguise myself." Bai Xiao suddenly realized that Lin Duoduo only knew that the shelter was a safe place, but she had no concept of its scale. Chapter 97. The most people Lin Duoduo had ever seen were probably those from the busiest time in this village when she was a child. She thought the shelter was a large group of people helping each other survive, just like this village, where the zombie king could disguise himself. There are so many people there, and a very thorough medical examination process. There are so many people, far more than the houses in this village. It's a remnant of civilization, not a settlement. So many people? Lin Duoduo imagined it for a moment. Yes, only with enough people can one survive and continue. Did you go in and see? Were they afraid of you? I didn't go in, afraid of causing misunderstandings. While speaking, Lin Duoduo cooked, prying open a small portion of the canned food Bai Xiao had thrown over yesterday and heating it up. There were also some wild vegetables, and some lumps made from coarse flour in the pot. She was wearing long sleeves, and her hair wasn't as short as when she left. She hadn't cut it in a long time. Bai Xiao then realized that the human he had occasionally thought of on the road was the image of a girl, while Lin Duoduo had already passed her 20th birthday. Born in the year of the disaster, she was now 21, no longer a girl. The post-apocalyptic environment had matured her. She could now single-handedly catch a zombie on her tricycle. The can of food was heated. Lin Duoduo used a cloth to hold it up, glanced at the zombie on the wall, and exclaimed in surprise, "You learned not to eat outside?" "I learned to endure hunger," Bai Xiao replied, jumping down. Lin Duoduo smelled the aroma of the can, her mouth watering. She picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Bai Xiao. "I eaten a lot already. I brought this for you to try," Bai Xiao asked. "Where did you find it?" "Very far. I couldn't bring too much. There's a whole room full of these there." "Then how did you become like this?" Lin Duoduo expressed doubt, waving a piece of meat in front of him. She clearly saw his throat move. "You're drooling and still lying to me. Eat it. Is it possible that you're human? Even if you're not holding anything, I still react the same way?" Bai Xiao said, subconsciously glancing at her chest. Lin Duoduo wasn't wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Yesterday's were soaked, which was embarrassing. Lin Duoduo was still holding the piece of meat she'd taken from the can, staring at the zombie king. The small can of food was ultimately shared between humans and zombies. They hid in the small courtyard, eating contentedly, mixing it with wild vegetables and dumpling soup. When Bai Xiao was alone in the cellar, he only ate to conserve his energy. Now, seeing Lin Duoduo rinsing the can with boiling water, the meaning of food returned. "Where did you find this fork?" Lin Duoduo asked, noticing the equipment Bai Xiao had brought back. "That uncle gave it to me. It's pretty useful, for spearing fish and animals, much better than a knife." "Did you encounter any bad guys when you went out?" "A few. But I look scary, so they didn't dare do anything to me. Everyone was wary of me," Bai Xiao said. "Did you kill anyone?" "No, I beat them up and let them go, warning them not to do anything bad," Bai Xiao said. "You're lying." Lin Duoduo stared into his eyes. "I taught them a lesson." Bai Xiao didn't believe she could see anything in his zombie eyes. It was strange. This human had a unique alertness, as if he could see through the zombie king's lies. Bai Xiao remembered similar moments before, when he hadn't gone out, and Lin Duoduo was certain he was lying. He didn't know where she got the clue. Lin Duoduo, observing his unchanging expression, looked away. "According to what you wrote in your notebook, there were other survivors on the road." "Yeah, the situation outside. Is more complicated than I thought before I went out, Bai Xiao said. Luckily, I didn't take Aunt Qian to Qinjiabao. Did those bats bite you? Lin Duo lifted his shirt to check his stomach. That's offensive. I'm a zombie. Bai Xiao straightened his shirt again. Bat bites heal in a few days, but if it were you, I think it would get infected. They shouldn't be out in such cold weather. Really? Linwood's gaze shifted elsewhere. Bai Xiao felt uneasy under her gaze and frowned. What are you looking at? Am I? Lin Duo replied casually. She always wanted to check a zombie's clothes to see if there was a big hole or some other wound. Bai Xiao looked too much like a zombie now, and she was a little uneasy. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Lin Duo gathered up the dried helmet and clothes and gave them to Bai Xiao. I brought back a lot of things from the neighboring village, and I even saw the old zombie you locked in the yard. It can sometimes help out on Fridays, Lin Duo said. How did you get it to help? I filled the basket and brought it back, then poked it over with a stick, and the things inside rolled out. Then I lured it out. You're the one causing trouble. Erden's gone. He's lying in the ditch over there in the fields, Lin Duo said. Bai Xiao paused, turning to look in the direction of the doorway. Even wandering zombies eventually face this fate. He gazed at the lonely old house in the distance. That was Aunt Qian's house. You can go to the safe zone, but Aunt Qian probably won't last long, Bai Xiao said. Aunt Qian is old and can't reach the safe zone, nor can she carry that many supplies. The journey will be fraught with difficulties. She can only stay here until she dies. Aunt Qian doesn't want to leave either. Lin Duo looked at him, wanting to touch the zombie's withered face, but didn't move, only clutching the hem of her clothes. She remembered Bai Xiao saying to live well, he would find a shelter and rescue. What about you? I come back, Bai Xiao said. You have a winter to prepare. Nailing up a wooden crate would allow Lin Duo to hide in if she encountered bats or other dangers. Once she reached the safe zone, whether it was an underground shelter or something else, she could live for many years. Now they can't set off. In the dead of winter, even if they don't freeze to death on the road, they starve. Under the heavy snow, it will be difficult to find food, and the roads will be difficult to traverse. The snow will seal everything off. They're unwilling to give up without finding a shelter, but even if they do find one, it's so far away. Lin Duo looked at the zombie king without speaking, then turned and pinched the persimmons in the yard. She had to pinch them periodically while drying the persimmons, as the zombies didn't like food, so she had to do it herself. Bai Xiao went outside and saw Friday. He went over and patted its shoulder, then went to see Uncle Kai, the old zombie, who was now even more unsteady on his feet. Several old houses in the village had collapsed and were dilapidated. He went to the riverbank, where the reeds were dense and swayed in the wind. He squatted by the river for a while, watching the gurgling water. After a while, he stood up and followed his memory to a secluded corner of the village. There, he found another dangerous zombie, not as old as Uncle Kai and the others. Chapter 98. Lin Huayu was in the courtyard. Bai Xiao was outside. To be honest, Lin Huayu's notes had been a great help to him. It was precisely because of this man's guidance that he had chosen the right direction, heading towards the reservoir in the neighboring province. A slight deviation in direction, and he might still be wandering outside even into winter. Lin Huayu's face was sunken, his scarlet eyes exactly like Bai Xiao's. He let out a hoarse growl, devoid of any reason. Bai Xiao stood quietly without making a sound, and it gradually quieted down as well. Facing this person, who had once found a shelter, Bai Xiao had questions he wanted to ask him, but he would never answer. I found a safe zone, but it's very far. It broadcast a message back then. Survivors from Linchuan migrated there, and countless people died on the way, Bai Xiao said. This elicited a roar from Lin Huayu, not from understanding the words, but simply from the sound. Looking at this person, who had left so many times to find a shelter, Bai Xiao sighed, turned, and left. Back home, Bai Xiao checked his backpack and saw he still had a few pieces of compressed rations and some canned food. He took out a biscuit, listened to the noise next door, and tossed it over. Thanks for nature's bounty, Lin Duo said from the other end. Bai Xiao chuckled and tossed over a can of food. A short while later, the human appeared on the wall. How come you still have some? Just a little bit left, have a taste, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duo stared at him. Don't climb walls at night anymore, it's scary, like a ghost, Bai Xiao warned. Are zombies afraid of ghosts? Of course, ghosts are terrifying things. But never mind, I wouldn't understand explaining to a human like you. Asking a human if zombies are afraid of ghosts is a terrible question. No wonder there's an apocalypse. Bai Xiao glanced at his other side of the yard, still overgrown. He was considering following Yu Ming's example, and connecting the two sides into one large yard. Should I tear down the wall? He asked. Tear it down. Huh? Why so quick? You keep climbing back and forth. What's the point of tearing it down? This morning, she was still asleep when she heard a noise in the yard. She got up, opened the window, and saw the zombie king had come to her side, picked up a hoe, and casually climbed back over the wall. There were piles of things on both sides of the wall. It was so convenient. Bai Xiao agreed. Not only did he climb back and forth, but Lin Duo also kept appearing from the other side of the wall. The piles there were low, and she wasn't as tall as him, so he could only see her head. After a moment of silence, Lin Duo looked at him from the wall and suddenly said, "You're really back." Before, the courtyard had been empty. Whatever she was thinking about, no one listened. Sometimes she wondered if the zombie was just her imagination. There had never actually been a zombie like that. It was like how some people who lived alone for a long time would develop hallucinations, as if they could see people who didn't exist, talking to themselves all day, crying and laughing. Seeing the traces left in this courtyard, she was certain that a zombie had once been here, had been her neighbor, and had huddled together by the stove through a cold winter. I said I would find a shelter, and then come back. Bai Xiao reached for the map, only to find he had already given it to Lin Duo, who had already looked at it. The location was very far away. Found it, but not completely. And the safe zone still lacks antibodies and vaccines. He didn't know how to explain the outside world to Lin Duo. He understood some of what he'd seen and heard along the way, and others he didn't. Lin Duo, however, probably couldn't understand why there were revelers, why Zhou wanted to enter the ruins, or why Yu Ming didn't want to move. The food chain was being reshuffled, and the road was becoming increasingly dangerous. Has the village encountered any danger these days? Bai Xiao asked. Some animals on the road had started eating the old zombies. This was a dangerous sign. Since Friday and Uncle Kai were still here, it shouldn't be too serious. The village is alright, but it seems more serious over there than last year. I didn't dare go too deep. I go check it out when I have time. Bai Xiao picked up a hammer and started hammering at the wall, knocking bricks off one by one from top to bottom, then neatly stacking them to one side. A gap gradually appeared in the wall between the two courtyards. He didn't demolish it entirely, but instead created a 2-meter wide passage. Lin Duo didn't watch him tear down the wall. Instead, she collected the compressed rations and canned food Bai Xiao had thrown over, keeping them as provisions. It was her habit. Clean clothes were drying in the neighboring yard, along with dried persimmons basking in the sun, creating a lively atmosphere. It was fine this way, Lin Duo thought, glancing at the opening the zombie king had created. That water tank was unnecessary now. He could easily walk over and get water. Lin Duo rested her chin on her hand. It seemed like only yesterday he was living in a shack. Now both yards were connected, and the zombies didn't wear helmets anymore. It was unnecessary. He hadn't lost his mind even in this state. She cooked a lot that night, but ate very little herself. The zombie king had had a tough journey, and had just returned. He should eat more. Will your flesh grow back? Lin Duo pinched his arm again. When they set off, the zombie king, if not exactly plump, was at least tall and strong. I think so, Bai Xiao said, though he wasn't really sure. Other zombies would only wither away day by day. He never seen one grow stronger. It would be good if he could recover, but it was normal if he couldn't. He looked at the courtyard that had been cleared. Yu Ming had given him a good reference. Lin Duo's lifestyle didn't mean his would be the same. He might live here for many years to come. He could keep whatever he scavenged from the city, useful or not. Swallowing hard, Bai Xiao looked at the human beside him. Lin Duo had rolled up his sleeve, and was looking at it. What's this? Lin Duo touched the wound on his arm. A snake bite. Don't touch it, or it get infected, Bai Xiao said. What about this one? A rat. It pounced on me when we were going through the tunnel. It wasn't afraid of people at all. It was already infected, and it bit me but didn't die. I don't know where it kicked me. Bai Xiao still harbored resentment. He had been extremely agitated at the time. This one? I fell. Some rocks blocked the road, and there were also old mudslides. If the road was impassable, you had to climb over it. I tripped and fell, and just happened to hit a harpoon, which stabbed me. Don't lift it anymore. For 20 years, the road had been difficult to traverse due to lack of maintenance, and it was patchy and broken. The zombie stopped the humans from continuing to lift it. Lin Duo ran her fingers over the scars. This zombie looked like a rag doll. Some of the scars under its clothes had healed, while others still had scabs. "Remember to wash your hands. Don't touch everything," Bai Xiao said, "then go, get me some grass to chew on." Lin Duoduo didn't speak, but simply stood up and hugged him. Chapter 99. Thank goodness, it wasn't about eating foot skin. Bai Xiao smelled the overwhelming human scent, mixed with the sun-kissed smell of her clothes. This smell was peculiar, perhaps an instinct to spread the virus, but thankfully, his rationality remained. "You can have some if you want," Lin Duoduo said. "No. Be careful, don't drool on me." Lin Duoduo stroked the zombie's hair. "Aren't you afraid I bite you?" "You're just sick," Lin Duoduo said. "Many people get sick, some die, some survive." In this small courtyard, humans and zombies were huddled together, something unprecedented since the disaster, unimaginable to the survivors. Back home, no more wandering. Bai Xiao smelled the scent emanating from Lin Duoduo. He had never felt so at peace. Before venturing out, he still harbored illusions about the outside world. Now that those illusions were gone, she seemed especially warm. This was a pure, innocent person who had grown up after the apocalypse. She had never lived in a social environment, yet she had learned enough survival skills from her elders to face this post-apocalyptic world. She had been trying her best to live, carrying her beloved little tricycle and her homemade gun. After picking a lot of grass outside, Lin Duoduo chewed it up and took off the Zombie King's shirt to apply to his unhealed wounds. With the shirt off, the scars were more noticeable. The Zombie King occasionally twisted his back, and the human fingers felt itchy to the touch, always making one want to scratch them. After the treatment, Bai Xiao felt himself covered in the scent of humans, constantly wanting to smell it. If he went outside now, Friday might be following him around. "It feels a bit strange," Bai Xiao said. "Really? It must be a world-famous painting." He sat there, taking off his shirt with his back to Lin Duoduo. The illustration of humans treating a zombie's wounds was no less striking than the one depicting Hua Tuo performing craniotomy on Cao Cao. He wrapped himself in strips of cloth, stood up, and stretched slightly. He felt awkward and wanted to smell himself. "Don't be so disgusting," Lin Duoduo frowned. She had seen Bai Xiao smelling his arm. Bai Xiao also thought it was indeed absurd, but what could he do? He was a zombie. "Don't shower yet, wait until you're better," Lin Duoduo instructed. Bai Xiao hadn't paid attention to his wounds when he was outside because he was always on edge. It was like how he could be indifferent to injuries sustained in the wild, but at home, even a small cut on his finger would hurt for a long time. "If I couldn't resist sneaking a bite, wouldn't it be disgusting?" Bai Xiao asked. "Super disgusting." Lin Duoduo gave him a disgusted look. "Open your mouth." "Why?" Bai Xiao asked. "I just spit in your mouth, that'd be better." "Ugh." Bai Xiao almost threw up. Of course, it couldn't be that disgusting. Lin Duoduo was just saying it casually. Who spits? She suddenly remembered reading somewhere that a fish spat into another fish's mouth to drink, but that was when it was almost dying of thirst. The well in her yard was still working perfectly. It never ran out of water. Even if the well broke, there was a river nearby. Besides, even if she spat into Bai Xiao, he couldn't spit into her. Stories and books are just stories. If a zombie fish spat into another human fish, that's a strange term. It should be called a normal fish. If a zombie fish spat into another normal fish, that normal fish would definitely jump up and whip it with its tail. There were 2 small fish left in the yard from the fish basket. Lin Duoduo had been thinking about random things, and she had a feeling that the 2 fish would spit at each other, so she lost her appetite. She quickly prepared them, and made fish soup for Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was unaware of her strange thoughts, and simply advised, "Wear thick gloves when handling these river creatures." Lin Duoduo was already wearing gloves, but not the very thick kind. She looked at the fish basket and nodded. In the past, gloves weren't even necessary, but not anymore. Whether it's fish, shrimp, or loaches, they might not have changed yet, but if they became like land creatures, they would be very elusive and difficult to detect. After eating and drinking their fill, it gradually got dark. Bai Xiao touched his flesh, fantasizing that he could grow back, at least not look so much like a zombie. The short guy who had been scared out of his wits on the road was because of his appearance back then. The next day, the sun, which had previously been so intense it could burn your skin, wasn't as fierce. Bai Xiao had spent the whole day dismantling the wall, creating a large gap in the yard and leveling the ground. With both sides joined together, he no longer needed a gate on his side. One entrance would suffice. Bai Xiao had initially considered using the dismantled bricks to seal the gate, but then reconsidered. Perhaps there would be an unexpected need for it, so he simply closed and locked the gate, and turned over the area behind it with a hoe. Although it seemed like only a wall had been demolished, the yard's utilization rate had suddenly increased significantly. "See, I told you I'd tear it down, but you wouldn't listen," Bai Xiao said, showing off his work with a shovel in the evening. Now that winter was approaching, planting anything wasn't easy. The leaves on the wild chili pepper plant were falling off, so he picked all the peppers and made some sauce. Lin Duoduo didn't eat spicy food, which he found regrettable, as it meant losing a delicious treat. Whether it was Lin Duoduo's habit or the fact that everyone in the apocalypse had a sweet tooth, she loved sweets, especially dried persimmons with a sugar coating, dried raspberries, and homemade jams. Lin Duoduo didn't understand the zombies' tastes either, but she knew that what they wanted most was herself. She thought that adding some foot skin to the chili sauce would be even better, but glancing at the zombie king, she abandoned the idea. Patting his stomach, Bai Xiao searched the yard. Lin Duoduo's yard was piled high with things, useful and useless. He tidied it up once last year, but it was still filled with tools and miscellaneous scavenged items. There was also that bouncy pole. He wondered if she played with it since she scavenged it. The spring inside was a bit old and creaked. Bai Xiao glanced at it and set it aside, continuing his search. He found an iron rod of about the right length, quite heavy. He held the iron rod up to the wall where a gap had been made, placed it on top, and secured it. A horizontal bar across the wall was now complete. "This is much better than that door frame," Bai Xiao thought with satisfaction, looking at his creation. "What's this?" Lin Duoduo asked curiously, having just finished showering and putting on a coat. "Rehabilitation training equipment." Bai Xiao knew that calisthenics probably wouldn't be enough to revive an emaciated zombie. He needed to intensify the exercise. Lin Duoduo looked up at it and understood. She had seen zombies clinging to door frames and making strange movements. Chapter 100. Winter hadn't even arrived yet, and Bai Xiao wanted to try and recover before then. Otherwise, if he spent the winter alone, he'd be even thinner, more like a zombie, and even Lin Duoduo would be thinner by spring. Just gain weight, right? Lin Duoduo thought that would make her even thinner. It's different. Appropriate exercise can help you gain weight better. Bai Xiao used to be skinny and small when he was in school, but he started exercising and began to gain weight. He felt that it would be difficult to regain his former plumpness just by eating. "I try too." Lin Duoduo was still somewhat interested in the things the zombie had concocted. Climbing the door frame before seemed too strange, but now, using the gap in the wall, it looked much more normal. She tossed her coat to Bai Xiao, looked up eagerly, and tried it out. The thing was a bit high. She needed to jump. "Be careful," Bai Xiao warned, noting that Lin Duoduo's physique was still quite healthy. Lin Duoduo jumped and grabbed the makeshift horizontal bar, hanging from it. Her tank top was a little small, and with her hands on the bar, her white belly was exposed. Bai Xiao paused for a moment, as if he'd seen something else. But Lin Duoduo quickly jumped down and pulled her clothes down forcefully. "So embarrassing," Lin Duoduo said, but she didn't seem too embarrassed, remaining very calm. "Huh?" Bai Xiao pretended not to know anything. "Give me back my coat," Lin Duoduo said. Bai Xiao handed her the coat. "It's too dark. I can't see anything." Lin Duoduo glanced at him, put on the coat, and left. "Won't you try it on again?" Bai Xiao asked. "You can use it yourself." Lin Duoduo didn't turn around, pulling down her vest as she went straight back to her room to rest. Bai Xiao felt a little regretful. Such good rehabilitation equipment. Yu Ming had a whole set of figurines, while he could have turned this place into a sports playground. If all went well, in a few years, when the infected animals from the mountain came down, they would face Bai Xiao, the muscular zombie. No zombie could develop such large muscles, but no zombie could maintain its sanity either. This required a lot of energy, but he was no longer the novice zombie who followed Lin Duoduo around learning. Now, he dared to go into the mountains on his own with a harpoon. The days of freeloading were over. In the increasingly harsh environment, as a zombie, he could live longer than anyone else. However, that was only a planned future for now. Bai Xiao touched his shrunken belly and arms. His biggest gain along the way was fully exploring his advantages. As long as his body didn't lose its vitality, he would become a predator in nature, just like those infected animals. In the early stages of the disaster, fresh zombies were predators. It was only after so many years that they became withered and decaying. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if his body tissues had lost their vitality. He exercised for a bit while hanging from the horizontal bar, and the human opened the window and looked at him. "Let's exercise together," Bai Xiao said. "A healthy body is essential for surviving in this apocalypse." Lin Duoduo leaned against the windowsill, watching his movements, and took out the homemade gun from behind her. That's the guarantee of survival. You're right, Bai Xiao said, still hanging there. But I don't know if my zombie body can withstand it. If you don't shoot me in the head, my chances of winning are very high. Your chances of winning aren't great now, Lin Duoduo said. Still very high, Bai Xiao said. Lin Duoduo was silent for a moment, then said, You're right. It was already dark. Bai Xiao only did a few simple exercises. Now that he was lighter, they were easy. He still needed to check if his body was active. He jumped down from the horizontal bar and sat under the eaves, with Lin Duoduo beside him, who was looking out the window. Have you ever seen a shooting star? Bai Xiao asked, looking at the sky. I've seen them occasionally. I heard people say they're artificial satellites. What's an artificial satellite? Something very, very high, Bai Xiao said. Did someone outside tell you that? Lin Duoduo asked, leaning on the windowsill. Yes. Bai Xiao sat there. Lin Duoduo held out her hand. She had a few washed dates in her hand. He took them and put them in his mouth. There were no dates in this village. He brought them back from the village where Friday was discovered. Have you finished picking them? If not, I take Friday back tomorrow, he asked. Almost. I made 2 trips with the tricycle, and there's still some left. You should be done after one more trip. After talking for a while, Bai Xiao went back to his room, and Lin Duoduo closed the window and went to sleep. The next day, Lin Duoduo also hung from the horizontal bar on the wall for a while, trying to imitate the zombie king's movements. It was a bit difficult. Bai Xiao took Friday to the next village. From a distance, Friday, this old zombie, looked like a thin, frail old man, carrying a basket and walking slowly along the road. Only up close could you see its withered face. The zombie that had been in the same village as it was kept in by Zhao's yard. When he opened the yard again, one of them had collapsed, covered in weeds and vines. If he came back next year, it would be completely gone, swallowed up by the land. That's how Erden from the village left. Bai Xiao glanced around. The village was overgrown with weeds and lay in ruins. It would slowly become like the village on the other side of the mountain, covered in trees and grass. Some jujube leaves remained on the tree Lin Duoduo had picked. She had originally planned to let them dry on the tree before coming back, but since Bai Xiao was back, she simply took them. Bai Xiao went to look at the pepper tree. He wanted to propagate one to take back to his place. He carefully observed it, planning to prune a good branch next spring, but he didn't know when it would bear fruit. Besides that, he left Friday behind and wandered alone among the ruins. He hadn't found suitable materials to build a protective box. If Lin Duoduo ever wanted to go to the safe zone, this was the only way. He could live a very long time, but Lin Duoduo's only hope was in the safe zone. That was an undeniable fact. Even if Lin Duoduo didn't want to go to the safe zone, she would still need protection in the future. It could be a heavy protective suit, at least providing some safety. He wandered around the village, and only went to pick up Friday after a long time, then they headed back the way they came. Back home, he grabbed a harpoon and caught 2 fish. Bai Xiao realized he'd forgotten to ask Yuming how to make salted fish. He only knew roughly that it was salted, and then hung outside, but didn't know how long to salt or hang it. He could only keep one to figure it out. Lin Duoduo, on the other hand, was experienced. She knew how to make dried meat and dried fish. Regardless of the taste, the preservation was achieved. After returning from outside, Bai Xiao didn't dig for wild vegetables anymore. Except for spearing fish, he always looked towards the direction of the mountains with his spear in hand.